2.
One more, you could attack for this, just the pass. Penny's there, it's over! Fernando Cifuentes has found it!
You've been patient, you've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep!
From that
Close combat onto a Mungus, is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout, defeats Voltua!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down, can you look down the Wishcash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left, I know, over!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Good morning, Pokemon fans, trainers and masters from across the world to Stockholm, Sweden for our Pokemon Regional Championships. My name is Benjamin Rabioti. I'm joined here by my fellow co-casters, Ross Gilbert, Jesper Eriksson, of course, Freya Pierce. We had an amazing day one competition, 815 players, again from across the world coming here to Sweden to try their hands at becoming the next Pokemon Regional Champion. And it's all coming to you live, so don't miss a beat. Now, of course, as I said, it was an amazing day one of competition, but how are you guys feeling going into day two?
I mean, I got a cheeky little look at the meta breakdown, and I'm just saying, Miraidon and Claw for both top 5 decks
right, okay.
in day two of
that's
this
9
event.
minutes this time.
Yeah, the literal first opportunity I got to speak, so I'm loving it. The decks that I enjoy rooting for are doing well. That just means I'm going to have a more fun day. Go team!
9 minutes, that's more like a few seconds when you started.
Yeah,
I know, I think you've been too kind to him.
We were only a minute in. Now, Jesper, you and I obviously had a chance to go around the top tables this morning. Any surprises? Any things you're excited about?
I think there was a point where you kind of bumped me a bit and said, go to this table, and I saw Hydreigon straight away. So,
yeah.
Of course, seeing Hydreigon, pretty funny, I would say, but apparently doing quite well and really, really surprisingly so.
Me and you had a little bit of a disagreement. You were saying, nah, this isn't right. This is a glitch. This isn't happening. I was like, nah, come on. It's Hydreigon. We gotta see it on the top tables. It's gotta have his representation.
I mean, it wasn't that long ago that a certain Tord Reklev did take Hydreigon to a tournament.
They did.
Yeah, didn't do them as well as they would have liked with it. But you know, if Tord believes in it, surely there was always something there.
I mean, who same 60 Tord that tournament?
Oh, it was you, wasn't it?
I did.
We don't have to mention it. It's fine. It's whatever. But of course, Jesper, it's not just Stockholm that we still have to look forward to for today. We have had a jam-packed EU schedule, both past and present, and future.
Yeah, of course, coming into the remainder of the season, of course, we don't have any more regional championships after Stockholm, but do have special championships happening in Seville, Utrecht, Bologna, of course, before wrapping up the season in New Orleans at NAIC, before we can get to crown our world champions in Anaheim.
Yeah, and Freya, we were talking about it all day yesterday, really. There are only a finite amount of opportunities to make your points, your championship points, or your World Championships invite. Now, why didn't you break down championship points and what they mean again for the viewers back home?
Yeah, with pleasure. So yeah, exactly like you were saying, we were talking about yesterday, only so many chances to get those championship points, and you're going to need as many as you can muster in order to get an invite to the World Championships. But if you want to get those points, you've got to register to compete in some tournaments. So go get yourself to rk9.gg/events/Pokemon if you want to find out about the registration dates for upcoming tournaments. Just get yourself there, and you can see the most, not all of them, but like the next few most recent tournaments, majors all across the globe, especially in the European region, North America and South America will be there. So get yourself there to register or to compete or spectate today.
Yeah, the resources are there for you. You know, rk9.gg/events/Pokemon to keep up to date with all the events in the future, both large and small. So, you know, fun guaranteed, as I said yesterday. I know you disagreed with me, guys, but you know, make some new friends, bring some old. It's always fun to see. But of course, we have had, like I said, a fun competition going into day one. Day two, though, of course, there's not just championship points, there's also prizes to be won. Ross, why don't you take us through? Take us through the championship points as well. Yeah. I know there's a different structure for whatever tournament we have to make these championship points, but what about the regionals that we have here?
Well, the most important thing is that automatic invite for winning the regional. You win the regionals, you get a World Championship, a direct invite. Don't even worry about championship points for that. But of course, there are championship points going all the way down here. We can see on the right-hand side, we've got the qualification thresholds. Now, we say it's a top 125 for, say, North American and EU Masters. That's technically true, but you got to remember, every direct invite earned by a player in the top 125 actually pushes that threshold down a little bit. So let's say we got 20 of the top 125 who earned a direct invite from top 4 of an internationals or winning a regional. It'll be the top 145. But of course, championship points can also get you stipends to internationals as well. So even if you got your direct invite, championship points still pretty important. You know what else is important? Cash money and other prizes.
Indeed so. But of course, by winning these regional championships, you do get $10,000 as a master. Ooh. And free booster boxes. So not just because you won a regional, you want to still keep competing to perhaps maybe even win several regionals in a season and get all that cash.
It's a good bit of pocket money for playing cards over a weekend, isn't it?
Of course, and some booster boxes to boot as well. You know, It's always fun to open some packs regardless.
How big are your pockets?
They're pretty big.
Yeah, I was going to say, these specifically actually bigger than I'd expect. I've been to pockets on women's clothes can be a struggle sometimes, as you know, but I came prepared today. So yeah, big enough.
Yeah, of course. Now we have, of course, the day one meta breakdown ready for you as well. We've had a jam-packed competition, of course, as I keep mentioning for our day one. But again, Jesper, any surprises for you going into day one?
I mean, along the top decks here we have, of course, there's not many surprises. Of course, the amount of Lugia is something that we can always discuss. Of course, being a lot of players saying it's Lugia's last ride, let's take it for it. And it might be something that could have inflated the numbers we had yesterday. Of course, we did see Lugia on stream, and it's been doing quite well. But something that actually surprised me in terms of the last couple of events has been that Cloth's not on the screen, but Miraidon is instead.
Yeah, we had a pretty versatile representation. Of course, we got to show a lot of varied decks going into the stream games as well. So, you know, but of course, we see here, Cloth Terapagos at 5%. Ross, this is very on brand for you, of course. But of course, it did have a great showing and a very reminiscent EUIC final happening as well yesterday, right?
Yeah, we've got it on there, and it's going to be a little bit higher when we look at the day 2 graphic. The one thing that strikes me here is we usually have more of a kind of a curve to these top decks, whereas here it's Dragapult, more than double any other deck, and then the whole rest of the first page is basically 10%-ish. Oh, and here we actually see day 2. Woo! Number 4, Miraidon. Cloth's made the top 5. Dragapult, now here's what's interesting to me. Dragapult's still number 1, and clearly number 1, but that gap has closed significantly. Both Gardevoir and Lugia, and to a lesser extent Miraidon, actually kind of creeping up to almost similar numbers, which we did not see back in day 1.
Now, Freya, of course, we did think, like Ross said, it was Dragapult and then the rest of the format, right? Yeah. Now, any surprises for you in day 2?
I think it's going back to what. Yeah, I think it's going to go back to what we were saying yesterday. Roaring Moon, sure, it is on the best of the rest rather than in the top 6, but it is in there at more of a chunk than I would expect. I think this might be like the sleeper story of the tournament. You know, Roaring Moon. That would be what I point to.
It's a big capitalization, right?
Yeah.
You would have had small numbers going into day 1 playing the Roaring Moon, 7 decks represented into day 2. It would have had a pretty good percentage, a pretty good chance going into the day 2 competition, right?
Absolutely would.
I mean, yes, indeed. And with the percentages we're playing with here, of course, as I've said before, the players' last rides and stuff like this, I think a story we also have to look at is the amount of Snorlax control with decks we have, stall decks, and Pidgeot control decks that we have. Because as I could have counted here, it was around about 11 players in total that were playing these stall control focused decks. And of course, at that point, we can't avoid it. It's probably going to be doing really well. And as much as I remember yesterday, Benny Billinger, he started 6-0 with Pidgeot control as well.
I'm getting a bit of deja vu from Stockholm last year, hearing and all that. I'm not gonna lie. Like, surprise hit in Snorlax at Stockholm, being piloted by a North American.
Yeah. I mean, I did see, like I said, I went to the top tables earlier today. I saw a strong American contingency. Isaiah Bradner versus Demetrius Eaton, I think, was the highlight for me in the first round going into day 2. But of course, if you want to catch all the action across all of our games, and plus, most importantly, TCG, stick on it. Of course, you can catch all the action. Pokemon.com/broadcast, of course. Keep in touch with all of the events in the future as well. Who's casting it, where to go, all the links, it's all there for you. But of course, right now, 2 of us have to go backstage very quickly to capture our round 10 live. We'll be right with you. Don't go anywhere.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Thank you as ever, Amy, for that wonderful recap of how things go. But we have a tournament to focus on right now, so why don't we go ahead and do that? I'm Freya Pierce once again, joined by Benjamin Rabiati, who so wonderfully led us through the intro to the couch. How are you feeling, Benjamin?
Oh, well, I'm blushing. I don't know what to say. No, we're feeling great. I mean, you know, we've had such a great day 1 of competition here. You know, the competition is fierce, like we keep saying. You know, there's only so many opportunities for these players to make prizes, to make results for the World Championship invites. But of course, forget about all that. Forget about the season. You know, there's a new Pokemon regional champion potentially in this room, right?
Well, not potentially, there will be. One of the people playing right now will become the regional champion for Stockholm.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, it's not to be snuffed at. You know, 815 competitors doesn't sound like a lot compared to a lot of our competitions across this season, but it's a high concentrated amount of players, right? It's the dedicated players who will go to these bigger, larger tournaments for the competition, and like I said, try and make those opportunities count.
Yeah, it's the players who might be either going for that last chance loon to get that that big win to get a World Championships invite that way, or the people who have gotten enough points at a few other events but might be a little bit short of that top 125 and just want to secure those extra last few bits of points to get into that top 125 to qualify for the World Championships.
Yeah, of course. And like I said, you know, we've said that there's a dedicated amount of players. The players that I saw on the top tables earlier on, I mean, there's just so much talent out there in this regionals, especially you're on those bigger records. I saw, like I said, Isaiah Bradner versus Demetrius Eaton. What a match that was. I couldn't keep my eyes off it. Gardevoir mirror, it was just as intricate as the match we had last round yesterday. And you know, the competition is just a tippy top right now.
Yeah, it is. And they're not quite at a desk yet, but like a little bit of a spoiler alert, the two players who we're featuring for our first stream match today, just as star-studded as our matches yesterday, and two players that I think everyone at home will at least recognize from one or two previous streams.
Yeah, of course. You know, we've got a fantastic feature match upcoming for our round 10. Like I said, two huge names in the game, big parts of the community, I would say, as well, in particular as well. So, you know, I wouldn't miss any of the action going into our day 2 of competition, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're a little bit biased saying that, but we really mean it. You're not going to want to miss this. So we have a few players to watch that we've been trying to keep an eye on throughout the weekend. So for this weekend specifically, Irvin Sveenhufvud has it's been on a bit of a tear lately, having made finals in Birmingham and having taken down our most recent regional championships as well. Oh, no, rather, so Stuttgart came second and Birmingham won. Yeah,
of course. Irvin, of course, at the moment in strong record at the moment with 7-2-1 going into the next round, which is a really strong record. I saw Oscar as well, making day 2 on those top tables as well. Just been on as much of a tear as Orvind and Daniel Magda. I mean, at the moment, I would say Daniel, well, of course, is #1 ranking at the moment in EU, but I would say at the moment the most consistent player. I think unfortunate. I think he's looking for the big break in terms of a big result, like a regional win. So it's just a matter of time, I think, for Daniel.
Yeah, unfortunately with Daniel, I do as far as I'm aware, wasn't quite able to make day 2, unfortunately. So out of our players to watch, Daniel is out, but Oscar is very much in. I believe currently at 7-1-1, so not doing too shabbily himself. One of very well known for his unique builds in terms of the different decklist ideas, and is highly revered both in Denmark and Scandinavia and Europe in general as a highly skilled deck builder.
Yeah, of course. Speaking to the other casters, good friend with Jesper Eriksson. You know, Jesper and Oscar took the same deck to EUIC recently. And he tells me just how dedicated he is to his testing. He wants to chop and change lists to suit not only his approach but also the meta, and it just goes to show, the results really come into fruition.
Yeah, and I think there's been a lot of Scandinavian success in general, not just in his hands but in the hands of other players in that region, that has been directly attributed to Oscar Madsen's deck building and his willingness to sort of help his local and the wider community do well. So yeah, really strong deck builder, especially, but also not as large as a player.
No, of course. Now, we mentioned some of these players that have made the day 2 of competition. Let's have a look at the Swiss standings of the players that have managed to make some great records here in the competition. Some of these names are just, I mean, the talent, like I said, it's just coming in thick and fast. Bert Walters, I think, for me, I mean, I just absolutely love watching him play. He's the type of player that sees lines of play that you just do not see coming. It's fantastic to see him top of this table.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of playing against Bert all the way back in, I want to say the 2016 World Championships, and it was he was my was that 2016, 2017? No, I think it was 2016. And then yeah, even I managed to win that match, but he made me absolutely work for it, and I could see it was a phenomenal match. And in that match alone, I saw Bert is a phenomenal player.
He's the type of player that sometimes I play and think, how did you just do that? Sorry, I'm playing Control, you're playing Lost Box. How did you? Sorry, what happened there?
Yeah.
But of course, looking at these other names as well, not to be snuffed at, Brent Kuzman's there as well. All of these names are, they're well known. I think is fantastic.
One that stuck out to me as well, Fabien Puyol, one of the best players in France, I would say, has had so many incredibly impressive results across the different regionals, and has been consistently performing very, very well. Now we have the Master Swiss rankings as they stand currently going into round 10. Drew Stevenson, they're at 8-0-1, looking at very, very good potential for top cut. And you already mentioned Bert Walters, 8-1-0. That's pretty good going.
Yeah, these are the strongest records going into the Swiss round 10. Of course, all of these players will be looking to capture their wins, looking to confirm that top 8 spot, or maybe even an asymmetrical top cut if there is one. Hedi Brahmi, Kim Pobega, of course, that we did mention, or did feature, of course, yesterday playing Dragapult. Alessandro Cremascoli, a menace, I would say, on the top tables, of course. Hopefully he's playing Control, tried and tested as always. But any other names here that stand out to you?
Truly, Alessandro, the Italian stallion of Control, if there ever was one, and is absolutely showing that in force here at Stockholm Regionals as well. Ron Nielsen, also a very good Danish player, has played Control a lot. I believe he's playing Control today as well. I get confirmation of that, but another very good Control player, has had quite a few good, decent results. Not managed to quite make it all the way to top 4 finals, but has been pretty consistently top 18 top 16ing lately, and just kind of flying a little bit under the radar, I think, Corona.
You know, it's fantastic to sometimes see, you know, these consistent players.
Yes.
You know, we saw good Daniel Magda as well, looking for a big break, looking for a finalist record or maybe even a regional championship win for himself. You know, it's all about sometimes these players that fly under the radar, like you say. You know, they're consistently making top 16. They're not making the big breaks, but, you know, you can see them on the leaderboards. You know, the proof is in the pudding, so to speak, with some of these championship points and these leaderboard standings. And, you know, it's good to see, and potentially we'll see a story be made here for some of these players.
Yeah, and I have to just double-checked. Indeed, Horner is playing Snorlax Focus Control, and Horner's been playing this for quite a while, so he's going to be one of the players in the room and probably has the most experience with Snorlax Control. And if it ends up being a good call for this tournament, like it seems like it will be, there's a very, very good chance we see him in the top 8.
I haven't had a chance to ask one of these Snorlax Control. I'm kind of one myself. Now, the one thing I thought of...
I'm somewhat of a Snorlax Control player myself.
Yeah. when Snorlax eventually does rotate, what on earth are you going to play? What's your mindset at? Because I remember I was completely stumped, and that's why I started testing a bit of Gardevoir. But then I thought, you know what, that engine is also rotating, so maybe I'm not in the best position. But yeah, you know, there's some players here that will play some decks consistently throughout. Of course, I spoke to Chris yesterday after his winners interview, a player that is stuck to Lugia, stuck to a archetype all this way. And that's exactly why there's a little bit of significance placed on this tournament, right?
Yeah,
it's a last chance ride for a lot of these players to bring an archetype, Lugia, V-Star, Lost Box, Snorlax, you know, all of these decks that will be, of course, going come April.
Yeah, Lugia, I don't think this deck has ever been bad, you know what I mean? It came out and it was like by far and away the best deck in the format, one of the most fearsome decks we've ever seen in Pokemon's existence. And even after the rotation of all those different colored special energy cards, it still packs an absolute punch in every single form it's been in, and it's been at least a decent deck ever since.
I remember when this card first came out, and I just said to myself, this card is way too good not to play. Of course, back in the day when it first came out, it had a plethora of different options to it, and of course so many different special energies that I could utilize.
Yeah, and also Yveltal as well, just like a knockout button.
I mean there's so many different options that you had back in the day. Stoutland V, I remember it as well quite fondly. But of course, this Lugia deck is just not the same as it was before, right?
Oh.
This is a card that is, like you said, it's never been bad, so therefore players will take this archetype, they'll run with it, they've got the engine there, it's all said and done, but the Pokemon and the options and the cards that you play will change as time goes on.
Yeah. And backpedaling a little bit something you said earlier about, you know, what do you do when a deck that you've been playing for a long time suddenly goes out of the standard format because of rotation. This is like the other side of the double-edged sword in terms of, we've talked a lot about how sometimes just sticking to one deck and getting a lot of experience with it can lend you really good results, because when you go into a tournament, you will be the player that misplays the least with that deck, and that's going to do very well for you. But then suddenly, when that deck, you can't play it anymore because the cards from it rotate, then you have to think to yourself, okay, how do I want to do things now? Do I want to pick a new deck to focus on? Do I want to try and mix things up a little bit more? And maybe by the time you've played that one deck long enough to build up your fundamentals in play, maybe then you do feel a bit more confident to branch out.
Of course, and we're speaking ahead of ourselves, of course, with rotation, but it's the same thing about Gardevoir. You know, it stays in the format, but inherently the deck will change, right? The
quite
options,
significantly.
Yeah, quite significantly, and it's not to the same extent as Lugia, of course, but
just like not existing anymore.
Yeah, of course, but it'll be interesting to see if some of these Gardevoir players will stick to the EX, keep the card up and running, and go with it and chop and change.
We have seen like a little bit already from some of the Champions League streams in Japan, people playing Gardevoir with Brilliant Blender. That seems to be like the way to go now, just so you can get those energies in a discard pile, and then focusing more on obviously the rare candy to evolve up into the Gardevoir EX, because you don't have a sort of a refinement curlier equivalent to draw you a bunch of cards and set up that way. But here we are with our live stream feature match, and it is going to be Hedi Brami against Julius Brunfeld.
Yeah, and two familiar names, like we said. This is so good to see. You know, Julius versus Hedi Brami, this is the top of the competition, I would say, in terms of talent. Julius Brunfeld, Hedi Brami. I've had the pleasure of playing both of these players recently. You know, and there's such great competition, because you know the more talent that you play against, the better you get. And you know, these two players are definitely no strangers to the top tables.
Yeah, and look at that gap between achievements, right? Like, so Hedi, it took like a little bit of a break from the game and then came back, and in that time has clearly like had no signs of slouching. World's top 128 in 2018, and then comes back in 2023 and does the same again. And LAIC top 16, top 32 in 2018 and 2023 respectively as well.
Yeah, even with a large break, it just goes to show when you have experience playing on these top tables, having these top records, that the experience stays with you.
Yeah.
Talent is forever. Form is temporary, especially in Hedi's case. But there we see Julius. I mean, look at his smile. You can't. It's so contagious. We all love Julius Brunfeld, and look at those records there. He is somebody who is dedicated to the game. Of course, part of that Finland contingency that is so strong right now. And of course, look at those records. Like I say, LAIC top 16. LAIC top 16 was again 2 years before. World's top 128 in 2023, and of course, in the UIC top 64.
Yeah, I know we shouldn't let your personal bias factor into things too much, but when I say this is more like on like a personal level, Julius might honestly be one of my favorite people in the whole community. Tyler and I went to visit Helsinki for my 30th birthday. We just took a trip there, and Julius just met up with us and just showed us around. And we spent a whole day together. He is such a lovely dude, and the fact that someone like him is able to get so much success and actually work towards things and achieve so well in Pokemon makes me so happy.
And we've said throughout the time, we've always promoted, come to your local tournaments, come to large tournaments, make new friends, and that's exactly what it is. It's all about community.
Yeah, it really is, and Julius has been an exemplary model for that in Finland especially. I know I've talked a little bit with him, and the amount of players that he's helped in Finland, sort of coaching and helping to improve across all age divisions and working together with all the other Finnish players. Yeah, he is absolutely a pillar of the Finnish TCG community, and I think that goes almost without saying.
Yeah, of course, and here we see Hedi, of course, shuffling up, getting ready for his round 10. I'll just tell you the decks that will be shown. Hedi Brami, of course, piloting the Gardevoir EX, and Julius Brunfeld with the Archaladon.
Oh, okay. 2 decks we did see yesterday as well, so should be somewhat familiar archetypes, but for those of you who are tuning in just today, once this match gets going, we'll explain the archetypes for you and how it works, and maybe a little bit about the intricacies of how this matchup in specific plays out too. Yeah,
and here we see the flips here. I think Julius is opting to go first or second here.
The gesturing seems to indicate,
the gesturing seems to indicate, like you said. And here we see the two players now getting ready to see what their first hand looks like here. Now, the Gardevoir Archaladon matchup, this is, like you said, not a matchup that we've featured as of yet. How does the matchup usually go in your mind?
In my mind, so there's a couple of different things going on. Archaladon does struggle a little bit to get a one-hit knockout on a Gardevoir EX, so that bit you can't focus on as much. Archaladon does have quite a tanky amount of HP, so you need to go in really deep with like a Drifloon to get a KO on it. So it's it does feel like one of those matchups that can pretty much go either way, but there's some tricky plays that the Gardevoir deck can do to try and play around that. Maybe you can target down some of the Duraludons early with your Screen Tail. Maybe you can do some tricky things with Monkey Dory. Basically, the Gardevoir deck just needs to do what it always does to try and play around these big HP numbers.
Now, what we usually saw with the Archaladon EX, the Archaladon EX deck to counter Gardevoir was playing a package of things like Jamming Tower and Lost Vacuum to try and get rid of those crucial tool cards that Gardevoir has to utilize in order to get these large knockouts on Drifloon, like the Bravery Charm, like the Hero's Cape. But Julius is not playing that package.
Oh, okay.
He's opting for 2 Pokestop, no Jamming Tower, no Lost Vacuum, so he's going to have to pretty much depend on that high HP cost. And, of course, I will say this, he is playing the 1/1 Dialga V-Star, which could come into play.
Yeah, that could be quite big as well. Of course, the Origin from Dialga V-Star does have that absolutely frightening Star Chronos V-Star power attack, which does let you take an extra turn. I mean, maybe the most scary bit of text to be printed on any Pokemon card ever.
Yeah, of course. And here we see the 2 players getting ready to kick us off here. And Hedi Brami, there's the fist bump, starting that Drifloon, and Julius starting that Radiant Greninja. Won't be seeing that for too long, of course, with rotation. It is unfortunately part of that crucial F block. And here we see just the contemplation as to what to play first. Go with the Earthen Vessel, of course. Having a first deck search is always going to be optimal, checking out what options are available to you via a prize check.
Yeah, so whilst Julius goes ahead and does that first deck search for the Metal Energy, let's give a brief rundown of the Archaladon deck. It's a pretty straightforward deck, honestly, as all things go. Basically, all you want to do is you want to get your Duraludons out, evolve them into Archaladon EX, and then make use of that Assemble Alloy ability to get Metal Energies accelerated from the discard pile onto your Archaladon and start attacking with Metal Defender. It's a very simple attack, 2 Metal and a colorless, 220 damage, but it also removes your weakness so against something like a fire-type focused attacking deck, you're not as worried as you would be otherwise with that Metal Defender. And then, yeah, closing things out, if you played this Origin Form Dialga V-Star package, you can go ahead and go use Star Chronos. You can accelerate to the Dialga with the Archaldon as well to get that going more quickly, and then you can just steal games by stealing 2 turns in a row.
Yeah, it's extremely consistent, I would say. It's a very linear approach to the game, of course. Getting your energy into the discard pile via many different outs. We see here with the concealed cards, for example, but of course you have Earthen Vessel, you have Ultra Ball, you have all of these ways to get energies into the discard pile, and then use the Assemble Alloy ability, like you said, evolving into the Archaladon EX, and then accelerating 2 energy from the discard pile to any of your metal Pokemon.
Interestingly enough, Julius did have the Origin Form Dialga V in hand ready to go, but opted to play it straight away. Instead, he's going to discard it with the Earthen Vessels, get 2 more metal energy out of the deck. An interesting choice there from Julius.
Yeah, now it does play 4 Night Stretcher, I will say. So the Night Stretchers are going to come in thick and fast for Julius. He does actually have 1 in hand. So having the ability to just discard it, you know, more or less without so much of a worry as to what resources are going into your discard pile. He has the safety net, I would say, of playing that heavy Night Stretcher.
Yeah, and also, interestingly enough, has an Ultra Ball ready to go in hand, and it looks like he's debating discarding another Ultra Ball. Oh no, those are the cards he wants to keep. I was going to say, you definitely want to keep those, so it's going to be, I would imagine you put at least 1 metal energy in discard pile. No, actually wants to keep all 3 of the metal energy in hand, interestingly enough.
Yeah, very interesting. Now, like I said earlier, there's so many different outs to get energies in the discard pile. Has the Ultra Ball, attaching to the Greninja. He's seeing the benefit of keeping energies in hand. Of course, they do have more or less of a dual purpose in this deck, is to discard, I'd say, fodder, but of course can get rid of it with the concealed cards, can use it for extra draw rights.
Yeah, although it looks like here Hedi has not had the best of starts here. Does have a Monkey Dory to put down and a Dark Energy to bank it on it to boot, but actually after that just has to go for the Iono, so Hedi's really relying on these 6 cards to find him out to rolls.
Now, only plays 1 Technical Machine Evolution. I think if he did play a high account of it, maybe even an attachment to the Drifloon to see if you can Iono into the Technical Machine and possibly a Buddy Poffin to get those rolls.
Yeah, and does find the 1 Buddy Poffin at the very least, so Hedi's going to be absolutely relieved to see that, because if you weren't seeing that, then you're not getting very far with this deck. The whole strategy, of course, is to set up your bench with all these like little things, especially the Rolts, so that you can evolve those up into Curlier and make use of the refinement abilities to draw a bunch of cards, and then eventually you evolve up into that Gardevoir EX, and you make use of that Psychic Embrace ability to attach Psychic Energy from the discard pile to your Pokemon, and then with the sort of damaging quote-unquote drawback of the Psychic Embrace ability, 20 damage onto the Pokemon for each energy attached to it from that ability, you actually make use of that as a benefit to attack with things like Drifloon and Screamtail, who do more damage based on the amount of damage counters on them. Yeah,
of course, great explanation there, but of course, going for the Iono, it isn't too, well, it isn't the optimal start for Gardevoir.
No, not.
You would definitely want to be starting with the Arven, guaranteeing that Buddy Poffin, and like I said, that Technical Machine Evolution. But attaching to the Monkey Dory is a commitment there, of course. But, you know, you're not going to have many outs to find that Technical Machine Evolution. Having the Iono, it's just going to be drawing into it naturally. So, you know, great setup for the Monkey Dory for the future turns.
Yeah, another Monkey Dory going down for good measure. Like we did see yesterday that Demi was able to do very, very well by getting a bunch of those down early and getting those Dark Energies banked on them, so you can make use of Drenabrain over and over. That's the other key support piece for this deck, of course, being able to move damage across from your side of the field onto the opponent's side with that Adrenabrain ability. So yeah, very good to get those banked early on. Julius, for what it's worth, does retreat that Radiant Greninja, Night Stretches for a Metal Energy, and then uses the Concealed Cards ability to draw 2 more cards, find the Boss's Orders and a Nest Ball, it looks like.
Yeah, drawing into 2, I would say, good cards at this point. I think you're definitely finding another Duraludon is beneficial, just because it increases the amount of attackers that you'll have on the board for future turns. This is an evolution deck after all, so you will have to get those Duraludons down early. And of course, this is your main accelerator for energies, right? The Archaladon EX using that Assemble Alloy is going to be crucial for Julius to keep that streaming over and over again if Hedi is able to find continuous attackers and knockouts.
Yeah. Oh, but look at this though. Julius actually gets nothing off of the Nest Ball and then goes for Ultra Ball, discarding 2 Boss's Orders and going for a Professor's Research off of the Luminous sign with the Luminion.
Does play 1 Palpad. What I will say...
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
there it is.
Palpad. But I guess I guess, like you said earlier, it's not going to reach those big numbers to hit a Gardevoir EX for a one-hit knockout. So maybe having the boss, having a low kind of boss for this matchup isn't too detrimental, I would say, because you want to be, for Julius in other matchups, of course, wanting to be streaming boss's orders to hit those fragile 2-prize Pokemon like Lumineon, like Squawkabilly, etc., and use the Metal Defender for just a one-hit knockout. But in this matchup, that's not going to be the case.
Yeah. Okay, and it does look like the reason why the Nest Ball was a fail was because Julius had the free Pokemon he wanted to bench in hand already, double Duraludon and an Iron Bundle for good measure. So now the Nest Ball fail does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, this is fantastic for Julius. What I will say is, what's interesting is that didn't go for the Dialga V. So the bench is all filled up now. There's not going to be any chance to go for the Dialga V unless he wants to use the Hyper Blower on the Iron Bundle here to free up that bench space. Now, does use it, of course, and Hedi does promote the Monkey Dory. And here we see an Ultra Ball. You can imagine it is going to be for that Archaladon EX. Start getting some attacks up and running now.
Yeah, but Archaladon going to come in with that Assemble Alloy ability. I imagine we'll just evolve the active and then use the Assemble Alloy ability. And Hedi has to pick up the Archaladon.
I'm surprised at that. I'm surprised. Just reminding himself what the card is doing here. 220 damage, of course, Metal Defender. Like you said earlier, just remind our viewers back home, during opponent's next turn, this Pokemon has no weakness. Not going to come into relevance for this matchup, of course, but good against most other things, or can be relevant against other things as well. And then Assemble Alloy, going to be accelerating 2 energy from the discard pile to any of your metal Pokemon, and that's what we see here. And you would think for Julius, well, yeah, has taken the knockout.
Yeah, so it does get to take knockout on that Monkey Dory that was put down, and very clever from Julius making use of that Iron Bundle, because basically anything on Hedi's bench is a better KO than the Drifloon right now. So gonna go ahead and deal with at least one of the Monkey Dory, even if it's the one without any energy on it. And Hedi is supposed to Ino again.
I see a lot of purple in that hand, and I don't see any outs to a Curlier.
Oh, that's brutal for Hedi.
For Hedi, I think I saw a Earthen Vessel and another Ino. And I think it was 4 or 3 or 4 psychic energy in there as well. Would have been fantastic if you found an out to Curlier, but I think it's just a pass.
Yeah, and did Hedi, I'm fairly sure, does the Drifloon not have a first attack? Oh, well, no, Hedi just deceived the game. Wait. Slowly, yes?
Yeah. It's an early scoop from Hedi, you would think. Bold strategy. But Hedi just seeing the writing on the wall. And of course, with Gardevoir being very dependent on these slower first turns to try and get set up, understands that he wants a win here for this matchup, and he needs as much time as possible in order to get the win. So just has an early scoop, and hopefully for him, we'll be finding 2 extra games to get the win. Yeah,
I think Julius played this very, very smartly here. Knew exactly the most optimal way to get the deck set up, and was rewarded beautifully after that Professor's research with all the energy and discard needed, the Duraludon set up, ready to evolve into the Archaladon. Assemble Alloy came in and took the first KO on that Monkey Dory. Hedi, after that Iron O, doesn't really see much of anything, and does just go ahead and concede the game and move on to game 2.
Now, one thing we didn't mention, and that's going to be really important for Hedi's deck, is only playing 3 Curlier.
So
only playing 3 Curlier will obviously reduce the outs that you'll have to Curlier later on, and of course wasn't able to find any outs to Curlier in that matchup. So just as crucial as it was, you're sacrificing consistency for these power cards as taught by Tord. Reducing the amount of consistency will eventually harm the deck. At some point.
Yeah. It's like, it's just one of those things that sometimes that is just how it plays out. There's obviously a reasoning behind why this decision was done for that list with the Curlier, but it does mean that you're working with a little bit less options to find those Curlier earlier on. It means a little bit less draw power to work with, but maybe it was a compromise that Hedi made to fit some other sort of tech cards into the deck list.
Yeah, of course, and like we said, harming the consistency.
Yeah.
Of course, you will, if it does come into your benefit with the other tech cards that you'll have, further options for further matchups. Obviously, we have a massive spread out here in terms of the format. So Hedi seeing that, sacrificing a Curlier, is it the best decision? Unsure. We saw in that matchup was just unable to find any resources to not only find the Curlier, but no Curlier either themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking through this list right now, and there are plenty of other consistency cards in the list, and I think Hedi's been able to fit those in because of the cutting the 1 Curlier. I mean, you have to find the space somewhere, right? But in that instance, maybe would have rather that have been a 4th Curlier. these are the kind of things you have to think about a lot when you're building a deck, especially a deck with a list as tightly packed as Gardevoir usually is.
Yeah, of course. Playing only 2 Ultra Ball, 1 Technical Machine Evolution. Just definitely, like I said earlier, and continuously harming the consistency of the deck and the overall engine of Gardevoir. But here we see Hedi starting the game with a Earthen Vessel. Going to be quite optimal. Just start the deck search here, looking at the prizes, seeing what options are available to him, and crucial, of course, for Gardevoir. So many different finite pieces in the deck, so many resources that are available to you in your deck list. So it's going to be ever so important for Hedi, especially going into this game where it's all dependent on Hedi getting a win here to take us to a game 3.
Yeah, and oh dear, Hedi once again with a slightly better start. I was starting to get a little bit worried, but at least this time Hedi has a Ralts to put down.
Yeah, fortunate enough for him. Starting the game with the Ralts will mean that he's able to evolve next turn, of course, into a Curlier, start those refinements up and running if possible. And here we see Julius with his first deck search, going for the Nest Ball for Radiant Greninja, activating that conceal cards as early as possible, drawing as many cards as possible, Earthen Vessel galore as well. Here we see Earthen Vessel for a Metal Energy, getting the Metal Energy into the discard, crucial again for this deck as well, for its Assemble Alloy on the Archaladon as its main acceleration.
And this is exactly where you want to be, right? It's pretty much optimal out of turn 1 energy to find. So 1 energy in the discard already from discarding from the Earthen Vessel. 2 more in the hand means that 1 can get attached onto that Duraludon, and 1 can be used for concealed cards to draw 2 more cards as well. So very, very solid start from Julius.
Yeah, we see Julius popping up the cards that are going to be relevant for this matchup. Just pop up that Dialga-V. Wondering if we're going to see it this matchup. We see the Thornton as well.
Yeah. I think the Thornton is a key one here. Of course, it's another really big supporter that's rotating out of the standard format. It is another F-Block card. It does let you swap out a basic Pokemon in play with 1 from your discard pile, and if you use it on a Pokemon that's been in play for a turn, it's treated as that same, having been in play for a turn as well. So you can swap out, say, that Lumineon V straight up for a Origin Form Dialga V and then evolve it straight into the V-Star, and maybe that is why Julius opted to discard it instead of playing it down.
Yeah, and I said earlier about the bench locking. He had 4 Duraludon out, had the Iron Bundle, had the Radiant Greninja as well. Bench locking isn't so much of a problem if you do play the Thornton as an option.
Yeah. Oh, look at that clean, no discard Professor's Research there. Put down the Pokestop, attach the energy. Beautiful from Julius.
Yeah, very good, very good. Showing the consistency of his list now. Drew into a Trekking Shoes, I believe. Couple of Metal Energy and the Pokegear as well. Of course, the engine of Archaladon is pretty thin. You do have the concealed cards to draw, but other than that, you do have a finite amount of options. You do have the Lumineon V, but that's about it, really, in terms of Pokemon on-field engines. So having to depend on cards like Pokegear to continuously keep yourself in the game is going to be crucial.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Now, interestingly enough, this time Julius deciding I actually want to get that Origin Form Dialga V down straight away rather than rely on the Thornton strategy, maybe realizing, hold on, in the first game, my Origin Form Dialga V wasn't really ever at risk because the Gardevoir deck is a little bit slower. So now this time, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and put it down with that Nest Ball, getting it down the more traditional way.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of going aggressive here for the Dialga V. It's very threatening, especially... Ooh,
that's a horrendous Pokestop.
Yeah, that is not fantastic. 2 Boss's Orders and the Black Belt's training as well. Oof. That is not great. Fortunately, he does still have the Palpad as an option to put the spores back into the deck. But like I was going to say, I really like the aggressive play for the Dialga V. I remember testing this matchup specifically and how threatening it was. Seeing a Dialga V on the bench, that V-Star is absolutely... It's just so detrimental for any evolution deck.
It's maybe one of the most powerful V-Star, or like one of the most powerful, again, like you were saying at the beginning of the game, take an extra turn, maybe one of the most powerful bits of text you can print on a Pokemon card.
Yeah, Star Chronos, and it's so easily accessible in connection with the Assemble Alloy. Assemble Alloy, you can accelerate the energy straight onto the Dialga V-Star, Star Chronos, pretty much on turn 2, and it's especially in the, any early turn.
Yeah, now, interestingly enough, Julius could have opted to do 30 damage with the Duraludon there, but very cleverly opted not to, recognizing, hold on, that's 30 damage that can just be moved over to my side of the field with Adrenabrain.
Yeah, it's so funny, because you see in a lot of board states out there right now, you know, doing a little poke of damage, 30 damage, it usually is optimal, right? You know, doing further damage onto your opponent's board, getting those knockouts, and setting up knockouts for later turns is, like I said, usually optimal. However, with Adrenabrain, it turns it a little bit on its side, right? Like you said earlier, having the Adrenabrain activate can set up huge knockouts for Gardevoir. And importantly enough, especially in this matchup, you do not want Adrenabrain active, because it means that Gardevoir is easily accessing this huge HP requirement for knockout on the Archaludons.
Yeah, that's absolutely important to note. And now, unlike in game one, we do see Hedi is able to get out a Curlier. At the very least once, that's already a much better way into the game compared to the first game there. We'll only be able to get out that one, of course, because there was only one roll to put down turn one, but at least it's starting to make use of that insanely strong refinement ability to get into the game, and also does find an Irida as well.
Yeah, Irida not conventional usually in Gardevoir, however does play a few water Pokemon. We know that Irida usually played in decks like Palkia of History as well as Chien-Pao, but in Gardevoir it does have a little bit of use here, because of course it is able to find cards like Manaphy, like Radiant Greninja, which are sometimes crucial to set up some important board states. But finding an item card is also fantastic, and here we see the A-spec of choice.
Or Secret Box, yeah. This is one of those that has kind of become way more staple than perhaps people first gave it credit for, and it's a very good reason for people to decide that, because of course it just lets you search for so much of your deck. You know, you discard 3 cards, you search for an item, a tool, a supporter, and a stadium, one of each trainer. It's super duper strong, and actually Hedi saving it for this turn, just preemptively searching it, because the tool's already in hand, so Hedi was able to just attach to TM Evolution, get the other 2 Curlier out, and now next turn he can save that Secret Box to have an explosive turn 3.
And what I like about this list, having the Secret Box will mean that you can afford to play lower counts of tool cards.
Yes, it does.
Because of course you can Arven for the Secret Box for further tool cards which are crucial to be set up. So there's extra outs to find the Technical Machine Evolution. I'm really enjoying reading this list.
Yeah. So Secret Box is kind of one of those things that enables it to happen, and there's a reason why so many Gardevoir decks have opted for Secret Box for that exact reason. But now it's going to be on Julius again. So concealed cards, you're going to draw 2 more cards here. It's like you were saying, Benji, there is a world, especially if you find the Origin Form to Alka V-Star off of that Radiant Greninja, there is a world where you can Star Chronos here, and if you combine that with a Boss's Orders, you could go ahead and wipe out, you know, 2 of the Curlier on Hedi's side of the field, which would be pretty devastating.
I was unsure of myself. I said you could get Star Chronos turn 2, then I retracted and said, well, early turns, I would say.
Yeah.
But here we see Julius having some options here to potentially find that turn 2 Star Chronos.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of Ultra Balls in hand. I mean, the only thing that sucks a little bit for Julius is that, as we so evidently saw, 2 of those Boss's Orders ended up in the discard pile thanks to the Pokestop. There are, I believe, 3 in the list, but the last one that was in the deck was in Julius's hand before it got Ino'd away. So, oh wait, is it still in hand now? Am I missing? No, it's still in hand. No, yeah, that was Ino'd last turn. So yeah, that last Boss's Orders is still in the hand. So if Julius wants to make use of this, he could. I
think what's important now is that if Julius does go for that Star Chronos, he leaves himself a little bit vulnerable.
He does.
Only because, of course, you are taking 2 big knockouts here, but you want them to count. You want to be able to boss the Curlier, take out another knockout on a Curlier, for example. That's why we see the high counted Boss's Orders, because you want the Star Chronos, if you're going to use it, to do the maximum amount of damage to your opponent's boards.
Yeah, so here we go. Pokegear instead. We know there won't be a Boss's Orders found from this. There's none left to find in the deck, but let's see what is found. Oh, there's a Fortin and a Professor Tourist scenario. Okay. Maybe this could be a way to just get more energy onto the board by using Turo to, you know, pick up an Archaludon and then just evolve another Duraludon into it just to get more assembled alloys going. I think that's the debate that's going on in Julius's mind right now.
Yeah, and like you said, Professor's Turo scenario, there's only so many decks that can really use the card efficiently, and Archaludon is definitely one of them. It has a bit of a dual use, I would say. The high HP cost of Archaludon, there's only so many things that can one-hit knock out this Pokemon. So if you're able to soak up some damage, pick it right back up with the Professor Turo scenario, you essentially negate your opponent's turn of damage. So, but not only that, of course, like you said, if you're able to use it and stream assemble alloys abilities, you know, that's only to your benefit as well. But sorry about that. We see the Boss's Orders on that Curlier taking a massive knockout there.
Yeah, definitely the way to go. If you can't make use of Star Chronos, just take a much simpler turn. Get that Archaladon powered up. Boss's Orders to KO1 the Curlier at least, because that already cuts off Hedi from some draw options, right? Because now there's only 2 refinements online, and if Hedi eventually finds his Gardevoir EX, then we'll be left to only 1 refinement.
Yeah, I say it's a massive knockout because, of course, this deck is fragile. You know, you need to have your engine. There's a high dependency on these refinements to get your deck up and running.
Yeah, even more so because we just saw there in the prizes the Radiant Greninja is prized, so Hedi doesn't have an easy way to get another bit of draw power on the board.
No, too right. Here we see Hedi just contemplating what to use the refinement with here. We see the Drifloon, of course, does play plenty of recovery cards. Does play Super Rod, 2 of course, so is able to easily put that Drifloon right back into the deck.
Yeah, and that refinement ended up being really, really strong. Refinement draw 2 Psychic Energies. What better discard fodder for Secret Box?
Yeah, not too shabby. Opting for the Ino, Nespal, and a Bravery Charm. Doesn't have enough energy in the discard right now for a one-hit knockout with a Drifloon, let's say, on that Archaladon. But I'll be interested to see what Hedi goes for here. Does he take a single prize knockout with maybe Screamtail on one of these fragile, low HP Pokemon like the Duraludon or the Radiant Greninja?
Yeah, I guess that's an option. It's also interesting that Hedi had 2 Arts in their hand. One of them got discarded from the Secret Box. Is very deliberately opting not to play the other one, recognizing, hold on, if I play down Artisan, that's a very easy way for Julius to get more Duraludon onto the field, and I really don't want to do that.
Yeah, I really like as well the evolution into the Dialga V-Star for Julius, because it only mitigates the chance of Hedi finding a knockout with, say, a Gardevoir EX on the Dialga V. Does have a low HP cost, I would say, when it comes to Gardevoir. So seeing that threat evolving, yeah, I'm not going to use it, but at least I have the security behind the 280 HP hit points.
Yeah, and now Hedi does decide to fire off with that second Artisan, recognizing that needing to set up his side of the board is more important than the chance of giving Julius a Duraludon, and we'll use that, uses an Nespal to find the Pheasantipity EX. We'll be able to, of course, make use of the flip script to draw some more cards, and use the Artisan to find that Screamtail, which it looks like it's going to be the attacker of choice, and it does find a Counter Catcher as well. Yep, it is indeed behind on prize cards, so it's going to be Counter Catcher and then Ino.
Yeah, and here we see the Counter Catcher onto the Dialga V-Star, like you said. 4 energy in the discard right now. We'll definitely be looking to find some more energy to start using refinement, or potentially find some item cards to get some energy into the discard.
How about both?
And what about both? Yeah, the Vessel for a Psychic Energy, finding 2 further Psychic Energy. We'll have 1 more refinement left this turn. Like you said, no Radiant Greninja as an option. The bench is full now as well, so there's only so many options for Hedi to find a way to get energy in the discard pile.
And actually does go for a Psychic and a Dark. Already had a Dark in hand, but I guess maybe that's all that's left in terms of energy to search. So we'll have the means of powering up that Monkey Dory eventually. That refinement is going to get that last Psychic Energy into the discard pile. 2 more cards drawn, finds a Ralts and something else, and a Flip the Script as well. So many cards drawn this turn from Hedi.
This is a massive turn. Not only 6 energy in the discard, does have 1 attached to that Manaphy. You know, it will be a 1 energy retreat cost, so will end this turn with 7 energy in the discard to play with, but still needs a Gardevoir EX in order to use Psychic Embrace. I'm unsure if he did find one.
Oh, is that the thing he missed?
Unsure.
No, was there... Oh yeah, he missed the Gardevoir. I think he might only just realize that he missed it. I think he might just assume that he had it.
Oh, just a pass, and this is going to be massive for Julius for a couple of reasons. Of course, no damage on the board for him, but also now sees a Pheasantipity on the bench for Hedi, and that is an easy 2 prizes, I would say, for Julius in terms of both using a Dialga V-Star, but also the Archaladon.
Yeah, I think Hedi got caught up in the same excitement as us. So many cards drawn, surely, like you just assume
surely you find it.
Yeah, but apparently not. So no Gardevoir EX means no Psychic Embrace, means Hedi is forced to do nothing, and now Julius has a big opportunity to take a big lead here. If you can find a way to get this Dialga V-Star out of the active, just bring in the Archaladon, and then, well, you have to find the Power Pad to get the boss's orders back into the deck. We know they're all free on the discard pile right now, but if you can like find that and get that going, then you're good to go.
There's a couple of things that Julius still needs to do here. Of course, with only 2 energy in the discard, that Star Chronos is going to be a tall order to hit. Now, does have Professor Turo's Scenarios as an option if he does want to get that Dialga V-Star out of the active, but like we said earlier, could use Professor Turo's Scenario on the Archaladon EX to start streaming the Assemble Alloy, to start to start accelerating the Dialga V-Star itself instead.
Yeah. Hold on a second. I think we might have made a slight oversight here. Here we are saying, oh, Julius needs to find that power pad. I don't see it in the deck. Was it in the prize cards earlier and we missed it?
I think we may have missed it.
Yeah, I don't see the power pad in that deck, you know.
Does as well have Scoop Up Cyclone as another option other than Professor.
Yeah, there it is. We completely missed that.
And there's the power pad.
Oh goodness, that changes everything. Now Julius has no way, especially because it's at the top of the prize cards, assuming the order matches. So that means that Julius is going to have no access to boss's orders for the rest of this game.
I don't think it's going to be a problem. Of course it is. I'm not going to understate that it's not going to be a problem because, of course, isn't going to be able to gust up that Pheasantipity. But Julius, if he finds a way to start Kronos here, is going to guarantee himself at least 2 prize cards to try and find that pal pad.
Yeah, and I think that might be indeed what's being sort of reached for here. So yeah, we'll go ahead and go for the first assemble alloy, attaching 2 energy onto that Dialga V-Star, and it's going to be a Professor's Research discarding a bunch of stuff.
Really wants to find that Scoop Up Cyclone A-Spec right now to pick up that Charlatan EX to start streaming the assemble alloy.
That would be pretty ideal. No, but finds a Professor Tourist scenario and a bunch of energy, no Scoop Up Cyclone to work with.
Still has Conceal cards as an option to see 2 extra cards. Has plenty of cards here to thin out the deck even further. Pokegear, as well as the Earthen Vessel, as well as an option. Just checking the discard pile here. Wonder what Julius is going to go for. Does he go for the attack here, or does he even just go for a Metal Blast?
I think Metal Blast is what you go for if your other plan doesn't work. So, you know, that's like your last resort. At the very least, in a worst-case scenario, you can go for that. Oh, there's our Charizard number 2, though.
There's our Charizard number 2, you're right. With only 1 energy in the discard, unfortunately, the Assemble Alloy isn't going to hit as much as it possibly can.
It might have to be relying on this Pokestop to find a way to discard something. Oh, wait, no, there's no Vessel in hand and an Earthlander. He's fine.
Yeah.
There we go.
Thin out the deck even further. Another energy in the discard pile. No energy left in the deck for Julius, so isn't going to be able to thin out the deck even further with some energy with the Earthen Vessel. Now, 1 more energy in the discard pile, so Assemble Alloy is going to hit for its maximum, and here we see the Assemble Alloy
coming
onto
in.
the Dialga V-Star. Now, it does have energy in hand as well. The Star Cronus is there now.
Yep. And you might imagine, go for it now. Just like capitalize while you can.
Yeah.
So 1 prize taken. And what does Julius find off of the prizes? It's not our Charizard. That's okay.
That's not terrible.
Yeah.
No, it's not terrible. And of course, without using the Professor Tourist scenario or the Scoop Up Cyclone, if Hedi is able to find a Gust Up on one of these Charizard with no energy attached, is able to just simply pick it right back up.
Yeah. So, but it looks like Julius here might just be forced to maybe either retreat or you can just attack again, Metal Blast. Just take the lead on prizes. I think this is also still a completely fine move to make and to find place to be, as he does find what it looks like to find the other Professor Tourist scenario of the prizes. So maybe now Julius just goes into a game plan where it's just tank and hit, basically. Hope that Hedi can never make a 1-hit knockout, and then use the Professor Tourist scenario to deny those knockouts and prizes to Hedi.
Julius is 100% in the driving seat right now, with only 3 prize cards remaining, and with a fragile Pokemon like Pheasantipity on Hedi's board. Julius is going to be licking his lips at the opportunity to take another 2 prizes on that Pheasantipity and leave Hedi with only 1 prize card remaining away from a loss.
Hedi's in a very awkward position. There's no 2 ways about that. Refinement comes in, draws 2 more cards. Is Hedi finally able to find that Gardevoir EX? They discard an Arven from it, so I would assume that if that being the case, there must be another out to Gardevoir in the hand already. Otherwise, you would bag the Arven as like a last-minute way to find an Ultra Ball. There's not Arven in hand.
I think what's to Hedi's detriment now is that he's going to have to find a multiple prize card turn here, and with the high HP costs on Julius's board, with the Duraludon even 130 HP, that's not small. That isn't easy to reach.
But there is the Gardevoir EX at long last. Finds it off of that flip the script, so we'll be able to start getting those Psychic Embraces going, and that's going to be pretty good going from there, especially because Hedi knows that Black Belt's training is in a discard pile, so it's going to be quite hard for Julius to use that in combination with. I don't even know if there would be other things necessarily to combine it with, but to hit those higher HP numbers with the Metal Defender.
Yeah, I think for Hedi now, his only option really now is to just try and disrupt. Try and use an INO, try and use all the options that are available to you to try and disrupt Julius. Here we see the counter catcher, like we said earlier, on the Archaladon, with no energy attached. This is at least a way that Hedi can stall Julius, hoping that he may not be able to find any outs to retreat or pick up. the Archaladon EX.
Yeah, but this is where Julius's the things that Julius still has left in deck play to his benefit, because we know that both the Professor Tourist scenario and the Scoop Up Cyclone are all ready to go still in the deck. So the odds of Julius finding it out to retreat this Archaladon are quite high.
Yeah, and didn't use them in the earlier turns. You know, seeing the benefit in them in the later turns. You know, not using your resources as an ineffective way of accelerating your board. And here we see the Scoop Up Cyclone being drawn from Julius, as easier said than done.
Yeah, it really is. But it looks like Julius does find the Scoop Up Cyclone off of the Ino draw, so he is already good to go there. Hedi goes in with the Psychic Embrace, so free energy onto the Gardevoir, and now with the Refinement, going to draw a couple more cards here. And you know, funnily enough, with this in mind, I think if Julius was able to find the Black Belt's training, there could have been. Oh no, not with the Adrenabrains, of course. So yeah, no, there's this is going to be a very tricky position now for Julius. But we know that Scoop Up Cyclone's in hand, so although this is very, very close to a knockout, it won't be enough, and Julius is about to make Hedi very, very sad right now.
250 damage onto the Archaladon in connection with the Adrenabrains, but with so many options that Julius can effectively remove this damage off the board, this is going to be unfortunate for Hedi.
Wait, hold on a second, I'm just thinking something. If Julius uses Scoop Up Cyclone, picks up this Archaladon in the active, I don't know if energy in Discard pile to just load up this Dialga with a bunch of Metal Energy and then Metal Blast?
If he's able to find the Professor Tira scenario and the Scoop Up Cyclone, yes.
Yeah, that'd be really, really good. But it looks like he wasn't able to find it off the trekking shoes, at least. I think Julius is thinking about this, you know, because he realizes, oh, hold on, maybe I can't get a one-hit knockout with the Archaladons, but maybe I can like reach for a Dialga here. But you can tell, you literally see the thought process going through his mind right now. He's thinking to himself, if I'm not taking a one-hit knockout here, it really doesn't feel great, because then it's just more manipulation with Adrenabrain that Hedi can do. But it looks like it's recognizing that you can't quite get enough energy onto the Dialga yet. Oh, unless Julius about to retreat the Archaladon to get the energies in the discard pile so he can load it off onto the Dialga.
This is massive. Metal Blast potentially for knockout here. And here we see the Archaladon being evolved.
Yeah.
Another Assemble Alloy. Do the math here. Metal Blast 40 plus 40 for each metal attached to your Pokemon.
I think it's enough. There's 7. Yeah, because there was already 5 on it from the Star Chronos, right? So with 7, that's going to be 7 times 40. That's going to be oh my goodness, maths here now. 240, 280. I think you need one more. Yeah, look, I think you need one more, unless I'm now miscounting with my maths.
7. Yeah. Yeah, it'll need one more.
Yeah, because right now you're doing 280. Because 7 times 40 is 2. Wait, no. No, 7 times 40 is 280. 320, this is enough.
This is enough.
Yeah, no, I was wrong on math. Yeah, 7 times 40 is not 240, it's 280, plus the 40 base damage from Metal Blast, you're there.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge knockout on the Gardevoir EX, putting Julius only 1 prize card away from game here, and with Gardevoir having to use or depend on these crucial little single prize Pokemon to take these big knockouts, this puts Julius again even further in the driving seat.
Yeah, and now Julius is just debating about this Fortin. What's even in it? It's got about to swap with. I mean, I guess maybe you're thinking about, the Radiant Greninja, possibly. Yeah, what isn't it? This guy about, he wants that Serendipity EX, of course he does, to draw more cards.
Yeah.
Just in case of something getting knocked out.
Yeah, but again, like we said earlier, this does put Julius in a little bit of a unique situation, only that if Hedi is able to find some sort of disruption, as well as taking a knockout on this Dialga V-Star, it does put him, in a little bit of a sticky situation.
Yeah, what this makes it extra crucial to do is for Julius to find that one of those tourist scenarios, which is in the hands, that's great. And now Julius, after taking this knockout, needs to find that power pad to get the boss's orders back into the deck to close out the game with a weaker attack.
Yeah, correct. Here we see Julius now thinning the deck out even further of all of the options that are not going to be relevant anymore to him, because of course he's going to be feeling, I'm going to be disrupted next turn. I want to take out all of the resources that are just not relevant anymore.
This is, dare I say, one of the most underrated skill aspects of the Pokemon TCG, playing around specifically a card like INO and knowing when the right time is to fire off with almost like over-discarding your stuff, just so that when you do get eventually hit with an INO, you know that you are maximizing your likelihood of drawing the card that you need to win the game.
Yeah, it's unique compared to, say, a card like N back in the days, because, of course, you're shuffling your hand and putting it to the bottom of the deck. So if you're taking resources from the deck, putting it into your hand, you know still that you're not going to be drawing into them.
Yeah, so Metal Blast comes in, 320 damage. What did Julius take off the prize odds? Julius finds the power pad, that's huge!
finds the Palpad off the prizes. Absolutely massive for Julius. Is able to go and get those boss's orders from the discard pile into the deck. And Hedi just looking at the resources that Julius has gotten rid of throughout the game now. What is in Hedi's mind now, really, in terms of a game plan?
I think what's in Hedi's mind is find an INO stat.
Pretty much. He still has 6 prize cards remaining, let's not forget. You know, there are so many turns now for Julius to be able to get back up and running into this game if Hedi is able to find any sort of disruption.
Yeah, like we know that if there's any deck that can pull off a 6-1 recovery, Gardevoir's probably got to be up there, right? So Hedi knows he's not out of this game. He's already 1 game down anyway, so no reason to concede at this point. Hedi is going to try his absolute hardest to make the comeback here, and this is where him playing the maximum possible copies in a deck of 4 INO is really going to help him out.
Yeah, Earthen Vessel for a Darkness Energy, taking another card out of the deck. You know, just showing that, you know, I have to hit my outs here. I have to hit my game plans, and this turn, most importantly, only because there are so many turns, like I said, for Julius to get back up and running if any sort of disruption comes out to play.
And this is also why Julius was heavily considering that Fortin for Defense Antipathy. He knows that he's in a potentially very precarious situation if he does get hit with an INO, so that's why he was making that debate. But weighing up the odds, he decided that playing the Professor's Research was better. The decision's been made already. The INO gets played. Let's see what Julius finds off this 1 card off the INO.
I think for Hedi now is hiding behind the HP cost of that Gardevoir EX, but does need to take a knockout on this Dialga V-Star because, of course, it is hitting the numbers, like we mentioned.
Yeah, a bit of a tall order, yeah. Oh, and you just dropped the Professor Turo scenario!
The Professor Turo scenario from the INO to 1. This is huge for Julius now. Even if I think Hedi was able to find some sort of disruption, I think Julius has it in the bag here.
I'm just trying to, well, I don't know about having it in the bag necessarily, because it's so, I think with a combination of Psychic Embrace and moving the damage over, you can, with 3 Monkey Dory out, you can get a knockout.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
You're able to find the knockout with the Dialga V-Star. Crucial, finding that Monkey Dory from the hands just then. Putting it down, finding the Darkness Energy as well. 3 Darkness Energy, 3 Monkey Dory. This is just so important for Gardevoir in order to hit those big numbers like we keep mentioning, and putting all the Psychic Energy onto that Gardevoir, maximizing the damage on it in order to use that Adrenabrain to its maximum efficiency. Yeah,
so this now keeps Hedi in the game. Free Adrenabrain, moving 90 damage over to the Orange Form Dialga V-Star, and then V-Star, and coming in with the Miracle Force, 190 plus 90 for an exact knockout on the Dialga. That was huge.
Yeah, massive. And now it puts himself potentially back in the game. Of course, like I said earlier, Julius is going to be able to stream these Assemble Alloys with the Professor Turo scenario. Oh, here we see a Rescue Stretcher as well. It is able to get the Pheasantivity from the discard.
That's huge. Oh, but wait, great. Of course, Julius has the Iron Bundle. That's it. That's the game.
That's the game.
Julius goes ahead and uses Artisan to find the Iron Bundle, and then Professor Turo scenario, anything that Hedi brings up will get KO'd by the Archaladon, so Julius takes the game and takes the match in stunning fashion.
Yeah, of course, this was a dominating display from Julius with that Archaladon EX, and look at the smile on his face. He's smiling, he's loving it. He's going to be going into the next round with another win to his belt and putting himself in good contention for a potential top 8.
Yeah, wow, and that's laughing, like you said, laughing and smiling as always. I think he must have absolutely had a blast during that match, and commiserations to Hedi as well. Played his absolute heart out, especially in that game 2. Game 1, not much, wasn't really much able to do there. He was back against the wall the whole time, was barely able to set up, and Julius was just really firing on all cylinders there, and Hedi recognizing that after that Professor's Research, after that KO especially, onto the Monkey Dory, just really nothing going for Hedi. Yeah,
unfortunately, for Hedi, played his heart out, like you said, but, taking the options that were available to him at the time, but unfortunately just too little too late.
Yeah, just no Curly after INO, right?
Yeah, just, definitely for the first game, but for the second game just didn't find the Gardevoir EX on those crucial turns.
Yeah, but I mean, game 2 did play out very differently because, Hedi was a little bit on the back foot, but managed to find his way back in much better. Was able eventually to find the Curlier, was able to evolve up into them from the TM Evolution, of course, and we had much more of a back and forth game. That game could have very easily gone to Hedi.
It could have, yeah, and I did see the Professor Turo scenario in Hedi's hand as well, so was able to potentially stream the Gardevoir EX and soak up some damage.
Yeah, but this was really the start of the big turns here. So Star Kronos comes in and gets a knockout, and then another Metal Blast coming on a Manaphy. Sure, like the actual things that were being knocked out weren't as consequential, but it just gave Julius that massive lead in the price tempo, and then following that up with the 7 energy Metal Blast, 320 damage to knock out the Gardevoir EX, which meant that it was so easy for Julius to close out the game because there's only 1 prize left.
The Dialga V-Star is absolutely brilliant in this Archaladon EX deck for a couple of reasons. It's easy to accelerate energy to, and taking the Star Kronos knockouts and taking an extra turn, especially against these fragile evolution decks, is just only to your benefit, giving you an extra turn, putting you ahead of the prize race, putting the optimum amount of pressure on your opponents.
Yeah, and then ending with Julius finding that Professor Tour scenario for the INO, and then combining it with the Arton to find the Iron Bundle, which I forgot was still in the deck. I think I assumed it was discarded, but no. Cleverly making use of the opponent's Arton to put that down, and then combining that with the Tour scenario to pick up an Archaladon, put it back down onto an unevolved Duraludon so that you could just accelerate the energy, and then Iron Bundle will force Hedi to bring up one of the bench Pokemon, any of which could be KO'd by Archaladon, and that was all she wrote.
Using that Star Kronos in the middle of the game there put Julius ahead enough to where even if he was getting disrupted, he still had a couple of turns to get back up and running into the game. So, and hiding behind that 300 HP cost at the same time, to where Hedi could not use any of these smaller single prize Pokemon anymore. You know, Julius was just in the driving seat as soon as that Star Kronos was announced.
Yeah, and I think that's a great masterful display of, because at the beginning we were talking about how, oh, Julius isn't playing like this disruptive package, there's no jamming tower or lost vacuum or anything like that. So these really important tools that Gardevoir plays, you can't really make use of them as much, or rather you can't stop them as much you would be able to otherwise. But Julius is kind of there saying, I don't need to disrupt Gardevoir's tools to still win. I know the game plan I can make use of to still, you know, take a very commanding victory in the right places to do, especially coming in with that Dialga V-Star, like you said, with the Star Kronos at the right time. Masterful display from Julius.
Yeah, and we said how the damage is potentially capped with Archaladon EX, only doing 220 damage. Again, the same with Star Kronos, but we need to do our 4 times tables, because that Metal Blast was absolutely influential on that game as well, taking another easy 2 prizes with an attack that is, I'd say, unconventional. I would say because of the energy cost that it requires to have those massive knockouts, it's not usual that we see Archaladon utilizing the Metal Blast, but in that circumstance, it was the optimal play.
Yeah, so there's a top trainer tip. If you're playing Archaladon, do your 4 times tables, and you'll go very, very far.
Yeah, 100%. And doing 320 damage on that Gardevoir EX, put him at itself only 1 prize, like we said. I mean, the story was there to be told.
Yeah, it absolutely was, and yeah, what a story it was. So with that, Julius will put himself in very good contention to make top 8 here, I believe. We'll only need like 1, I mean, there's only 1 more round of Swiss left,
yeah,
right?
There's only 1 more round of Swiss left. So.
Bit of an unusual one. Most of the tournaments we've had recently, it's been 4 rounds of Swiss on day 2, but today it's only 3.
Yeah, of course. And going into this tournament with only 3 Swiss rounds left, a lot of players were kind of whispering to each other before the day started. Oh, I need 2 wins to make top 8. Oh, I need this to make this contention. And this is what we were speaking about before the day started. This is where now trainers are going to be solidifying their records for their placements, for their championship points, thresholds, etc., etc. But for Julius's example, it's what do I need for top 8? What do I need to make that top standing?
Well, I mean, we should correct ourselves, of course. We've been saying top 8, but really it is top cut, of course. And asymmetrical top cut is now a thing. So there's a chance, depending on how the records play out, that we'll have an extra round of top cut for that asymmetrical top cut. So then we advance to our top 8.
Yeah, and you know, commiserations to Hedi. He played a great game. He played to his outs, like we said earlier. But going into that first game, it was to his detriment, playing potentially 3 Curlier, right?
Yeah.
Only so many outs to that crucial Pokemon engine. Really, you know, wasn't to his favor. Only 3 Curlier, like I've mentioned, but also only 2 Ultra Ball. Only so many outs to these really important resources. You know, unfortunate for him was to his detriment.
I guess it's one of those things that you can always say with the benefit of hindsight, right? Because we also were giving credit to Hedi that the deck has a lot of other ways to find out to those Curlier to evolve. You have the Arven, you have the TM Evolution, you have all these other things. And also with the hand that Hedi drew off that INO, he didn't find any of his other outs either. No. So like, I think it's he's clearly built the deck in a way where it works for him. He's in day 2, so obviously he's doing very well with it, doing very well with it rather. But yeah, maybe just like falling at that little hurdle there game one, but in game two, we saw that the deck can run on all cylinders if it wants to as well.
I think, unfortunately, it's sometimes the story with Gardevoir. I mean, playing it myself, there's sometimes turns where you think, I need it now. I need a couple of curlers. I need my Gardevoir EX. I need so many energy in the discard pile. And there's only so many turns that you have in order to do that. And unfortunately, sometimes it will come up, you know, a little bit of a problem when you get to your turn 3 or 4, to where your opponent's starting to take prizes, they're playing aggressive, and you're there going, I'm in a bit of a pickle here. I'm having some problems.
And because Archetypes specifically is such a straightforward deck as well, that is one of those decks that can most easily capitalize on something like that happening, because all you need is a few energy in the discard pile, a Duraludon, and an Archetypes to evolve to, and you're hitting 220. It's a very low maintenance deck.
Yes,
I'd say.
Agreed. Yeah. It's very linear, very straightforward. I know a couple of my friends took Archetypes to EYC last month, and they were able to just breeze through the day. You know, they were able to breeze through it. If I didn't get it, I didn't get it, but at least I'm having a pretty linear game plan, the same game plan for each of my matchups, and, you know, able to breeze through with so many options, so many consistency cards, I think I should say, in the deck as well. You got your Pokegears, you're able to afford to play Trekking Shoes, a high count of Rescue Stretcher. You know, it's a very, I would say, a 4-of deck.
Yeah, but it also, at the same time, that's true, but it's also like Raging Bolt in the sense that you can't discount the player skill when playing that kind of deck.
No,
as well,
100%.
Just because the deck is linear doesn't mean it's brainless, and I think that's
no.
Yeah, and I mean that's
agree.
a misconception that a lot of people make as well, because even with those more linear decks, committing to the linear game plan and making sure that you execute it as well as possible every single time, that's what will separate the okay or good Raging Bolt and Archetypes players from the great ones.
Yeah, there's a high dependency on how well you can sequence yourself, right? You know, we know that for Archetypes, you need energy in the discard pile. We went through it, of course, during that game. You need your energies in the discard pile, you need your Duraludon setup, and having to play the resources at the right time. Can I thin out my deck in order to maximize my odds to find these cards? It's all about how great a player you are at taking one step at a time.
Yeah. And you said you've played a bit of Archetypes on yourself, you were saying?
No,
you haven't yourself. Yeah, okay.
No. I only play the complex decks.
Well, like Snorlax. I mean, the Control was a very high kill ceiling deck, so...
I don't know.
Yeah.
Just hide behind the wall.
I'm trying to give you some credit here, Ben. Work with me here.
I'll just pass. No, but I mean, we spoke about earlier about decks that chop and change as the formats come along and as cards are newly introduced. Ironically, the best Dialga V-Star deck is our Chaladon.
Well, I mean, the main problem it had was getting all the energy on it, right? So you have something that can get the energy on it easily. There was Matang before, and now there's our Chaladon, right? So it's just a lot easier way to get there than having to rely on like, manipulating, looking at the top 4 cards of my deck every single time to get metal energies on.
When Dialga V-Star and Palkia V-Star were announced, you know, there was obviously one that overshadowed the other.
Yeah.
Palkia V-Star was so much easier to get up and running because it had, of course, the engine in the card. But I think for Dialga V-Star, it's unfortunate that it's found its perfect partner so late in the day.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I think we've yapped long enough. I would like to hear Julius yap about our Chaladon. So why don't we go over to the couch to hear from him?
Why not indeed? Thank you very much, Freya. I'm here with Julius. That was an interesting game. Game 1, you set up, super quick win. Game 2, it took all of your tricks and you managed to pull it out. How did that round feel for you?
The first game, I was just got Duraludon set up. I feel like amazing start, and then unfortunately Hedi didn't get fast start. If Cardi plays super fast, I'm gonna lose that for sure. But it was lucky for me, the game 1 and game 2. I was wondering that he went first, and then I get Pokemons what I need, but it doesn't mean that I still can win the game, because if he like Evolution TM Julius before I take it the prize, I was like, I need to overplay so many turns that Cardi don't take a prize cards. But then it was so confused game. I thought I felt like when my Dialga got the active, and then no Cardi, actually I was okay, and then I get Dialga V-Star, and I decided to be a little. I decided to just V-Star already. I just think about, do I wanna just hit like 120 and Thornton later the V-Star card, but I decided just go looking for the V-Star already.
Yep.
And then Iono counter catcher my Arcaludon. I was like, my Dialga is still in the game, and I super luckily dropped Scoop Up Cyclone.
Yeah, you did.
So I just like counting I count so slowly some reason because I wanted to focus just in case, because like we have 40 minutes time. I don't wanna like play too fast and take a risk. And then when I got Dialga, I think like 1 means a little too long. I think a little too long that Torton or research. I think that Torton Greninja to Pheasantly pity and then research. But then I was like, if I do that and he cast my Arcalude and I like screamed or something, I didn't drop a Turo, I'm gonna pass. I scared that. So I decided to just research and thin the deck. And then I scare Drifloon, but Cardi is super good attacker also. 3 Monkey Dory. I was like 3 Monkey Dory and Cardi. Okay. I think that Monkey Dory is the most broken card in this
Oh, I agree. It is well underrated.
Yeah, Under and Up Brain is so amazing ability and it changed the board state so much.
Oh, yes.
And I count that the late game for the bundle Toro and that's it, because yeah, I feel so confused. I'm not very good at explaining what.
No, I love it. I love hearing the thought process all along. We've only got time for one more question, but it's one that I'm sure people at home are wondering about. Using Star Chronos, getting that extra turn, it worked beautifully in Game 2. How often do you get Star Chronos? Is it in every match or more of an occasional treat?
I play 1-1 line. It tells already like it's more attached than the main. Like if you wanna all the time to do Dialga, you wanna play 2-2 Dialga. But I play 1-1 because like I wanna focus Arcaludon spamming because it's so easy to do.
Yep.
And I really hope all the time that opponent with 1 turn attack. And if that happen, and I make a Dialga V-Star, then I'm gonna prize lead in the mostly of the formats.
So you're just looking for that one opening, and if it opens up, you get your Dialga. Well, congratulations, that was a fantastic win. Loved watching that on stream. And it's funny you should mention about playing a 1-1 Dialga as a tech.
Yeah.
Because actually, just before we get to our next round, we'd like to tell you a little bit more about putting techs into your decks.
Hey Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to talk to you about an important TCG concept called teching. Tech cards have more specific use cases in certain scenarios or matchups to turn the tide of battle. Other than the more core pieces to a deck strategy, players have the option to add more distinct cards that can add a different element to a deck and can make a deck gain more favour over others in the metagame. In teching, players showcase their creativity and intelligence, profiting on a card's effects to help them get the edge over their opponent and the metagame. A deck that presents a good example of boasting both tech Pokemon and supporters was Christian Fontenot's Lost Zone deck from the Stuttgart Regional Championships. Not only including your more obvious Cramorant, Sableye and Radiant Charizard, Christian chosen to favour 2 popular tech Pokemon in Manaphy with its bench protecting Wave Veil ability, and Jirachi defending their Pokemon from damage counters with its Stellar Veil ability. With both of these Pokemon on the field, Christian had alleviated any threat to his board from bench sniping attacks from popular Pokemon such as Radiant Greninja, and Pokemon that can spread damage counters such as Sableye and its Lost Mine attack. In playing both tech Pokemon, Christian had given himself what originally seemed to be bad matchups throughout the meta look much more manageable. So what about teching supporters and items? In the final of our championships, we've seen just how effective a simple addition of a tech supporter and item can be in your deck. In playing just 1 copy of Roxanne and a few counter catches, Christian was able to both disrupt his opponent's hands and use the element of surprise, taking large knockouts with Radiant Charizard or set up some future turn knockouts with Sableye. Both Roxanne and counter catcher are pretty situational, only being active once your opponent is ahead within the prize race.
However, if Christian was aware of his deck not typically taking prizes early on, both of these tech cards were a fantastic way of getting him back into the game and getting ahead of the prize race. Another deck that frequently plays many tech cards is Mew VMAX. Mew VMAX and its impressive draw engine with the Genesect V's Fusion Strike system allows the deck to add more tech cards than many other decks in the format usually grant themselves. In the past, players have continued to evolve their Mew VMAX lists in the attempts to counter the metagame more effectively. An example of this more recently was during our Portland Regional Championships. We had seen Mew VMAX lists using a variety of Pokemon, supporters and item cards, such as Ice-Cube, Avery, Iono, Roxanne, Penny, and even Boxer Disaster. So considering all of these tech options, let's take a look at an example of how significant one of these tech cards can be for Mew VMAX in the meta. Although not immediately threatening to many of the other decks in the format, the use of the Box of Disaster item card is for one matchup in mind, Gardevoir EX. We are all aware of Gardevoir EX when using its Psychic Embrace ability, requiring Pokemon to take damage when the Psychic Energy cards are being attached, commonly taking Pokemon to near knockouts to maximize damage output. Well, this is where Box of Disaster poses a big threat. For example, if the opponent is looking to take a knockout on any of the V Pokemon the Box of Disaster is attached to, they take 8 damage counters on the Pokemon, risking knockout on the Pokemon originally doing damage. As an added method of disruption, the Mew VMAX player is given grace that if the Gardevoir chooses to take a big swinging knockout on the Mew VMAX with its Box of Disaster attached, the Box of Disaster's effect will knock out the Gardevoir and will present an opportunity to keep up with the prize race. On the face of it, teching all of these specific Pokemon and trainer cards should put you in a fantastic position to win, right? Well, as much as I'd like to agree, typically adding more specific one-off copies of cards can actually hinder a deck's consistency. Although it may be alluring to play many of these one-off cards to help with your matchup spread, you do not want to risk damaging your deck's overall consistency, strategy, and approach. It is always important to note when deck building that sometimes it's just as crucial to remain heavy on consistency cards like Professor's Research or Iono than it is to add tech supporters like Avery or Professor Turo's Strategy, or game state dependent cards like Countercatcher. With this summary and more tips, you'll be able to take your game to the next level. I hope this helps you understand the importance of teching and its limitations and helps you build your decks more effectively. Who knows, maybe that one tech card you've always wanted to play might even pop up during the coverage. Until next time, trainers, catch you later.
On the 18th and 19th of January 2025, over 2,000 Masters Division Pokémon TCG players descended on Birmingham in the UK for what is expected to be the largest Pokémon TCG regional in Europe this season. Going into the event, we had a lot of old favourite decks. Regidrago V-Star, Charizard EX, Raging Bolt EX, and Gardevoir EX were the old hands everybody expected to be good. But they were joined by a couple of decks like Archaludon, which featured heavily in the most played decks, and Terapagos, which, although maybe not the most played deck of the weekend, absolutely made a lot of noise when we went into the top cut. Coming out of day one, the big story was Brent Tonneson, the storied Australian master, who went through all 8 rounds with a perfect 8-0 record, playing that favoured Regidrago V-Star deck. But when we got to the final, the story was Irvind, having missed out on a direct invite after losing the Charizard EX Mirror in the previous regional in Stuttgart. Only the winner of a regional gets a direct invite. He had a second chance, having made a second final in a row, needing just one more win against Jonathan Sharpling's Terapagos EX Palkia V-Star deck in the final. A deck which actually managed 3 finishes in the top 8, and there was a more traditional Terapagos there as well, making Terapagos a real story in the top 8. In the final, however, it was all Charizard. In game 1, Jonathan took a couple prize lead before the classic Charizard combo of Unfair Stamp to put Jonathan down to a low hand, combined with a Dusknoir KO on a Bibarel to take away the draw engine, and then a couple big KOs to seal the game. In game 2, it was Irvin's time to take the lead, and Jonathan was working on a comeback building up to a big Moonlight Shuriken with Radiant Greninja. But thanks to that Terra Stellar rule, Charizard was safe on the bench, and with no way to bring it into the active, and seeing no route to victory, Jonathan extended his hand, and Irvin, after 2 finals in a row, got his direct invite to the Pokémon World Championships as the Birmingham Regional Champion. Stay tuned to see which stories will be unfolding, and who will be earning a direct invite this weekend. Oh, there's nothing like a little montage of watching players play Pokemon to get us hyped for the next round. And for that next round, you will be guided by myself, Ross, and the lovely Jesper Eriksson. Final round of Swiss. Are you hyped yet?
Is that even a question, mate? Of course I am. Of course I'm hyped. This is going to be the win and in action we have for our asymmetrical top 8, and we have picked a banger, mate.
Well, we've got a good game, and actually, if we're going to be talking about making top 8, maybe we should take a look at the Swiss rankings here so we can see who is best positioned. This is going into the final round, round 11. Oh, Drew Stevenson, top seed. Anyone remember what he's playing? It's Clorf. You know it's Clorf. You know what I'm getting at
yes,
here.
Exactly.
Top seed currently Clorf, but we've got players like Demi, like Bert Walters, like Rune Hymans, Isaiah Bradner, Kimper Bager, Julius Brunfeld, Alessandro Cremascoli. There's a good set of names up there.
Yeah, one thing I also want to pull out. One of our players to watch, Oscar Messner, is also in there with some Dragapult Spice, of course, as always. And having this winning in position to the top 8 after getting 9th at EYC must be such a relief.
Yeah, that's always heartbreaking when you finish 9th in a tournament. I once finished 33rd in a 32 cut after getting a 6-game win streak. I was so happy, so proud of myself. I was celebrating making top 32 at the biggest tournament in Europe, and then they put the list up and I was 33rd. That was not such a good feeling. So when you have that miss and then you get to come back and have a chance at the next tournament to go that one step further, you feel vindicated. You feel like, all right, my prep's finally paying off.
Exactly. We see these players trying to build a streak across these regionals. Of course, we've been talking already about Øyvind, who's getting 2nd into first at regionals. Of course, this could also be some sort of revenge arc for Oscar, getting 9th, possibly getting to top 8 of Stockholm. Yeah, we're building the streaks.
We are building those streaks. It's nice to see, of course, Irvin, we are always going to be checking out because they've had those 2 finals in a row. But here we go. Bert Walters and Rune Hymans here, 2 very well-known players, 2 top players. We actually had Bert on stream yesterday. In fact, I believe it was us that was commentating Bert on stream yesterday.
Indeed.
So we've got 2 absolute top-level players here, and this one is going to be fun. We've got 2 top decks as well. We've got Dragapult and Guardi, who are, well, they're seen as the best decks in the format. So if we start off having a look at Bert, World's top 8, EUIC top 8, World's top 16, OCIC top 8. And whenever you see a player that can give you accomplishments from 2016 and from 2024, that kind of tells you they've been around for a while and they've always been good.
And yet again, we're also talking consistency, and that, of course, Bert Walters has been a top player here in the European circuit for a while now. And of course, up against some of these younger players in Rune Hegelmans, who has been, piloting Guardi, as we see also today, but has been doing that to great success, of course. Top 4 worlds in junior division, top 8 in the seniors division, EUIC champion in the seniors division, of course, also NAIC champion in the seniors division. So such a stacked resume already from these younger divisions, of course, trying to break through into Masters. Of course, Rune has already had plenty of good results in the Masters division, but no, there's nothing as a win, of course.
I mean, when your accomplishments in seniors and juniors include a top 4 at Worlds and 2 international championships, I think they're probably going to go top of the resume. Yeah, I mean, I don't often get the chance to speak to someone who's, won Worlds in juniors or seniors, so Hi, Jesper. How you doing?
Oh, good, mate. Thank you.
For those that are unaware, 2016 Senior World Champion. Let's have a look at the prizes as they come out. I'm not loving 2 rare candy.
No, and Ross, how many candies does Bert play? He plays 2 rare candies only in his deck. So that means that this Dragon Ball deck is going to go a bit slower. And of course, with Bert, he's going to hope that he can get these evolution online, of course, with the Dragon Ball deck. Typically, we've been seeing some evolution type based, but of course starting Rotom here, really good for going first, getting to build that hand, especially when you can't Arvin going first. But one thing Bert's looking for is Dreepies and loads of them.
Yeah, we want as many Dreepies as we can possibly get our hands on. Bert is starting us off here, and we've got our first search. And while we got our first search, and always an opportunity to tell you more about the deck. You get your Dreepy. You evolve into Dracloak with that Recon Directive ability. Lets you look at the top 2 cards of your deck. 1 goes to your hand, 1 goes to the bottom of your deck. You then evolve into Dragapult with Phantom Dive, probably the best attack in the game. 200 to the active, 6 damage counters to the bench. And then we've got things like Dusknoir that can drop extra damage counters, Alakazam that can manipulate damage counters. And we're looking for multi-prize turns. We're looking for setting up KOs 2 free turns in advance, and then getting that big finishing turn or 2.
Exactly. And for the viewers yesterday, of course, Bert was playing this wonderfully, masterfully even, to the point where taking these 2 prize turns, 4 prize turns, and maybe even with the Dragon Ball deck, you can actually build up to 6 prize turns.
That is possible.
In 1 turn, indeed it is. And it's something that Rune has to try to go against, of course. The Monkey Door of the Gardevoir deck is really good at washing away the damage counters that is being put on the board. So for Rune, it's a question of how fast can I set up to make sure that the Dragon Bolt does not get the advantage that it needs.
Yeah, this does seem to be a winning end. I'm just having a quick look at the points here. Looks like Tom Hellkamp and Drew Stevenson might already, with 27 and 28 points, be in. The winner of this is going to be on 27 points. We believe that is going to be enough to get into the asymmetrical top cut. That is not confirmed. We're not, you know, we're commentating a game here. We haven't got time to run the numbers properly.
No.
But we've had a quick look, and it seems like 27 is going to be enough for at least asymmetrical top cut, which leaves 2 players confirmed and the rest fighting on their win and ins here. So we got 1 Dreepy down, decent start. We got a couple of energy. We're going to need that to attack.
Indeed.
Can we get some more Dreepy? I would like some more Dreepy right now.
From the looks of Bert's hand, if he was able to play supporters going first, which of course you're not, he would be. Of course, they had the Arvin in the hand and alike, but it looks like here's just going to be this single Dreepy, but that's better than none, of course. And getting to instant charge to make sure that we can build a hand for next turn. Already seen Body Puff and Nestball and Duskull. Great draws for next turn.
Yeah, that's going to help him out when we get to the next turn. Of course, we would be talking here about what if he gets a rare candy Dragapult? Well, not when they're both prized.
Do we know what's even better? Rune getting double Buddy Puffin in his starting hand for the going second turn here. Of course, price check in here. And for those who don't know what Gardevoir does, basically you're doing actually the same as Dragon Ball. You're evolving through the stages. You're using routes to evolve into Curlia, which also functions as your deck engine, using that refinement to discard a card from your hand, draw 2. Then thereafter, you evolve into Gardevoir EX, who has the beautiful Psychic Brace ability that can charge up your Pokemon, and you put some damage on your own board, which you can use Monkey Dory's Adrenaline Brain ability to move that over to your opponents. So you're basically doing damage on abilities without even having to attack.
Yeah, that's always fun. Of course, in the previous round, we saw treble Monkey Dory, all of which had a Darkness Energy on, and it wasn't enough to win the game, but we saw a big KO with treble Adrenabrain being the difference between not getting a KO and getting a KO. So we start off with a Ralts and a Badoo there, and it looks like we've actually got turn 1 secret box. This is an ace bet that we see more and more often in Gardevoir nowadays, as well as decks like Miraidon. You do have to discard 3 cards from your hand, little bit annoying, but then you get searched for an item and a tool and a supporter and a stadium. That's quite good.
I mean, we usually used to sing best of both worlds, but we're getting all the worlds together here. Of course, the important thing here, Rune discarding Body Puffin. Of course, that's a massive piece you want for your setup. But one thing that's very important for Rune is that he wants to be using that Tactical Machine evolution once he goes second. And one thing that is really, really good with these secret boxes is that you can guarantee that. Although with the benching of the Voodoo and with this weaker start that Bert has had, you can use the Voodoo to block Bert from playing Nest Balls and Body Puffin to make sure Bert doesn't set up quite as fast as you usually would.
And we do see here an Ino, and we've got TM Evolution, and weirdly getting a Buddy Puffin after having discarded one, but you have to discard cards to play the card. Plus, you've got your Artas on there as well, so not going to be short of basic Pokemon here. You've got your supporter card ready to go as well, and TM Evolution. So there is the question, do you TM Evolution to guarantee 2 Curlier at the end of your turn, or do you Irritating Pollen with Badoo, saying, Bert, your start is kind of rubbish, mate. How about you have your next turn with no items?
One thing that's really cool for Rune is that he's got multiple Ralts down, which means that if he can naturally draw into these Curlias, after this Iono perhaps, it would also mean that Rune gets a second gear of being able to say, hey, I've got Curlias in my hand, I can use that on my upcoming turn, then I'd rather just go into Voodoo and try to slow down what Bert's doing. Because this is a matchup of tempo. It's a matchup where Bert has to be the one going on offense as soon as possible, because typically, as we see with Guardy, it's more so kind of a late game deck. And the later the game goes, the stronger Gardevoir gets.
Yeah, Dragapult's a deck which is actually quite good at coming from behind and using those, well, comeback cards, your counter capture and all of that. But against Gardevoir, it is, like you say, it is a faster, more aggressive deck, wants to get that damage down. So we got TM Evolution on the routes. Is that going to be the decision here? We see a Monkey Dory, a second one hitting the bench. So we're limited to 2 routes. There will not be another. And now it's an Earthen Vessel searching out some energy.
So what Rune opens up here for, it's depending on his hand here, because if Rune does have Curlia, he's easy to go into the Voodoo. It's really nice of him going for the Body Puffin, making sure that you have both modes. Voodoo is kind of bad having on the bench without getting to use it properly, because if the Phantom Dive can just take it out. That's why Rune goes for the retreat here, to make sure that we can get to Irritating Pollen and slow down Bert.
And it is an Irritating Pollen kind of turn. We got 3 routes down. That'll do quite nicely. And now Bert goes to his turn. Itchy Pollen, lock is up. And that means no item cards for Bert this turn. No Buddy Puffin, no Ultra Ball, none of that good stuff. But can use his opponent's Artisan.
You're right about that, and that's when we're saying, well, Bert can use item cards, but of course here it's a difference of he just top decked the 3P, he's able to use Artisan, so he's basically getting a nest ball for non-rule box Pokemon for free.
That's a big win. We did see eyeing up the Forest Seal Stone there, and we actually see an Arven at the front of his hand, so we think that's going to come down. Of course, remember when we started Scarlet and Violet, we changed the rule. Item cards now no longer include tools. So under item lock, you can still play your tools like Forest Seal Stone to search for any card.
Exactly. With that, we've also seen, a different approach. Of course, Arven has been the card that probably influenced that rule a little bit, of course.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, massively, indeed, also. But one thing that's actually really cool about the way that Itchy Pollen goes here is actually making sure that Bert cannot go Candy, Dragapult, and attack. Of course, we do know that there is 2 rare candies prized. Rune has no way of knowing this, of course, but one thing that is really, really important for Gardevoir, as we said before, slow down the game as much as possible.
Yeah, Rare Candy Dragapult here could potentially be absolutely brutal for Rune, and we know it's not possible because both Candy are prized, but there's no way Rune would know that, so you have to play respecting the potential of that coming down. And instead, we got a Dracloak down, which is nice. We got a Dreepy down to evolve next turn. We can end the turn with Rotom drawing cards. It's not the worst thing ever. But like we keep saying, you want to try and start putting pressure on as fast as possible. But yeah, we are just going to end with a Rotom drawing 3 cards.
But it's also the same situation as why Voodoo feels bad against the Dragapult deck. Bling down your Voodoo against a Gardevoir deck also feels bad because the Monkey Dory can easily just take it out.
Yeah, it can. Monkey Dory moving those 3 damage counters, perfect for countering a Badoo. Essentially, when you put it down, you know it's giving up a prize at some point during the game, and you just have to get enough benefit from that to make it worth it.
We do see the research here from Rune, of course, trying to get these additional Curlias out to be able to use Refinement, trying to set up the board as nicely as possible. Already got the Dark Energy on Monkey Dory with that TM Devolution attached to it.
Are we basically going to try and get rid of that Dracloak to guarantee a no Dragapult next turn?
I mean, from the position, it doesn't seem like it. There's no way, like, if Rune knew that both Arcanius were prized, yes, he would. But of course, with Rune not having access to that information, I don't see a world where that happens, and of course, that's why he goes for the Itchy Pollen.
He does go for the Itchy Pollen, which was, I saw the TM come down, and I'm like, maybe, but no. Just really thinning the hand, getting it out of the hand. It's not a card that's going to be terribly relevant at the moment, so thin it out your hand and move on.
It was more so also because Rune had to play the research anyway, so why not just play it because you can, right?
Give yourself the option, why not? So it looks like Bert has not got very much going on here, so here comes, is this the turn for Forest Seal Stone?
Currently, it looked like he pointed to Artisan, so searching for...
Oh, it's an Artisan, of course it is. Any non-rule box Pokemon or basic Pokemon?
Indeed it is, and just fails to Artisan. Of course, had that been a Forest Seal Stone, there actually couldn't been any failing that.
Nope.
But one thing that is very good for Bert, after this, after Ionis and stuff like that, Artisan also goes in and kind of reshuffles the deck. Of course, we haven't seen that this time, but it's also good to get just to check whenever you can do that for free, of course, because the Artisan gives you a free deck search. Who can say no to that?
Oh, I like a free deck search as much as an X-Man. So here we go, Dragapult. We've attached an energy to the active, but that's because there's a sparkling crystal in the hand ready to go. So now we can actually, oh, I like this. We're using Dusclops, the Curse Blast, to put 5 damage counters onto the bench Curlier. So we can retreat into the Dragapult. Dragapult will KO the Badoo. I mean, 200 easily enough for the 30 HP Badoo. But it's also then going to KO one Curlier with still some damage counters left to pop somewhere else on the board.
Indeed it does. It means we have 30 left, but you can't just place 30 damage on one Pokemon, because then Munkidori just says, hey, thank you so much, let's move all of them. That's why Bert goes for strategies saying 1, 1, and 1, so he can get to use it with Radiant Alakazam potentially, and getting, for example, to move that 10 damage counter over to that Curlia if it stays as a Curlia, making sure you can take it out on the bench with Phantom Dive.
Yeah, of course, Munkidori can move 3 damage counters, but they have to all be moved from the same Pokemon. So excellently explained there. You can't put them all on one Pokemon. You can, however, put Munkidori active with the energy ready to retreat if need be, and then start working towards that Gardevoir, because Rune right now, there's no Gardevoir.
But there's a Gardevoir in hand, though, and also one gear that these Gardevoir decks have. Usually we're talking about Munkidori for its Adrenaline Brain ability, but one thing we also forget is the Mind Bend from Munkidori, leaving your opponent's active Pokemon confused, which is actually really important when you're trying to slow down a position, especially when you're talking about Iron Hands, Charizard EXs, and the like. And if you're in a position where things aren't going quite to plan, you can get to do those 60 damage and the confusion effect on top.
And we know that Bert's deck doesn't play stuff like Crispin. It's 1 sparkling crystal. So if you can make him waste an energy or 2 retreating out of confusion, that can make it very hard to have enough energy to attack. You might be able to force Bert into a confusion flip, because there's no way even if he gets a Dragapult this turn, there's no way he gets 2 energy on it from nothing. His deck's not built that way.
Exactly. We do see the second Munkidori being activated, so to speak, with the Dark Test energy being attached to it, meaning that we do get to see 2 Adrenaline Brains per turn. And one thing that's beautiful about Munkidori in concoction with something like Cresselia is that you can put so many damage counters on your own board, but while you're actually doing that, you're removing all of them with Cresselia and Munkidori combined. Because with Cresselia, you're able to take 20 off each of your Psychic Pokemon on the board, compile them into 1, and put them on one of your opponent's Pokemon.
And it could be a bench Pokemon, so a nice way to take out something like a Dreepy on the bench, for instance, before it can evolve up. So here we see the retreat into that Cresselia, and I think we're going to see a Moon Glow reverse. Right now, we've got 7 damage counters, which can be moved over. That would be enough to KO that Dreepy, but do we want to go further? Because it's not just moving damage, it is also healing, which can be very relevant for future turns.
You know, Ross, plus the 60 damage, you can actually move off the Gardevoir onto the Rotom. If you're doing it that way, you can actually put it down to the Dreepy, setting that up for future, perhaps, and making sure you can Moonclaw reverse the other Dreepy. As said, Bert, depending on if he actually got the Candy Sub prizes, we still have to see that. If Bert...
Don't believe he did.
Actually not, because it means that this Dreepy that has 60 damage on it already would, even if it evolves, be 30 damage shy of being knocked out, which, of course, Munkidori could just take care of.
Yeah, Adrenaline Brain is going to hurt there. I believe we saw the prizes a second ago, and the rare candy was not taken. So that means that we're going to be in a good... Well, let's say Rune's going to be in a very good position to potentially take that cheeky KO later.
We see the Moonglow reverse happening there. Really important knockout, trying to slow down Bert. Of course, there's always this analogy of if a car doesn't have an engine, it doesn't work, and we're trying to take out the engine of the car here.
And I love this. Basically going, look, I can't KO Dragapults. Not possible, not happening. But you know what I can do? I can start working on KOing those bench Dreepy, and then when you're at a Dreepy and you've only got one Dragapult, then I can just work on getting that one, knowing that when it goes, you're not going to have much of an answer. Also, shout out to our lovely backstage crew here who just gave us that quick reminder that no, the rare candy have not yet been taken off the prizes. So that means there will be no backup Dragapult coming this turn.
Exactly, leaves this Dreepy left out to be just taken out by Munkidori next turn. And one thing that's beautiful once you've removed all these threats off the board, the Dreepies, the Duskulls on the bench, you can actually go into Gardevoir and do 190 with its Miracle Force. Because then all Dragapult can do is say, well, I'll attack back, where Rune can make full effect of using something like Professor Churro to full heal the Gardevoir after having used Munkidori, of course, to steal some of those damage counters away, and then go back into another Gardevoir and take the knockout in 2 hits.
It is possible when you start playing around with all these Munkidori and your Radiant Alakazam, you can get some KOs that look too far away. Here comes that Ino then from Bert. Both players shuffle their hands, put them at the bottom of their decks, and draw a number of cards equal to their remaining prizes, which for both players right now just happens to be 4.
And one thing I'm really interested in Rune's next turn, he has to look at that Duskull coming down and say, this has to go. The way of which Bert gets to push his own advantage in this game is by making sure we can use Dusclops and Dusknoir. We've already seen Dusclops and Dusknoir with the same ability, actually, but just 130, being able to take out something on the bench like a Kirlia, which is quite annoying for Rune to deal with. That's why we want to deal with it before it becomes a threat.
And Dragapult doing 200 won't KO a Gardevoir, but combine that with a Dusknoir's Curse Blast, you do 330, that absolutely will one-hit KO a Gardevoir. And if you can get the only Gardevoir gone, that can be a huge advantage. Right now, Bert's starting to build up that second Dreepy, getting some energy on, and it looks like... Are we at the end of the turn yet? Is there any more options, or are we going to KO the Kirlia and start dropping some damage counters on the bench?
Yeah, so right now, of course, Bert is probably going into Phantom Dive. There's not many options in his hand currently. So one thing that is for sure is that the Cresselia is getting knocked out by the 200 direct damage to the active. But it's also always the question, how do you spread these damage counters out? And we can see this 2-1-1-1-1 spread, where, of course, as said, you don't want to put them into the same place because of the Munkidori.
What if we just don't want to put damage counters? Can we just not put damage counters down?
Unfortunately, cannot. You have to do it.
It doesn't say you may. The card says put 6 damage counters. So you must put 6. You must put exactly 6. You cannot put more or fewer. So when you're against a deck like Gardevoir that can take advantage of those damage counters, I think you've laid it out perfectly. You've got to be very careful with where and how you put them down, because it can actually be a disadvantage occasionally, and you've just got to work around that.
And Rune does something that's really smart, promoting the Munkidori with 10 damage counters already, because if you Psychic Embrace it, it goes up to 30 damage. You could just retreat that Psychic Energy off with a 1 retreat cost. Wonderful play here by Rune, making sure that all of his 6 Psychic Energies only. Remember, it's only 6, but all these 6 Psychic Energies are getting really into play. No, but you're able to retreat constantly and get the maximum use of them, which is why 6 is enough, apparently.
Apparently so. It's always a bonus when your Pokemon can just constantly get it back, and there's no limit to how many times you can get it. The only limit is you cannot put it on a non-psychic Pokemon, and you cannot put it on a psychic Pokemon that would be KO'd when you put it on and put those 2 damage counters. Other than that, go nuts. Put as much on as you want, whenever you want. Do it again and again and again. Maximum usage.
That's what we always like of every single thing we can play in our decks. And of course, the wonderful thing is that you can always avoid the knockouts by using Munkidori. By using Professor Churro's scenario, there's always these situations where you can just play around it and making sure it won't happen.
I like playing around it. I like making sure bad stuff doesn't happen. That makes me happy as a player. Here comes that play you just pointed out. The energy goes from the discard onto the active Munkidori with Gardevoir. So you can then use Adrenabrain to move it over to that Duskull, which is starting to look a little bit
One thing
weak.
I really want to get into here to see Energy Switch getting full usage. We never usually see Energy Switch in Gardevoir, but Energy Switching down to another Munkidori, making sure you can use free Adrenabrains in one turn.
And all we need to do here is just accelerate an energy from Gardevoir to one of those psychic Pokemon, and then you've got 3 damage counters, so you can move that Adrenabrain. We can move the damage with Adrenabrain, and sorry, Duskull, 60 HP, super inconvenient when you're against an army of large-brained monkeys.
Oh, and the counter catcher here, making sure we can actually get the knockout on both the Duskull and the Rotom when we get to attack with Gardevoir this turn. Rune is making a step towards the victory here.
We're not KOing a Duskull with... No, it's already gone. It's already gone with Adrenabrain.
Yeah.
No attacking needed there. And now we get the Gardevoir KO onto this Rotom. This turn for Rune has been beautiful.
And we see another Adrenabrain and the Psychic Gardevoir going for the knockout on the Rotom. Not needing to have any more turns, but just making sure we take out 2 of those bench liabilities and take out the game with a Miracle Force.
And that means Rune is up 1 game to 0, and that means they're in the driver's seat for the remainder of this match. And I've got to tell you, I mean, I've been doing this a while, right? Yes, but this is not my first game. And every time I see a game like that, it makes me so genuinely happy how well played that game was. And Bert made some good plays in that game. Bert played wonderfully, but the plays by Rune. Let's have a reminder here. So we see the early secret box, that card that gets you everything you need. We saw the Cresselia here, combined with all of those Adrenabrain taking KOs. We then saw this masterful play at the end with the double Adrenabrain taking out that Duskull on the bench, meaning it was never going to be an issue. Then we got the KO with the Gardevoir onto the Rotom after the counter catcher, and would you believe it? That was all that was needed. That was the point where Bert said, look, I've had fun this game, but maybe this game isn't for me. Maybe we need to head over to game 2. As soon as that Rotom went, we saw the handshake, and there is the concession.
Exactly. We were talking about usually Dragon Ball taking these 4 prize turns, and I'm like, no, but this time it was Gardevoir doing it, which, I mean, we can typically see that once we get it to activate these 3 Monkey Dories in 1 turn, and of course the counter catcher on the road and making sure you have that. And it's beautiful play. Basically, Rune taking a page out of Dragon Ball's book and saying, I could do it the same.
And there's something, we mentioned this right early on in the stream yesterday. Oh, I don't like 2 Gardevoir EX prize. How many did he play?
2 only. This means that we are looking at maybe potentially a very fast game, because Gardevoir without Gardevoir is not Gardevoir.
Well, no, a Gardevoir deck without Gardevoir is just a deck. And that doesn't work.
No.
So, oh, okay, so this is the point. We could genuinely see a concession incredibly early this game. When Rune realizes there's no Gardevoir EX available, essentially...
Oh, he's looking at his hand, he's looking at his deck. He's like, I cannot believe the bad luck he's having here. And potentially, of course, Rune has to try and see, well, maybe Bert doesn't get any basic Pokemon, the Monkey Door can get a knockout. But we're probably in a scenario where if Bert starts getting his set up, Rune just says, yeah, we kind of have to go to game 3 here.
Yeah, it's going to be this, essentially, like you see, we look at Bert's board and it's a Badoo, okay? So essentially, Rune's going, I'm going to give it a turn or 2. Maybe I can take an early prize and get a Gardevoir off my prizes. That might work. Maybe my opponent doesn't get set up.
And you see Rune taking over his notepad and noting, I am 100% sure he went to Gardevoir, sad smiley.
I think if ever you were going to write a little sad smiley face on your notebook, this is the time you do so. 2 rare candy prize for Bert in game 1. That's rubbish. 2 Gardevoir prize for Rune in game 2. That is rubbish. That is not what you're looking for.
But it's even worse because Bert decks can still play. It's like...
That's my point.
He can still get to play without the red candies, but Rune cannot get to play the game without the Gardevoirs. So basically here, we're in a position where 1 Dragon Bolt can just go through the entirety of the deck. Of course, Rune, what he's hoping it for is this Monkey Door can perhaps take some prizes and kind of try to see if you can take a Gardevoir off those couple of prizes you may be able to take without having a Gardevoir EX in play. But as far as I remember, those Gardevoir were not at the bottom of the prizes.
They were not at the bottom of the prizes. There is that Badoo, a single Adrenabrain will KO it, and we see this a lot. You basically go, and there's 27 minutes left. That's important. We've got time. If there was 15 minutes left, I think we would probably have already seen a concession. But we've got enough time here to go, okay, my opponent's playing an Arven, they're going to get a Forest Seal Stone, and I imagine a Buddy Buddy Puffin. They're going to get a couple of basics. They're going to be able to search out anything they want in a minute with that Forest Seal Stone. Give it a couple of turns. Maybe I hit an early prize and get the Gardevoir. Maybe my opponent doesn't set up. But if this turns into a real game, then I need to be looking at the clock and going, I'm going to give it 5 minutes. if I'm not in a position where I'm playing by then, I think we need to go to game 3.
Exactly right there, Ross. And of course, Bert getting all this set up, double Dreepy, Earth Investor for the 2 Psychic Energies, attempting to set up, and I mean, with the Raikani's being actually in the deck this time, we might be able to see a turn 2 Dragapult going up here. And it's really important for Bert still. We're always looking at how do I set it the best possible. Of course, already having a Lance in the hand for next turn, and then the Itchy Pollen from Voodoo coming down here.
We do see a Hisuian Heavy Ball top decked by Rune, but remember that will get you a basic Pokemon out of your prizes. It will not get you a Gardevoir. Would shuffle the prizes though, although Rune doesn't know the Guardia quite high up. Here comes an Ino. Both players get a new hand of 6 cards. We have a Curlier coming down. We are using Refinement to draw a couple of cards. It's actually not even a good setup. Even if we ignore the Gardevoir being prized, this is not a great setup. So we got Badoo, we've got Itchy Pollen, we got Adrenabrain moving a damage counter over, and then actually we could see a KO next turn. And if Rune KOs a Badoo next turn, and then draws a prize, that could be it. And funnily enough, if Bert Itchy Pollen's this turn, then Adrenabrain can just KO using that damage from Itchy Pollen.
Exactly right, using Voodoo's damage against itself, and of course the Heavy Ball couldn't even be played because of the Itchy Pollen here. So even if Rune somehow would know that the Gardevoirs are quite high up in the prizes, not even able to play to try and get a shuffle in to try and put those at the bottom of it. Of course, Bert playing an Iono here, further trying to set up. And of course, there's no way Bert knowing that the Gardevoirs are in the prize cards. It looks like just a typical Rune's not drawing too well kind of situation here. But otherwise, we could actually have been seeing Dracloak potentially just go in there to show the full force of aggression.
Absolutely, we could. Here comes Dracloak using a Recon Directive, grabbing a Duskull, getting rid of that Buddy Poffin. And Duskull just hits the bench straight away. And then we can have a look at the board. It's awkward for Bert here, because you kind of want to Itchy Pollen, but you know if you Itchy Pollen, that damage will come back to you. But you haven't got the energy for Dragon Headbutt yet.
That might also be why Bert's looking at benching the Rotom, making sure to use instant charge. Yes, you're opening up the items for Rune, but here in this situation, when we're looking at a situation with 1 Curly on the board, not much happening from Rune besides the Monkey Dory being powered up with that Darkness energy, we might be looking at saying, hey, if I can get Candy Dusknoir next turn, and Energy, and a Dragapult, I might be looking really strong here.
I think that could absolutely be the play. And Rune here can still get the KO, but you have to take it at the end of your turn using Itchy Pollen. That is not the same as getting that prize mid-turn. We see a Refinement from Curlier here coming down. And this is going to be the point in a minute where Rune potentially gives away that there's no Gardevoir available. Because at some point, Rune is going to do a search and Bert's going to go, hang on a second, that should have been a Gardevoir, surely. And then that's going to be the giveaway at that point. But for now, Bert just sets up, and I think we're going to see in a turn or two, Bert is going to get attacking, and Rune is going to go, this is not working.
Exactly. We're just waiting for that moment until Rune has the realization. But of course, what these top players... The reason why these are top players is because they're good at playing out from bad positions, of course. But we do see the attachment here to Dracloak only just needing a Dragapult. But the promotion of Duskull kind of tells us that Bert is going to be able to evolve that either into a Dusclops or a Dusknoir. And if we do see a Dusknoir onto the Curlier on the bench, we might just be seeing a game that would actually been won regardless of no Gardevoir or not.
Indeed, we might. I mean, right now, this is going Bert's way. Even if you ignore the 2 prize Gardevoir, Bert is absolutely in control in this game. Had the better setup, had the better start, got the better ball. We got energy on the Dracloak here. There comes your Dusclops into the active. We got another Dreepy down. Then we got another Iono. If we see a Dragapult coming out here, we are in a very nice position indeed. And oh, remember how like last game we had the Dusclops and the Dragapult, and that took out the active and it took out a Curlier at the same time? Ooh, that could be fun. And actually, Bert's behind on prizes here. Does he play Counter Catcher?
If you can de-counter catcher up something like the Curly and get to use the Curse Blast from Dusclops, you actually get to take multi-prizes. But one thing that's actually to remember, Dusclops, Rune gets to take a prize. But that's a moot point if the Curly gets knocked out, because of course Rune does not run Raikandi himself, which means that there's no way to speed into that Gardevoir if he happens to draw it off the prizes, which, I mean, if he draws it in the typical order, he won't anyway.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, if we've got Dragapult Countercatcher, oh, that could have been a KO on the Curlier and the routes, but we don't have the pieces, so we pass back over to Rune here. That could have been a game ender in itself, being able to KO both of them. It was a 2-card combo. It was not hit. Back to Rune for a third routes going down on the bench.
I mean, at some point, Bert also kind of thinks, probably at this point, where it's like, where are those Gardevoir at? Especially if an Ultra Ball is going to come down, and the amount of cards Rune is drawing, Bert has to start thinking, where are they actually?
Yeah, that's my point. As soon as a search card comes down now, look at that board. You know, if an Ultra Ball gets played, you know it would be a Gardevoir at this point. Here comes a second Munkidori, and we're not even giving the game away quite yet. But right now, this is an awkward situation for Rune. There's just not much down there at all other than the Curlier. And is that a TM Evolution we're going for?
No, not looking for the Team Evolution, but just getting that out of his hand before playing Diona. Of course, it's really important that he does not want to hit the Team Evolution because he's already set up these Curliers that he wants to have in play, really.
Well, you could go for a Curlier and a Gardevoir, but of course, we know we can't go for a Gardevoir. So, yeah, there's a world in which this play makes sense, but it is not the world in which we are currently living. There is an energy onto the Badoo. No, there isn't. It's an Earthen Vessel instead.
We can Earthen Vessel first, get some energy out, and then it can attach if you so want to be using that Team Evolution. Of course, we do know that in this case, if you Team Evolutions only for Curlier, I'm pretty sure Bert would know at this stage, but one thing is for sure, he's going to point at a Curlier and a Ralts.
It is a TM Evolution. That play is... I told you that play might come. Okay, now Bert knows. Now I am convinced. Bert is 100% sure, like, mate, you don't have any Gardevoir, do you? Like, there's no way you don't get a Gardevoir out in that situation. Where's your Gardevoir, Rune? Where's your Gardevoir?
And I mean, Bert can probably eye out the prices, be like, ah, you're right over there, mate. And one thing that is for sure is that now Bert knows he has to be fast and he has to do everything he can to capitalize on this as fast as possible. Because, of course, we still have to remember, it is a win-in situation. A win is all that counts towards making the top 8 at this stage. And, of course, it just means that Bert has to win 2 games now in 19.5 minutes, which for sure is not a lot of time when we're thinking about these 2 decks being really setup heavy.
We see a Dragapult coming off of that Recon Directive. That was the card that you needed. So now we've got that card ready to go. There is a Countercatcher in hand. And actually, this is where we can get very happy. 2 of those Curlier, Dusclops, Countercatcher, Dragapult. Oh, look, we got everything we need. I think 2 Curlier are going down this turn, and that's going to be a lot of fun for Bert, because that's going to leave Rune with just 1 Curlier, and we know there's no Gardevoir in the deck at this point. I am loving this for Bert right now.
And exactly, you see here, the Red Candy and 4 Sealstone found out. We may even be able to see a turn where we go Dusknoir, knock out Curlier, Dusclops, set up Curlier, knock out Voodoo, Curlier. Actually, you can also get all 3 Curlies this turn with Dusknoir taking out 1.
Oh, and there's
go for Dusclops, and there it is already. Rune sees the writing on the wall. Of course, it's a double Gardevoir being priced, but already in that turn, he could have taken out 3 Curlies anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered.
Dusclops gets a Curlier with help from the Dragapult. Dragapult gets a Curlier with help from the Countercatcher. Dusknoir gets a Curlier with help from nothing, and that's 3 Curlier down. And yeah, that was not going to end well.
And we do see the replay here. Of course, Rune having to go into Voodoo to try and slow down Bert as much as possible with the double Gardevoir prize. We cannot stop to mention it. Going into the instant charge to prevent the Adrenabrain from taking the knockout on the active Voodoo. And then we saw a game where, of course, it looks like Rune is trying to set up as per usual, trying to get out these Curlies, trying to get as many Ralts as possible, going for the Voodoo knockout here, of course, and from there on, and of course, we just saw, of course, Rune trying to set up, but at this moment here, we saw no Gardevoirs, and that meant that the turn afterwards, we could see the 4 Sealstone to Rare Candy, Dusknoir taken out of Curlier, Countercatcher another Curlier beforehand, Dusclops on a bench Curlier, then being able to take out all 3 Curliers in play, rendering all of Rune's setup useless.
Yeah, and we see if you watch the players, it was the second that Dusknoir came down and Rune was like, I'm out of Curlier, let's go. The good news is we've still got 17 minutes. We've still got about a third of our time remaining in this match, and it is going to be very, very important. Prizes here, nothing like they were in the first 2 games. We are fine. Quick update as we get into this game. Drew Stevenson, 29 points in. Tom Hellkamp, 28 points in. Nicholas Christensen, 27 points in. Kim Babega has ID'd on to 26 points. If all the other games end in a winner, Kim could be out on 26 points. We could have 8 or more players finishing on 27 points. Kim has ID'd, but is not yet safe. If the winner of this game goes to 27 points, I'm pretty gosh darn sure they're in top 8, or at least asymmetrical top cut.
I do too agree, but
a draw will put them both out, just to be clear.
Exactly. You are exactly right. And this is why
we get into the game now.
Exactly. But that's why we call it win and in, right? Of course, we do see here Bert going second. Or first, sorry, because Rune wants to go second, be able to utilize these team evolution, of course, starting with that body puff and unlike the game 1. So a bit of a better start here. But one thing we're, of course, looking forward to is to see, does that Rotom hit play, which Bert wants to be using whenever he goes first to try and attempt to just draw as many cards, get into these Track Cloaks, get into the Candy Dusknoir, and get into the Dusclops.
Absolutely. Well explained there. There is actually one real pinch point game going on right now. Isaiah Bradner on 24 points against Chris Mastromarino on 23. If Chris wins, I think that will make the cutoff 26 and let a bunch of people, including Kim, into cut. Whereas if Isaiah wins, I think that gives us 27-point cutoff. So this is just me looking now, but I think that's where we are. So in this game, Bert has used a Buddy Poffin. We've got a Duskull. We've got ourselves a Dreepy. We've got a Dreepy in the active, another Buddy Poffin for another 2 Dreepy. This is a good start from Bert.
And a nest ball on top. Being able to get the Rotom is this picture-perfect setup here for Bert. Everything that he wants to get, being able to get quadruple Dreepy out and a Duskull. And Rune just looking at it like, yeah, this doesn't look good for me.
When you get to start of a Pokemon you want down anyway, and then search out 5 Pokemon, you literally get to pick your perfect bench. And here we see Rotom's instant charge to end the turn. That was just wonderful. Even got an energy down on a Dreepy. I'm willing to say it. I'm going to say it. Perfect start for Bert.
That is perfect going first indeed. And also Bert being able to instant charge into Rakenda. Of course, going over to Rune here, trying to prize stick, of course, making sure that he has not prized double Gardevoir again. And I can say, he hasn't, which is good, because the main way you lose condition, you have a Gardevoir, is, of course, is pricing all your pieces. That can happen to every single deck when we're playing the Pokemon TCG here. But, of course, the Artisan being able to search out one of these non-rule box basics. And what Rune is looking for here is, of course, same as Bert, looking to set up as fast as possible, making sure that they have a chance of hitting this top 8.
That is what you're looking for. These players, remember, are on 24 points. If they are on 25, there is a chance that a tie could put them both in. But on 24 points, I am pretty sure that means it is a true win and in. If they win, they make it to top 8. If they tie or lose, they will not be making top 8. It looks like the cutoff is going to be 26 or 27 points. They're currently at 24. It's really simple. We got 14 minutes plus 3 turns. One of these players needs to win this game in that time and get their way into that top 8 or asymmetrical top cut.
And you're exactly right here, Ross. But one thing I'm looking forward in Rune's hand is the availability of getting out as many Ralts as possible. If we're in a situation where Rune can actually only get out a couple of them, it's pretty dangerous here. One thing that is good about this Voodoo is, again, blocking the route of Rare Candy into Dragapult. So therefore, Bert has to go a bit of a slower route again as the Voodoo dictates, and making sure he gets the Recon Directive.
Oh, we like a Lance coming down, don't we? Yes, we do. 3 Dracloak are going to be coming down. Oh, wait, no.
2
Dracloak. Dracloak. Do we want 3 Dracloak or 2 Dracloak and a Dragapult? That is a question.
There's already a Dragapult in hand, so if we're able to get the Dracloak into hand and get quadruple Dracloak, we're seeing 8 cards and cherry picking 4 of them. That's pretty nice, isn't it, Ross?
Yeah, that's always pretty nice when you get to see an extra 8 cards during your turn. Actually choosing to just go for 2 Dracloak here doesn't need a Dragapult, and that extra Dracloak maybe is prize, or maybe there could be a rare candy play coming up straight into a Dragapult here. Either way, 2 Dracloak is enough, and that's the thing. When you see your opponent search out 2 Dracloak and be like, you know what, mate, I don't need a 3rd one, that is not a good sign, because back to Rune's board for a second, 1 Rouse.
Exactly. Not
looking great.
Not what you want, but does have the Artisan down to make sure we can get a secondary Rouse next turn. But as we saw in the game 2, 1 Rouse is not safe. 2 Rouse is not even safe. Not even 3 Rouse can be safe in some stages with the items being able to throw freely once the Voodoo stops attacking. So for Rune, it's really just important that he sets up as much as possible behind the Voodoo before it gets knocked out. And for Bert, it's the opposite. he has to try and do everything that he can to knock out this Badoo as fast as possible to make sure he gets items, which means that we can get into some fast-paced action.
I think that's what we're looking for here, and there is not going to be any attack this turn. Bert passes over to Rune. Actually chose not to take his Sparkling Crystal off of a Recon directive, knowing that there's already an energy on the Drakloak on the bench, so he doesn't need that A-Spec yet. It will do later in the game. Over to Rune. The name of the game is very simple. Get more routes. Good news is, one of them's already coming out.
And he needs to get a lot of help off this Curly. The hand does not look really, really strong for Rune, but one thing that actually could be coming into play this turn is the Team Devolution. But with the Team Devolution coming into play, this means that the item cards will be back. We do see in Bert's hand, looks like the Sparkling Crystal was there. There's a Dragapult, which means that next turn, had Rune not gone for a Ralts here, we could have seen the only Ralts go down. But of course, Bert is trying to look and see, even with the item lock in place by the Ichipollen from Rune's side, can't we try to do something where we can get both of these Ralts going to the discard pile?
I mean, absolutely. Just evolve into Dustoir manually. Dustoir KOs one, opens up a counter-catcher play, and then you counter-catcher the other one and just KO it, and then put 6 damage counters down.
And that works if we don't have Badoo, of course, but in this case, we have to substitute that counter-catcher with a boss if the Ichipollen keeps being there.
Excellent point.
So it's really, really important that, you know, Bert gets to pull off the boss to try and do this, because, of course, as we always say, Bert is the aggressor in this matchup, but only one boss's orders. A full bench, which means that the Luminion cannot be played to get that boss, but we do still have free trick cloaks. So with the top deck of turn, we draw 1 card. We get to see 6 additional cards. So Bert can see the top 7 cards of his deck to see if he can get a boss to make that play become true.
That is going to be the name of the game. Here we go.
We do see a Professor's Research coming off the refinement. Huge for Rune to try and get a foot into the game.
And double Buddy Poffin was found off of there. Of course, you've only actually got 2 bench spaces left, but that's not the point. The point is you can get all of your basics rolling on here, and now that potential of getting rid of both of the Gardevoir pieces is gone. Rune, it's a turn slower than we generally would have liked, but Rune is actually setting up now. Getting those Pokemon out, this is very, very different, and for Rune, that's a very good thing.
It is very good for Rune indeed, but we still have to remember there's only 1 Curly in play. With Rune not playing Rare Candy, he needs more Curly to be there, because if this Curly on the bench gets knocked out next turn, it basically just means that the Gardevoir is going to be additional turns away, and the longer that the Gardevoir does not surface, the even harder it becomes for Rune to take out this game.
And when you're a player like Bert, you notice this. You've played 2 games, right? You know Rune's not playing Rare Candy. You are pretty sure at this point. So that gives you information, and the information is this. Get the Curlier. Because if the Curlier goes down, you know there's no Gardevoir coming next turn. It makes a huge difference. Ichipollen has been used, but actually all they need is either a Dustoir or a boss's orders, and that Curlier can be KO'd.
Or you could just use the Dustclops and put the 50 damage on the bench and use the Phantom Dive, of course, because I do already see a Psychic Energy and a Dragapult EX in the hand, so it's entirely possible to take out that Curly this turn. But one thing that Bert also has to keep in mind is that, yes, but then we have to deal with the Monkey Dory potentially coming into Mind Bend as well. So we do need some counterplay, perhaps with something like Turo being in there to make sure that the confusion does not come to haunt us.
That is an excellent question. Confusion, it's well, confusion is a little bit annoying, frankly. I'm not a big fan of having my Pokemon confused. Don't like having a flip just to attack. And again, we mentioned earlier, Bert's deck is not really built for attaching lots of energy. If you have to waste energy retreating, that is not something you like. Rescue Board will do it, but it's still annoying.
It's still annoying, but with the combination of, you know, Turo and Rescue Board, you're able to basically retreat the Dragapult, Turo up a Pokemon like the Rotom, which you kind of don't want in play after you used it, or at least if you can get to use it for Steelstone firstly, then you can get it back off the board to make sure that Rune doesn't capitalize on it, and then also get to go around the confusion, because of course special conditions and effect on a Pokemon goes away when you hit the bench.
It does indeed. It looks like everything's coming up. Bert, though, there comes Dustoir, and it is just a straight KO on the Curlier with that Dustoir, as we were looking for. We got a Rescue Board on the active 3P. We've got both required energy on that bench Dragapult. Now we can retreat into that Dragapult, and now we're going to be able to get a KO onto that Badoo, plus dropping some damage on the bench. No gusting available, unfortunately. So Badoo goes down, and then I think we're going to see just a 2-2-1-1 spread, because of course we want to give Monkey Dory as little to play with as possible.
Exactly, and still the hand from Rune does like it looks kind of mixed here. Of course, the body puffins are something you definitely want to get rid of. We do say Iona to be able to draw multiple cards. We are able to see the Curly getting in there. Draw a Gardevoir, but it's too late, Ross. The Curly is gone.
Unfortunately, that Curlier is gone, and we know, we said it a couple of times, there's no rare candy in the deck. So the best Rune can hope for here is just evolve up into Curlier and attack next turn. Good news is Munkidori only needs 2 energy to attack, so we can actually use the Mind Bend for 60 plus Confusion by just manually attaching a Psychic from your hand. That is an option.
But a lot of times it seems like the Mind Bend here could be Desperation Play. One thing that also Bert additionally could do to play around the Confusion is just rare Candy Dragapult on the bench tree, but it already has an energy attached to it, and go ahead. Yes, you're losing 1 energy to the retreat, but it means you would have 2 Dragapults just being there. Of course, Rune going to play the double body puffins is saying, nah, I'll fail these because it doesn't matter. You don't want any additional Pokemon out, and playing the Iono. It's really good of Rune that he's fading out these cards to make sure it doesn't draw them in the future.
We talk about Bert having to watch that energy. Rune's had a bad start, Bert's had a good start. He's actually got a spare energy on the board. He's got 2 on the active and 1 on the bench. And he hasn't played Sparkling Crystal yet, so that is going to help massively in terms of that energy throughout the game. He's not worried about it yet. Have you seen something, Jesper?
I do have indeed, because we can see the 10 damage on the Curlia. Now, with the double Adrenaline Brain, it would be nice, but in case that there's a Mind Bend happening, we're not going to see double Adrenaline Brain. Otherwise, we can see a Radiant Alakazam coming down on Bert's board, moving damage over to the Curly, being able to take that out on the bench with Phantom Dive, and again, delaying the Gardevoir.
That would be very, very, very annoying. Yeah, and of course, that's why the routes with 1 damage counter got evolved up, because it is still just out of the range of that residual damage from Phantom Dive. There's a second Curlier, though, which is not out of range of that residual damage from Phantom Dive now. It's got 60 HP remaining. It's got a bit of a target on it, frankly, which is why I think we now have to see Mind Bend and the Confusion.
But we don't see Mind Bend here because of the attachment to the Monkey
of course.
So for it going that, and basically letting Bert, saying to Bert, yes, you're allowed to Phantom Dive freely without even having to flip for the Confusion. So here it's putting Rune into top position, but of course Rune just wants to have as many Monkeydoris in play as possible, but it's a double-edged sword here, mate.
We're going to see a double prize turn. Well, we're likely going to see a double prize turn. Of course, the Curlier now they've been healed up by the Adrenabrain, so they're actually not in range anymore. Nothing's got 60 damage remaining. Everything's got 70 or 80, but all we need, and actually, yeah, we see a third Curlier coming down. That's quite nice. So maybe only a single prize turn. But of course, if we see any kind of gusting taking out those Curlier, things are going to get a lot more awkward. And finally, it's a Gardevoir.
Indeed it is, and it's actually the best place to evolve the Gardevoir, making sure that with the Radiant Alakazam can only move 10 damage. There's nothing you can take out on the bench with the Phantom Dive. You'll be 10 damage short of a Curlia. So exactly the right position to evolve into the Gardevoir there. And of course, Bert going into his turn, trying to trickle through as many cards as he can, again, to try and establish the board, because Radiant Alakazam in this position is not nice to put down. It's a 2-cost retreater, and you've already played your rescue boat, making it very costly to actually being able, as a Gardevoir player, to pull that up and use Screen Tail on the bench to great effect. So what Bert wants to do here is perhaps do his best to try and make sure you can get a Duskull established, but it's really hard to do once there's 2 Monkeydoris on the board.
Yeah, as soon as 2 Monkidori come down, especially with Gardevoir accelerating energy and therefore putting damage down, if you've got a full bench of 6 Pokemon, then you can basically, or even, you don't really need much. There's 2 damage counters on the board. You can put them up to 3, move both of them over with 2 Adrenabrain, and oh look, now Duskull has gone down. There is actually a way you can Radiant Alakazam, and then Turo, and then Radiant Alakazam again, and oh no, it's an awkward play. I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying it's technically possible to take out a Curlier. Duskull does come down here, so this is going to be interesting because, in theory, double Adrenabrain can take it out next turn.
You're exactly right about that, but you're also making Rune concentrate on the Duskull instead of perhaps taking out that Dreepy that already has 60 damage on it. So it's also trying to kind of make a screening play here where you're saying, well, we want Rune to concentrate on the Duskull to make sure that this Dreepy can evolve into Dragapult to make sure it's a bit more bulky.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like using it as a bit of a blocker, unfortunately. Not the best use always, but, you know, if that's the best use it can be, why not? Here comes, is that an Ultra Ball coming down?
Indeed it is.
We get to search for a Pokemon. It could be a Dragapult. We got a Dracloak sitting there ready to evolve. We've actually got two, so this is going to give a backup Dragapult for future turns.
Exactly. We can get to see the red-handed Dragapult, and as we're talking about it, but there's a Force Steel Stone. It's potential that we can see a red-handed Dragapult to make sure that we block this Street Beat from being knocked out by the Adrenaline Brains of Munkidori. Of course, that only having 10 HP left. And one thing that's really dangerous about Gardevoir decks is that they take prizes slowly at first, and then they all come at once, right? And we have to make sure that it doesn't fall down that way for Bert.
We do, and right now what Bert's doing is using his V-Star power for a Seal Stone, Star Alchemy, allowing you to search your deck for any card whatsoever. And of course, because you can search for any card, you do not need to show it to your opponent. It's a secret. Of course, it's not secret anymore. It's a rare candy into another Dragapult. And I kind of like this, because now you have another Dragapult down, but you don't have to give up a Recon Directive. And now that Dreepy that had 60 HP taken off has now got a lot more. And here comes a KO on the Munkidori, but now you've got to give a pool of damage. The only good news is you are forcing Rune to put a Munkidori down with another Darkness Energy in order to KO that Duskull. Possible, but it's more annoying now.
Indeed, and it's also just make it like what do you always want to do as a player here in this situation is asking the questions, right?
Yes.
And making sure your opponent has the answers. The answers in this case is that Rune has to be taking out the Duskull to make sure that his whole entirety of the board doesn't fall down. Because here in this situation, we might even be able to see a free prize turn come that Duskull next turn. So it's really just such a task for Rune to make sure that this Duskull does not get to evolve into a Duskull.
Now, there are 3 Munkidori in the deck for Rune. We've seen 2 of them so far, so that does mean there is potentially one. Actually, it's already in hand. The Munkidori is literally already in the hand. So we would need a Darkness Energy attached from turn. Here we see a Refinement gets a Psychic Energy and a Professor Turo. That's not enough. We see a second Refinement getting rid of the Psychic Energy, and that is going to draw a Super Rod and an Artisan.
But the Turo is actually really nice because you get to remove damage off the board, because you can Adrenaline Brain 20 from the Munkidori, you can Adrenaline Brain 20 from a Curlia, you can then Turo the extra 20, so you can make sure that an Radiant Alakazam is not going to be able to make sure you get a bench knockout, further solidifying Rune's position here.
That is going to work very nicely. I always do kind of like, you know, using a Munkidori Turo, using a same Munkidori a second time, but you'd still need that second energy. That would be a waste. I'm not seeing that second energy, though, right now. I'm not seeing another Darkness Energy available.
But you know what he has? He has Arven, and there's energy switch in deck. Not often we see that from Gardevoir, of course,
Love
but
it,
the
though.
energy
Oh,
switch
speaking
is
of
able-
which.
And we get to Arven. We might even be able to see the energy switch, and I do reckon we will see either that or Earthen Vessel to make sure you grab it. We do see the Earthen Vessel instead, getting the same effect of it, but of course, making sure that in future turns we don't have to search for the Darkness Energy thereafter.
Yeah, it means that you can have it down and then both of the Munkidori can be used every turn, because as we keep saying, your Psychic Energy is being accelerated by Gardevoir EX, so using your Darkness Energy as your attachment for the turn is just not a big deal. Here comes a Super Rod.
And we do see time called as well. Rune is turn 0, which means that we're going to have 3 additional turns thereafter. So Bert being turn 1, Rune being turn 2, and Bert's going to be shutting off the game if we get to that point, being turn 3.
That's very important. Remember the stakes here. The stakes are absolutely crucial. Although, Roan Nielsen and Alessandra Cremascoli have tied. And now Isaiah Bradner has beaten Chris, but we've seen a tie, and the tie is messing up the numbers a bit. I've not got time to go through it now, but having a tie with Alessandro and Roan, that is potentially changing the maths. Right now, these players, it's very simple. Win this game, keep playing Pokemon. Don't win this game, your tournament is probably over.
Very likely that indeed, but of course the major concentration on this game is just to see how can we take the prizes here. It's going to be really difficult for Rune to take 5 prizes within these 2 turns, making it so Rune has to actually try and get this tie rather, because if the win is out of hand, a tie in this position could get you something like a top 16, top 32 nevertheless, because the prizes of course do trickle down there, but it's really, really important for Bert then. Eyeing the opportunity to say, hey, I got 2 turns. I can take free prizes. We just have to invest everything we can into it.
It is absolutely crucial. I'm pretty sure 25 points is not going to be enough. We need a win here. Here comes damage onto Gardevoir as energy comes onto Gardevoir. But then Adrenabrain moves it over to Duskull. And oh, look, I wonder what's going to happen here. We see another energy come onto Gardevoir and a third energy. Oh, look, now it's got enough energy to attack. And also enough damage for Adrenabrain to move it over to Duskull and get a KO with a double Adrenabrain. Rune goes down to 4 prize cards remaining. He's got this turn and one more to take 4 prizes in total.
Exactly. It does look really, really difficult, especially if you're not getting a prize card this turn. But one thing you can actually do is you can get to use Cresselia, meaning that you, quote-unquote, only have to draw 3 prizes next turn. But we do see that tasty Rotom up there and some of these Dracloaks. And if you're able to perhaps pull off something like a Counter Catcher Boss onto the Rotom, plus triple Munkidori, you will actually get there with the Gardevoir EX knockout on the Rotom. And then, of course, the Munkidori putting 90 damage in play to take out the Dracloak. So Bert is not going to be able to prevent that unless he turtles the Rotom to make sure that the Gardevoir does not do that.
Yeah, that Rotom, 2 prizes, 190 HP. Very tempting for Gardevoir to go after. Looks like we're going to see a Moonglow reverse here, which is going to be putting some damage down on the board. It's going to be a maximum of 120. So Dracloak absolutely could go down here. Dragapult, you're not getting too close to a KO there. Not in a way that makes me happy, but it could actually... Could it bring it into Gardevoir range? Put it onto 180 plus 190, yeah, easily. So you could actually bring a Dragapult into Gardevoir range here if you like.
But the issue with that is that you're not taking full prizes doing that. That's why you have to Moonglow reverse onto Dracloak.
As we do.
And hope next turn that you're able to take out the Rotom and the Dracloak simultaneously to make sure. So that's why Bert has to try and see if he can avoid that by either doing something like playing Iono or playing Professor Turtle. But we do see an Iono here, taking that Rune's hand size, of course, to measly 3 cards, although we do have double Curly to make sure that it grows a bit more. But one thing really, really interesting here. Does Rune hit their things here to actually take these 3 prizes?
Oh, as he had Dragapult. Dragapult is huge because you can evolve the Dracloak into a Dragapult, and then that is no longer an option for the treble Adrenabrain. Evolving up would be big.
That is massive, because if Bert so chooses and sees the line that Rune may have, we might just be ending into a tie here. And of course, since Bert still has a turn left, but we do see the evolution here, so it does look like we're actually heading into a position of Bert being in here to take the game, because as it seems like, of course, Rune does not have many answers to try and take 3 prizes in one turn once this Dragapult evolves.
That is not going to be easy for Rune, might not even be possible. And the results are coming in. Demi and Benny Bellinger have actually tied as well. So I was assuming there were no ties when I was doing my earlier calculations. All the games are tying. 4 of the top 5 tables have tied. I don't know what's going on with the points right now. I do know that Bert is dropping damage on the bench while KOing the Cresselia, going down to 2 prize cards remaining. Bert has got 1 more turn to potentially try and win this game. Rune has 1 more turn, but we don't think that's going to be enough time, do we?
It doesn't look like it here because of the evolution into Dragapult, of course. But one thing that can happen with next turn, of course, Rune is trying to use the Adrenabrain to make sure that the damage washes off these Curlias. But one thing, as you mentioned before, actually, the Radiant Alakazam plus Turtle play might just be good here, because you can actually use the damage on the Gardevoir and on the Munkidori, moving those 2 times 10 over to Curlia. But you still have to take 2 prizes, unfortunately. So it does look really, really, really difficult here. But there's a reason why we're in the death cross and they're playing, right?
There is indeed. We've already got 10 players, by the way, at 26 points. So the cutoff will not be 25. That is now confirmed. So it looks like the cutoff is going to be 26. These players are at 24. This makes the win even more crucial than it was. By the way, all 5 of the top tables have tied. This never happened. This is confusing me. Right now, Rune is looking for a way to take 3 prizes on their very final turn of the game. They've got 2 Munkidori. They've got Gardevoir, but I don't see where 2 knockouts are coming from. Everything's, you know, you can KO the Rotom, 2 prizes. You can put a bunch of damage on the bench Dragapult. You're not going to do anything else.
That doesn't give you 3 prizes, though. The math doesn't line up that way.
Maths ain't mathing.
We're playing with 6 prizes, not 5, unfortunately, in this case here. And going into Bert's turn then, it also means that you would have to have a Gusting card. But you can't play Counter Catcher because Bert's actually ahead. So it means that if Rune does not take any prizes this turn, he's kind of guaranteeing himself a tie here, which would place him either in the top 16 or top 32, it looks like. So we do see a Cresselia being able to remove the remainder of the damage off the board.
That is what we're looking for here. We see energy on Gardevoir. We need one more to launch an attack. We haven't used Adrenabrain yet, I don't believe. We've got nothing terribly useful in the hand for Rune here, so he's largely playing off of the board at this point. We've got Adrenabrain, we've got the attack from Gardevoir or from Curlier as well, maybe. And yeah, it does look like we are retreating into the Curlier here, as Cresselia, I do mean.
Exactly, and we can see, we do see with the Moonclover Verse and Monkey Dory that we're actually going to be able to wash the entirety of the damage of Rune's board, making sure that Bert doesn't have anything to play with a Radiant Alakazam, and of course there's no way of getting a Dusknoir into play since there is no Duskull in play currently, and you can't just use a good old card like Broken Time Space to get it into play.
Unfortunately not, and taking out that Duskull on the previous turn has proven to be absolutely huge for Rune, because had Bert been able to get a Dusclops or a Dusknoir, things would be very, very different going into Bert's final turn. That wasn't an option. Bert's going to be able to take one prize pretty easily, but that second prize, we see an Io played here by Rune, but that second prize by Bert is not going to be easy. So Rune's going to be playing keep away here, and like you say, using Adrenabrain, using Cresselia, and just going, if nothing else, I've got no damage on my board for you to play with, and that's going to hurt you, because honestly, moving 2 damage counts of Radiant Alakazam, that could be enough to KO a Cresselia on the bench, and then we got that 2 prize turn.
Exactly, you're saying that, but right here, Rune has identified it and is looking at every single opportunity that he can to say, hey, you can't do that, mate. And unfortunately with, yeah, of course, I said no modifying damage in the Dusknoir, you're not going to be able to see that. And we do see a little bit of a charge up of Gardevoir. Don't know exactly why you would do that in this position here, because of course the Moonclover Verse already had 20 to play with, but you, of course, you do get to play with the second Monkey Dory, putting 20 damage counters onto the Rotom. And of course here we do see 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage being able to be moved over to Bert's board.
We do indeed, and that means no damage to play with. That means no 2 KO turn. There we go for Bert. It means no 2 prize turn for Bert. And where the damage goes is honestly largely irrelevant here. Rune is not winning the game. But what he is doing is basically saying, you can't win either. That'll put both players on a tie. That'll be 25 points each. Great score. May well be top 16, at least top 32, but it's not going to get them into top cut. There goes the Professor Turo scenario, picking up that Rotom. But unfortunately, it's a bit little too late. There is that Sparkling Crystal on the Dragapult.
Yeah, no Sparkling Crystal is going to save Bert here. Unfortunately, it's going to be the 1 knockout on Cresselia. Bert's going to be 1 prize card away, but, you know, 1 prize card, yes, it is indeed very, very close, but oftentimes you're like, yeah, I'm 1 prize card away from winning the match, but unfortunately, it's not going to go this way this time.
And it looks like that is at the end of game 3. Players are comparing their cards. I think we're about to see a handshake. Both players are doing that. Oh, if I'd have had this, but then if I'd have had this, but maybe if this had worked differently. We've all done it at the end of games, Jesper. It's a classic thing that we do. But I do believe that is the end. Are we going to see a handshake? A fist bump? Some confirmation the game is officially over. There is a handshake.
Indeed, we have a handshake here, and it looks like a tie from what we're seeing from the board state, of course, here. But we do see in some of these rounds, of course, there could be some agreements going on here in terms of the board position and prize states here. But from what we can see here, it is indeed a tie we have here between Bert Walters and Rune Heromans, meaning that neither of them will be making the top 8, but great play here nevertheless.
Wonderful play from both the players. That game from Rune in game 1 was one of my favorite games I have seen all weekend so far. And that means, I believe, we see, oh, actually, we see a replay. Let's see a replay. Let's remind ourselves what happened in this game. Back to game 1, and we saw that secret box giving a wonderful setup for Rune. We saw Cresselia taking out that Dreepy in a way which was, frankly, a little bit annoying for Bert. We then saw Monkey Dory doing Monkey Dory things. We saw The KO's coming down. We saw a double Adrenabrain taking out that Duskull with the energy switch, which you say don't too often, but we see it. Countercatcher onto the Rotom, and we saw the KO coming down here, and really game one was all Rune here. It was a wonderfully played. There goes the KO on the Duskull, and there we saw the KO on the Rotom using that Gardevoir, and at that point, unfortunately, Bert said, you know what, let's go to game two.
Indeed, and we see here in game two was largely dominated by the fact that Rune did not have his Gardevoir available, and at the end of the game, we get to see the setup here. Evo getting into the Furcurlia, but unfortunately here, we're going to see here in the next turn that Bert was sitting with every single of the answers. Arvin for Candy, for Force Sealstone, being able to rare Candy into a Dusknoir, and Force Sealstone for the last pieces he needs to get the triple knockout on Triple Curlia, seeing Rune concede the game there.
Into game three, and we see what we saw from the last couple of games. We see an army of Dragapult, we see an army of Curlia. Both players actually got set up, and we saw a pretty long, drawn-out game here. Time gets called, and unfortunately, neither player is actually particularly close to victory. Both players potentially one turn away from being able to finish this off. Bert evolving into the Dragapult there, absolutely crucial, cutting off that last potential lifeline. And here on the very final turn of the game, we see damage coming down here, but unfortunately it wasn't not enough for either player to actually win. I believe that was the final turn, and then there's just that discussion of, unfortunately, there's a handshake, and it is not enough. So, bit of an update while we got it here. I can confirm the top two seeds. Drew Stevenson, who's playing
Cloth.
He's top seed. Tom Halkamp is second seed with Lugia Archeops. I'm not doing any more. I believe 26 is now the cutoff. We've got Nicholas Christian with Snorlax, Kim Babega with Dragapult, Oscar Madsen with Dragapult, Julius Brunfeld with Arch Aladon, Alessandro Cremascoli with Control, shockingly enough, Isaiah Bradner with Gardevoir, Fabian Puyol with Gardevoir, and Thomas Linné with Regidrago. Those are the players that have got 26 or more points, and I mean there's only 3 on above 26, so that's where we are. Oh, look at that, we've already got the Swiss rankings there up on the screen, confirmed, and that is showing, wow, that is showing who we've got here.
Currently, we do have most of the results, and of course, we don't have all the results from the current round in for this, but of course, as you said yourself,
all the relevant results are now in.
True that, but we do see, of course, Drew Stevenson, Tom Halkamp being there, but of course, one of our players to watch, Oscar Madsen in there as a 5th seed, looking like we're going to be seeing a revenge arc after the UIC 9th place, getting into the top 8 seeds here, but of course, we are playing asymmetrical cut. Asymmetrical cut basically meaning that everyone who has the same amount of match points as the 8th seed gets to play an asymmetrical top cut to try and solidify your seat into the top 8.
And we can see the cutoff there is under Alessandro Cremascoli, the final player on 26 points. So that basically means the top 6 players, from Drew Stevenson down to Julius Brunfeld, they are in top 8, they are locked. Fabian Puyol is going to play Alessandro Cremascoli, Thomas is going to play Kim Babega, and the winner of those 2 games will be the 7th and 8th seeds. So the top 6 are locked. 7, 8, 9, and 10 are playing an extra game to go into top 8. And like I say, everyone from 11 down, unfortunately, not going to be in our asymmetrical top cut. But you notice there was a space. If that game we were watching had ended in a win, we would have an 11-player top cut, which is interesting because then Julius would have had to play an asymmetrical top cut. As it is, Julius is actually safe, whereas they would have had to play an extra round had we had a winner in ours.
Exactly, it's the opponent's win we're using to basically make the difference of these different players. The difference between 6th seed and 7th seeds, of course, is huge here.
Yep.
Getting to play one less game, and of course, having to play one less game in terms of that could also be a bad matchup you're facing, etc. So it's really, really nice that Julius gets that little break, gets to have, you know, a bye essentially in that top 16 bracket as we be speaking with the asymmetrical cut, and of course, only having 2 matches there.
Yeah, I mean, we all like playing Pokemon. I think we can agree on this. We all like playing Pokemon. But when you get to the end of the tournament and it's a case of, you know, playing for the win, the world's invite, etc., you want to play as few matches as you can, of course. Here is a CP which is on offer for all the players here. First place gets an automatic invite, But of course, second gets 325, third and fourth gets 300. You want to get as high up that list as you can.
Exactly, that's what you were talking about in our opening show here. These championship points still matters even though you're getting that invite for winning the regional championships. Of course, on top of the cash we have to award to players here, of course, we're mainly showcasing the Masters division where the winner would receive $10,000 on top of the free booster boxes, of course. But you can also see the second places, top 4, top 8, top 16, even down to top 32 are receiving cash prizes at this event.
And we talked a lot in our previous game about, well, Bert and Rune, they're playing for top 8. And they are. They want to be in top 8. They want to get into that, that knockouts competition to try and get that Worlds invite. But you made the point yourself. Focus on top 16, top 32. There are booster pack prizes. There is cash on offer. There are good, and obviously championship points scale up as you go up. So even if you can't get into that top 8, top 16, phenomenal finish. Top 32, phenomenal finish. And this makes a big difference to the players. And this is the first weekend I have had conversations with players where they're talking about being locked for Worlds. Nobody talked to me about this in Birmingham. But this weekend, I've had a bunch of players basically going, well, I've got this many points. Do you think I'm safe? My answer is, I don't know. But what I'm hearing, people are talking about 650, 700 championship points. That's a prediction I'm hearing from most players. I mean, I'm assuming they've done the maths. I cannot tell you how true that is, but I'm hearing a lot of players going, I want to get top 32 at this tournament because that puts me on this many points.
And there's many things to think about in that regard, but there's one tip I can give you. If you want to make sure you're safe or not, play as many tournaments as you can, rack up as many championship points as you can, and you know what? Wait until after NAIC, then you're going to get the confirmation for sure.
I mean, yeah, when you get after NAIC and all the tournaments are over for the year, yes, we will have that confirmation because, I mean, take Kim Babega in that previous round. Kim ID'd, and we know it was an ID, an intentional tie, because it came through very early in the round. There wasn't enough time to play it out to a tie. Now, Kim ended up on 26 points, which might not have, if every game had ended in a win and Isaiah had beaten Chris, Kim would have been out. As it turned out to be safe. It's hard to know for sure.
And exactly, and if you do want to see this action happening live right with your own eyes, you can get to register to compete or spectate today over at rk9.gg/events/Pokemon, where you can either get to play with these amazing players we have on offer or get to see them in action. Of course, with that said, we do have our asymmetrical top cut in a second, so please stay tuned for that.
Hey trainers, while we've got a little break in the action here, I want to talk to you about taking control. It's something more and more trainers are doing in the Pokemon TCG, and it's led to a couple regional wins in a row. We had a win for Snorlax control over in Stockholm. Then we had a win for Pidgeot control over in LA. Freya, is control cool now?
I guess it is, yeah. And it's been a while as well, because for a while control was kind of an archetype that was associated with maybe a few players who did very well with it, but now it seems like everyone's on the control train.
Yeah, like over in Europe, we've got, for instance, Alessandro Cremascoli and Sandoricic, who they are going to play control at every single tournament regardless. But now we've got a lot of Americans coming over here playing control. I mean, Amy, I'm going to put you on the spot. Snorlax or Pidgeot?
Oh, I'm much more of a Pidgeot girl myself. I prefer to be taking lots of actions every single turn. I feel like it kind of rubs the salt into the wound a little bit of, haha, you can't do much. Whereas with Snorlax, you are just kind of sat there eventually making that continual loop. So I think I prefer Pidgeot's versatility as a control deck.
Yeah, and that's what's really interesting. We've got two very different builds of control. We've got the Snorlax, you can't retreat, I'm going to sit in the active, gutted, you can't do anything. And then we've got the Pidgeot of anything you can do, I can basically undo. Do we have an answer? You know, we've had one winning in Stockholm, we've had one winning in LA. Do you think either of them are kind of rising to the top, so to speak?
I think so, and I think I've got the answer in my hands, honestly. So I think that, as a partial answer to this, I think that Lugia is going to see a pretty big resurgence in the coming months, especially given that you play so many Jet Energy in that deck, and the control archetypes often like to stall things in the active that can't attack, and Jet Energy is a good way to get around that. So yeah.
I mean, if you're turning up to a tournament nowadays, Amy, right, you know there's going to be control out there. Can you afford to play a deck which doesn't really have much of an answer. Is that too risky? Because we see players do it. Yuho got top 8 with Future Box in Stockholm, and that is not a good deck against control. Can you take that risk still?
I don't think so anymore. I think it's far too risky nowadays, now that people have seen the success of control, and there's so many cards that are coming out in the future, but that we have right now as well, that can deal with almost anything, I feel. I don't really feel like there is a definitive answer to some control decks, and people will use every tool in their arsenal to make sure that they are teching for the decks that they could be seeing kind of rise to the top, like Lugia. I suppose for Jet Energy, they're thinking, oh, well, you can't search it. Let's have a little disrupt then.
And I think it's a very important point in general, because Control has gained so many more new tools, right? There's a reason why it's had the resurgence. Pidgeot itself is such a great card because you can just search for anything, so you can get the right tool for the right time at any moment. And then with cards like Area as well coming out that let you just pluck key items out of the hand, there's a reason why we're seeing this resurgence now of all times.
You can get items out of the hand with Eri, you can get Pokemon out of the hand with Erica. We got an item card coming that lets you take Pokemon out of your opponent's deck and bench them. So all of that, I'm not benching my good Pokemon against Snorlax. Nah, mate, that isn't gonna work. So it seems like the answer is in. If you wanna win in the Pokemon TCG, all you need to do, just take control. Stop your opponent playing the game. And while you ponder that, we're gonna get back to the action.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
$815 players tried their hands at becoming the next regional champion this weekend. Sorry. Trying to become the next Pokemon regional champion here at Stockholm, Sweden. Now, we had 850 competitors, like I said. It's been whittled down all the way down to 10 players, 6 confirmed for our top 8, but 4 making the asymmetrical cut. Freya, how are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty darn excited, I'm not going to lie. I mean, we did hear Ross and Jesper talking about it just earlier. They did the maths for us, which is very, very kind of them, and they explained it all down for us. So yeah, it will be 4 players battling out in our asymmetrical top cut for those last 2 spots in the top 8.
Brilliant. And you know, the competition just isn't finished, is it? Usually before, our structure was that the top 8 was confirmed and there was a straight cut, but now with the asymmetrical, it meant that 4 players making the same record as players that are within that top 8 will still have to battle it out for their place within that top 8 bracket.
Yeah, I know I mentioned it before, but I'm going to mention it again. I'm very glad that this system is now in place so that no one has to go through what I went through in 2016.
Yeah,
That's all I'm going to say.
There's no sad times anymore. You know, the players will still have a chance in order to make those top standings, and top 8 is top 8 is such a feat, right, for regionals. You know, making it all the way through day 1 of competition, making those Swiss rounds, getting those crucial wins in order to put yourself in the top standings. And you know, an asymmetrical cut is just another chance, right?
Yeah, it feels like the next goal, right? It's almost like when you're starting out on your journey, first time you think, oh, I just want to go to a regional, I want to get a few wins, I want to like test my mettle against the best of the best. And then you think to yourself, oh, okay, I want to do that little bit better, I want to make day 2. And then once you've made that first day 2, you're thinking, oh, I want to make consistent day 2s, and maybe I can get myself into that top cut. And then, because that's when like the really, really high stakes come in.
Yeah, I mean, we've both been there, right? We've both been around those standings before, a long time ago now.
Yeah.
But you know, it's the mindset now of a player, right? That's all that comes into play, because every player that I talk to that is used to these top 8 brackets just say, it's just another game. You know, it's just another game. I've got to keep my mind off it. There's big pressure here. Every play counts. Every game counts within these rounds. But you know, it's really what separates the greats from the greatest, right?
Yeah, it is. And I mean, when people say that, it's usually just because that's the best way to approach it, to make sure that you don't get in your own head too much and you make mistakes by worrying about how much is at stake.
Correct, yeah.
But even with that mindset, deep down, these players, they know how much is on the line. They're just trying to sort of suppress that thought process as much as possible so it doesn't affect their quality of play.
And you know, players will make their first top 8 for the first time, right? You know, it's not always the status quo. It's not always the same players. And for those players making the top 8 for the first time, it's a brand new experience for them. And it's a completely different experience to, you say, your Swiss round 3, isn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit. And being completely honest, at least at a regional high level, I've never experienced that directly, because like the highest I've ever gotten is top 16. So that pressure of the top 8 cut, I can relate to it from afar in a sense, but I've not been in their play at the same way. So I can only imagine what's going through these players' heads right now.
Exactly. Well, let's remind ourselves of the meta breakdown going into today. We'll get that up for you right now. And now, of course, Dragapult coming into day 1 with a strong showing of 20%. And then, of course, we've said it so many times over the past 2 days, it's just the rest of the format at this point. But Gardevoir, I do want to point that out and signal it out. It's had a great showing, of course, with 9% under that Dragapult EX, but it's really come into its own, I think, during this tournament.
Yeah, and it's no surprise that this is the case, because Dragapult is the other, or rather, Gardevoir is the other deck like Dragapult that both can make great use of Badu, but also functions okay underneath item lock. So no surprise still seeing it being number 2 with Dragapult right above it.
Yeah, it's very flexible in its approach. You know, we've spoken about it before. It can play so many different options, so many different play styles, and you know, it's very flexible in that way, so it can deal with the many threats of the format.
Yeah, and then going to the best of the rest day 1, we did see, we talked a little bit about Roaring Moon. That was maybe the sort of the surprise contender coming in here at Stockholm Regionals. Terrapagos Clorf there, just at the top of the best of the rest. No surprises there, of course. It did literally just win the most recent international championships. And then, yeah, Pikachu EX Lost Zone Box coming in as a little bit of a comeback for Lost Zone Box just before it rotates out of Standard.
Yeah, amazing. And we see a Fallen Titan there, Charizard, all the way down there at 3%. Now, I did see some have actually made it to those top tables, especially towards the start of today. However, don't know how they fared, of course. Looking at these top standings, didn't fare so well, unfortunately, for them. But day 2.
And here we see the curve smoothens, right? So, like, the gap between Dragapult and everything else was so big. It's still the top dog in day 2, but the gap, we were talking about this at the couch at the beginning of the day, right? There's a much smaller gap between Dragapult and Gardevoir, and I think that lent itself as a really great evidence to what you were saying about how Gardevoir, in terms of its conversion, has done really well.
Yeah, and I'll just run through some of the decks that have really capitalized shortly. But let's have a look at the other decks that have potentially made day 2. I'm sure we can get sight on that. But yeah, Goldengo, of course, 6% as well. And then, of course, we see here, similar to our day 1 graphic, Roaring Moon at 5% with 7. We said how good of a showing it has actually had, considering how many players had brought their archetype to this tournament. Regidrago, 6%, which is something that we did feature, of course, during our day 1 with a fantastic game. And then Charizard keeping it up as well.
Yeah, so here we go. Oh, we actually have the conversion rate proper, all like graphicked out for you guys. How about that? So yeah, we had a 28% conversion for I believe it was meant to be Dragapult there.
Yeah,
so a 28% conversion for Dragapult, and then a 26%, or maybe no, I think it is for Regidrago. Actually, look at the numbers. Yeah, I think it's 6 out of 21. Yeah, that's
that makes
sense for Regidrago. That's incredible.
Yeah, that's a fantastic conversion rate. Then Gardevoir, of course, coming in 2nd place, 19 out of 73, making day 2. We spoke about how flexible it was. It can deal with many threats in the format, so it's no surprises there to see that 2nd. And then Lugia, Miraidon, Clorf, Terrapagos, Goldengo. These are very familiar players, of course, into the day 2 formats.
And I guess given playing into exactly what we said before, right, it's no surprise that Dragapult isn't on that list, because Dragapult saw so much play day 1, and it was the highest deck in day 2 on pure numbers, but considering how many fell off from day 1, the conversion rate specifically for Dragapult is actually kind of poor.
Yeah, well, if you have so much of a high representation of one given deck, you will have those kind of fallen standings naturally.
Exactly.
But other than that, you know, if you're coming into a tournament with a deck you know is going to be highly played, it does have a little bit of a target on its back, right?
Yeah, a little bit. And so very interesting to see Regidrago specifically coming in with such a higher conversion rate, especially because it's a deck that a lot of people said, oh, it kind of falls off with Budu, right? Budu puts such a hurt onto Regidrago because you can't make use of energy switches, and it's a lot more item reliant than Dragapult and some other variants are, but still making a great showing.
Yeah, it's shown how impactful Budu actually was from Prismatic Evolutions. It's just telling that one given card can completely change a meta, right?
Yeah.
You know, we had a very item reliant format before with either Rare Candy or in the circumstance of Regidrago with energy switch, but you know, it does have a few tricks up its sleeve, or maybe even play Budu itself and go, if you're gonna stall me, I'm just going to stall you right back.
Yeah, and then if you have that time with stalling, maybe you could just manually put 3 energies onto a Regidrago V-Star attack that way. Seems fine, I guess.
I don't think it really, you know, I say it doesn't matter, but you know, 10 damage is not that much of a threat to many decks in the format, is it?
And not only that, but of course with Regidrago V-Star, we've talked about before, you still have that fearsome Legacy Star V-Star power, and that's a way that you can get your attackers in a discard pile without having to use items to discard them.
Well, we saw how effective it was during our feature match, right?
Yes,
Ewan was able to get things up and running. It did have a few more tricks up its sleeve as well with the Entei and the Area Zero Underdepths. That was just a genius design, by the way.
Yeah, like
it was something I just did not expect going.
Like a little bit of great adaptation, because 2 manual attackers on that, making use of the Area Zero Underdepths as well. You are doing a huge amount of damage on the basic attacker, and then that gets you the early aggression. So you can set up your Regidrago V-Star maybe behind that, and then you can go in with that later.
And I think that's exactly what the deck was missing at the time. I think not having an early pressure approach, it it really did hinder sometimes the Regidrago archetype, because of course having a 220 HP 2 prizer on your board going into an aggressive format, it's not really ideal.
Yeah, also shout out again to Dragon Laser forcing this tiebreaker game yesterday. I'm still thinking about that.
Yeah, that was a fantastic end to that game. You know, going into a tiebreaker match as well. First one I think we've seen on stream. I still need to confirm that. Did you confirm it? I think it was, right?
No, confirm what? Sorry.
First tiebreaker game on stream?
I actually didn't fully confirm it, but I think it's like I said, it's either the first one in Swiss rounds or the first one in a very, very long time.
Yeah.
So
it was such a good showing, and you know, that was definitely a highlight of my day yesterday.
Speaking of good showing, the juniors and seniors have also made a great showing over the course of this weekend. Let's take a look at their meta game breakdown. We did have a chance to look at this yesterday, but a good reminder for the folks at home just to kind of see the differences between like the junior and seniors meta game compared to the masters.
Yeah, it's always fantastic to see. You know, we spoke about it yesterday. Raging Bolt, of course, coming in second place with the junior division. That is sometimes telling, of course, with Raging Bolt being quite linear, it's sometimes easier for the players to get up and running with these certain archetypes.
Yeah, but look at that though. It's given how many, there's only 22 junior trainers in day 2, so although the top deck is, there's a three-way tie for the top deck in day 2 there. So you have Golden Goat, Dragapult, and Raging Bolt as the top 3, and then Archaldon DX in 4th technically, but it's still only 1 count less than the top 3, same with Gardevoir.
Yeah, no, great showings from all decks by the looks of it. Sarah Ledge, Shadow as well. 1 showing, 5%, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Right, and then going into the seniors, where we see a little bit more a reflection that's closer to masters in terms of like the big representation for Dragapult, and then the sharp drop off in the curve with Gardevoir and everything else afterwards.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent of the masters meta, I would say. Claw Terrapagos going in there with 10 decks represented, Archaladon with 9 as well. It's pretty similar numbers and percentage representation for the masters.
Yeah, it is. And then going to day 2, again, a little bit more similar to the masters, I would say, although maybe a little bit more of an even showing for Dragapult and Gardevoir, whereas Dragapult had a little bit of lead in the masters, but then Lugia, Archaladon, Golden Go, and Cloth coming in. I'm not seeing any surprises here, really.
No, not really. I think what's interesting about Gardevoir is that I think, although it seemed pretty strong going into the Prismatic Evolutions format, there were a lot of doubters, right?
Yeah,
because of how many results it wasn't getting over Dragapult. People said it was a 3-deck format, more or less, with Lugia, with Dragapult, and Gardevoir. Gardevoir was, you know, not quite reaching the potential, I think, until we've got to this tournament. I think it's going to have a good showing.
And that is strange, right? Because basically, from the very get-go, when we see that the discussion online, everyone pretty much knew, Dragapult and Gardevoir are the 2 best decks that can both use and adapt to Budu. But it seems like out of those 2, Dragapult was the one that was more heavily favored, and so that was one that kind of ran away with things. But only now is realizing, oh wait, we did talk about Gardevoir being good with Budu as well. Why aren't we playing this more? And now we see it in great contention, edging a little bit closer to the representation that Dragapult has had.
Well, we've had a good conversation about the format. Let's bring it back to the brackets for our masters.
Oh, here we go.
Into top 8. Now, these are going to be some big names here lined up. We see Drew Stevenson, of course, already into the top 8. Actually, I'll just run through who's already made it into top 8. Drew Stevenson, of course, with a really strong showing into day 1, continuing the trend into day 2. Playing Cloth. Oscar Madsen, Isaiah Bradner, Nicholas Kristen, Julius Brinfeld, who we've also featured today, and Tom Helkamp.
Yeah, so that means that it will be Kim Pobega against Thomas Launay and Fabian Puyol against Alessandro Cremascoli. Those will be our 2 matches, which will be playing our asymmetric top cut for those last 2 spots in the top 8. Benjamin.
Yes, I know. And I had a chance to speak to Alessandro before, actually. You know, he's a player that continuously makes these top results. You know, he's not a player that we said was, you know, not used to this accomplishment. This is a player that is so calm and collected. He just said, Benji, you know, I've made it. Yeah, it's just another game. You know, it's whatever. But what an opponent he has in Fabian Puyol. That'll be an absolute stormer of a match.
Yeah, absolutely will. Fabian is who has had so many, one of those very much consistent finishes, right? Sure. Has had so many top 8s and top 4s, and when I say consistent finishes, I mean like the top echelon consistent finishes, because it's pretty much most of the time it is either just missing out on top 8 or it is top 8 and like top 4 and further.
He's a fantastic character in the community as well. I had a chance to just speak to a few words to him yesterday as well. He said, yeah, I'm off to Japan in a few months to play Expanded, and I'm like, Wow, you just love Pokemon. You are just dedicated to this game so much. I mean, it's fantastic to see players that'll, go here, there, and everywhere just to get their hands on some cards.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting like a little bit, maybe emotional's a bit strong, but I miss Expanded. We haven't had so one of the last tournaments I casted before the tournament break, before the lockdowns and everything, was actually at Dallas Regionals, which was an Expanded Regionals. And I was looking back at that the other day and I was thinking, oh my goodness, yeah, we used to have these, right? But we haven't had a Regionals in the standard format in a long time. Maybe one day they'll come back again, who knows? I would love to see some Expanded. Hey, Stefan, if you're watching, I know you'll be agreeing with me as well, our resident Expanded advocate as well.
Fantastic. And I see here two of our players shuffling up, and it is going to be that match. It's going to be Fabian Puyol versus Alessandro Cremascoli. I can confirm that only because I know Alessandro always plays with some great sleeve artwork.
Yeah,
like I see it shuffling up now. But what a match this is going to be. It's going to be Control, the Control archetype versus Gardevoir. How do you feel this matchup usually goes?
So it depends a lot on the specific control tools that Alessandro is playing. There are some things in control that can be very effective against Gardevoir, especially, say, if you can retreat lock something in the active like Radio Greninja, that can be absolutely devastating for the Gardevoir player. But yeah, it largely depends on what tool Alessandro has. I imagine that there will be those tools in there against Gardevoir because he knows that would be a big meta threat that he has to deal with. But to get like a fully informed opinion, have to take a full look at the list to see what he has.
Alessandro's got a bit of a representation, right? A bit of a reputation, sorry, I should say. He is a bit of a menace on these top tables. Usually, you see the slip, you see your pairings, and you see Alessandro Cremascoli, and you go, oh, no. It's usually because he's playing a control archetype that is just got the finger on the button when it comes to the options it can play and the threats it has against all these different archetypes. You're usually not having a great time, and that's exactly what he's doing here for this tournament.
Like, I don't know about you, but certainly at least in Europe, when I think of control, I think of two people. I think of Sandor Wojcik, and I think of Alessandro Cremascoli. They are the two.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And looking at his deck list now, this is not your typical Snorlax deck. This is a lot more interactive in terms of what can it play, and even attacking-wise as well. It's playing a lot of different options. It's more of what we're used to, the Pidgeot build, the Pidgeot EX build. It's got a lot of different options: the Blood Moon Luna, the Luxray V, the Latias EX, the Milotic as well, with the Bidoof, with the Mawile. There's a lot of different options here for him.
You just said a very important. You just said a very important word, Mawile. That's one of the cards I was looking out for. That means that you do have that trapping option, and I'm sure if there's ever an opening to make use of that tempting trap and to lock something in the active that can't attack, that is a very good win condition against Gardevoir.
It is the typical win condition we are more used to, especially with Snorlax with the block ability, but Mawile is very similar in terms of trapping Pokemon in the active, like you said, but with the attack, it means that people can't boss around it, which is really important.
Yeah, because with Snorlax, it is an ability. It is, of course, that block ability.
Right.
So if you play a boss's orders and bring up something that isn't a Snorlax, you're good to go. An effective attack, a little bit harder to remove.
Yeah, just a bit. And here we see both of our players. These are no strangers to the top tables, but the pressure's definitely going to be on for these two because, of course, with that new asymmetrical cut, it brings on just a little bit of added pressure. These guys need to go through one more rounds to even reach the top 8. And here we see both of our players. They definitely played each other before. They're used to each other. And here we see Fabian Puyol. And, of course, what a run of records he has.
Like, this is sort of proving my point exactly about consistent finishes. But having said that, Fabian is missing that, especially at least in more recent times, that really big win. So I am sure he's going to be mega hungry to advance to the top 8 and to try and take the whole thing down.
Yeah, of course. One of these players that, like we said earlier, extremely consistent, but just looking for more or less their big break. A lot of achievements here, definitely not to be snuffed at. Top 8 of internationals, top 16 of worlds, top 32 of worlds. These are fantastic achievements, but of course he wants to get that winner's medal.
Yeah, he absolutely does. But I'm sure Alessandro will also be just as hungry to get that winner's medal. And look at those accomplishments as well. Just as recently as last year, got top 4 at EUIC. I remember that match very well.
Yeah, of course. And let's speak about these players, both of these players as well, because in terms of their influence on the community. I spoke earlier about me playing Gardevoir and taking that challenge on and testing it. It's all because of Fabian. I knew that Fabian was so confident in his choices in the meta. He took it to Japan. He was well tested. He run down all of his matchups, all of his thought processes around each way of playing. And that, why not?
you know, this is a strong player that's taking a deck and believes in it, so why not? And on the same side, Alessandro, control archetype. A lot of people will bring control to tournaments simply because Alessandro is.
Yeah, and going back to Fabian specifically, you're right. He was one of the early pioneers of Gardevoir as is in his current form, and he's stuck with it. Clearly been rewarded a lot for it, and is now in a position to potentially make top 8 or go even further at the Stockholm Regional Championships. Why not before Curlier rotates? But we do have the fist bump. We are ready to go here in our asymmetrical top cut round. It looks like Fabian will be going first.
Yeah, Fabian starting the game here, eyeing up that earthen vessel for that first deck search, just looking at what to discard, but here we see the Nespel as an option instead. You would imagine it's going for the rolls, starting that Monkey Dory, of course, is going to be a staple in a lot of these Gardevoir decks, as we've seen over the day.
Yeah, so once again, as a reminder of the strategy of the Gardevoir deck. So the way this deck works is that you want to get out your Gardevoir EX as quickly as possible. What that lets you do is with its Psychic Embrace ability, you can attach Psychic energies from the discard pile to your Psychic Pokemon, but each time you do so, you have to put 20 damage on the Pokemon you attach it to. Normally you'd think, oh, this would be a bit of a downside, but the attackers you make use of in this deck are attackers like Drifloon and Screamtail, and those attackers do more damage for each damage counter on them, so you're getting the double benefit of powering up these attackers in terms of like actually being able to use the attacks, but also buffing up the damage they do.
Yeah, great description there. And Fabian, what I will say about this deck is it's very reminiscent of Hedi Brahmi's deck that we featured earlier. I know both of them are friends, they're potential testing partners, and opting for the 3 Curlier approach, and the ace spec of choice is going to be the secret box. So I believe it's going to be the same 60 cards, playing those 2 Irida as well. And the 3 Monkey Dory.
Yeah, and another important part, of course, I've got to mention is that before you get out your Gardevoir, you also want to set up your Curlier, because the Curlier is the middle stage between Ralts and Gardevoir. It's a stage 1 of Ralts, but it has that immensely strong refinement ability that lets you discard a card from your hands, draw 2 cards. So you have a useful stage 1 that gives you consistency for good measure too.
Yeah, it's oh so important to get your Curliers up and running. Now, there's so many different options. We spoke about, to achieve that objective, we spoke earlier about the Irida, the 2 of. Playing the 1 technical machine evolution is not terrible as long as you have a lot of different options to get it. But here we go over to Alessandro Cremascoli, and here we see the Arven, the optimal start there, looking for his ace spec of choice, looking for the Bravery Charm, just a little bit of added HP will put these put the hit points out of reach for the average attacker on Fabian's side. Going for the Precious Trolley, this is the optimal start, I would say, for Alessandro to get set up.
Yeah, it is, and I was just giving sort of a run for explanation of how Fabian's deck works, how Gardevoir works. With Alessandro's deck, it's a little bit trickier because essentially this is a controlling archetype. It's not a linear controlling, or at least a more linear controlling archetype like Snorlax, where the objective is just stop your opponent retreating so they can't attack. But Alessandro has a whole plethora of toolboxing, controlling Pokemon and trainers to basically just try and out-tempo your opponent and run them out of resources so you can then just win the game. So you, in this matchup, for example, there's a couple of things you can go for, but the most important thing to set up early on is your Pidgeot EX. Of course, with that quick search ability, like we see in Charizard, once per turn you can search your deck for any card, and so you can make use of that to pick the 1 card you need on any given turn to disrupt the play your opponent is doing.
Yeah, this is the main engine of the deck is that quick search Pidgeot. It unlocks everything within your deck, being able to search of 1 card per turn from your deck and putting it into your hand. And let me tell you, there are a lot of one-offs in this deck.
Yeah, there is.
There's a lot of different approaches that Alessandro can take, either to each opponent's archetype, but of course each game state as well.
Yeah, so there'll be a few different things going on, and the way we're going to explain this for you guys at home is we are going to, essentially, as things come up, we will explain why Alessandro is doing things when, and sort of why, basically how he's responding exactly to the matchup in front of him, because these decks tend to have an answer and a different way to play around every single meta that they come up against, and Alessandro will undoubtedly put that strategy into effect against Gardevoir whilst playing this game.
Yeah, of course, and going to the Feebas as well, a lot of people aren't going to be used to the Melodic that it eventually turns into. The mentally calm ability on the Melodic, your opponent's Pokemon in play and all attached cards can't be put into your opponent's hand. And of course, what is Fabian's main switch out? It's going to be the Professor Turo scenario.
Yes, exactly. So a very, very important include, because there are a lot of decks that make use of a Professor Turo scenario now, especially think about Gardevoir, you think about Archaludon, even like Dragapult can play it sometimes. So a very, very prominent card in the metagame, and so stopping your opponent from being able to pick things up and just to retreat them more like easily, or be able to kill off the damage, super super strong include.
I think what I want to mention as well about this deck list is it does actually play the 1-2 line of the Melodic. The reason why is a lot of players will play this option of playing the less basic Pokemon because of the ball, because of Hisui and Heavy Ball as an option for an item card. So if you do unfortunately prize the one off, you increase your odds of the evolution, but it's still able to get it from the Hisui and Heavy Ball.
Okay, and a very important early attack that Alessandro is leading with on that Luxray V, the Fang Snipe, I believe it's called. You can look at your opponent's hand and discard a trainer card you find there. Insanely strong, and Alessandro is going for that secret box.
Yeah, and what a strong start. I mean, going for the secret box as well. This is going to be unfortunate for Fabian. His only ace spec, of course, now in the discard pile. Can't bring that back in any way, so that'll be an unfortunate missed opportunity for Fabian, and who we see the concealed cards. Going to be searching for those courtiers, like we said.
Yeah, Fang Snipe, a great lead there for that exact reason, and it does do 30 damage as well, but with the double turbo it only does 10, so yeah, you're mainly using it to sort of pluck the most useful trainers out of your opponent's hand.
It's not going to be too relevant unless Fabian is able to Adrenabrain onto some of these fragile 2-price Pokemon on Alessandro's board to make up the numbers for Gardevoir's Miracle Force later on. But here we see Arven going for the rare candy. What I would say about Fabian and Hedi's list is that, of course, playing the 3 Curlier does open the opportunity for a Ralts to be evolved via rare candy. This isn't well, I would say of late it's not too much of a common include the rare candy.
No, I wouldn't say so either, because it is nice to play, of course, especially when you want to get out the Gardevoir early, but so often you want to set up the Curlier first. That is kind of something you can forego, because you know you want to like draw a bunch of cards first anyway, so you don't really need to get out the Gardevoir so early, but having the option to, especially in a situation like this, it makes a really, really big difference. So I think the included is very smart. It's
certainly more of an aggressive approach, I would say, for the Gardevoir to be able to evolve as early as possible. Here we see 2 Psychic Energy in the discard pile onto that Monkey Dory, moving the 30 damage, sorry, with Adrenabrain. Fabian just contemplating on where to put it. You can imagine possibly a Mind Bend coming out for Fabian onto the Luxray.
Yeah, I think that's got to be it. And of course, the Feebas only has 30 HP, so Adrenabrain just takes a KO.
This is a huge knockout, actually, for Fabian, because now Alessandro won't be able to evolve next turn into that Melodic with that crucial ability in terms of this matchup. Yeah. Here we see the Psychic Embrace onto the Gardevoir, and here we can see 190 damage coming onto that Luxray.
Yeah, not quite enough. It does have 210 HP, but it's still going to set things up very nicely. It does mean you can follow up with a KO next turn with Adrenabrain again. So very, very smart there from Fabian, and actually means that 10 damage from the Fang Snipe made a huge difference, because that was what allowed, just with 1 extra attachment with the Psychic Embrace, the Monkey Dory to go ahead and Adrenabrain KO the Feebas.
Yeah, and you'd imagine getting the Bravery Charm for Alessandro, maybe an attachment to the Feebas, was actually optimal there to protect it from the Adrenabrain. And here we see Pheasantipede flip the script, 3 extra cards in the hand. We see a Forest Seal Stone, V-Star's already used, so that'll be pretty much useless. Has a counter catcher in hand, can gas something up, start stalling perhaps.
But here's the thing, right? What would have been optimal is bringing up the Radiant Greninja, counter catcher it, use Tempting Trap them all while, and then if you had the Milotic in play at the same time, then there's nothing that Fabian can do, right? Because you can't easily. You'd have to. How would you even get the Adiath at that point?
Well, there's so many things that Alessandro needs now. He really does need to get this Luxray healed or off the boards. That 190 damage is so relevant. Putting it in range of a simple Adrenabrain next turn does have Penny in hand already. We can see him eyeing up that option. A Penny here is fantastic, only because there is so many options for Alessandro to just have a free retreat back into the Luxray. Has the Latias EX, has the Pidgeot EX, just a simple retreat back into the Luxray, and has counter catcher, like you said, to use it for gusting up that Radiant Greninja. So that could be the play.
And of course, Penny, unlike the Professor Turro scenario, only works on basic Pokemon, but you do get the cards attached to the Pokemon back into your hand as well, so won't be losing that double colors energy. But it looks like Alessandro is considering. Okay, no, I was going to say considering just going for the Fang Snipe now, but he's just asking to look at Fabian's discard pile, and I think Alessandro's eyeing up that Fulton. He recognizes understands the importance of getting that Milotic out.
Yeah, the Thornton is absolutely fantastic for, well, as an option for Alessandro, because like you said, getting the Feebas out now unlocks the opportunity to evolve straight into that crucial Milotic. But of course, we'll still be leaving that Luxray with 190 HP, unless he's able to heal it at the same time, maybe even with a switch card, or potentially a lost vacuum of the Forest Seal Stone and then attach a Bravery Charm to increase that HP. You know, it's all about how Alessandro plays this one out.
Yeah, interestingly enough, actually, Alessandro's opted for the Calamitous Wasteland. This is a stadium we don't see very often other than in Control. It increases the retreat cost of each basic non-fighting Pokemon in play by 1. So it's a way to really, again, put the hurt on your opponent in terms of making them not being able to retreat their stuff. There is the Penny coming in, as you do see the Luxray being completely healed off and then going into the Pidgeot, retreating back into it. Counter Catcher goes in onto the Radiant Greninja, and then I guess we're going to see, yeah, the Calamitous Wasteland just to make it a little bit harder to retreat, and now we're going to see the Fang Snipe.
And you know what you can't do, Freya? You can't attach twice.
No, you can't.
Attach that Greninja, is still staying in the active, because of course it will increase its retreat cost by 2.
And you can't Fang Snipe, you can't Psychic Brace onto a Radiant Greninja either. It is water type.
No, you can't. And Fabian isn't playing the, well, I'd say common now, the energy switch in the Gardevoir list, isn't able to, so here we see the Fang Snipe and a Super Rod. I'd say that's probably the second best option other than the A-Spec for Alessandro to get rid of.
Absolutely. Gosh, absolutely, really, really strong. One Adrenaline coming in onto the Feebas, but this time it will survive because of that Bravery Charm. But after that, just going to be a pass.
Yeah, this is a massive turn now for Alessandro to capitalize on the board state. Just an Adrenaline onto the Feebas. You imagine Alessandro is going to get that evolved quick, fast. And here we see that Milotic.
Yeah, so absurdly strong, especially in this matchup. And now Alessandro can almost set up a checkmate board state. If he can get this Mawile out and use Tempting Trap on the Radiant Greninja, I don't think there's a single way for Fabian to get this Radiant Greninja out in the active without Professor Turo scenario.
No, there's no method at all, I think, for Fabian to be able to switch out this
card, nothing
at this point. If Alessandro is able to Tempting Trap it, that is, of course, can opt for another Fang Snipe now, because he still has the safety of Fabian not being able to attack.
Oh, hold on a second. We just saw there a double heads of Silene, so now Alessandro can get back a Penny and a Counter Catcher. He's setting up this lock for next turn.
Yeah, and these are crucial resources for Alessandro. And, you know, it's really interesting to see these control archetypes have these different options to get these resources back in the discard to reuse them. This is why control is such a good archetype right now, because you have options like Silene to get back your counter catchers, to get back your crucial pennies to heal off the board, etc., etc.
Yeah, and Alessandro, knowing Fabian's hand and knowing that he's not scared of anything in it, it's safe to go for the instant charge. Fabian's draw isn't helpful. It's just a pass here, and like we can see this now. So Quick Switch is going to come in, almost certainly going to find that Mawile, I'd imagine.
Yeah, already.
Yeah, there it is. We see it in the deck. Yeah, Alessandro's going for it.
Yeah, already knows that Fabian doesn't have much going on in the hand. Already got rid of one of those Super Rod and found the other card to be not that detrimental to his own board state. So now back to Alessandro. He can just search up another potential card to get that Mawile up and running. I don't believe. Oh no, of course he had Penny in hand from the instant. So he has everything ready to.
He set it up perfectly. So Silene came in. The double heads was absolutely massive because now the counter catcher's there just in case Fabian was able to retreat. Wasn't able to retreat anyway, so it doesn't matter. But now the Penny can come in, and so can the Mawile. Retreat into it. Tempting Trap. Fabian's stuck.
Yeah, Fabian's pretty much stuck from here on in. With the Tempting Trap, is unable to retreat the Greninja regardless of retreat cost. And it's all about how Fabian is going to be able to get around this now. There are only so many finite resources within his deck in any case to be able to keep up with the game. But
and accompanying Flute for good measure, but no hits from that.
No, of course. And of course, even if he's able to gust up this Milotic, he still can't retreat, right? Because of the Tempting Trap. We spoke about this earlier. It's not like Block Snorlax where the ability is on the Pokemon which is stopping you. It's an effective attack.
Yeah, that is the boss's orders and hope Alessandro misses is literally the only out that Fabian has. Just we've seen the deck list, we've looked at it. That is literally the only out right now.
That is going to be the only option now for Fabian, you'd imagine. The Milotic does have one energy retreat cost as well, but still, here we see the Penny picking up.
Just picking up the Rotom. You don't need it right now.
You don't need it at all anymore, really. The whole board state is set for Alessandro, and here we see a Nest Ball Imagine it's getting out that Radiance Arena. So now Fabian isn't well, his Adrenabrains are just that little bit less effective now as well.
Yeah, I guess that would be the second outright. It's just get enough Monkey Dory on your board so that you can Psychic Embrace onto your own stuff, and then Adrenabrain some damage over that way. But even that doesn't feel amazing because you need to, like, you're drawing almost nothing right now, and it's so hard to get those Monkey Dory set up when you're under this kind of lock regardless. Yeah,
the Elegant Heal, healing 20 damage off all of your Pokemon per turn. This stops the long game, I would say, of the Monkey Dory approach. Doing 30 damage or however many Monkey Dory you have on your board state, the Radiance Arena pretty much mitigates that game plan.
Yeah, it does. And Fabian again just has to draw and pass. An Elegant Heal now heals off that last bit of damage from Milotic. Milotic, I do believe, how much HP does he even have again? Is it 100?
It's 120.
So you can't, 120. So yeah, you can't even triple Monkey Dory to KO it in one turn.
No, there's no world that can happen. And even if Fabian is able to do that, you don't want to commit all your energy onto one Pokemon, right?
No, of course not.
It's all about resource management at this point. And Alessandro, is gone through the board state, attaching that missed energy onto the Pidgeot as well now.
Effective attacks,
I'd say that he's definitely in the driving seat at this point in this match.
The driving seat and then some, and Fabian just to draw and pass. It is all in Alessandro's hands right now. He needs to draw for his deck. He needs to just announce Tempting Trap every single turn, make sure that he sets up his deck so he never doesn't run out of cards and lose that way. And if he can do that, he will win this game.
Right, I don't know if you want to get the noughts and crosses out, but we could just start playing. Because I think this board state's pretty much set for Alessandro.
I think it is, but you go ahead. I want to keep an eye on things. Because you never know. Like, I feel like the times when we get a little bit lax with that is when, sometimes these players find a very sneaky way out that we didn't even see before. So Fabian has in fact played an Irida, so he's going to look through the deck to see what else do I have? Is there anything I can really play to get me out of this? And I mean, he can't even play counter catcher because he's currently winning the game.
No, of course. I mean, look, there are some options for Fabian to stay in the game. Does play a heavy counter of Iono, of course, as every Gardevoir does. So he's able to stay in the game and not deck himself out, of course. And does play the one Super Rod that's left to him. But as you can see here, Alessandro is just announcing Tempting Traps and passing.
Yeah, like barely even looking at the card he draws. So Tempting Trap, draw, Tempting Trap, pass,
yes.
Draw, pass,
that's
draw,
pretty much
Tempting Trap, pass.
That's pretty much how this game is going to happen. And I think what Fabian is pretty much counting on is a potential misplay or a mishappen from Alessandro, missing something from the board state that he may need in those later turns.
Yeah, and we did see there, Alessandro did in fact, Fabian did just draw an Iono, which is why he hesitated a little bit more there. So I guess it's just a matter of seeing how much longer things can go on for. And wait, where the Airy come? Oh, of course, quick search. So
yeah,
quick search for the Airy, and now it's going to look through and discard a couple of items there. Look through the hand, see what is available. So yeah, some idea of how to progress this. Yeah, own Vessel and Buddy pop in. But now Alessandro will see that the Iono is in the hand. And this is the other thing as well, because both players draw passing, but only one player has cards that can actively take cards out of a passive hand like Airy does. So in like a long game of attrition, Alessandro will out-resource Fabian. There's just no two ways about it.
There are so many effective cards that Alessandro has in his arsenal to be able to affect Fabian's hand. He has Airy, he has Erica's Invitation as well. So the more that both of these players are just kind of draw passing or tempting trapping in this circumstance, the more cards in hand and the more resources that are going to be able to be affected by these cards.
Yeah, and so both players are getting pretty close to the bottom of their decks. The one way that Alessandro can lose is if there's a very unlucky flip on Silene, for example, and it's like a double tails and there's no power pad to put stuff back in. That could be a way to lose, but because there's no nothing like Pidgeot V to like guarantee the lack of deck out. At least not that I see in the list currently. No, there's no Pidgeot V here.
It is a 2 Silene count with a 2 Palpad as well. I didn't see any in the prize cards. I think the 2 Palpad are there. So effectively what Alessandro would like to do is use those 2 Palpads, then use Silene for the maximum effect to put it back into the deck.
Okay, what is one Silene prize?
One Silene is prized. That's fine, because you're only using 1 sport per turn, so that's okay. There is no Team's Yelchir. I will say that in Alessandro's deck. That would have been more reminiscent of the Snorlax archetype, but Alessandro just thinking, you know what, I'm still safe with 2 Palpad, 2 Silene.
Yeah, we do see here Erica's Invitation as well, so we'll be able to look through the hand, and if he wants to, can put a Pokemon there and bring it into the active, but I think, it's going to be the Manaphy. It's even another really hard Pokemon to do anything with for Fabian.
You don't want to use that Pheasantipity because that Pheasantipity can attack.
Yeah.
It's a three colorless attack cost on that Pheasantipity. So what you want to be trying to get out with that Erica's Invitation is something that is pretty much completely useless for Fabian, and that in that circumstance is definitely the mana fee.
Yeah, and there we go. Silene will be one head. So there again, there's a safety net. So one power pad goes back in, and as long as one head happens on the Silene, so that a card can go back into the deck from the power pad, and that loop keeps going, then Alessandro is fine.
Yeah, you want to be using your 2 Silenes to then use power pad, then put the 2 Silenes back into deck. Of course, 2's not going to be available to him, so it's just going to be the one in this circumstance, and just keep streaming those 2 cards over and over and over again.
Yeah. So here it is. Or rather, Silene comes in. Oh, Alessandro power pads back in the Silene and draws it straight away for good measure. Yeah, why not play it now, right?
Yeah, why not at all? And we see the Festival Grounds actually on the top of his hand there, which can come in relevance, I guess, in any other matchup.
Yeah, it stops something like Poison Trap Ghost, right? Going for special conditions, and oh dear, there's a double tails. So so Alessandro's now relying on his other power pad and this other and after this, there needs to be at least one head. This is the one way that Alessandro can maybe lose, but there is an Eri going on.
Yep, there is the Eri there from Alessandro, not opting for the Silene, for the Palpad. So Eri is going to be the supporter for turn.
Yeah, but you're still fine because you still want to try and discard more cards from Fabian's hand. You want to sort of play through that, and Alessandro's a few. There's the last card in deck, so now here it is. It's going to be Ino. Okay,
that's fine.
That's another way to make it work. So that's clever because that buys Alessandro so many more turns.
I suppose for Alessandro as well, because he has these cards like Erica's Invitation, he's able to take out resources for Fabian to reduce the amount of cards within his deck, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So those Inos are even more effective. So we see Alessandro actually counting the cards in Fabian's deck. How many turns have I got to use Tempting Trap?
Yes.
And here we see Fabian also counting the amount of cards that are in his deck. I don't think I've ever seen this on stream where they counted each other's decks.
No, I don't think so.
How many cards, how many turns you got left? But of course, like I said, continuously streaming the Ares, taking out resources or taking out cards in this circumstance for Fabian will mean that those Ionos are actually more effective because you're actually putting your opponent with less cards in deck, more closer to that deck out.
Yeah, and but now the loop begins again. So Alessandro draw, Tempting Trap. Fabian draw, pass. Alessandro draw, Tempting Trap. I think you're following along at this point.
I think you see the pattern at this point.
Yeah.
And for Alessandro, it's all about when he can draw into those supporting options like Eri or like the Palpad, the Silenes, etc., and then start using them and then just doing it all over again.
Yeah. So now it's not quite seen it yet, but wants to make sure that he sees that power pad or that Silene just to keep the loop going, and just but doing that whilst, as we already talked about, discarding enough resources in Fabian's hands so that in a deck out race, Fabian or Alessandro always wins.
Yeah, of course. And here we see Fabian just looking at the cards, just putting them back into the hand, just passing over. How many Ino have I got left? What are my outs here? How can I delay the game going on even further? Counting how many cards he has in hand.
Yeah, so there's the Palpad.
With the Palpad.
Yeah, so there's going to be a Silene and maybe not an Ino. So thinking about the Penny possibly. He wants to. In case Fabian finds a boss's orders, just so that he has a way to pick up something for that Fabian might want to stall otherwise.
One thing I would say for the Penny is that, of course, if you're able to penny up one of your Pokemon, it does add the amount of cards that are within your hand and deck, I suppose. So it does increase the options, and with Palpad, you can just put that supporter back into deck. So it does increase the amount of cards that you have within your deck. So that could be an option, but I think he's going to opt for the Eri, actually. Yeah. I think he's still just going with the disruptive approach, but the Ino is security at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's always going to be Eri or Ino. Either you want to have the security of being able to make sure you don't get the deck out, or you want to have the means of making sure that you take more resources out of Fabian's hands so that he runs out of deck before you do. It looks like Ino is going to be the pick here, though. So yeah, Silene and Ino going back to the deck, but this is going to be it's going to be very important for Alessandro to get at least one head to put that Silene back.
Yeah, the Ino is definitely security, like I said.
Or the power pad back.
Yeah. The Ino is definitely a security choice, I would say, for Alessandro, because if he does flip an unfortunate double tails on one Silene, at least he has Ino for the next turn to be able to keep himself in the game.
So here we go. Over and over and over again we go. Draw, Tempting Trap. The Silene is in hand.
And the Ino, I think, now. Yep, and the counter gain
no, Fabian's out of cards in deck, but Fabian does have the INO. Okay.
One thing I would say for Alessandro's deck, he doesn't play any sort of milling options in terms of attackers. Doesn't play like a Chi UEX or anything like that, or even a Squovert is what I've seen of late as well as a milling option attacker. So has none of them in his arsenal. So we'll just have to deck out the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, just the long, sluggish grind to get to the point where your opponent runs out of cards in deck.
Yeah, sometimes we saw in Snorlax lists, of course, just a one Chi Yu, where people thought, like Fabian, they were safe when they had 2 cards left in deck, and they could afford to just wait a few more turns. That's when the Chi Yu came out, and just unfortunately milled those 2 cards in for game.
Yeah, and we did see there that both players were counting the amount of cards in their deck. They're both very aware of how this matchup plays out, so they're on the same page. These are both very high-level players, so it makes complete sense that they would both know what's going on.
Yeah, in a typical Pokemon game, of course, we see knockouts here and there. It's all about the prize race, but in this circumstance, it's all about the resource management for both of these players.
Yeah, so more tempting traps, more draws coming in. Eventually, Alessandro is going to have to come in with another INO or a Silene, and the Silene, when it comes in, will be absolutely key.
Yeah. Wants to be able to Silene those Palpads right back into the deck so he can keep streaming these supporter lines. And, you know, for Fabian, it's just a case of passing. How many INO have I got left? What are my options in terms of keeping myself in the game?
Here we go. Draw, tempting trap, draw, pass, draw. Tempting trap, draw, pass. I've said it enough times at this point.
Is Fabian hoping Alessandro won't say tempting trap at one point?
I mean, it's not the worst strategy I've heard of.
And that Calamitous Wasteland is still in the active though.
Pass. Does Fabian have any INO left? Draw.
Does play 4.
Okay, yeah, there is another one. Okay.
Yeah. I think he's used 3 at this point, so there will only be 1 available to him there.
Yeah. But this is something else that Alessandro, I guess, is being very careful of, because he wants to make sure that he doesn't play so many cards that the script flips, and then eventually maybe he's the one who runs out of cards first.
Yeah, and we know that Fabian, those 2 Super Rod now are gone. So they're not going to be a way of getting more cards into the deck. And here we see Alessandro just simply saying tempting trap, over and over and over again, increasing the cards in Fabian's hand. We know that Ares, like we said, is an option to take more cards out of Fabian's deck count. But I think Alessandro is pretty happy as soon as he's got more cards in deck. I think he's pretty safe now, right?
Yeah, I think so. Now, if you're just joining us and you're thinking, I'm tuned into like a competitive game of the Pokemon trading card game, and I'm not quite sure what's going on, here's a brief rundown of the happenings right now. So Alessandro is playing a deck which is a controlling archetype. So it aims to win the game by outgrinding your opponent of resources and basically stopping your opponent from being able to play the game as effectively, controlling their tempo. Fabian is playing a little bit more of an orthodox deck in Gardevoir EX. But right now, Fabian has a Manaphy in the active, which can't really attack, and because it's more there as a support Pokemon. So what Alessandro has done is brought the Manaphy into the active and used this more Wiles attack Tempting Trap to trap it in the active, so that Fabian is essentially forced to do nothing. There's no way for Fabian to switch out this Manaphy from the active another way either, because that Milotic on Alessandro's bench prevents Fabian from being able to pick up anything on his side of the field, and there's a double head from the side.
Double heads, double Palpad into deck. What I was going to mention as well is as soon as Alessandro will have more cards in deck, those INOs are pretty ineffective for Fabian. All it's doing is delaying the inevitable, I would say, because as soon as Alessandro has more cards in deck, INO will shuffle both players' hands into the bottom of their deck. Effectively, like I said, it doesn't really matter at that point. It's just a race to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, and in case you're wondering what's happening there was a little bit of a shortcutting. So there was a Silene for which we got double heads. 2 power pads were put back into the deck, and then Alessandro used quick search to instantly search one of them out and to shuffle 2 supporters back into the deck.
Yeah,
a little bit of a confusing moment there.
Here we see the area as well. Not many items left in Fabian's deck with all of these Aries being played. I'll just remind our viewers back home, because it's not a conventional card, I would say.
No.
Your opponent reveals their hand and the discards up to 2 item cards that you find in there. That's pretty detrimental, I would say, in this current meta.
Yeah, the one way to have Fabian had to prevent themselves from losing is the INO supporter card. Of course, it makes you shuffle your hand into your deck and then draw a card equal to the number of prize cards you have left. The only problem being that Fabian has a limited number of those, and right now, Alessandro has more cards left in deck than Fabian does, so Fabian can play his INOs, but in a race to the finish, Alessandro will run out of cards, or Fabian will run out of cards before Alessandro does.
Yeah, it's delaying the inevitable.
Yeah.
It really is, because with those two super odd gone now for Fabian, there's no more opportunities to put cards back into the deck to increase his card count.
Yeah, and although it's not like a conventional way of winning, you can see Alessandro has done the maths in his head already. He's like drawing cards. He knows exactly how this is going to play out. He's kept track of the number of cards in Fabian's deck, and he's drawing through them knowing that, there's nothing Fabian can do.
No.
As long, well, if there's... actually, how many INO? There's been 3 INO played, right?
Yeah, we see 3. So there's one more, and then Fabian puts it down there.
Yeah.
So INO will be coming down, shuffling his hand at this point. His hand is his deck.
Yeah, goodness me. But I think with that, it is, just like the inevitable. I don't think there's a way for, especially because literally every INO that Fabian plays is one less card for him to draw as well.
Yeah,
correct. So he's literally just like racing further and further to his doom, as horrible as it is to put it that way.
And I just want to say, this board state hasn't changed for around 10 turns.
No.
Right? Well, many more turns, of course, of Tempting Trap, but I would say many turns now, this board state just has not changed. As soon as this board is set up for Alessandro, and as soon as the Tempting Trap can be effective against one of these Pokemon, like a Manaphy, like a Greninja, the writing is on the wall until Fabian can find a way out of it.
Yeah, so draw Tempting Trap, draw pass. This is going to keep going for a little bit. Eventually, Fabian will get to the bottom of his deck, and Fabian will reach that bottom of the deck before Alessandro does.
I mean, what I would say is that Fabian can gust up this Milotic, only because there's no way of actually retreating or gusting up. Well, there's no way of retreating the Milotic other than pennying up the Tempting Trap Morwhile for an attachment to retreat.
Yeah.
So that could be an option.
Yeah, and there it is finally. Fabian draws the last card in his deck. Alessandro takes his turn, draws, announces Tempting Trap. Fabian does not have a card to draw at the start of his turn, so he loses the game, and Alessandro takes game 1.
Wow, what a game. I mean, for Alessandro, it's just status quo, I think. He would have been used to this format. He would have been well tested against the range of the meta, and that's exactly what Control does, right? It looks at the current standings in terms of the meta, what decks that people are playing, going, right, how do I beat everything? What are my options? What can I play? What's the card pool like for the Control archetype? And that's exactly what he's done here, and taken a win against one of the strongest archetypes in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, let's look back there to see kind of exactly how that played out. So the early turns here were crucial. Alessandro was able to get an early Fang Snipe on a key secret box to stop Fabian from setting up, and then once Alessandro was able to set up that Milotic to stop Fabian from using Professor Tourist Scenario, was able to bring up a first Greninja and then use the Erica's Invitation to bring up the Manaphy, announce Tempting Trap on it, and there is nothing at that point that Fabian can do. There's that you can't attach to it to retreat because you can't retreat. Because you play in a Water Energy, you can't do any damage, so there's no way to attack. So, and I think Alessandro has apologized. I'm not sure if he's apologizing to the audience or to us.
He's apologizing to everyone, I think, at this point. I mean, for Fabian, his only action was actually playing in the INO most of that game. As soon as he was able to, use the attack on the Gardevoir EX, the only thing he was doing was playing an INO, and effectively, he was just delaying the inevitable at this point.
There he was, and then eventually the inevitable did come. Fabian drew the last card of his deck before Alessandro had no more INO to play, no way to shuffle cards back into the deck, and so Alessandro, with Fabian not being able to draw a card at the start of his turn, lost that game, making Alessandro take game 1.
At least Fabian's having fun. I mean, he's smiling. I think both players know exactly how the game pans out at this point. If Fabian is able to capitalize on a poor start from Alessandro, I think that's not his only chance, but I think it's at least something. I think it's the best way that Fabian has to take away a win from this game. But 43 minutes left on the clock, mind you, with 2, I would say, slower archetypes in the game.
Having said that, though, that was 25 minutes taken from the clock, or even no, was it 25? Yeah, no, because we started with 75 minutes at top cut, right? So we've had we have 30 minutes pass.
Sure.
Because we're at 45 now, 75, yes. 75 minus 45 is 30. I can do maths, guys, I promise. But that was played out to like a full deck out, even in those 30 minutes. So actually, that's pretty impressive, all things considered.
I mean, like I said, there were only so many things that Fabian could do at that point. Just played an INO. That's pretty much all he did, right? As soon as he was announcing the attack from Gardevoir EX, the writing was on the wall for Alessandro. He had his game state. Ooh, those are some weird prizes for Fabian. A 2-2 line of the Gardevoir EX, but also, what's more important, only one Curlier in his deck at this point.
Yeah, because like for Hedi, only playing 3, and Alessandro again did price 1 slightly, lean, but not both, so he can work with that.
One thing I would say, at least for Fabian, to his credit, is that he only got one Gardevoir EX up that entire game. So,
yes.
You know, it's not too bad, I suppose, in this circumstance. But for Alessandro starting the game off with a nest ball, I think with Fabian choosing whether to go first or second, hoping that maybe Alessandro, without a turn of having a supporter, would be to his detriment, but not in this circumstance. A nest ball for Rotom V would be exactly how Alessandro would have wanted to start.
Yeah, and one thing to Fabian's favor, there is no start with a Greninja EX or like a water or another water Pokemon. So right now, one of the ways you can play around this tempting trap play is make it so that your side of the field only has things that can attack on it, because then you can just attack into the Mawile and KO it.
No, that's a fantastic point. Yeah. I mean, Alessandro does have ways of getting Pokemon into play that maybe Fabian definitely does not want to. Does have the accompanying Flute, of course, which is a staple card, I would say, now in the control archetype, but also the Erica's Invitation, which is splashed here or there in the Snorlax control and this Pidgey EX build.
Yeah, so Alessandro, unlike in the last game, because I think in the last game, Fabian just like started with the Greninja, right? So there was no way to sort of play around it almost. And but this time, Alessandro, we need to work for it a little bit more, either with, as you said, the accompanying Flute or the Erica's Invitation, to get one of those non-able to attack Pokemon onto the field so that Alessandro can then tempting trap it.
Yeah, and it's a good point you made about having the board state management for your opponent playing control, because of course if they're able to manage their board state to where they put only Pokemon down which are going to be a threat to Alessandro, then there's no option to increase the board state of the Pokemon that he wants to see. So, you know, if he's able to get the 4 rolls down, well, not in this circumstance, of course, but if he's able to get, you know, Pokemon down like 4 rolls with the Drifloon, with the Fluttermane, with the Klefki or something like that for Gardevoir, then at least he has further options. Yeah. But as you can see here, evolution only into one Curlier. Alessandro will be scratching his head at that one, I'm sure.
So, I mean, we know that Fabian plays free, so that is going to be one of the prizes. I imagine the other one must be in Fabian's hand.
Yeah.
That's why, because obviously TM Evolution only works by evolving from the deck.
Yeah, you would think so. You would think so. And here we see the, I think it was the Ultra Ball, right? Coming down for Alessandro, going for that Lumineon, Luminous Sign for an Arven, for Forest Sealstone, and Rare Candy.
No, I need to correct myself. Fabian does not have the second Curlier in hand, so leaving the Ralts as a Ralts was an intentional choice.
He prized 2 Curlier.
What was it? Oh, was it 2? Oh,
so there's only
right,
3
it was
being
2,
played.
yes. Sorry, we were just talking about, that's, we were just talking about this.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I mean, it's conventional, right? That Gardevoir would play 4, but not in this circumstance. I think they both took trying to take advantage of the Rare Candy.
Oh, okay, a very big accompanying Flute coming in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's only a Monkey Dory. That's
still pretty good. Mind Bend isn't too much of a threat. The 60 damage still isn't too relevant for Alessandro. Remember, because playing Prairie Charm, he is able to increase the damage, the hit points of that Mawile once it does get Tempting Trap. So Monkey Dory is still an option for Alessandro to get stuck.
Yeah, but also Confusion is very annoying.
Ah, yes, you are completely correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there is that to think about as well. But here comes the Precious Trolley, and yeah, that feedback's going to go down straight away, as will that Pheasantipity for good measure. And then one more space on the bench. What's Alessandro going to go for right now? Could be the Mawile, unless he wants to focus on that later. But nope, is going to indeed go for that Mawile. It's between the Mawile and the Latias right now. And I do understand the struggle between the two.
I would say, though, if the Mind Bend does come out, does have Festival Grounds and the Mist Energy for that Mawile.
That's a very good point.
You know, there's still options up Alessandro's sleeves. And where's, you know, I keep saying it, every day's a school day, especially when you come up against something like Control. You have to learn as the game goes on. Sure. What are they playing? You know, these deck lists can, you know, top and turn at each tournament. You know, it's a very volatile deck list, I would say.
Yeah, it is. Does opt to go for the Latias in the end, wanting to make sure that everything that on his bench that can retreat for free, everything out can retreat for free, because the pitcher has a retreat across the 0 and everything else is a basic. So going to be feeling pretty good about that. Has the Radiant Serena ready to go in case of shenanigans of Monkey Dory, but for now is actually just going to retreat into the minion, it looks like, and then I imagine we're going to see an instant charge.
Yeah, I think retreating into the Luminion is fine. It's almost like a sacrificial lamb, I'd say.
Yeah, a little bit.
You know, it's a low hit points. It'll look like an option for Fabian to take an easy knockout and easy 2 prizes, but that's exactly what Alessandro wants at this point.
Yep. I will say, though, to be fair, although, yes, Fabian was only able to get out 1 Curlier because of the 2 being prized, in a way, he might not mind that. If he can find a Rare Candy, although he only plays it as a one-of, you could rare candy the Rolts into a Gardevoir and then just have that other Curlier down for draw power if you want to find some more resources.
Yeah, and this is exactly the circumstance the way rare candy comes into play, right?
Yeah.
This is exactly to its benefit. If you have these awkward starts as Gardevoir, it can be sometimes a little bit hairy if you're unable to find your outs to further Curlier to the Gardevoir. If you do the original evolution line, it can sometimes be a little bit awkward. Your hands can't quite get there. Yeah. But at least if you have the rare candy, you can go for that aggressive approach, like you say.
Yeah, and then I guess at this point it matters like a little bit less, especially because you probably don't want to be drawing more cards to get Alessandro closer to his win condition. But here we go, retreating the Drifloon, 2 energies going on to that Screamtail after that Curlier gets evolved to the Gardevoir. No rare candy needed here, and it's just going to be 80 damage onto that Pidgeot EX.
Yeah, interesting that he didn't go for the Feedbass. We saw how effective the Melodic could be last game, but I think if he's banking on the fact that if Alessandro can't evolve into the Melodic this turn, at least he can take an easy knockout with the Adrenal Brain.
Yeah, I think so as well. And now there's a decision to go for here because this Pidgeot is so crucial. Maybe later on in the game it doesn't end up mattering as much if we get to that same tempting trap board state, but right now, yeah, there's definitely a lot for Alessandro to consider. The Milotic does get played onto the Feedbass, so we do see that getting evolved, so now there won't be any more shenanigans with Professor Turo's scenario, but now Alessandro has to consider very carefully how he wants to make his next move.
Well, you say Professor Turo's scenario, but he doesn't actually play any, which is surprising for the control archetype. This is a card...
Wait, Fabian doesn't play any?
No, this is a card that's been taken away.
No, I see one in the list.
There is one?
Yeah.
Oh, I've misseen that.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So with the Professor Turo scenario, can negate all that damage on the...
Yeah, no, it's Alessandro's not playing Professor Turo.
Yes.
He's just playing Penny.
Yes.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, Fabian is playing the one Turo scenario, but it is only one.
Yeah. So Alessandro, without playing the Professor Turo scenario, is unable to negate the damage that's on that Pidgeot EX. And here we see the Penny bringing it up there, and then of course can put down the bringing up the Lumenion V, with Luminous Sign now being still an option for him in the later turns, but does opt to put down that Radiance Arena, which is so important to start healing the damage from that Pidgeot.
Yeah, and especially because Alessandro doesn't play Professor Turo scenario and Penny doesn't pick up Evolved Pokemon, that Radiance Arena is pretty much the only way that Alessandro has of healing that Pidgeot.
Yeah. No, sorry. I thought we got confused with the Professor Turos. Yeah, Fabian does play Professor Turo. Alessandro does not.
Yeah. That's it. All clarified, all good. But it looks like Fabian is going to keep targeting down that Pidgeot. He recognizes how much of a threat it is, and eventually he'll get KO'd. Radiance Arena can't keep up with a Screamtail doing 80 every turn.
Now, Alessandro does want to actually go down on prize cards because it does unlock so many different options in his deck, like Counter Catcher. However, does not want those first 2 prizes to be the Pidgeot EX. This is the main engine of his deck, and now it's looking more and more fragile as these turns of Roaring Scream happen.
Yeah, not a great feeling for Alessandro. I imagine maybe in an ideal world, I mean, Fabian's hand's pretty small, but if Alessandro could find his way into that Luxray V, maybe go for a Fang Snipe, maybe you pluck away an important card from Fabian's hand, but at the same time, that could then be a very easy KO for Fabian. It's a little bit hard to determine currently. Alessandro does it. Oh, he's debating playing a card in his hand. I didn't quite see what that was. Oh, it is the boss's orders. Okay, and yeah, he is going to go for it on that Gardevoir. All right.
Yeah, I think for Fabian now, he really wants to be able to use the Roaring Scream on that Pidgeot EX for knockouts, or just find a way to knock it out, and then use a potential Iono to disrupt Alessandro's hand.
Yeah, there is, and now after the boss's orders, the quick search does come in. Alessandro having a look to see what he can go for here. There aren't a lot of attacks that the deck can make use of currently, given the current board state and the field as it's currently set up. It looks like there's going to be a quick search for, was that a double turbo energy that I saw?
I think it was a mist energy.
It's a mist energy,
that he's going for there. At least, well, he does already have free retreat because of that Latias EX on the board.
Yes.
All of his basic Pokemon will be able to retreat for free.
Okay, it was a mist energy.
Yeah, which is fantastic. At least he's now being able to set up for your future turn, I think, and with that instant charge, that definitely confirms our strategy.
Yeah, it doesn't even attach to Mist Energy yet, wants to bank on it for now. And, actually, just a very heads up from Alessandro, bringing up that Gardevoir with the boss's orders, knowing there's only one Psychic in the discard pile. There's no way for Fabian to retreat this Gardevoir right now.
And I think it was just a pass there from Fabian straight to back to Alessandro and opting for that Penny. I think the Tempting Trap is going to come back into play in this round. And here we see the Penny taking up that Rotom V, promoting the Pidgey EX, of course, having that free retreat. I mean, you can promote anything at this point other than Melodic V, and it'll have a free retreat because of that Latias EX, like we mentioned, but retreating back into that Mawile. And here we can see the first Tempting Trap of this game, attaching the double turbo energy and a potential gust on that Monkey Dory, I would imagine.
Well, I mean, no, I think at this point, maybe you just go ahead and keep it on the Gardevoir, right?
That's a very good point, actually, yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think you're too scared of the Gardevoir right now. If Fabian's able to get 2 more engines into the discard pile, then, you know, fair enough. But at this point, Fabian wasn't really doing that much.
No, of course, with that 3 energy requirement to attack for that Gardevoir EX, noticing for Alessandro that, you know, not many psychic energy in this discard pile with only there's no Curlier on the board either to be able to use Refinement to get more energy in the discard pile. There's less likelihood that Fabian will be able to get an attack up and running.
Yeah, and this is where the 2 Curlier being priced for Fabian is really coming to bite him, because if you could get a Curlier down now, you could go ahead and very easily just use Refinement, discard it, and then you can get going pretty easily. But you don't want to put down the Radiant Greninja, because if you do, that's a very easy tempting trap target.
Yeah, I think for Alessandro as well, he wants to kind of more or less bait Fabian into another attachment onto that Gardevoir EX, and then gust up something. Yeah. Because I think for Control and Snorlax, the strategy was always let the Gardevoir players spread their energy onto every Pokemon, and then as soon as they run out of energy, if they play 10, for example, they've got 3 here, they got 3 there, they got 3 on the next one, gust up something else then, and at least you can hide behind the security that they're unable to attack further.
Yeah, tricky situation for sure for Alessandro, as he does go ahead and go for the tempting trap. Oh no, he's going to quick search first. Does have that option, of course. We'll be able to search for any 1 card from the deck. That missed energy is now back into the deck because of the Ino that was just played from Fabian, and actually it's going to search out that boss's orders from the quick search, and is looks like he's going to be playing it straight away.
I think for Alessandro, he's noticing, like I said earlier, there's 1 energy in the discard pile for Fabian. With just a manual attachment, he will be able to get that Miracle Force up and running. So at least now he can gust up something else, like maybe perhaps even the Drifloon at this point.
Yeah.
And start using that tempting trap to be a little bit more effective.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. It is a little bit awkward because I do believe, if I recall, at the start of the game, Alessandro did prize the other accompanying flute. So he's played 1 already. There's no way to like play another one to try and you know, lock out and get a Manaphy or a Greninja onto the bench.
Yeah, yeah.
And we did see the Greninja already hit the discard pile for that matter too.
Correct. And here we see the Arven opting to go for perhaps the I did see a Bravery Charm. That's going to be the only tool that's left to him now. And the Earthen Vessel. Earthen Vessel, fantastic in this circumstance because, of course, he doesn't have any Curlier, and he definitely doesn't want to be putting down a Radiant Greninja as another discard, as something else that will be able to discard further energies. And here we see the Darkness energy coming into hand with that Psychic energy getting into the discard pile.
And this is where things could start to fall apart a little bit for Alessandro. This is not like game 1. Fabian has a much better board setup going on, even with the 2 Curlier prized. Has a Gardevoir going, hasn't put down anything that can be like tempting trap used on it to the point where you lose the game. Things are working great for Fabian right now.
Yeah, and this is exactly where Alessandro, I think, wants to be. Even though that Morwell is going to be knocked out, I think that now that those energies are starting to be attached on certain Pokemon, Alessandro now thinking, okay, how many energies he got left? How many different options of attacking has Fabian got? Am I able to gust up the rolls and hide behind the fact that he can't be able to use Miracle Force because of the lack of energy that Fabian has available to him?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure all this and more will be going through Alessandro's head as he tries to like plot his way through this game. This is where the control players are really tested. You know, if you can get yourself in a situation in the first game, I think most control players will be able to like play that through to the end and make sure that they get those plays going and just keep that tempting trap lock on. But this is where the situation gets a little bit more tricky. So Alessandro here, has a Defiance Vest onto the Morwile.
Yeah, only
huge.
That Mind Bend only doing 20 damage now with that Defiance Vest, and with that mist energy as well, is unable to be confused from that Munkidori Mind Bend. This is massive for Alessandro. This is so advantageous.
This is the alternative, right? I mean, you've essentially turned a Munkidori into a Greninja.
Oh, and here we see the scoop from Fabian.
Yeah, that's it.
I think that's the scoop. I think that's the handshake.
Was that it?
Was that the handshake?
Oh, yeah, acknowledging, there's no way for him to play around it. So Fabian, with Alessandro turning the Munkidori into a Manaphy or a Greninja, gets a tempting trap going. No way for Fabian to play around it. Alessandro takes the second game and takes the match and advances to top 8.
Yeah, a masterclass of control there again from Alessandro, as we all know and love him, or perhaps not, depending on how you're receiving the control archetype. But yeah, what a win there for Alessandro.
Yeah.
Definitely status quo.
Yeah. So just to explain that for the folks at home in case it was a little bit confusing. So when we say the turning a Monkey Dory into a Greninja or a Manaphy, the Defiance Vest states that if you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent, the Pokemon this card is attached to takes 40 less damage from attacks. And so with Alessandro also having the Radiant Serena on the field, the Mind Bend would only be doing 20 damage, and then it wouldn't be confused because of the Mist Energy. The damage can be healed off, so there's no way for the Monkey Dory to damage the Mawile.
Yeah, of course, and these are all the little tricks and trades of the control archetype. There's so many different ways that you can play and approach a game depending not only on the archetype you're coming up against, but also the board states. We see Alessandro just apologizing to the crowd and all of us, but he has no reason to apologize.
Don't apologize for winning. Like, Alessandro, actually, I'm going to go on my soapbox a little bit, right? Actually, okay, I'll wait a little bit. Let's go through this game first, because yeah, this game 2, at the end of game 1 was, it was as you would expect. So we tried to play it through to the end, but there was no way for Fabian to get out of the tempting trap block, and so it was just draw, tempting trap, draw, pass. Eventually Fabian ran out of Iron Nose. Job was a good one. But here was the key moment in game 2, because if we were saying at first, oh, putting down a Monkey Dory, it's not optimal, but at least it's like a little bit better than some other stuff, right? And then neither of us really saw this until like that last point, right? So until Alessandro could get that Monkey Dory down, was kind of using boss's orders to bring out some other stuff, trying to force some, just stall for some more time, basically, to get this play going, and he really wanted Fabian to take a prize card. Yeah, that was the absolute key, because we were saying about how, oh, if Alessandro forces Fabian to take a prize, then all these sort of different tools that he has gets unlocked, but we weren't even thinking about the Defiance Vest.
Yeah, the Defiance Vest is definitely another option for Alessandro to negate some further damage onto the mobile. So these Pokemon that can attack, they can do damage, like the Monkey Dory. 60 damage, over a couple of turns can equate to a lot of damage to be able to knock out the mobile, but Defiance Vest back to 20, and then of course the Mist Energy, no confusion, it's not a threat anymore. This is the way I'm playing.
Yeah, because that last 20 that the Monkey Dory can do gets healed by the Radiant Serena. So essentially you turn that, that's why we say, you turn that Monkey Dory into a Manaphy or Greninja, because you turn it into a Pokemon that can't do anything. And so you can just tempting trap your way all the way to the game. And stuff like that is why I like to say, I think sometimes some players get frustrated playing against control, and it is understandable, right? Because you're potentially sat there not being able to do much, and that's kind of, it's not necessarily always fun to not be able to play the game. But as a respect for the strategy, right? Sure. And this is why I'm saying I feel bad that Alessandro feels needs to apologize. He has played the deck massively. He's come up with a strategy that is able to do an insane feat like that, and just find these ways to beat all these meta decks. And it takes an insane amount of skill to pull that off. So if I had a hat, I would take it off to Alessandro right now.
Yeah, the amount of the people that I play at locals that get frustrated that I'm playing Snorlax for a League Challenge or a League Cup, but then at a regional say, thank you so much for playing, because I just don't know how to play it any other way otherwise. It's just a respect to the archetype, like you said. It can be frustrating, but for Fabian, you saw him there, he was smiling. He knew exactly what Alessandro was trying to do. He knew how the game was going to play out. There was no kind of frustration on his side. He played to his outs, and that's all he could do, unfortunately.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for control players, especially in the current environment, right? Because it's not always easy to find a way to play control in any given tournament, because the tools for it always change. Sometimes there'll be this very obscure common card that comes out that changed everything for control, and especially when you're talking about, because you were talking about playing Snorlax, right? But Alessandro is playing a much more of like a toolboxy version of control, where you think, okay, what exact cards am I going to play to win this matchup, and what's my game plan? And you have to think that through so much in depth and in detail, and have a out to every situation and every deck you can play against. So yeah, I just can't have a lot of respect.
They're always full of surprises, these deck lists, and like you said, they're not common cards that usually go into these archetypes because of the effects of the cards. They're not commonly, they're not discard draw 7, are they? No. Or they're not usually gust up another Pokemon, or at least not enough of it for the common decks, or even Erica's Invitation. I remember one time I played Snorlax and I actually begged one of my friends to go through their bulk to find me a pot helmet, because it was really relevant. Okay, Joe, if you're out there, sorry, the painstakingly 3 hours, I think it was, to try and find me a pot helmet.
Yeah.
But, you know, like you said, if you connect all of these options together, it brings an archetype alive, you know?
Yeah.
Defiance Fest, of course, you know, did see play here there, but Festival Grounds? Yeah. I mean, come on.
I mean, that would have been another way, right? Now,
time to gain as well, you know, there's a lot of different options there.
Yeah, a lot of different options that I'm sure Alessandro would love to explain to us and also the viewers at home. So let's go over to the couch to hear it from our asymmetrical Top Cut winner.
A lot of different options indeed, and that is what the game is all about. Whenever your name is Alessandro Cremasgoli, always showing up with these control decks, these tournaments. Alessandro, what makes you keep bringing these archetypes?
I mean, this will be the last tournament for me before the rotation, so I really want to say a proper last goodbye to the deck that really kept me company for the last 2 years, and I feel so good to be here, so I'm doing well, I'm doing well.
I'm really happy for you, mate. And of course, it's always nice to see you as a Pokédad, as a control player. I mean, you're saying it's a last goodbye to control. Why so? How is control looking into post-rotation?
I mean, post-rotation we will lose a lot of like crucial part of the deck. Luxray, Rotom, DT. So, of course, I will try my best to keep on this track, but I don't think I'm gonna play the same deck after rotation, at least not for a while.
I mean, not for a while, of course, there's going to be future expansion. Of course, we have Journey Together coming out first to start off the post-rotation block. But hey, who knows? There might be something coming up very shortly that's going to help you towards your journey as, you know, the all-time control player. And I can't state enough, like, your name is equaling playing control typically. If I've been facing you in a tournament or some of my friends have been facing you, they don't even have to ask me what you're playing because they already know.
I'm actually really proud of that. Like every time in the last tournament, I sit at the table and I see my opponent reacts in a different way. Most of them has like a sad face because they know what I'm playing against. At the same time, it's a disadvantage for me because everyone always know what I'm playing. So maybe they don't know exactly the list or maybe they don't know exactly how to play the matchup, but they can be for sure that I'm playing control. I mean, for now, yes, I'm enjoying to play control. In the future, we will see.
But in a month's time, we're not quite sure yet, of course. Speaking of course, control, the whole tournament, this matchup against Gardevoir, typically a very close one when you're speaking with control eyes. Of course, you've included a lot of tech cards to make sure that's what you can always do in pitch at control. But how does this matchup feel against Fabienne? Of course, you've had an entire tournament. It's probably not the first Gardevoir you faced, but yeah, how did it feel?
First of all, I want to say sorry for everyone that have to watch that. Not my fault, sorry about that. They just play a pass attack for 20 minutes. I know it's not enjoying, but that's how I play the game. The matchup against Gardy, it's basically what you just see. Wait for a Pokemon to trap, and once you got that, you got the win. I always fear and at the same time respect Gardevoir and the Gardevoir player because the deck it's really hard to play. At the same time, it's really good. So I know Fabienne was a really good player, so I was more afraid to play against him than his deck because I respect even more him as a player. I mean, I got lucky with the flute. He started with the monkey doll in the first one, so everything was fine for me. Lucky, so I'm happy.
I mean, so we always talk about these great players. There's such difference in terms of who's playing the deck and who's not playing deck. Of course, a player of Fabienne's caliber is always going to give you a great showing, regardless of what matchup it is, really. And, you know, when playing control, one thing that always pops up is to talk about, you know, resource management. A really important part of control, having also played control myself in the past. It's one of the things you have to master to play control efficiently. What would be your top tips to master resource management in a control deck?
I made a few masterclass about that in the past, and I've tried to make everyone understand that the biggest part of the deck building was not actually the deck building, but the preparation himself about the tournament. You need to know every deck in the format, every list in the format, every variant is crucial because if someone play a list a little bit different from what you expect, you are not in a good spot. So once you got that, playing the deck is just a mechanical part. It's like when you just run. More exercise, more you learn. And at some time, I play this deck for such a long time. I don't need to think about my play anymore because I play so many times the same play over and over again. And I can assure you, if you do the first part right, you will have the second part easier.
And it's great to learn that from you. And of course, speaking of resource management, I hope that you're going to have success with that in your top 8. Once again, congratulations on winning your asymmetrical top cut match. Of course, you have the top 8 to play in just a second. But speaking of resource management, I have something I want to show you about just that.
Resource management is a topic that we hear about in the Pokemon TCG all the time, but what exactly does this mean? Resource management is the process of allocating resources to achieve the greatest value, or in our case, winning the game. To do this optimally, it is necessary to remember all of your win conditions of the TCG. Take all of your prize cards, leave your opponent with no remaining Pokemon in play, or decking the opponent out. A player's main objective should be to use their cards optimally toward the best winning line each turn. One of my favorite E-Block decks to showcase the strength of resource management is Lost Box. With countless micro decisions to make in the opening turns and a lot of information to digest, we often find players can lose the game with a decision made in the first few turns. So how do you avoid this? First, learn your prize cards. This information is often crucial for the optimal opening turns, especially with Comfey's Flower Selecting and Colress's Experiment placing cards in the Lost Zone. In these turns, you should begin to develop a prize map, a way to take all of your prize cards as efficiently as possible. This can require a bit of finesse to pull off. If a matchup calls for Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken into Sableye Lost Mine, followed by a big attack from a Pokemon like Dragonite V, then you better have the resources to pull that off. Hold a Water Energy for that Radiant Greninja, so that only one Mirage Gate is required to meet the energy requirements. This potentially leaves an extra Mirage Gate for that late game Dragonite V or Kyogre. Another important resource is the discard pile. Certain supporters and items interact with the discard pile to help turn that stack of cards into a winning game plan. Cards like Clara to bring that energy back, as you often have the perfect energy type waiting in the discard pile for your next attack. Whether it be Water Energy for Moonlight Shuriken, or Psychic Energy to spread damage with Sableye's Lost Mine. Kyogre's Aqua Storm attack requires all of the resource management tools to join forces on the route to victory, in a beautiful combination that often includes emptying your own deck of cards, refilling with many energies, accelerating energies for the attack cost, and of course a clear prize map. Aqua Storm is nearing the apex of resource management. Let's take a look at how some of the best in the world use resource management skills to blaze a path to victory. In the top 4 of the 2023 European International Championships, Pablo Meza faced off against Tord Reklev in a battle for the ages. Pablo brought Mew VMAX into a new matchup in Tord's Gardevoir EX deck. In a pivotal spot, Pablo had an opportunity to use a power tablet for 30 additional damage and preserve the hit points on his Mew VMAX. The casters also took notice.
Well, he had the power tablet in hand previously.
Pretty sure it wasn't played before the judge.
No, I'm fairly sure it wasn't.
Instead, Pablo used Judge and saved the item. The game ultimately reached a climax with Gardevoir EX versus Mew VMAX. With 290 hit points remaining, only one line of play could knock this Pokemon out.
There's a second power tablet.
And Ultra Ball, incredible.
Oh, and
multiple Ultra Ball. This hand is insane.
Pablo goes all in, drawing as many cards as possible, and finally uses his V-Star ability that he held onto all game in order to find all 4 power tablet and take the knockout and Game 1 victory. Resource management is a vital pillar of successful gameplay. Working on these steps over time can help develop the skills to compete at the highest level. Thanks for watching, and hope to see you find the lines in future tournaments.
Hey trainers, I'm Freya Pierce, and today I'd like to take you through an overview of the most impactful cards from Prismatic Evolutions. Prismatic Evolutions is primarily a reprint set, featuring absolutely gorgeous new special illustration rare versions of mainstay cards in the competitive scene. However,
This set does also bring some new players to the table, some of which have already begun to have a significant impact on the game. By far the biggest game changer is Budu. Don't be fooled by its low 30 HP and innocent looking demeanor, as its itchy pollen attack does 10 damage and prevents your opponent from playing item cards during their next turn, and you don't even need any energy to use this attack. Most competitive Pokemon decks rely on item cards for their strategy at all points during the game. Early setup items like Buddy Buddy Poppin' and Nest Ball, Stage 2 enabling cards like Rare Candy, recovery cards like Night Stretcher, the list goes on. Budu can therefore be used to stifle a setup early on, or be combined with hand disruption in the late game to enable checkmate board states and fearsome comebacks. Players going forward will have to rethink their deck building to ensure that they can play around this card. Add on a retreat cost of 0 and you have a versatile menace of a baby Pokemon that can slot into almost any deck. Prismatic Evolutions also features Terra EX forms of Hedi and all its evolutions. Flareon EX in particular stands out, as for a fire and a colorless energy, its first attack Burning Charge does 130 damage and lets you attach 2 basic energies from your deck to one of your Pokemon. You can get this going as early as turn 1 going second by using the Surging Sparks Eevee, with its ability letting it evolve immediately if it's in the active. With Flareon being a Terra Pokemon, you can make use of Sparkling Crystal and Stellar Crown Noctowl as well, for quicker attacks and searching out the trainers you need respectively. Finally, Prismatic Evolutions also features a handful of new trainers, the most impactful of which is Black Belt's training. During the turn it's played, attacks used by your Pokemon do 40 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon EX. This can be used in combination with other damage modifiers like Defiance Band and Binding Mochi to help Pokemon like Terrapago CX and Archaludon EX reach for big knockouts on higher HP Stage 1 and Stage 2 Pokemon EX. And this card has already found its way into many lists featuring these two attackers in particular for this reason. That's it for our Prismatic Evolutions overview, but there's plenty more Pokemon TCG action coming up, so stay tuned and make sure to also go to Pokemon.com/compete to find out more about how you can start your journey as a competitive Pokemon trainer.
Hello everyone, Adam Watson here to bring you up to speed on the results of the 2025 European International Championships. This event took place shortly after the release of Itchy Pollen Budu. With this splashable item lock slowing down the format, Dragapult EX emerged as the preeminent deck. In the junior division, Oliver Cahill on Lugia V-Star played Andreas Kadels on Dragapult. In Game 1 and 2, Oliver used his perfect Lugia setups and pressure from multiple bosses' orders to seal the deal. In the senior division, Gabriel Fernandez played Nathan Osterkatz in a Dragapult mirror match. Both players matched each other beat for beat and dive for dive, bringing their set to a decisive Game 3. After being item locked and Iono'd by Nathan, Gabriel set up after drawing a clutch Lance and got to work winning it all. And in the Masters Finals, Australia's Natalie Miller on Dragapult EX Dusknoir faced Japan's Ryuki Okada on Poison Pollen Terrapagos EX. In the first game, Natalie had no Pokemon to back up her Fezandipity EX, and it was immediately taken down by Ryuki's Cloth. In Game 2, despite giving up 4 early prize cards, Natalie struck back with style, cashing in a massive 5-prize turn. But in the final game, Ryuki's champion energy rose anew. By starting Oranguru V in the active spot, it allowed for the ultimate combo to win the game on the spot with Pecharunt and claim the championship.
Here we go! Look at all the pieces that have descended! Ryuki is going to be your European International Champion!
With one more international championships on the books, now's the time to visit Pokemon.com/compete and join the fun.
Hi Pokemon trainers, I'm Shea Burton, and today we're going to take a crash course into the Dragapult EX archetype, the deck that won Dortmund Regionals and got second place at Lille as well. Let's Phantom dive in. Dragapult EX is built around the amazing attack Phantom Dive, which for a fire and a psychic energy deals 200 damage to your opponent's active Pokemon, and then you can spread 6 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon in any way you like. This, as you can imagine, applies a ton of pressure on your opponent's board state, since not only are you dealing massive damage into the active, that 2-shots everything in format, but you're also peppering your opponent's bench, meaning their bench sitters like Fezandipity or Hoot Hoot now have a big target on them. Worth noting that the Stage 1 Draclock can provide a ton of value here too, since its Recon Directive ability lets you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, and then you can put one in your hand and the other one goes to the bottom of your deck, Letting you see more cards in a turn is never a bad thing. With the aim of the game being bench damage, Dragapult EX decks can play Dusknoir, whose ability fits this strategy perfectly, letting you KO the Dusknoir with its ability, but then you can place 13 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon, making Phantom Dive even more terrifying. Some players even opt to use Hawlucha now as well, whose flying entry ability lets you put 1 damage counter on 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon when you put Hawlucha into play, which would let Phantom Dive KO 70 HP benched Pokemon, like Charmander or Dreepy. The most awkward part about Dragapult is that split energy cost, so Dragapult players will now use Sparkling Crystal as their ace spec to help alleviate that, since it reduces the attack cost of the Terra Pokemon it's attached to by 1 energy of any type, so now Phantom Dive can be used for 1 energy. Crispin can help out here too, since it lets you search your deck for 2 basic energy cards, put 1 in your hand, and the other one you can attach to one of your Pokemon. So at any point, Crispin basically reads start using Phantom Dive. With all these tools in the tool belt, Dragapult EX has become a spectacular deck in this format, and it's something that on any given weekend could take the event down. Speaking of which, let's get back to the stream and see if any damage counters are being spread right now.
Welcome back to the top 8 action here of this 2025 Stockholm Regional Championships. My name is Jesper Eriksson, and with me is my wonderful chap, Ross Gilbert. How are you feeling going into this top 8, Ross?
I feel good going into this top 8. We've got a nice mix of decks. We've got Clorf as the #1 seed. We've got Control hanging around, which has actually been a bigger story this weekend than I think a lot of people might realize. It's been around the top tables quite a bit so far, and now we've got Alessandro Cremascoli, who is, well, on to top 8 with the deck, or at least one version thereof.
Exactly. What a wonderful chap Alessandro is to talk to, and of course giving all these details about Control in terms of how you get to play it, how you practice it, how you get to learn the resource management. Really nice guy.
It's hard to practice Control because you need to find people who will play against you, and it's not always that much fun playing against Control, so finding testing partners can be a challenge.
Indeed it is, but here of course people don't get decided whether they're playing against you or not. You're getting paired up randomly, so of course Alessandro can maybe use some of these tournaments to get into practice, but of course we do have our bracket for the top 8 leading into it. What stands into your mind?
Well, it's worth noting that Julius Brunfeld has already booked their way into the top 4. Essentially, it was a match that wasn't waiting on the result of an asymmetrical top cut. It was one we weren't keeping back for the stream, so we just let them play, and Julius is already through to the semi-finals. What else stands out to me? I'm looking at Drew Stevenson. I'm looking at that top seed. Obviously didn't play in the asymmetrical top cut. Playing against Kim, who had that risky ID in the final round, paid off nicely. They won 2-0 in top 16, or the asymmetrical top cut, moving on into the top 8. So I'm looking at that game first of all, but I'm also seeing Julius there, already through the top 4. That's got to feel nice.
Exactly. Julius, a player we have featured many times before on this stream. Of course, such a lovely guy to have on the stream on too. Playing that Archaludon deck we have been seeing off. We could actually have a top 4 semifinals with 4 different decks this time.
I love it when we have 4 different decks, and Dragapult, I mean, look, Dragapult's there, but like we keep saying, there's no other deck that can match it in terms of numbers. But in terms of being able to beat it in a kind of a 1-game series, best of 3 series, there are a bunch out there, and there's a lot of different decks representing. This seems to be, we're in such a weird format right now, in that we have Dragapult, and it's clearly the best deck.
Oh yeah.
But outside of that, it's wide open, and there's so much variety out there, even with quite an overwhelmingly best deck, which is very weird to see.
And it's something we rarely see, of course, as mentioned yesterday. We were talking about in Community Choice Bracket where we were talking about Lugia and Richard Draco. Lugia, when that was the best deck in format, it was clear as anything.
Well, we've got our players here. Oscar Madsen and Isaiah Bradner are sat down. They're getting ready. They've got headphones on so we can start talking about whatever we want to, although we will, of course, be polite about it. And it seems like we're starting off here with Oscar.
Oscar Masson, a player who has been going into the light lately, of course, off a UIC 9th place at World Top 64. Very, very close to that top 32, of course, and top 16 at Gdansk Regionals in 2024, and also a top 16 in the Malmö Regionals 2023. Such a player who's building a resume out of taking a hiatus back in the day. Of course, one of my locals on 2. We started playing at the same time, so really nice to see him here too.
Yeah, I know as a player you're delighted to be seeing in the top 8. Isaiah, of course, a top North American player. Many of you will be familiar with. EUIC finalist in 2022, EUIC finalist in 2024, World's top 8 in 2024, and an NAIC champion in seniors in 2019. One of the stories around Isaiah in the past couple of years has been phenomenal player, good finals appearances, but not winning the big event. So that's the hurdle Isaiah has to get over. And let's be clear, phenomenal player, phenomenal resume, absolutely one of the top players in the game right now. But when you make multiple finals and don't get over the hump, then you get that mindset of it's got to happen, it's got to happen. I need that big signature win. And that's what Isaiah's going for in this tournament.
Yeah, since getting up into Master Division, he's been one of the best bridesmaids we had in the game. Of course, some prize cards coming down here. Nothing too affecting, of course. Isaiah pricing one of those Gardevoir EX that are so detrimental to his deck. But here we are, top 8 starting off. Isaiah going first.
Yeah, Isaiah's going to be starting us off. We've got a Monkey Dory in the active, and we've got a Buddy Buddy Poffin. Gives me a chance to tell you about this Gardevoir deck. We start with Rouse. We evolve up into Curlier, which has that lovely refinement ability. Discard 1 card from your hand to draw 2. Really nice for getting set up. And then we go up into Gardevoir, which has that ability that accelerates as much psychic energy as you like from your discard. But every time you attach it to one of your psychic Pokemon, you have to put 2 damage counters on them. But then we've got stuff like Monkey Dory with its Adrenabrain that can move those damage counters from your Pokemon to your opponents, along with a variety of different psychic attackers. So it's going to take a couple of turns to actually build up into those Gardevoir. So it's a deck that starts slow, but really builds in power as we go through the game.
And that's also something we do see with the Dragon Ball type decks, especially this type that Oscar is playing. Of course, with Oscar playing Rare Candy, can't get it into that turn 2 Dragon Ball, as we saw with Bert Walters playing Rare Candy to get these Dragon Ball into play. But Oscar's list looks more like the one we saw from Kim Popega yesterday, where we had the 1 Rare Candy play more this straight Dragon Ball archetype.
Yeah, we'll talk more about Dragon Ball in just a moment. For now, we've got Isaiah finishing up their first search. Of course, that first search, very important. You need to basically figure out what's in your prizes. At the start of a game of Pokemon, you take 6 cards, you put them as your prize cards, and they are unavailable until you start knocking out Pokemon. So that first search, very important to try and figure out what those cards are. But Buddy Buddy Poffin has been concluded. And oh, look, 2 routes.
Exactly as Isaiah scripted it here. We do want to see, of course, energies, discard pile, energies going into the hand, energies going into play. We do see the Earthen Vessel here, and that's exactly what Isaiah is looking for in this situation. I
mean, you're asking for energies, and Isaiah's like, boom, Earthen Vessel, now give me 2 energies.
I mean, he's being nice to me, right? And of course, with the way of Isaiah's deck wants to go, it looks a lot like the archetypes we do have in the format, where the energy has to go into the discard pile to be able to either be accelerated or used for attacks. In this case, of course, it has to be acceleration that we have to see off it.
It's an important point. That Gardevoir needs to get that energy out of the discard, but it can't get it out unless it starts there to begin with. So we are grabbing a Psychic and a Darkness. Of course, the Darkness, very important. Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain ability, wonderful ability. You take 3 damage counters from one of your Pokemon, whack it on one of your opponents, but it only activates if there's a Darkness energy attached.
And we did see that earlier with the matchup we had with Rune, who was actually playing the same 60-card list as Isaiah does here.
Oh, I did not know that.
Where, of course, Bert was playing Dusknoir in the Dragon Ball deck. Oscar's not, which means Oscar's going to have less ways of accelerating damage without attacking.
That's going to be a bit of a pain when we head over to Oscar. We got our first search here with the Buddy Buddy Poffin. So while we're searching, why don't you give us a rundown of this Dragon Ball deck?
Yes. The Dragon Ball deck comes in many different variations and archetypes. With this version of the Dragon Ball deck, you're playing 4/4 free Dragon Ball. It's your main attacker, it's your engine. With the Dracloak, you can get to look at the cards from the top of your deck, pick one of them, and put the other one to the bottom. You then play helping cards like Voodoo to slow down the game until you get these pieces onto the board, using a Lucha to put damage on the bench to target these 70 HP basic Pokemon that you could target with Phantom Dive. Then you're also playing Lance, which can help you search out these things even more efficiently. The only difference there is between the straight Dragapult deck and the Dragapult Dusknoir deck is the explosiveness that we have, with this Dragapult variant being a tiny bit slower.
It is a little bit slower, but it certainly packs the power. And of course, we're all building up to that Dragapult EX and its Phantom Dive attack. You do 200 to the active, but that's apparently not enough. You also get to drop 6 damage counters on the bench. And here comes Luminion, the fish, as it's affectionately known, which firstly, it searches you out a supporter card, yay. Secondly, it is a Pokemon V, so you can attach that Forest Seal Stone in a minute, use it to use your V-Star power to search any card you like. A very versatile fish.
And as we're always talking about these engines that set up consistency, Luminion is exactly providing consistency, and that's also why it's going to be missed so much in post-rotation format. But of course, we're not talking post-rotation. We still have to make do with our current standard format. We do see Oscar here gearing up to playing Earthen Vessel, trying to set up his board even further.
Yeah, the Arven did come down. Of course, we did get that Forest Seal Stone. No one's surprised about that. And then the Earthen Vessel to go and search for some energy. Hey, if it's good enough for Isaiah, it's good enough for Oscar. And oftentimes what we'll get here is 1 Psychic, 1 Fire, because that's, of course, what you need to be throwing out that attack with your Dragapult. Phantom Dive, wonderful attack.
You're exactly right about that. The prescribed best attack in the game currently, as we've said oftentimes again and again. Getting the 2 different energies here. With the Dragapult deck, you're running Psychic, you're running Fire Energy, of course, to fuel that attack cost that Dragapult has. Defensive Dive does require 2 different energies. Typically, you're seeing Sparkling Crystal being played in these Dragapult decks. Although, in this version, they're playing Unfair Stamp. What Oscar's deck wants to go to is going to Voodoo, getting that Voodoo knocked out, and then go into Unfair Stamp Phantom Dive.
Yeah, basically make your opponent take a prize and then punish them for taking a prize. Well, as it is, we've got an energy on the Dreepy, but we see what we often see against these Gardevoir decks. Oh, we're not done. I thought we might be done. We're not even done yet. Are we done yet? Because we're not going to see an attack here, of course, because if you attack, you do very little damage, and Monkey Dory's probably just going to throw it straight back to you. So that little kind of tiny poke we often see in games where I've got nothing else, I might as well. You don't do that against a Monkey Dory deck, because you actually just end up poking yourself.
You're right about that, Ross. The Petty Grudge or the bite of the Dreepy is not going to do enough damage to the point where it's actually efficient to do so against the Monkey Dory, because as you said, they would be thrown right back in your face. But essentially just a drop pass here from Isaiah. Benching the Cresselia going back over to Oscar. This flags for Oscar that it's not going that well for Isaiah.
No, Isaiah's hand is not very good. Here comes the Forest Seal Stone, that V-Star power. Oh, looking for that Lance straight away.
And one thing we can get with that Lance is the Dragapult. And if we also can get Rare Candy Dragapult, we do know there's already a Fire Energy in the Oscar's hand. We can be off to some fireworks, but we just see triple Dark Cloak here. Although, we still might be getting the Rare Candy Dragapult Dream.
Yes, essentially, the reason you go for free Dragapult here, you evolve 2, use 2 Recon Directive, and if your Recon Directive go well enough, you get your Candy Dragapult and you leave a Dracloak in hand. But if it doesn't go well enough, then you can evolve up into Dracloak and have free and have your draw engine really well established. We see this with these Lance plays, keeping your options open. So, what do we get? It is a Bravery Charm and a Badoo. Not exactly what we wanted to begin with. The second one comes down here. It's a Nest Ball and a Buddy Buddy Poffin. Again, not really what we wanted. That Dragapult play does not seem like it's happening. It's not happening. So we see the active evolved up last. And we get ourselves... Oh, we actually do get a Dragapult now. Alas, it is too late.
What Oscar can go into this turn is the retreat of the Dracloak, shutting down the item cards with Voodoo if he wishes to. One thing, of course, as we've said, is that attacking into the Monkey Door is not that nice.
Oh, we've already used Lance, so apologies there. I saw a boss's orders, I saw 2 energy on the Dracloak. I got very excited, but unfortunately, no Rolts will be going down, but actually still no attack. You could have done 70 here, and instead you went, no, mate, I'm good.
But do you want to do 70 damage when you know 30 of them are just going to get thrown right back at you? Oscar here decides to say no. We want to keep this slow and chilled, at least this time. Isaiah top decks a Kirlia, gets to draw additional cards, but it doesn't look like there's any help getting into Isaiah's hand.
Oh, you really need to start drawing here. The answer to your question, if I could leave Monkey Dory on 60 HP, I would want to do it. But when it healed 30 off, then unfortunately it would be out of range of that residual damage, so I wouldn't want to do it.
Unless you can pull that to the bench and use Halucha.
Oh, that could be fun.
Then you can get it within range. But in this situation, Oscar wants to save that Halucha for something that's a bit more enticing to take out.
Yeah, I agree entirely. What you really want to do, and that's the thing, with that Halucha in the deck and being an option, we look at Isaiah's board right now. If there's a 70 HP routes on the bench, you can bring it down to 60 HP using Halucha, and then that's a double KO with Dragapult next turn. That is a very good use for Halucha if you can get that one in your hand next turn. And it still doesn't look like Isaiah's got much, and we are retreating into Badoo, and it's an Itchy Pollen. It's turning off item cards, but Oscar's already had 2 full turns, so they don't need very much at this stage.
What we can see here is a Dragapult, a boss plus a Lucha. That would equal taking out Kirlia and a Ralts on top, leaving no damage left on the board for the Monkey Dory to play with. That would be quite detrimental to Isaiah, since Isaiah, just as Rune, playing the same 60, does not play Rare Candy for that Gardevoir.
Oh, we just hit boss off of that Dracloak. Recon Directive just got us a boss.
That's huge.
And I think, did we see, have we got a Lucha in?
We have it all. We have Dragapult, we have Boss's Orders, we have Halucha. We can get to see a double knockout, crippling Isaiah's board this turn.
Here comes a Kirlia into the active off that boss's orders. Halucha's going to hit the board and put 10 damage down onto one of those routes, both of those routes even. And then we get an KO on the active at 200 damage. The extra 6 damage counters all go onto one of those routes. Big double KO from Oscar coming here.
Even the attachment going on to boot to make sure that if a mind bend action is going to happen, we can at least get into a secondary Dragapult with the retreat. But here we go, double knockout on Kirlia and Ralts. Engine is gone.
Yeah, you're left with 1 route on the bench, and that is, to put it euphemistically, far from ideal. That is, I think the crippling is probably a good word you use there. His setup is just gone. It's not there anymore. You had 1 Kirlia and 2 routes. You've now just got 1 route, which means you can evolve up into a Kirlia and draw a couple of cards. It's very different.
We do see a top deck of Aggressive Research for Isaiah here, so at least we get to have some help going in. But it's going to be such a question. What does Isaiah even do with this position? Isaiah has to recover some Ralts, has to make sure that both of them don't get knocked out. There could still be some Turo play happening from Oscar's side of the board, reusing that Halucha. So even if there's going to be just this Ralts on the board with Adrenabrain, moving those 10 damage counters away, it's not going to be safe, since you can use Turo, you can use Boss. There's a lot of things that still can go wrong here.
And let's not forget, we saw in the, you say it's the same 60 as Rune. Well, that means there's no rare candy. So absolute maximum, it is a Kirlia. And, I mean, Isaiah benches a Monkey Dory. I'd love to see another routes here.
And you're saying a Kirlia. If it's only a Kirlia and that gets evolved from the Ralts, even with Adrenabrain, we could be seeing a play that could still take that out with the boss's orders. So there's no way for Isaiah to get double Kirlia into play, which means that another boss happening from Oscar's side would indeed be crippling to what Isaiah is trying to do here. And we might even be so short getting into game 2 already. It feels sweet to say that.
Yeah, it does. I do love that Isaiah's got double Monkey Dory, both of which have a Darkness Entity attached. We saw how useful that can be in previous games, so I like that. But the most important part of your setup is the Kirlia, the Gardevoir pieces. Now, we do see a counter catcher bringing a Luminion into the active, so at least making it a bit more awkward.
Yes, here Isaiah is basically forcing Oscar to knock out this Kirlia. Oscar would need Boss's Orders and Energy. Both of which, he has the Boss's Orders already in hand, and a Latias. Both are them in hand. Oscar has everything he could wish for.
Latias gives free retreat to all of your basic Pokemon, and that little fishy in the active is a basic Pokemon, so that means you bench that, you get free retreat with Latias, your Boss's Orders a Kirlia, and Isaiah's got no Gardevoir pieces then.
And even on top of that, Oscar has a collapsed stadium, which means that after this Luminium retreats, it can be removed from the field of play.
Oh my word. word. I mean, I'm not even sure you even need that at this point. It's going so well. There's the boss, and there is the concession from Isaiah. Oscar is too far ahead, and Isaiah goes, you know what? Let's just go to game 2. Oscar takes game 1.
And we're one game closer to having a Scandinavian protecting home turf against the Americans here. Of course, Isaiah, as a US player, we had Azul Garcia Gregor winning the Stockholm Regionals last year. Isaiah trying to do that one over again.
Here comes a replay then from game 1, and we see that Oscar just had a really nice setup from the beginning. That setup was working very nicely. We had the triple Drakloak, and that got a boss's orders just in hand. I'll save that for later. I promise you it will be relevant. We get it onto the Curlier. Then we get the double KO here with the help of the Holucha KOing both the active Curlier and one of those bench rolls. That was a huge turning point in the game.
Exactly, as you saw here, the double knockout coming in from defensive dive. And after this first double knockout, we didn't see much from Isaiah. Isaiah was struggling and struggling and struggling to try and set up. And after the last knockout on Curlier, game was over.
It was unfortunately over. Oscar takes the lead 1-0. We got a lot of time left, of course. We go up to 75 minutes, best of 3 for our top cut games. So I feel pretty confident we're going to have a full 3 games here if we need it. And this goes back to what we were saying earlier. In this matchup, Dragapult is the aggressor. The longer the game goes on, the stronger Gardevoir gets. But when we have a short game like that and a start like that, it's not looking good for Gardevoir.
We're always talking about board positions. Board positions, early game, mid game, late game. Gardevoir is the master of a late game. But as we saw, Dragapult in the early to mid game is such a strong force to be reckoned with. And we do see our setup here. Oscar starting off with the Budew. Of course, I would imagine Isaiah wanted to go second, being able to use Team Evolution, getting those Curlius into play as he struggled so much with last game.
I think that's probably a pretty good shout. You get that TM Evolution to evolve 2 up on turn 1. There are our prizes. 1 Drakloak, 1 Curlier, 1 Fair Stamp. It seems a little unfair that only one has their A-Spec prize, but here we go into game 2. Oscar goes first with that Buddy Poffin.
And picture-perfect starts, as we spoke about when we were talking Bert's Dragapult deck. Oscar, this situation starting off the Buddy Poffin. It's everything you wish for when you have these kinds of setup decks, where, of course, you cannot play supporters going first. You do get to play Buddy Poffin to get out those 3-piece.
I've got to say, I don't love starting Budew. I often want a turn 1 Budew, but I want the option of either having it or not having it. I don't like being forced to start it, because at some point during the game, if Isaiah needs an extra prize, he's going to be like, Adrenabrain. And then it's just going to move 3 damage counters over and KO the Budew. I'm fine with using Budew in this matchup, but I want to bench it when I want it. I don't want to have it there from the beginning.
One thing that is really nice about starting Budew, though, is the free retreat that is granted by having that Budew in the active. And we have to talk positives here always, of course. And going into that, the Latias does provide free retreat. Although not benching Latias does give less 2 prizes for Isaiah to hit once we become later. Oscar's deck typically wants to Budew until it unfair stamps and attacks, although there's no unfair stamp currently available.
That is going to be a bit of an issue. That is the one prize that stood out to me when I looked at the prizes a moment ago. Unfair Stamp is actually an early game card in this particular deck. Like you say, you want to use Budew, it gets KO'd, then it's Unfair Stamp. It works in the mid to late game, don't get me wrong, but you mostly want it in the early game. That could change things up a little bit. As it is, Liminian gets a Lance.
Which is perfect for Oscar's secondary setup turn. We've said multiple times, Dragapult wants to evolve through the stages of Drakloak, then before getting into Dragapult. We do see going over to Isaiah's turn here, he wants to be able to set up Curlius with the Technical Machine Evolution this turn.
Now, chose not to use Forest Seal Stone there. Could have gotten another Buddy Poffin, for instance, but feels like 2 Dreepy is enough. Save that Forest Seal Stone for later, as we see Isaiah's first search of the game.
It also does help Oscar with the Force Sealstone in play to have some kind of explosiveness when it comes to it, if Oscar gets the right card of an eventual Drakloak. We do see here with Isaiah going through the deck on the first deck search, making sure that we do not prize these Gardevoir axes or other crucial pieces to the Gardevoir deck.
Well, the good news is, well, the bad news is there's a Curlier prize, not ideal. Good news is it's just 1 Curlier, no routes, no Gardevoir, so not perfect, but I think it is probably going to be okay. For what it's worth, Isaiah does have 1 Drakloak prize in addition to that Unfair Stamp, But, and actually, to be fair, the one of Blood Moon Ursa Luna. But honestly, yeah, it's not the end of the world. I say Isaiah, I obviously mean Oscar. He's playing Dragapult.
Well, yeah, you're right about that. Getting into the search here, these players oftentimes, when they're doing their first deck searches, actually after them, can be able to tell you 4 or 5, or even the full 6 prize cards that they have. Isaiah is one of these players that often do these full prize checks to make sure that every single ounce of the game is being played perfectly with full knowledge. And it's something I really do adore about some of these players is that they make sure that they have access to every single little bit of information going into these crucial decisions that's going to come up with decks like Gardevoir, where every single play you're making, discarding cards, playing these Ionos, and making sure to count is so important.
I mean, to give an example for the lovely people at home, give a simple example. Let's say Oscar goes, right, I'm going to Badoo until I unfair stamp. I'm going to use Badoo, 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 and then I'm going to unfair stamp, and that's going to get me into the game. Well, if you don't know that your unfair stamp is prized, you use Badoo a few times, you line up for the unfair stamp play, and it's not there to use, and all of a sudden your opponent has a much larger hand than you're expecting, and your play hasn't worked out. And so it's a pretty blunt example, but that goes to show what can happen if you're not keeping track of your prizes.
It does describe that in easy terms, of course, here. But Isaiah, noting the prize cards, one thing we do really wish for, as said, the technical machine evolution is an integral piece to make sure that the Dragon Ball deck just not get you before you've set it up fully.
So we need a technical machine evolution, we need an energy, both of those on the active Monkidori, and we will need a second route on the bench so that we can essentially get you 2 routes down, and then TM evolution, both of them. Start turn 2 with double Curlier on the board, and that is going to give you everything you need to start going turn 2. We still expect Oscar to be the aggressor, especially having gone first, but it's not about being the aggressor, it's about not having last game happen again. Oh, that's literally everything. We have 2 routes on the bench, and we have the energy and the TM evolution on the Monkidori. Yay!
Isaiah's doing everything here to protect himself against that potential Halucha play. And right here, it's been done to perfection. This turn, we're thinking that Oscar's likely going to end it with a Badoo and setting up. The hand doesn't look too strong for anything otherwise.
We do have the lance that we searched out with the Luminium, and we still have access to the Forest Seal Stone. So essentially, we start off with, assuming we're not going for an aggressive Dragapult play, we can at least double Dracloak, double Recon Directive, and then if there's a card that we're missing, we can use Forest Seal Stone for it. Or maybe you Recon Directive once and you go, hang on a second, I've got everything I need for a Dragapult play here, and we can then go and pivot. But first, it's go and get those Dracloak and go from there.
Although with the lands played, since Oscar plays a version of the Dragapult deck that plays Unfair Stamp and not Sparkling Crystal, when the lance is played here, it's going to be impossible for Oscar to pull off a Phantom Dive this turn.
It is, you're absolutely right. You can use Crispin, but Crispin is a supporter, and it's 1 supporter per turn. Don't play 2 supporters, that's naughty. Judges will get involved.
Exactly, we do not want to get the judges involved if you end up doing that. So yeah, please, just don't.
1 support per turn. It's all right, we can do this. So we actually go and get 2 Dracloak and then a 3rd Dreepy, because we're keeping that setup rolling here. We evolve 2 Dreepy into 2 Dracloak, add a 3rd Dreepy to evolve potentially next turn. And like you say, this is going to be a setup turn. It's probably going to end with an Itchy Pollen.
You're exactly right here, Ross. The full setup Oscar wants to get. As always, Dirk Crooks, really big part of the engine here. Getting to choose these cards. Choosing between Halucha and Dragon Ball is actually really difficult in this position, since Oscar wants both of them.
Well, yeah, because there's a very good chance Isaiah's going to bench another routes, and if Isaiah benches a routes, you really want that Halucha, but then you really want your Dragapult for next turn. Does go for the Dragapult, but oh, and then annoyingly gets a Dragapult off the 2nd Recon Directive. Should have taken the Halucha.
A tiny bit punished there, of course, but we still have to Oscar getting through this setup here. Oscar's still going to see loads of cards, and as you said yourself beautifully, the Force to the Stone V-Star is going to come out here. Using that V-Star ability, getting that last piece, Oscar needs to be satisfied with this turn.
Looks like, now they're eyeing up a bit of a Dragapult there. Could be going for multiple Dragapult next turn. Could go and get a Crispin to guarantee that energy. Could get an energy to attach this turn if they don't already have one. And it does look like that's what they're going for. Essentially here, you've got your Dracloak. You know your Dragapult's coming. So the last part of the puzzle, energy. Don't whiff your energy attachment. Forest Seal Stone will get it.
Importantly here with Oscar searching out the energy, attaching that probably to a Dracloak this turn. Since Isaiah has double Curly down on the board, there's actually some potential for some Screamtail action, forcing Oscar to go Crispin if he wants to actually Phantom Dive next turn. Of course he wants to Phantom Dive next turn. There's no doubt in that. Although with the item locked, it's going to be a bit harder to reach.
Yeah, the whole point here is you item lock and then your opponent goes, well, I want to, I use an Ultra Ball to use that. Well, I could just, oh, wait, that's an item card. It's the constant things that you cannot do. But here's the Professor's research, new hand of 7 cards. That is going to give a bunch of options. Are any of them going to work, though? We've got energy, at least.
We also do have a Ralts heading in there. It does look like he has stuff to play with, Isaiah. A Refinement discarding the Psychic Energy there. Needed for that Psychic Embrace later on, and a Ralts to boot. The Gardevoir deck always wants to set up multiple Curlias. You want to be fanning through that deck and making sure you have access to every single thing you've got. Although, as we said before, with the Hawlucha, it's difficult to put down these 70 HP Pokemon and think they will last.
Well, we do have one on the bench right now. It's just been benched, so that is going to be an option for Oscar potentially next term. And right now, we're just seeing energy onto the Monkey Dory. Of course, that puts 3 damage counters on the Monkey Dory, so we could see here an Adrenabrain moving the damage over, KOing the Badoo without attacking, and then using something like a Cresselia to launch an attack afterwards. Here comes the Cresselia into the active. Do we want to KO the Badoo with Adrenabrain? There's an option.
Yeah, it's just a situation of wait and see with the actions here. Isaiah has gotten loads of opportunities here. It's depending on how many damage counters Isaiah put into play this turn. Does Isaiah even want to target the Badoo off Oscars this turn? Since the Badoo takes up a bench slot once it moves, it takes up one of these 6 slots that Oscar has to play with, meaning that you potentially cannot bench a Radiant Alakazam, which could be hurtful, or the Hawlucha.
That is exactly what I was going to say. There is an argument here to keep the Badoo wasting a bench spot. You risk the potential of a Collapsed Stadium, but even Collapsed Stadium would probably just get rid of Luminion anyway. Dracloak has been KO'd by Cresselia. Isaiah takes the first prize here and does indeed choose to leave the Badoo active, taking up one of those valuable bench spaces.
It looks like here Isaiah is definitely agreeing with us here. Oscar benching down the Pheasantipity, trying to get into that Crispin scenario so Oscar can pull off a Phantom Dive this turn. We're getting to a point where Oscar is not the aggressor anymore. This is going to be very, very, very difficult for Oscar to get back into, since with no Dusknoir, there's no real big pullback potential in this matchup.
And energy now becomes a big issue. There's no Sparkling Crystal because it's an unfair stamp build. There is 1 copy of Crispin, which accelerates an energy and allows you to Phantom Dive in 1 turn, but that's it. It's a 2 energy attacker, and what you really want is extra energy on the bird. We saw this from Bert back in our final Swiss round this morning. Well, right now it's not working. There is a Night Stretcher to get an energy onto Dracloak. We're going to evolve it into a Dragapult, but right now all we can do is Jet Headbutt. We've seen you don't want to leave a pool of damage for your opponent to put back over to you. But I don't mind this. Here's a Boss's Orders onto a Ralts, so now Jet Headbutt will get a clean KO, leave no damage on the board, hurt Isaiah's setup, and give Oscar a prize.
As said beautifully here, the Jet Headbutt does get to take the knockout. Isaiah being equally here with Oscar. Oscar getting this knockout is so important to keep toe-to-toe. If you can't be the aggressor, you at least have to keep toe-to-toe to not fall totally behind.
But imagine if he already had an energy on there and he could have just used Boss's Orders onto a, I don't know, Curlier, then dropped the Hawlucha, double KO. That would have been such a more impactful play. The play was fine, the play worked, but there was another world where it could have been better.
Oscar does importantly get that unfair stamp of the prizes, which means that when Isaiah grabs a KO, Oscar can actually go into the spot saying counter catcher Curlier, since that's the only draw card on the board Isaiah has, and thereafter go unfair stamp saying, you got 2 cards, good luck with them.
That could be an awful lot of fun. Problem is, I don't think Isaiah's... Oh, can I... Maybe, I suppose, yeah, we can go Dreepy from the Cresselia. There's some weak Pokemon on the board which can go and be KO'd. So, either way, I think this is going to work. Worth noting that Unfair Stamp works if any of your Pokemon were knocked out during your opponent's turn. It doesn't have to be from damage from an attack. So, even something like an Adrenabrain would activate the Unfair Stamp here.
You're exactly right about that, Ross. I say again, using these turns where he can get to play items, unlike the last turn to set up fully. We don't see just one Monkey Door, we see two of them. And as we saw with Rune, with all the Gardevoir plays we've been seeing this tournament, it's about having down as many Monkey Doors as possible to put as many damage counters as you can on your opponent's board without attacking.
Yeah, it's quite nice being able to put a bunch of down. And also, like, how many times already in this weekend have we seen a player not attacking because they know if I attack, it's just going to get Adrenabrain back to me. So I'm going to have to pass without attacking because actually I'd just be attacking myself. We've seen that a bunch on stream, and it's not a great feeling.
It's not a great feeling whenever you have to Phantom Dive. You cannot concentrate on just one Pokemon since those 60 damage you put on the bench of Phantom Dive. Yeah, double Monkey Dory, they're gone.
We're going to be spreading damage around, but anytime, it's like I've been saying for many years now, anytime you don't do what you really want to do to hurt your opponent, well, that's actually just hurting yourself. If you're having to play differently so that your opponent doesn't take advantage of it, then you're on the back foot. You're not playing your main game, and that is very rarely a place you want to be. So it does look like we're getting some more energy coming down here from the Earthen Vessel, a Psychic and a Darkness, and there's a Refinement coming down.
The more energy going into the discard pile, the better for Isaiah's case here. The energy also accelerating that damage you could do with Monkey Dory and Cresselia, getting those into the board. And the question comes here, does Isaiah potentially want to Mind Bend this turn? There's only one attachment on Oscar's board, meaning that if Oscar wants to attack, it has to be something like an attachment, rescue board, and a Turo. And it's a lot to ask for off a 5-card Iono, plus a potential Dread Cloak, if so, that comes into play.
Or you could potentially retreat and Crispin, but then, of course, you've used your Crispin and you've lost an energy, so you're not really up any energy attachments there. So I agree, that would be potentially very annoying. Instead, looks like we're bringing Gardevoir into the active. We're going to be using another couple of abilities there just to get the energy on. Presumably, we're going to Adrenabrain that damage straight off again. Psychic Embrace puts damage, Adrenabrain moves it, and then, oh look, 190 damage. Not bad.
190 damage is never bad, and it always goes to the situation of being halfway there in terms of attacks on the Dragapult. Doing the 190 there leaves the Dragapult pretty vulnerable, and it means that Oscar, if he attaches and goes Phantom Dive, it would then mean at some point there has to come a Crispin to keep that chain of Phantom Dives up.
You're going to need it at some point. There's an interesting thing going on here that Isaiah, as we see the 200 damage total, there was only 10 moved over with Adrenabrain. Isaiah could potentially have put another energy on Gardevoir, putting Gardevoir up to 3 damage counters and moving 3 damage over rather than 1. But with the 6 Psychic energy, there's very low energy. You don't necessarily have the luxury of using extra energy for those kind of plays.
And one thing that's really beautiful about it here is if Oscar goes Phantom Dive on the Gardevoir, the 60 damage off the bench can kind of be flushed away by the Monkey Dory. But with the Turo, you have the perfect pyramid of Gardevoir evolutions. You can pick up the Gardevoir pieces. You can get to Refinement with the Curlia, evolve that into Gardevoir, evolve the Ralts into Curlia, and use another Refinement, basically healing almost all the damage off the Phantom Dive if the spread is so the Monkey Dory can heal all of it.
Yeah, that is a very nice point. Professor Turo could be incredibly impactful next turn after this Phantom Dive. For now, Oscar does not seem to be in a great position. One game up is lovely, but this game does not seem to be going his way. We're several turns in at this point. Isaiah is pretty well set up, and the game is tied 1-1. And as we keep saying, the longer this game goes on, the more beneficial that is going to be for these Gardevoir decks. So what's the play for Oscar here? We got a Phantom Dive. That's good. For now, just keep trying to set up. We need some energy at least.
We don't even have the Phantom Dive set yet. There's only one energy. We need the energy first to make sure that happens. And as said, if you commit that energy to the Dragapult, what do you do about next turn? When we play, we can't just think about only what's going on this turn. We have to make a plan as if we're playing chess. And
we do see the cards being picked up there. Does that mean that Oscar has conceded and Isaiah wins game 2? We're going to need some confirmation about this one. Yes, there's a confirmation. A very muted end to the game, but Isaiah, as we kept saying, the setup was so much better than Oscar's setup there. Oscar was looking at the board saying, you know what, I'm not going to win this game. Let's go to game 2. Although I got to say, it's very unusual for the player who is conceded 2 to pick up their cards first. That very rarely happens.
It does very happen. Of course, Oscar has to be saying that, of course, You'll be saying, I can see, but do see the replay here from the game. That turn 1 TM Evolution going second is exactly what the Gardevoir deck wants. And from there on, it just looked like Isaiah's setup always was 1 or 2 steps ahead of whatever Oscar could get to, meaning that the Cresselia there could take out their hook with the first energy, and then you could get into a situation where whatever energy Oscar hadn't played never would be enough.
No, we see here the Gardevoir doing that big attack, and then this is the end of the game. And this is what happens sometimes. Both players are set up, nothing actually happens, and then cards just get picked up. It's a thing which is unique to trading card games as opposed to, say, Pokemon Go or the Pokemon video game. But essentially, when you see that on stream, what's happening is the players are having a conversation we can't hear, and Oscar just says to Isaiah, you know what, I've run through the next couple of turns in my head, just like we were saying. There is no way I'm going to win this. Let's go to game 3. So Oscar concedes, Isaiah picks up his cards, and then we end up going to game 3. And there's always that moment where we're like, I'm pretty sure this is what just happened, but can someone confirm it for me, please?
It's always nice to have that confirmation so we don't end up saying something that's wrong indeed. We do see here Oscar getting the chance to go second. One thing that's really good about going second for Oscar is getting to play that Lance or Arven turn 1 to make sure we get these setup pieces. Oscar does not run TM Evolution to get those in play, although getting to play that supporter with Isaiah going first, not being able to play that TM Evolution also make their setup weaker. So Oscar in a position where going second very likely is the best play here, just to make sure we have a more consistent way of setting up.
And what we have here is what I love to see in a best of 3. Game 1, Oscar's deck did what Oscar's deck does and went and won. But in game 2, Isaiah's deck did what Isaiah's deck does and went and won game 2. We've seen both players go, here's how I win this matchup. We've had a great example from both of them, and now we go into game 3 really fully prepared for this final game. Is it going to be Oscar going first and getting those multiple KOs and really stifling Isaiah's setup? Or are we going to see Isaiah weathering those first few turns and then basically saying, most of the damage you do is coming straight back at you, plus any damage I do from my attack, and now I am taking multiple prizes? Well, speaking of prizes, I'm not loving the Luminion and the Radiant Alakazam, but I'm also not loving the 2 Gardevoir pieces for Isaiah. But we are off. It is turn 1, and we've got a Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Indeed we do, and with that Buddy Buddy Poffin, be able to set up again. I say going through that full deck check, also gonna figure out what we have on our prize cams. Indeed, getting these Buddy Buddy Poffins early, especially going first, is such an integral piece. It reminds me a lot about the Battle VIP pass we had in a couple formats ago, where you get to search out any 2 Pokemon. The Buddy Buddy Poffin could be played all game though. It's not limited to turn 1, but it's always nice turn 1, isn't it?
It is. It's limited to 70 HP or lower Pokemon, but wonderful news. You've got 70 HP Pokemon in both of those decks with the Dreepy and the Routes. And it means that nowadays we have a perfect HP for a basic Pokemon. It is 70. 60 is too low. Things like Dragapult and Monkey Dory love 60 HP Pokemon. We've seen that. But 80 is out of range of Buddy Buddy Poffin. And I've seen players sometimes, they'll see a new card revealed, they'll see a new basic Pokemon and go, why does it have to have 80 HP? I would love it to have 10 less HP, because then it would be in range of being searched with that Buddy Buddy Poffin.
And it's not the first time we've seen that in the history of the game. We've had loads of cards just like Buddy Buddy Poffin in the days of the trading card game. Here,
Level Ball.
That's 90 HP though.
Yeah, same kind of deal though.
Yeah, you're right. And they've also being able to search out stage 1 Pokemon typically. We have actually had stage 2s that were 90 HP or lower, but that's not the discussion right now. Of course, we are in the Buddy Buddy Poffin here. Likely 2 Ralts, but we do see a Ralts in Isaiah's hand already. Maybe we could go for the full dream of 4 Ralts. Who knows?
I do just need to say one word to you quickly before we move on here. John Pluff.
You're right about that.
That's not so much play. Right, we're back in this game, though. We're back in 2025. Isaiah's got 3 routes out turn 1. That is a very nice start. The 4th routes would be nice. This is a deck that really wants to aggressively go Gardevoir, 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 Gardevoir. Those are the pieces you want. And here comes another Buddy Buddy Poffin as well.
And we do see the double Buddy Buddy Poffin, but failing the second one.
Oh.
With the way that Isaiah wants to play here, is the 4th routes correct? I say judges it to be so. We have to make sure.
It is correct. He just had it in hand.
You're right.
That's what I was thinking here. Is like, hang on a second, he's already got it in hand. Because I think the 4th route is correct. We can argue about that later. Right now, Oscar's gone, buddy poffin. Great idea. I'll do that too. And now we got our first search. And this is, well, it's going to be for 2 Dreepy, unless we want some Badoo action coming in.
You're right about that, Ross. Oscar, doing the same as Isaiah, checking for prices, checking if there's anything important lining up in the prices. In Oscar's prices, it's not too important. We do have that rescue boat, and we do have that collapsed stadium on top of the Luminion. From what I can see from Oscar's hands, it's not looking that strong supporter-wise, which is going to make that way more difficult to set up. We can't say the same for Isaiah either, having priced 2 of those Arvins. But right now in Oscar's turn, we're definitely looking forward to seeing what can Oscar do in terms of getting his setup fully fluent.
And it does look like we are going for some Itchy Pollen action, because it is 1 Dreepy and 1 Badoo that has gone and been searched out here. So it looks like we're going to see Itchy Pollen slowing Isaiah down at the end of this turn. For now, the question is, how good is Oscar's hand? Could we see some more Dreepy coming out? I mean, I don't think there is a Lance, but Lance would be great right now. I mean, I'm hoping there's something more. I mean, an energy attachment, again, we saw in the last game that energy attachments, Oscar was behind for a lot of that game on energy attachments.
And being behind on energy attachments feels the worst. Has to use the Professor Turos as the supporter. Also, having the energy attachment, which is crucial. But no other pieces. We'd always love to see Lance when we're playing Dragon Pole. It's not going to happen this time, and we're over to Isaiah.
I think Oscar's hand might be terrible.
It is.
I don't think there's anything there really terribly useful for next turn. Isaiah, though, Professor's research, discard your hand, draw 7. That, not terrible.
That is not terrible at all. Maybe being able to find additional Curlia pieces, making sure that the setup is going to be the same as Game 2, wanting to avoid a repeat of Game 1. And this looks like Game 1, but just reversed.
Wow, we see Refinement coming down. This is quite nice. You get to discard a card from your hand, you get to draw 2, and now we're just moving towards those Curlia pieces. Annoyingly, Isaiah's got a Hisuian Heavy Ball in hand, but the Pokemon prized are a Curlia and a Rouse. They're not basic.
And we can give you an update from the other top 8 match. Drew Stevenson is up 1-0 against Kim Popega. Of course, Ross, Clough, 1-0?
Oh, you didn't give me a chance to ask you what Drew Stevenson was playing.
It's on screen.
Oh, never mind. It is Clough. Clough's up 1-0. Yeah, loving this. I think Clough might take the whole thing, honestly. And look, if Clough wins EUIC and then comes to the first European Regional after EUIC and wins it again, I'm just saying it's time for crab hands all over Europe at that point. We see the Refinement coming down here, discarding a card, drawing 2. Can we find our way to another Curlia?
And one way to avoid crap hands is, of course, the Gardevoir deck winning this top 8, but we still have to have Isaiah further getting this set up. There's only still 1 Curlia on the board, not the position Isaiah wants to be in, although it's really helping Isaiah that Oscar's hand is, yeah, as you put it bluntly, terrible.
From what I can see, we've got a Pheasant Dipty, which isn't going to help unless a KO gets taken. And, oh, are we going to... No, we're not going to see a KO get taken. There's nowhere near enough damage on the board, and there's no Gardevoir to get extra damage down. So we're just moving 2 damage counters here onto a Dreepy, and here we go as a Nespal top decked.
Although the Nespal doesn't help as much because you can't get Luminium with Nespal. Technically, you would be able to. Although if it was a possibility, it is always prized. With the Nespal, you're not going to be able to draw.
Deck. Only one of them is prized.
You're right,
but there's 2 in the deck.
But it's still not going to help.
Still not going to help because it's an ability that only activates when you play it from the hand. And unfortunately, Nespal puts it straight onto the bench. It's essentially played from the deck. We've already passed back to Isaiah here. We see another Refinement. Are we getting another Curlia? No, it's an Energy Switch and an Earthen Vessel for the moment.
And usually Isaiah's hand would be beautiful to play out. Such many item cards, but yet again, the Itchy Pollen. What can't you play off Itchy Pollen, Ross?
You can't play any of those item cards. We actually just see an incredibly weak Moonglow reverse from Cresselia. We've top decked a Candy. Actually, we've now got Candy Dragapult. We just don't have any Psychic Energy.
I was about to say, we're still missing that one crucial piece, which would be an additional Psychic Energy to make sure we can go ahead and Phantom Dive. Right now, Oscar checking through Isaiah's discard pot to look at the resources being used. Not many have been used so far, since Isaiah's not been able to play item cards basically the entirety of the game.
You almost kind of wish Isaiah had taken a prize here, because you've got Countercatcher and Pheasantipity. They would be really useful cards right now if a prize had been taken, but it hasn't. So it's just another Itchy Pollen choosing not to rare Candy up into a Dragapult, essentially going, I'm not going to leave a Dragapult here to take a lot of punishment. If you want to KO my Dreepy, KO my Dreepy. I'm going to at least have a fresh Dragapult when I finally get to evolve it up.
You're right about that. And yet still we're seeing this refinement happening from Isaiah, not getting any additional Kirlia pieces. Perhaps, yeah, we still have to draw the 2 cards off this refinement here. Loads of items to choose from. Has to choose the right resource to get rid of. And that's why this Gardevoir deck is so hard to play with. That's why we see such a distinction between, typical Gardevoir players and one of the top players like Isaiah is.
Okay, it's now getting a little bit silly how many cards Isaiah has drawn without managing to find another Kirlia. He's drawn so many cards and just cannot find that second Kirlia. Did get an Iono, but of course, this is one of those situations. Isaiah's watched Oscar draw past several turns in a row. There is no way Isaiah's playing an Iono here.
And then there's a top deck of the Arven from Oscar. This could mean that we could get an Earthen Vessel off the Arven to attack with Phantom Dive. But yes, we would love for Oscar's side here if he could be able to play the counter catcher, but unfortunately not. And there's no way to take out this Kirlia on this turn.
There isn't, but I think this is one of those situations where you've just got to start getting rolling and attacking. The good news is there's no Monkey Dory. And yes, I know one Monkey Dory can come down with a Darkness Energy next turn. However, you're limited to one Monkey Dory because you have to attach the energy. I suppose you could potentially energy switch and play around like that, but that's very unlikely, although of course possible. But I think if you're Oscar here, you've done nothing for several turns in a row. This has to be the turn where you just go, I'm getting some damage on the board, it's gonna be okay.
You're wishing us, Oscar, every single turn, please come something, please come something. The Arven comes to save him, and all his hopes and prayers are within this, of course, getting the Force Seal Stone. There is the opportunity to get the Nest Ball for Lumineon to use the Force Seal Stone, although that is quite awkward.
I was going to say, we might actually see a Nest Ball for a Lumineon. You don't get the ability getting the supporter out, but you would then have a target for your Forest Seal Stone to search out any card. The question is whether you actually need it right now. And hang on a second. No, we've played a supporter, so no, I don't think you really need anything this turn. What you need is Gusting, but Gusting isn't coming. So just get your Dragapult, get an attack off. I don't even think you want the Forest Seal Stone this turn because there's nothing really you can do. Oh, except maybe Holucha. But then your bench gets awkward.
Yeah, indeed. We do want to avoid that awkwardness. There's also a line where Oscar can go ahead and say Itchy Pollen and wait that one turn to make sure that, let's pray that Isaiah does not get any additional Kirlia, and then being able to boss up that Kirlia using the item lock as a kind of protection against Isaiah hitting additional Kirlias.
That is an option. It could work. The problem is like Isaiah not playing Iono, going, you know what? You've drawn terribly for several turns. I am not playing this Iono. I'm not giving you a new hand. But then Oscar actually goes, oh wait, I've got an Arven, Candy, Dragapult, Energy, Attack. If you do that one more turn of Itchy Pollen, there is a chance Isaiah goes, oh, top deck Kirlia, Refinement, Kirlia, Refinement, Kirlia, and then gets set up, and that Itchy Pollen is all for naught. It's all about playing the odds here, but it looks like Oscar has decided it is time to put the pressure on. Cresselia goes down. Oscar takes the first prize. 6 damage onto a Rouse, and the game is rolling here. We've got a prize taken.
Indeed, and we're also setting up for future multi-prize turns from Oscar's side, making sure that we can take out these Ralts pieces. Really smart putting the 60 damage on Ralts instead of putting them on Kirlia, because the Kirlia can always evolve, getting up to that 310 HP limit. Promoted the Ralts here. Isaiah has lots of decisions to make this turn with that massive hand of his.
And we still, we actually do see a Monkey Dory coming into the hand, and there is a Darkness Energy ready to go as well. So that's definitely going to come down. The ideal situation here, remember there's 10 damage on that bench Dreepy. It's been there for a couple of turns. So if we could pull off a Turo for double Monkey Dory, and they can even do it in the attachment. If we could pull off double Monkey Dory and an energy switch, we could KO that bench Dreepy. That is an option this turn.
You're right about that. It also is the question whether or not that Oscar or sorry, Isaiah would be going for that line. It does need a lot of cards to be able to pull that off, and maybe just wants to go for a line where Isaiah takes one prize not to activate the counter catcher of Oscar's.
Oh, that is always a cheeky little play. Staying away from that counter catcher. Something you've always got to watch nowadays. As soon as you go ahead on prizes, your opponent's like, yay, counter catcher. I know, 57 other cards, which are super annoying. Yes, not great.
We do see a top 8 update again from the same game. Drew Stevenson and Kim Pobega 1-1 now. Clough losing that game to Ross. It's getting closer to not having Clough as the victor.
Yeah, but I mean, Clough, Dragapult going first. We've seen it before. With turn 1 win, it could happen. We could, in like 1 minute time, get another update that Clough has, in fact, won 2 games to 1. We'll keep an eye on that. For now, we'll stick with the game we've got in front of us. And right now, there's not much happened this turn, but Isaiah's got a large hand with a lot of options.
You're exactly right about that, Ross. Now, seeing the rescue stretcher getting into play here, getting back some of these pieces, like the Cresselia, making sure that Isaiah can keep bullying the bench. We've seen oftentimes, again and again, these Gardevoir decks usually don't be touching that Dragapult in the active spot with their attacks, wanting to go to the bench and making sure that you can be taking out Pokemon on the bench as opposed to just going for the active guy.
It's much better when you're playing against Dragapult. If that extra 60 damage isn't really doing anything because you're just moving it off, then Dragapult's basically just doing 200 to the active. And at that point, you can just kind of ignore that for a little bit, go after the bench where the easy prizes are, and if you have to finish off with a Dragapult at the end, fine, finish off with a Dragapult at the end. But for the time being, just go after the bench. Here comes a Cresselia into the active. It's got some energy on. We're going to see Moonglow reverse at some point, but first it's an Adrenabrain, 3 damage counters onto a bench Dreepy. Are we going to see... How much are we going to see from Moonglow reverse here? We don't actually need anything else. We can KO that Dreepy with 10 damage on. We can already do that. That KO is already on the board.
We do setting it pointed to the active position, putting that on the Dragapult. You know what, Ross, here? Isaiah could be setting up for a TM Devolution play down the line. Of course, the 90 on the Dragapult in the active does so. If it devolves into Dracloak, it goes to 90. The other Dreepy on the bench, if that goes into Dracloak, it's also 60 damage away from being knocked out. And the last Dreepy would be 80 away. In a couple of turns, we could see a board with the additional Monkey Dories coming down, being able to essentially go TM Devolution and see every single piece of the Dragapult puzzle go to waste.
There is also a possibility here that you could just attack with Gardevoir, double Monkey Dory, and then that would actually have enough damage counters to KO that Dragapult without doing any devolution as well. There are a couple different options for taking out that Dragapult, so the damage, you're right, makes a huge amount of sense here. Here comes Lance, though. Going to see a couple of Dracloak to evolve those bench Dreepy, and then do we want another Dreepy, or do we want a Dragapult? Looks like another Dreepy.
It does look like Oscar here values the setup so much in this game, as he has to try and be in front of Isaiah in terms of the setup. One thing that's also really cool about Isaiah not taking a prize here is that he would always keep his counter catcher alive in the future of the game.
It's always nice when that counter catcher's sitting there live, isn't it? It's always nice when you got an option to use it turn after turn, and sometimes avoiding prizes could be really fun just for that.
And speaking of the Oscar getting an unfair stamp there, also not live because Isaiah did not take a prize.
Had he taken a prize, would have been live, would have put Isaiah down to a 2-card hand. That would have been very annoying. Boss's Orders comes to hand from a Recon Directive here. That's an option for future turns. Of course, we've already played a supporter this turn.
It could have been nice if Oscar was able to play that Boss's Orders this turn, actually being able to target that Monkey Dory plus the Ralston bench, taking 2 additional prizes, going down to 3, that's one thing, but also taking away the Monkey Dory.
Yeah, that Monkey Dory is a real pain. It kind of needs to go. The good news is that Routes has been left with 1 damage on, so at least that is going to be in range of the residual damage from a Phantom Dive here. We are going to see a 2-prize turn from Oscar. The question there becomes, what can you do before? We know how the turn's going to end. The question is, what can we do first? Actually, eyeing up that Luminion off of a Nest Ball. Hasn't used V-Star power yet this turn. So, we are seeing Nest Ball for Luminion. Doesn't get the ability. is an option there for Forest Seal Stone. So what do we want so badly? We're willing to play Luminium without the ability.
There's a lot of options Oscar can go for here in this case, but also keeping up with the energy race here is so important. Isaiah wants to be making sure that Oscar cannot stay in front, and we do see here both the Bravery Charm and the energy being attached to Dracloak. And why would we attach the Bravery Charm? Yes, we want to be attaching it in case the TM Devolution hits. So Oscar rightly projecting this could be an issue.
We do see that Bravery Charm. That was, for what it's worth, that was a hit off of Luminium. The card they got from Luminium was that Bravery Charm, and decided it was so important this turn to protect the Dracloak with the energy attached that it was worth using your Luminium without the ability just to go and get that roll in. Well, we do see the double prize KO here. Cresselia in the active, Routes on the bench, both go down, and now Oscar's sitting there in a decent position. That is a nice setup. You're up by 3 prizes, and Isaiah, there's no Curlier down. Couple of routes, 1 Monkey Dory, no energy to use, no damage to use yet until Gardevoir starts rolling. It's not looking terrible for Oscar.
It ain't, but also at the same time, what deck is the best at pulling off these comebacks? It has to be the Gardevoir deck. In the hands of Isaiah Bradner too, we are making sure that this will get played out as it should.
That is always the goal. So we see Isaiah there checking the discard, seeing exactly what is in there. We've actually got an ace spec for Isaiah coming into hand there. The ace spec of choice here, of course, is the secret box. And that can get you a lot of different things if you choose to play it. So where are we at here? Looks like we're going to be going for an Earthen Vessel, searching out some energy.
Energy is always nice when you're playing Gardevoir. Just like Rune, just playing those 6 psychic energies in the Gardevoir deck. Although we did see a lot of action with them because retreating back and forths is going to make sure you can use these energies multiples of times, getting to use those Adrenabrains to maximum efficiency. But we're still just seeing 1 Monkey Dory on the board.
Well, we are actually, so here's a fun little play. So we used Earthen Vessel to search for 2 energy. We then discarded those 2 energy and an INO with secret bots, because you have to discard 3 cards to play it. But then you get to go and get an item card, a Pokemon tool card, a supporter card, and a stadium card. It's Artisan, it's Nest Ball, it's INO, it is TM Evolution. And then from there we can, are we having a setup turn here? This looks a lot like a setup turn right now.
It could be just a setup turn here, Ross. Although, we could also just be grabbing the TM Evolution just because we can off this secret box. Isaiah is always interested in having the thinnest deck possible. With his Gardevoir deck wanting always to draw through as many cards as they can. Seeing the triple Monkey Dory. You know what we can see here this turn, Ross?
We can see some Monkey Dory action. What we could see, now the good news is there's not actually enough to get a real key KO yet. No, there is. I'm lying to you. There is that Dracloak on the bench with 3 damage counters. Double Monkey Dory could actually go ahead and take the KO. Instead, we're going after the one with Bravery Charm attached. There is the energy switch play to get double Monkey Dory. Oh my goodness, we've actually got an energy on the 3rd. Treble Monkey Dory time.
And this could couple up with the TM Devolution in Isaiah's hands. So no, not a setup turn, or maybe just a setup turn that you can use for taking down the game.
And now we need, so there is TM Evolution coming down, but like you say, that's largely probably just going to be a waste in. There's a TM Devolution onto the routes. Now the question is, can we use, we still got 2 Monkey Dory active. Here's an INO to put Oscar down to a 3-card hand while Isaiah gets a new 6-card hand. And the question is, can we get enough damage on the board to make this TM Devolution hurt?
You're exactly right about that. I'm really looking here. There's coming a Curlier. That's what Isaiah really needed to make sure that he could be drawing these additional cards. Drawing an additional Curlier off that refinement is always the nice thing. Even though it's going to be the one using the Devolution typically, we get to see drawing more cards, and always drawing more cards, the better.
Drawing more cards is good. Now we see another energy. So we get a 2nd Adrenabrain here. And this is going to go on to the benched one. Now we're up to 70. But remember, that Bravery Charm will protect it from being KO'd by the TM Devolution here.
No, but he just takes the knockout before getting to TM Devolution, making sure it gets taken out because that Bravery Charm does not work on a stage 1 Pokemon. Then being able to use TM Devolution. Of course, Oscar, with this active Dragapult, already having used the Rare Candy, meaning that next turn, we are not going to be able to see a Phantom Dive, and this surely looks like Isaiah's got this in the bag.
Yeah, Isaiah, a huge turn there, like you say, KOing that Dracloak because Bravery Charm only works on a basic, not a stage 1. So you KO it with your Adrenabrain, actually treble Adrenabrain.
Yeah.
3 Adrenabrain, but they did it. That KOs, and then we TM Devolution. They're draping out to a Dracloak, actually sneaky big, because now there's no Dracloak to evolve into a Dragapult. While you KO the Dragapult, you said yourself, Rare Candy's not an option, and we look at this and we go, yeah, there's no Dragapult coming down this turn, and we're in game 3.
Exactly, there's no help for Oscar. There's no additional games to draw up on. Of course, playing only just best of 3, as we've done in the entirety of the Swiss rounds. Also doing that in top 8, of course. But here, Oscar's looking at his options. He's like, how can I get into a position where I can get these last 3 prize cards? And I can tell you as much, Ross, this is going to be very difficult.
It really is going to be exceedingly difficult. And a lot of the time, you know, when you evolve a stage 1 down to a basic, your opponent's like, well, I'll just re-evolve it next turn. But the biggest issue here is that was going to be the only way to get a Dragapult on the board by evolving that Dracloak. Now you've just evolved straight back up. That wasn't the problem. The problem is, well, it's evolved. It can't evolve again this turn. There's 1 Rare Candy in the entire deck. We've already used it. That's definitely not coming back. It's going to have to be a Badoo turn.
And the worst thing about a Badoo turn, even though it's typically really, really good, we can still see a lot of Adrenabrain action and potentially Isaiah being able to take up both the Dracloak and the Dream Beam next turn, spelling Doom.
Yeah, you don't want to lose both of them. And then that, I think, would be the point where Isaiah would still have 2 prizes remaining. That might be enough for Oscar to go, you know what, I've had a good run, it's fine. But unfair stamp, as I like to say, unfair by name, unfair by nature. Both players shuffle their hand into their deck. Oscar gets a new hand of 5 cards. Isaiah, only 2. It's unfair.
It is indeed unfair. Typically, although Isaiah's like, I draw 2 cards, I'll draw 1 for top deck, that's 3. But also getting to draw more with the Curlia. So it's not even that unfair. Isaiah gets to look at 7 cards.
We get to draw 7 cards. It's not looking like Dracloak. You're actually just full on drawing them. So, yeah, you get 2, plus the 1 for the turn, plus the 2 for refinement, plus the 2 for refinement. That's 7 before any kind of supporter card gets played. Oh, Isaiah there almost took too many cards, took 4 as if it was an INO, went, hang on a second, this isn't INO, it's unfair stamp. Puts 2 of them back, we good.
Yeah, and as always, we don't want any judge calls to happen in these top 8. We want them to be played out as cleanly as possible always. We do have to see what's going to happen here with the 5-4 Oscar gets, because as I said, it's difficult. He needs energy, does not get the energy, has to try and do everything he can in his power to try and find a way to claw back.
It's not looking ideal. We get a Dragapult off of the Recon Directive, but we know we can't evolve it up yet. We Ultra Ball away 2. Lance goes and gets 1 more Pokemon. Looks like it is a Dracloak. That is at least going to be an extra 20 HP, make it a bit harder to KO. We get 1 more Recon Directive, see another couple of cards. But that's not what you're looking for. Oscar had such a good start, took those 3 prizes, looking absolutely great. And then Isaiah went, what if you had no access to Dragapult and no backup attacker? And yeah, not ideal. There is a Blood Moon Ursaluna, but Isaiah's not taken enough prizes for that to be relevant yet.
And I do also think that Isaiah is going to try his best towards not making that Blood Moon Ursaluna possibility. We're so late in a tournament where I do think that Isaiah likely has a very good scope of what Oscar plays in his deck, and also therefore is very well knowing of what to play around and what not to play around.
For those of you that have never attended a large Pokemon tournament, I can assure you players come along with their friends, and when we get to the late stage, Isaiah and the friends with whom he's come over, they have been having a big conversation. Who's played Oscar? Who's sat next to Oscar this tournament? Getting as much information as they can, and especially if one of your teammates, someone you know has played against Oscar, you grill them, you get all the information. By the time we get to top 8, you normally have a pretty good knowledge of not just your opponent's deck, but the actual counts and the important cards that you need to look out for.
And even in the early Swiss rounds, you'll be able to see that typically when someone is opening a Pokemon or playing on a couple of turns, you would very likely know around about 55 or 56 out of the 60 cards they're playing, since most of the decks are very well played. Of the skeleton list that we do have of the decks, of course, there's always some small discrepancies between players, what they want to play. For example, the Red Candy, both Kim and Oscar are playing, whereas Oscar tried to go with the Collapse Stadium, which Kim didn't.
Absolutely, but you know, it's all down to which ones you want to play. It's all down to playing preference. Now, we've got 2 energy on the active Curlier, which means we've got some damage on the active Curlier. We retreat straight away, but that was another situation where it wasn't about the energy, it was about the damage, building up that pool of damage for Monkey Dory to use. Now we get 2 energy onto a Gardevoir. We see an Adrenabrain onto the Dracloak. We see an Adrenabrain onto the Dracloak. He gone! And that means that Isaiah is down to 3 prize cards remaining. And there's still potentially 1 Adrenabrain to use, although we would need a Darkness Energy there. I'm assuming there is a 3rd one in the deck, so we'd need a Darkness Energy to use it.
We do just see the Miracle Force on the Voodoo. Isaiah getting down to 2 prizes, and you know what? I can see there, Ross. That Luminion looks very, very tasty for us, those last 2 prizes.
Yeah, Luminion has got the unfortunate attribute here that it is just in range of a Miracle Force from Gardevoir. It's got 170 HP. Gardevoir does 190. That's a pretty big problem. So it does look very much like we're going to see that Luminion going down as the final 2 prizes if we can see a boss's orders coming out. Although I say that, there's no boss in the deck. It's only Countercatcher, I think.
From Oscar's deck, there is 3 boss's orders when we come to it.
I mean, from Isaiah trying to take out the Luminion. I'm not seeing boss in that deck. Stop me if I'm being silly here. I'm seeing 2 Countercatcher, no boss. So he's not actually going to be able to go after that Luminion on the bench.
I can't tell you not being silly here, Ross, but there is always the play of Monkey Doring some damage to Luminion and using Professor Turo to make space for a Scream Tail to make sure you can take that out that way. It's a bit a longer way, but it does the same job essentially.
That's what I'm getting at. You can't boss his orders. But Gardevoir doesn't always need boss's orders now, does it, Jesper?
No, it does not, especially with the 2 Countercatchers being in there. Effectively getting their use as boss's orders whenever you're playing Gardevoir, since you're playing so much of the game from behind. But we do see Oscar here pondering, thinking, how can I get to do this? Unfortunately, mate, it's looking more and more bleak for more and more seconds that go off the clock here, because I'm really struggling to see how this can go in Oscar's favor.
Very minimum, you need a Crispin here just to launch a Phantom Dive. But I can see all 4 cards in Oscar's hand, and I can confirm, I'm not happy about this, but I can confirm that there isn't a Crispin there. And Crispin is the only way Oscar gets this rolling. So we move a damage counter onto a bench Curlier using Radiant Alakazam. We do Jet Headbutt for 70. That is not what we're looking for. So can we piece together a KO on the... I don't think we necessarily need to piece together a KO on the Luminion. We can just 2-hit KO the Dragapult at this point.
We do have the potential for it, and Isaiah is looking through his options. Where is the Scream Tail located? It's located right there in Discord pile. Takes a look at it. I am right here with you, buddy. Wants to get a Super Rod or a Nescrew Stretcher to get that back. He has an Ultra Ball in hand to be able to search it out. Then we just need the Turo to get that final piece, if so. Goes for the Ultra Ball. Doesn't have the Scream Tail in deck just yet. All that's we say, does not have to finish the game just yet.
Goes and grabs a Gardevoir, and that's the question. It really does seem like Isaiah's got this one in hand. The question is, do we just Miracle Force and then try and finish it next turn, or do we try and go for the Scream Tail to win this turn? Scream Tail does 20 damage for each damage counter on it, so you can essentially put 8 damage counters on it. That puts 160 damage down onto the bench Luminion. You will need a single
Oh, there's the Professor Turo there, Ross. We could also see double Adrenabrain onto the Luminion, using the Cresselia to actually take a knockout on the bench, although we just see the Turo to fully heal. We can get this Curly up into the active, a Gardevoir EX, and as said before, you can just use that to do it, and we get the Scream Tail back. Artisan for Scream Tail.
Right,
do we have that energy? 2 energies to Gardevoir, being able to Adrenabrain onto Luminion, and we do see the game using Scream Tail on Luminion, getting the last 2 prizes, and meaning that Isaiah books his ticket into the top 4.
Yes, 2-1 win for Isaiah into the top 4. You called it a mile off. That Scream Tail play. Absolutely absolutely possible. You just get some damage from the Adrenabrain, you get the energy onto the Screamtail, which puts damage on the Screamtail. Drifblim might have fallen out of favor in these Gardevoir decks. That was what you used to hit the active. Screamtail has not fallen out of favor, and right there, that was the big difference, although we do think next turn he could have won anyway. Let's go back through the game. Over in game one, things were looking so good for Oscar. That setup was looking fantastic. We're using Recon Directive over and over again. We get the boss's orders off of that Recon Directive. It brings a Curlier into the active. We saw the Hawlucha come down so that we got the 10 damage on the routes. We got a double KO, really just stifling Isaiah's setup here. And then, well, yeah, there hits a double KO right here. That's what stifled the setup. And from there, Isaiah had very little. So Oscar's able to just essentially keep going. We see a boss's orders onto that Curlier, and Isaiah goes, you know what? If I can't have any Gardevoir pieces, I'm not playing this game.
Exactly, as we did see Rune before, but of course in this game too, starting off with the Team Evolution. Perfect opening, getting those two Curliers onto the board, and then from there on, we just saw Oscar being behind energy attachment, just meaning that these Monkey Dories, Cresselias, could be able to take out this Cloak first with the energy attachment, then going into the Gardevoir and getting those Miracle Forces off, forcing Oscar in very, very awkward positions throughout the game, and basically telling Oscar, hey, what can you do? Oscar decided to concede the game 2.
And then that means we head on into game 3. It's top 8. We need to have a winner. One of these players will be heading into the top 4. And we see Oscar took a free prize advantage there. But then Isaiah started playing around with Monkey Dory. Energy switch. And then an energy attachment for the treble Adrenabrain. Taking out that bench Dracloak. While also then being able to use TM Evolution to take out that active the active Dragapult, while devolving the Dreepy, so there would be no Dragapult the following turn. We then see Miracle Force coming in here, while we also take out another Dracloak sitting on the bench, and then it's time for Screamtail. Professor Turo makes a bench space. We've got the Adrenabrain, and then we see, here we go. Super Rod plus Artisan gets the Screamtail right back. We attach energy, and then we go with a KO on the Luminion, and it's all over.
Yeah, as rightly said, Ross, and what a great series we'd had. We had back and forth, so talked about, we saw both decks working to their fullest potential, and of course in the game 3 here, we did just have Oscar falling short here. Really promising opening he had though, although in the end, Isaiah was able to piece together the pieces he needed to make sure that slowly but steadily take out this game.
And it worked absolutely beautifully. Again, we see this from the top Gardevoir players in the game, like Isaiah. It's not an easy win. No. It's not a straightforward win. You need lots of tricks, lots of different plays. We see Screamtail doing nothing in game 1, doing nothing in game 2. Oh, but then it's game 3 and Screamtail takes the last prize for the real pivotal moment. We see the Monkey Dory placement, and it's as simple as if Isaiah gets like 1 or 2 of those Monkey Dory placements wrong throughout the game, that's it, they're not going to win.
Exactly, that's why the Gardevoir deck is so difficult to play, and that's why we also see the best of the best players, or the ones who are topping with the Gardevoir deck. So difficult to play. These math questions have to be answered rightly every single time, just like as if you're playing Dragapult, really.
They're both very difficult decks to play. They've both got lots of options for placing damage counters, moving damage counters, and a lot of these KOs, you're setting them up over the course of several turns. You're using a Adrenabrain to move free damage onto a Dreepy now and going, look, if you stay as a Dreepy, I'm going to do this and KO you, but if you evolve into a Dracloak, I'm going to do this and KO you, and if you evolve up into a Dragapult, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to TM Devolution to KO you, but either way, I'm going to get my KO. I'm putting these free damage here now. Just wait there. Give it a couple of turns. I will KO you later.
Exactly, rightly spoken here, Ross. And also with the way that Isaiah was playing this Gardevoir list, foregoing that Drifloon, foregoing those Bravery Charms, seeing more of a conservative build, using exactly that TM Devolution as we saw in the game 3, taking out the bench prizes, and actually usually avoiding the active position in terms of attacking. But when it comes to it anyway, takes those 6 prizes regardless. if it's effective, it works.
I feel like I'm back at North American Internationals last year. I casted that at the end of last season, and I think we had 6 of the top 8 were Gardevoir. Monkey Dory had just been released and was absolutely everywhere. And we had Adrenabrain left, right, and center, and Gardevoir looked unstoppable. And now we're many months later, several sets later, and Gardevoir is still doing the same thing. The only real difference is everyone's moved on from Hyper Aroma, which was the ace spec of choice for the majority back at NAIC, and people now seem to be going far more towards that secret box option, because you don't mind discarding some of your techs, you definitely want to discard your energy, and then you get to go and search for whatever you need and get set up. That's nicely.
We've also seen Gardevoir as a deck. Currently, we do see Gardevoir, rightly spoken, secret box, but also the unfair stamp. Gardevoir had the approach before the Budew, whereas they could go set up, then use unfair stamp, then attack, as we've seen with the Budew decks often does as Dragapult, and some Gardevoir lists also playing Budew. Again, it's also a question of the winner of this tournament. Could that also just be the best deck in playing Budew?
Could be the best deck playing Budew. It could be the best deck for going against Budew. But either way, Gardevoir is exceptionally well positioned in order to actually be able to do that. So is Dragapult, and that's what we see. Budew being good in Dragapult, being good in Gardevoir, and they have been the top 2 cards for a while. Now, I'm going to say something that's going to sound rude. It's not meant to be. Get out the caster desk, and it's not because I don't like you, it's because we need to have a chat with our winner, and the desk is way more important to talk to them right now than to talk to us. So, I don't know, maybe we have an interview with the winner.
Sure thing.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, we're back here at the caster deck, and I'm glad to be here with the winner of our top 8 feature match, Isaiah Bradner. Isaiah, I must ask, phenomenal match. How are you feeling after that one?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling really good. You know, it's a really good matchup for me. I built my Gardevoir deck to have a good matchup into Dragapult, and especially, I mean, the Dragapult without Dusknoir is so much easier, right? If they have Dusknoir, if they have a slow start, they can really abuse my board. But with the no Dusknoir, I just have so much time, right? Like you saw in the second game where I didn't have a great start, but as soon as I developed Double Monkey, the game almost ended on the spot. Like he had no plays, and especially when I have Diva in my deck, I prize it in the second game, but that's okay. I just go a little more aggressive with Gardevoir EX. So I'm feeling great. I was really nervous after the first game, especially looking at my opening hand in game 2. It was terrible.
It was
I had
a fantastic game, yeah.
Only Curlias, but then I drew research, which, you know, that's why there's research in my deck, and so I was able to win that one. So
now going
feeling
into
good.
that game, you didn't see any Dusknoir. Is that little bit of a, you know, sweat off your brow, kind of like, okay, I don't have to deal with that threat. It's just straight Dragapult. Is it easier to go through that game without that threat on the board?
Yeah, I knew he wasn't playing Dusknoir. I was like pretty confident. I had a few friends that played him, and I had been able to watch him a little bit earlier, and I knew he had like Hawlucha, Latias, and those usually aren't in the deck at the same time as Dusknoir. So I was pretty sure he didn't have it, wasn't too worried about it, but I saw some interesting cards like his Bravery Charm as we went through the game, so I got some knowledge. But yeah, throughout the entire time, I knew he didn't have Dusknoir. I knew it was pretty good. Like during the first game, I was like really scared because I drew terrible, and then I was pretty scared in the second game, but then once I set up a Gardevoir EX and Double Monkey, I was like, wow, I forgot how easy this matchup is.
Yeah.
Like,
that top 8 game, obviously, it was a bit of a nail-biter. I saw you in the first round today, in the round 9, you had a Gardevoir Mirror, and I was like, wow, this is going to be such an intricate matchup. It's pretty stressful. It has that reputation of being quite a hard deck to manage at times, being, you know, heavy, reliant on the resource management. How has your journey got to this point? How's it been?
Yeah, so I wasn't going to go to this tournament. I wasn't planning to come to Stockholm. I didn't have a flight. I was not registered until last week. I watched my good friend Andrew Hedrick win the Vancouver Regional Championships, and we talk a lot. We had been talking about how we were both having terrible seasons, and then I saw him win the Regional Championships, and I said, I can do that. And so I booked a flight to Stockholm, and then I started grinding. Now I'm 2 matches away from doing what he did. But I came to Gardevoir because I was testing a lot, and I got Henry Chow onto Goldengo Goldingo for EYC, and so he returned the favor. He did a lot of work with me for this event, testing a ton of Gardevoir. We came up with the list together, like making the research, the Devo, the E-Switch, just put a ton of games in, and then also huge shout to him and Michael Davidson, especially, and John Ang. Those three, we really played so many games of this deck, just grinding it, a bunch of different matchups, and at the end of the day, we felt favored versus Polt. We felt favored versus pretty much everything else, and so yeah, after playing a bunch of games, I felt like Gardevoir is the way to go, and it's turned out really well.
These names here, it's such a good testing group.
Yeah, I'm very, very lucky.
And
there's so many more. I mean, Rune, Rahul, Zach. Like, I mean, you guys are the goats of Bond. All of you that were on there playing games. So Liam, like, I couldn't do without you guys. So
I saw a couple of your friends out there, you know, give you a hug after the game, and you know, you're talking about just straight away. You know, you're kind of criticizing each other a little bit or questioning, should I have gone through this matchup? Should I have done this? I mean, you asked me behind the desk. I'm not best to know. You're the player. You're the one here. You're the one making top 8. You know, you could talk my ear off, but I'm just going to say, yeah, just go for it. It's fine. But talking about your journey here, you say you've had, you know, a terrible season.
Not big.
You know, for the average player, you've actually had all right. You know, you had a decent LAIC. You went into EUIC, top 64. It's, you know, a pretty good record. One thing I would have asked you as well. Why the swap from Goldengo? Because you came with that American contingency, and considering how unpopular Goldengo was at that point, why the swap?
So part of it has to do with how unpopular Goldengo was. We knew going into EUIC that no one would expect people to play Goldengo, especially not our group. We knew that no one was going to be expecting that, you know, a bunch of the top Americans would show up with this deck. And at that point, it was favored into pretty much all the top decks because no one was ready for it, right? Our Dragapult matchup was really good. Our Guardian matchup was really good. Our Lugia matchup was really good. Our, what else? Miraida matchup was really good, right? And then there was another, like the top 5 decks in format, our Goldengo deck was great against, right? And it was the same for Vancouver, right? Because the deck had just come out. We adapted it a little bit. We put in the Baby Goldengo, the Spiritomb, the Roxanne, and then Lucas Zing. Lucas Zing ended up being finals there, right? And so that adaptation was really good, but the deck was kind of pushed to its limit. And at this point, people knew it was a real contender, right? It had top 4'd UIC, it had gotten finals at Vancouver, and so people were respecting it. Like Oscar played a Bravery Charm and a Defiance Vest, and so Goldengo just cannot beat him. It has no way to beat him, right? And so I knew going into this tournament that everyone would have Goldengo on their radar, and they would be prepared to beat it. And so I wasn't really considering it much because it didn't have the meta game that it needed or the surprise factor that we had going into EYC. So that's why I switched off that, and then I was pretty close between Dragapult and Gardevoir, but ended up going with Gardevoir in the end.
I mean, before bringing it back to this tournament, how do you feel your season has gone thus far as a whole? Do you think, you know, going for that Worlds invite, the grind has been as you expected?
So, my season's been all right. It hasn't really been what I've wanted. The main thing is I've just done really bad.
Your season's been fine.
Yeah, well, I do well at ICs. Like, I generally always do well at ICs.
Average,
but
right, as well.
like this is my first regional day 2 this year, which is kind of crazy. I've been to like 4 or 5, and this is my first one in day 2, and so that's why I felt kind of lackluster, right? I was traveling a lot, testing a lot, and then those didn't go so well. So I'm happy I was able to perform at the ICs. I'm really happy with what I've done with deck building this year. I feel like I've innovated some great decks, and so I'm really happy with that. But definitely was looking for a good finish to kind of turn my season around, at least in ways of expectations. And, you know, hey, maybe I can get the win here.
Well, you know, high expectations of yourself. You know, you're such a fantastic player, and it's such great to see.
Thank you, Ben.
So great to see, you know, with a great record right now and going into, of course, a top 4 game. You've all got all the best chances. But, of course, we do have the standings ready for you. And here we go. First thoughts.
All right.
Against Kim.
Up against Kim.
Chances.
Kim's playing Dragapult. Kim does not play Dusknoir. So I'm feeling all right.
Quo.
He's got the Monkey Dory in there, I'm pretty sure. So there's a few little tricks he can do with damage on his board, but the no Dusknoir, I feel pretty good about it. And then on the other side of the bracket, that's the one I'm really going to be worrying about because Alessandro is not someone that I want to hit. I was able to get him
Alessandro in
EUIC last year. I was able to get him in top 4 of EUIC. He's a little old, and so he forgot about Vanette's attack, but I don't think he's going to forget about anything this time. I'm a little bit worried about that matchup, but hopefully Julius can take him down for me. I know Julius looks like he 2-0'd Snorlax in top 8, and so maybe he's got some tricks in there that he can use to beat Alessandro. But if not, I'll put my game face on and I'll do my best.
Considering how popular Dragapult was coming into the day 1 and day 2, how many have you faced?
Oscar was my first one. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Any until top 8.
That's pretty good.
So it's good. I 2 in a row now. I'll take that trade off. You know, none in Swiss to get 2 in top 8. I can't complain.
Well, Isaiah, we wish you the best of luck, as I'm sure everybody does at home. Let's just wait until our top 4 coverage coming right up.
My name is Calvin Connor, and I'm from Seattle, Washington.
Calvin Connor, 1 game away from that regional championship victory.
My go-to starter would definitely be Charizard. Oh, Charmander. I started playing Pokemon because my whole family was kind of into it. All my brothers played as well. So we started at Uncle's Games, actually. It was at the mall where we first found where Pokemon was. So we would all go to the local leagues. So in my first Worlds ever, I was a junior, and I felt like I was really prepared for the event, and then I ended up losing almost every single round. I kind of got shell-shocked and was like, okay, there's another level that I can get to in this game. My father, he likes to play Pokemon TCG as well. He would always be there for me and have my back throughout these tournaments. Sometimes you take a hard loss and you just kind of sit there for a minute. It's always nice to just have that person that's there for you and will help support you and get you through it. I did end up quitting from 2016 to 2020, I believe. I had a lot of changes going from high school to college, and over COVID, there was online play going on. Just getting a chance to compete and play again gave me all the strength to say, okay, I'm gonna start going to events again. My favorite moment was London 2022. I played in the asymmetrical top cut at 8-9. I ended up losing that game, but I did end up proposing to my wife at that event, so that was one of my favorite moments from Worlds for sure. My #1 goal is to always just be the best version of myself that I can be. So going into every game with a clean slate and saying, how can I play this game the best that I can? Something I learned is that it's okay to fall down, not always win. If you put the time in, you put the effort in and the practice, you will eventually get there. My deck was a Regidrago V-Star with the Teal Mass Ogerpon. So you play a plethora of Dragon-type attackers inside your deck that you can copy, like the Alolan Executor, Dragapult, Giratina V-Star. This finals match was just crazy. I tend to make conservative plays. I talked to my brother about this. He was telling me that I should make more aggressive plays and go for the wins. I said, all right, I'm gonna flip this coin. If it's tails, I'm gonna win this game. I'm gonna become a regional champion.
This could be the biggest coin flip of the year. Are we going to see this? We're gonna see swinging speed! What's the flip? Tails!
To just finally get this one, it just feels like a weight lifted off my shoulders.
Cal Connor off a coin flip wins the Toronto Regional Championship.
My last finals was Peoria in 2022, and I played against Tord Reklev, who a lot of people say is the best player in the game. It felt like that was that was my chance, and I was just right there, and that was the one that got away from me. So I would love to get a rematch with him at the World Championship. My little brother actually ended up winning the World Championships in the video game. To be a champion with him, it would mean everything to me. I was planning on skipping this one. My grandma ended up passing away last week, and she was there for me when I won my first other tournament, which was Nationals in 2013. My mother, she was like, you're gonna win this one for her. She would want you to go. It just felt like she was there with me for this one.
Tord Reklev, 2 VIP in this opening hand.
Let's take a look at one of the strongest cards in Pokemon history.
And Cyrus top decks that battle VIP pass, the best card to have on your opening turn.
Let's take a look at one of the most polarizing cards.
And here's that battle VIP pass for Zachary.
You were talking about how important this card is.
A card so strong, games were often decided instantly if you had it and your opponent didn't. Battle VIP Pass. So, Battle VIP Pass, an item card that lets you search your deck for 2 basic Pokemon and put them straight onto your bench, if it is your first turn of the game. Because this would work for any basic Pokemon, regardless of if they had a rule box or not, this was played in literally every single deck. You had zero reason not to play it. Illustrated by every single top 8 deck at the 2023 World Championships playing for Battle VIP Pass. And bear in mind, there were 4 different archetypes in that top 8, all of which played the game in unique ways. but all still needed Battle VIP Pass. That's how strong the card really was. Mew VMAX needed them to get the Genesect V into play so they could draw cards. Gardevoir needed to flood the board with as many Rolts as possible so they could evolve up into Curlier and then Gardevoir later on. And Lost Bots deck needed Radiant Greninja and Comfey to draw cards and get set up in the game. This made Battle VIP Pass paramount in getting set up and into the game. But it did come with the downside of being functionally useless if you were to draw into it after your first turn of the game. But that didn't matter, because those top decks we just looked at all had a way to get rid of them. Like Mew VMAX could get them out of the hand via Cramomatic, Gardevoir could discard them via Refinement, and Lost Bots could send them into the Lost Zone. But all of this did come at a cost. You see, the problems would start if you didn't find any Battle VIP Pass and your opponent did. This would result in an impossible situation where your opponent would start to run away with the game getting set up, evolving their Pokemon, and to be honest, just grabbing the game out of your hands. And this is where the dissonance with Battle VIP Pass would begin, since players could often tell instantly just by looking at their hand how the game was going to go. And if Battle VIP Pass wasn't there, things were about to get tough. This led to the format being warped and centered around Battle VIP Pass, from the second it was printed to the second it rotated. Battle VIP Pass, you may or may not be missed. But I am missing some live gameplay action, so how about we get back to the stream, shall we?
I met people in Finland who is very important to me, and they play Pokemon, and they told me to join us to play Pokemon. I was, okay, I can try out, and I got excited to play again and again, and here we are. My favorite Pokemon competitive deck probably is Ho-Oh-Kiawe and Green Blacephalons, because I love fire decks. They are so aggressive, they are so strong, they one-hit KO everything. They can just win mostly of decks in the formats. I really wish that one day I can be a Pokemon TCG champion. Any kind of regional, international or world championship champion title will be very cool to get it. I'm looking Brent Tonison because I really like to see he's traveling the whole world to play regional championships, and I really wish I can do the same one day.
What, Julius, you said it, your dream is to become a champion of any major events. Well, you're only 2 matches of Pokemon away from being able to fulfill that dream, and I guess we'll see if you get to that next stage now, because we're going to feature you on stream.
Yeah, fantastic to see Julius there. What a great promotion, and of course...
Spoiler, by the way.
What a great promotion there. Of course, reaching that top 4 is so fantastic to see, you know, especially just after we just spoke to Isaiah. These are people that are so confident, they're so vibrant, they bring energy in the room, and they just could... Well, Isaiah almost took my ear off. I mean, he knew exactly what was going on, all here or there. What's my next matchup? How do I beat this? How do I beat that? You know, coming in with just, you know, the utmost upbeat energy.
Now, I mean, Julius was talking about how he met some people during the start of his Pokemon journey that really meant a lot to him, and how he started playing Pokemon from that. That could be you. You know, there are local leagues all over the world, you know, where people can go and play local cards, be it the trading card game, or you can play the video game Pokemon Go as well. And in fact, we'd like to give you like a little glimpse as to what your local scene could be like.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Yes, it all starts with just one trip to your local league, finding out what's going on, make new friends, battle new strategies, learn how to play the game. You can scan that QR code there to find locations near you to get in on the action.
Yeah, there's plenty of leagues all over the place. I mean, if you really want to, it's a little bit more advanced, but you can also look into the process of starting your own league. That's a little bit more involved, of course, but if you just want to find a league near you that's already going, yep, scan that QR code, use our league finder, and you can start playing Pokemon. And maybe one day you'll build up your skill set and we'll be featuring you on a stream match here at a regional championship.
Yeah, it's all small beginnings. You know, all of our players we spoke to, you know, when did you start playing the game? What was your first experience? It all starts with, well, I just came to my local shop and I met a few friends. I mean, you heard it there from Julius, didn't you?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, had 3 friends, then we just start going traveling, attending big events, and you know, who knows what can happen? You could be the next regional champion.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it for both of us, right? I mean, we're here on the caster desk now, but it wasn't always the case that we were such a big part of it.
It certainly wasn't. No.
And we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but it might be worth talking about it again today. So, I mean, you can go ahead. I went first last time. You can go first this time.
I mean, my first experience was just at my local league in Cardiff. You know, bringing an illegal deck, so to speak, for my first League Cup. But you know, there were friends there. They weren't friends at the time, but they're my best friends now. They said, you know, let's give this person a little bit of help here. Let's, you know, give them some cards. You know, let's get them in a legal deck and let's get them ready for some competition.
Said yesterday it was Mega Kangaskhan, right? After it already rotated.
Yeah, Mega Kangaskhan EX. Didn't even have a Spirit Link.
Yeah. And then for me, it was, I actually went in a little bit, like, I would call it like the middle end. Not quite deep end or the shallow end, but the middle end. Back when they used to exist, my first ever Pokemon tournament experience was Nottingham State Championships.
Wow.
In 2011, yeah. So, and I played a competitive archetype. I played Gothitelle Reuniclus, which at the time was one of the more like low-key but still like meta decks around. But I played a terrible list for it because it needed that Tropical Beach promo where to be played most optimally. You can only get that from being at the World Championship. So I played a beachless version, and I went to like 2 wins and 4 losses. So it wasn't a great day for the results-wise. But I had such a good time. I met, like literally the story repeats itself. I made friends with so many people there, and I enjoyed myself so much that I thought, yeah, you know what, I want to keep doing this. And now I'm here, like, you know, what is it, 14 years later? Goodness me, a long time.
Hey, look at us.
Yeah, I know, right? But we've got to about us. We got to focus on our top 4 players, and it is the smiles on the laughter are already. Like, you love to see that. Yeah,
2 players that are just loving this right now. You know, Alessandro Cremascoli.
Loving life and loving Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, who would have thought it? Alessandro Cremascoli there. I mean, we've already featured him and Julius. But again, here are some of the accomplishments for Alessandro. 2019 Bristol Regional Champion with that control archetype of Regigigas stalled back in the day. And then
remembered.
2024 World's Top 32 as well as in 2018 as well, and most recent EUIC Top 4 in 2024 with, I would say, the same archetype.
Yeah, that was a stonker of a match. I had the privilege of casting over that one with even Hedi, and yeah, that was a phenomenal bit of Pokemon.
It was against Isaiah.
Yeah, it was actually, funny enough.
Yeah.
Then Isaiah did, of course, win and make it to the final, only to, in the end, fall to Tord. But yeah, that was an incredible EUIC. I'd love to be a part of that. But Julius there on the other side with, again, one of these players, especially more recently, is just getting there, getting close. But now, already, with this top 4 finish, has had their best finish ever at a major.
Yeah, we mentioned it before. These consistent players, you know, making the top rankings in each tournament, but not quite having their big break in terms of getting a winner's medal.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit preemptive to start talking about this now, but maybe it's still not, actually, maybe it's not preemptive at all. The matchup specifically, so we know what these 2 players are playing. Julius is playing Arcaludon, and Alessandro is playing this versatile control archetype. Not quite Snorlax, but sort of control with all these different tools.
Sure.
I think, personally, feel free to agree or disagree, give your opinion, a deck like Julius's Archaludon is one of the decks that might be the least likely to fall victim to some of the control tricks that Alessandro can use because of its linearity.
Yeah, I would agree on the front of it. I think there's definitely a few tricks up Alessandro's sleeve that he can play. Of course, it's about resource management, I think, for Julius. There are a few Pokemon that Alessandro can trap in the active, but Julius does play, of course, all of these kind of scoop up mechanics, like Professor Tura Scenario and Scoop Up Cyclone, but we know Alessandro does play the Milotic.
So that's what it's going to come down to. Can Alessandro get out that Milotic early enough to stop Julius from being able to really make use of all of those picking up cards like Tura and Scoop Up Cyclone? If Alessandro can, then Julius might be in a bit of a spot of bother, but if not, then Julius is going to be, switching things around, getting energy onto the field, and he's probably going to be doing having a good time. time.
And that's not a fantastic starter. The Relicanth active for Julius as their first Pokemon. That's unfortunate, but here we see the prize cards. Really important to see Alessandro's.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and it looks like that
Mist Energy and Morwell.
Oh, that's a little bit rough. I mean, you do have Hisuian Heavy Ball to get out Morwell at the very least, but yeah, not the most workable of prizes. But here we go. We are kicking off our top 4 game here, and it looks like Julius will be going first. They're tentatively drawing the card. Yes, I'm thinking about it. Julius will go first in this top 4 match.
Yeah, he's not loving that hand by the looks of it.
Nope.
Kind of a head in hands moment a little bit from Julius. Does have an S-Ball to find a Pokemon here. But like we said earlier, he really doesn't want to bench lock himself. Of course, he can just go, I'm just going to put 4 Duraludon down. Even if Alessandro is able to gust anything up, I have the security of having lots of attackers on board. But for Alessandro, then, it's an opportunity to take advantage of the energy management on the Ulysses field.
Yeah, now Julius had a bit of a grimace there because the card drawn off the Trek Shoes wasn't the best, but discarding the Pheasantipity X, that's pretty good because it's one of those that you probably don't want on the field as much out against control, I would say.
No, I completely agree. I think for Julius, if he's able to discard as many of these Pokemon that Alessandro would like to see in the field, I think that would be ideal for Julius. But of course, you know, it's going to be a mean feat. Alessandro doesn't play the Mantine to be able to get a Pokemon from the discard onto your opponent's bench. So that could come into play if Julius is able to, like I said, get all of these Pokemon into the discard pile, but it'll be a pretty tall hoarder to do that in the first couple of turns at least.
Yeah, Julius is having a good check now just to see what he does have access to in terms of his Pokemon line. See, the Greninja is there. Of course, you do want that down in the early stages to draw cards at the very least, but you want to try and get it out of the field in hand quickly after that because, of course, it is a very easily trappable stall target for that Tempting Trap Morwile.
If he's able to use that Radiant Greninja, scoop it up pretty much instantly, I think that would be to his benefit. But I think that Julius has a lot of pressure on him to find some of these crucial resources earlier on in order to set himself up.
Actually, you make a very good point, Rabbi, because I believe I saw a Scoop Up Cyclone in Julius's hand, and that's the only reason he feels comfortable doing this.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
Yeah, there it is.
And I think the pressure's definitely on for Julius to try and get set up. The pressure strong enough to use this Radiant Greninja. It's not ideal for Julius. I think that's why he's a little bit hesitant right now, and that's not fantastic. Drawing into 2 supporters that he can't use this turn, and it looks like just an attached path.
Oh, there's no Duraludon even. Oh, that's dreadful for Julius.
That's a pretty horrific start. Here we see Alessandro with the premium starting supporter with Arven. He's searching out that precious trolley quick, fast.
Yeah, that's going to be a phenomenal start for him, especially because Alessandro is starting with that Rotom V as well. So off that Arven, able to grab, yes, the precious trolley, but also that Forest Sealstone so he can search for any card from the deck for good measure too.
Yeah, and with no pressure coming from Julius's field, Archaladon, coming anytime soon. I think Alessandro is feeling pretty safe right now from any threats.
Yeah, this is about as ideal a contrast of starts as you could ask for if your name is Alessandro Cremascoli.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Here we see the Feebas coming down. Of course, the Milotic will remind you of the ability now. The Miracle Heart, of course, enable, stopping your opponent from picking up any Pokemon as the effect of any trainer.
It's a Calming Heart, I believe.
Calming Heart.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, we had saw this up here, and I think when Harry pulled up, it was in Italian. So
yeah.
How's your Italian, Benjamin?
Just have to remind myself of the ability name. That's fine.
Yeah. But
mentally calm.
Mentally calm, that was it, yes.
It's not a card that you see very often, is it?
No, not at all, well, other than in control. But name clarifications aside, we're getting back into things here. Like we already mentioned, the Precious Trolley has been played, getting a pretty ideal bench setup here, I'm not going to lie. I'm seeing that and I'm thinking, yep, those are all the Pokemon that you want out right now.
Yeah, 100%. And we can possibly see a Fang Snipe from the Luxray V this turn, possibly, if Alessandro chooses to do so. He can do it with the Star Alchemy, searching out an energy card from the deck.
Yeah, of course,
and with
that Latias EX in play as well, that Rotom V can retreat for free. So yeah, if he wants to, he can pull this off. If nothing else, it might be worth doing just to get the knowledge of the hand right. Oh, actually going to go ahead with the accompanying flute. Here we go, 5 cards from the top. There's an Iron Bundle. That's a good... Oh, okay. I was going to say that's a good hit. It's a good hit if you can bring it into the active, but I imagine Julius is just going to make use of the ability straight away to get it to the discard pile.
You'd imagine so.
Yeah.
It would only be... I think it would be a very good play if he was able to gust it up in the same turn. But like you said, I think that Hyper Blower will be used quick, fast for Julius.
Yeah. Now, Alessandro can go ahead here with that, as you already mentioned, Benji, with the Star Alchemy on that Forest Sealstone, with it being attached to the Rotom V, can grab any card from the deck, but it's just debating if he wants to do anything else first. We see him debating and playing a card in the hand, but maybe might decide not to in the end. Julius going to take a quick look at the discard pile to see what there is, and no, actually, Alessandro is just going to go for the instant charge.
Yeah, just an instant charge, savoring that Forest Sealstone for a later turn, finding maybe another crucial piece to the puzzle for his side of things. And here we see Julius going for that concealed cards. You'd hope he finds some resources pretty quick. And here we see the Nest Ball, here we see the Pokegear. Nest Ball definitely going to be something that he's going to be using to start getting these Duraludons out.
Yeah, sure is. That's going to be very, very important to do. Yeah, it's like, this is exactly what Julius was missing last turn.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. And just doing another deck search here. But I feel like Julius really needs to get rid of this Relicanth and the Radiant Greninja as soon as possible to prevent any sort of trapping plays from Alessandro as early as possible.
Yeah, and the window for that is closing, right? Because that's two things that Julius really wants to pick up, but you can't. The Scoop Up Cyclone's already been played, so there's going to be no Scoop Up Cyclone plus Professor Turo to pick up the two vulnerable things, and Alessandro already has that Feebas down.
I think I see I thought I saw the Scoop Up Cyclone in hand.
Oh, wait.
I don't
I
don't think he's used it as of yet.
Oh, yeah, no, he didn't play it last turn. Yeah, sorry, you're completely right. Yeah, no, it's still there, but we mentioned it was in the hand, and that he could have played it straight away, but decided not to. So, yeah, if you just find a Turo down, he could pick up both.
I'd feel pretty safe for Julius using the Hyper Blower on the Iron Bundle and finding a Professor Turo scenario now, picking up the Relicanth and the Radiant Greninja with Scoop Up Cyclone. We know that Alessandro has actually prized that Erica's invitation, so his hand is pretty safe from any sort of disruption.
Oh, but hold on a second. Oh, this works alternatively. Like if you just use that boss's orders, bring up the Feebas, you can retreat with that Relicanth, go into the Duraludon and just hit for 30 for the knockout.
Yeah, Duraludon doing exactly 30 damage, just showing how vulnerable this Feebas is going to be. Hammer in
for 30 damage. Yeah, that works well. And even like for good measure as well, use the Scoop Up Cyclone, pick up the Relicanth. Yeah, absolutely. So kind of double protection almost like coming in there.
I think it maximizes the outs that Julius has as long as he gets rid of the threat of the Milotic early on.
Yes.
This gives Julius potentially another turn. If Alessandro isn't able to use Thornton pretty early on, do we just see an instant?
Yeah.
Oh, no, to flip the script.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Flip the script there.
Yeah, because in an ideal world, Alessandro really wants to do Thornton plus Evolve into Milotic this turn. That would be the ideal. Let's see if he can pull it off. So there goes an Ultra Ball. Plenty to discard in hand. Let's see what he does opt for. Looks like it's going to be, that's, was that a Giacomo, I believe?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a Giacomo, yeah.
That's not going to be very useful in this game.
No, that's a Lugia card. That's not a Archaludon card.
The Thornton play can be done now that he hasn't used his Forest Sealstone in that previous turn. Savoring is actually coming to his benefit right now, and here we see the Quick Surge Pidgeot EX coming out to play as well.
But it looks like it's going to have to be priority, Forest Sealstone for the rare candy for the Pidgeot.
Yep, but then can use the Quick Surge to find the Thornton.
Oh, yes, you can. Okay, so yeah, that chaining works. Did we already confirm that the Milotic was in hand already?
Yeah.
Okay, yes. Yeah, okay, so yeah, actually this will absolutely work. So, but instead of going to use Quick Search for that double turbo energy, really prioritizing that Fang Snipe, wants to get a good look at Julius's hand and stop him from being able to advance his game state with his own trainer cards.
It would have been such an advantage for Alessandro if he was able to Fang Snipe last turn. Get rid of that Scoop Up Cyclone, but...
Yeah, that's probably why Julius went for it that turn, actually.
Yeah, 100%. And using that Fang Snipe, you'd imagine he's going to get rid of that Pokegear. I think that's going to be Julius's only out to a supporter, unless he just naturally draws into it or gets to it through concealed cards.
Yeah, so Alessandro taking one last look at the discard pile before deciding what to go ahead with. There is the Feebas ready to go. Defiance Vest comes onto the Luxray V as well. So that's going to be basically almost impossible for for a KO to be done. But now looks like it's going to, from the Archaludon, now coming with the Silene, and oh dear, it's a double tails on the Silene. It's a 1 and a 5.
Yeah, the supporter of choice didn't come up trumps for Alessandro, unfortunately. But yeah, like you said, that Defiance Vest, it definitely was a massive factor in the game earlier against Gardevoir, stopping that Mind Bend from doing enough damage to knock out the Morwell or do any considerable damage. But in this circumstance, it's going to be stopping Metal Defender on the Archaludon EX, like you said, from taking knockout.
Yes, and Fang Snipe comes in, and Alessandro does opt to discard that boss's orders, which is, I think, Alessandro recognizing that with this Defiance Vest, if you just found his way into an Archaludon, a boss's orders could be an easy 2 prizes on one of the bench sitters. So very smart and heads up from Alessandro there.
Yeah, very good play. Very good play, because it's not just the Luxray V that's going to be vulnerable to a Metal Defender. It'll be the Rotom V, the Fezandipity, the Latias. It's all a 2-prize showdown for Julius. And here we see the Professor's Research, discard your hand, draw 7.
I don't believe Julius hasn't used the Radiant Greninja yet, has he? I think did he forget to turn it off from last turn?
He hasn't used it this turn.
Yeah, I think he just forgot to undo it. We'll see. Hopefully he remembers to undo it at some point.
Yep, that's fine. And here we see the Duraludon coming down onto the bench. I think he's just noticing now, yeah, this is the turn to use Hyper Blower. Going into that Pidgeot EX.
Yeah, knowing that Alessandro knows that there's no way that Julius will be able to take a KO on the Pidgeot there. Like, there's no Origin Form Dialga V out, there's no Fulton Shenanigans coming, so that Pidgeot EX is pretty safe right now.
We spoke about it just now. You know, everything's within reach of the Metal Defender for Archaladon except for that Luxray V with the Defiance Vest and Pidgeot EX.
Yes.
So this was the only option really for us, Alessandro, to stop Julius from getting too ahead in this prize race.
Yeah, Ultra Ball coming in now, we'll be able to finally find that Archaladon. We'll be able to get some energy onto the field, can go ahead and get the last energy needed to power up the Archaladon, which I imagine will go into the active, and then get a couple of energy onto the bench Duraludon as well for good measure, just to prepare for a follow-up attack.
I don't think this is too bad of a board state now for Julius. No. Alessandro only has one of the accompanying flute left. He is able to, of course, Silene these back into the deck, but this gives Julius a little bit more time to, like we said, get all of these Pokemon into the discard pile, so Alessandro isn't able to put them onto the bench to gust up and trap. We know that's the game plan.
Yeah, so in we go now with the Archaladon EX. So, of course, that Assemble Alloy going to come in, and it is 2 energies you can attach with that ability. So it's going to be 1 onto the active, so you can actually use the Metal Defender attack, and then 1 on this bench Duraludon, I can only imagine. Unless you want to, I guess the alternative would be to only attach 1 in case you want to leave the Duraludon on the bench with nothing on it. Maybe the plan is to like kind of scoop up all your attackers on the bench and just have this one Archaladon like hitting over and over again.
It does have the Professor Turo scenario in hand ready for next turn, accompanied with an Iono and a Professor's Research. So you can imagine Julius is just going to pick up the Greninja next turn and hopefully discard it with the Research. But there we see the quick search from Alessandro on his turn, starting to get out that Radiant Arena, heal up some of this damage on the Pidgeot.
Yeah, we saw how to what great effect it was used in the last game that we saw with Alessandro against Fabian. Julius now realizing that yes, he can in fact go ahead and mark the Greninja not used. But here we go with the Fortin, so that we can evolve into the Milotic, and yes, that is huge.
This is a fantastic turn because not only this now, but Fang sniping the Professor Turo scenario, you don't really need to because the Milotic is in play. But you know, why not for good measure? Even if Julius was able to find somehow to retreat plus a boss's orders on the Milotic, you know, you're getting rid of a crucial resource for Julius in this game.
It is exactly like the game against Fabian. Alessandro has done it again. He has managed to put together the combo to stop Julius from being able to do much of anything, and with that Milotic out, that Professor Turo scenario is useless. I guess you can just go ahead and discard. It's good between the Iono and the Professor's Research.
I mean, for Alessandro, there's not even an obvious choice anymore. You know, he can get rid of the Iono, stop Julius from getting himself back into the game by keeping the resources in the deck. He does have Professor Turo scenario still. Going for the Iono is a pretty smart choice. I think stopping Julius from putting his hand into his deck, you know, shuffling cards back into the deck, you know, at the end of the day, Alessandro's win con is deck outs, right?
Yes, we saw that was what was able to be used last time to buy some time, essentially.
Yeah.
Oh, but a very good draw there from Julius as he finds the Pokestop. That counters the Calamitous Wasteland, and that does mean as long as Julius can find an energy card, this is the one opportunity he has to still retreat. Of course, it was a Fang Snipe, not a tempting trap that happened.
I think what's funny is Alessandro knew he top decks the Pokestop. He just did see his hand from the Fang Snipe. So, you know, what can I do?
Yeah, Julius does catch a little bit of a break there. You know, could have maybe found it from the research as well, but all the same, it's more, it's more in style to just get off the top deck, right?
Yeah, 100%. And we see here Julius does draw into that earthen vessel along with the trekking shoes, able to go further into this deck now, find some of these resources to get himself back into the game, debating whether to discard the black belt from this trekking shoes. Does so, draws another card, finds the Ultra Ball, can find another Archaladon to evolve this Duraludon on the bench. Here we see the earthen vessel come down. He does still need to attach to this Greninja if he wants any hope of retreating. Has already used this support for turn. The Scoop Up Cyclone has been used, so manual attachment and retreating manually is his only option to get this Greninja out.
Yeah, and it's slightly unfortunate that with the Temple Alloy ability, you can only attach 2 metal Pokemon.
Correct.
So you can't, like, our Chaldon EX itself wasn't out. You did have to find an actual energy to attach manually to the Greninja Territory, but thankfully was able to find that with the Urban Vessel. So all is good with Julius right now.
Yeah, something very important to mention for sure. And with those 2 energy cards in hand, is able to use concealed cards for good measure for an extra 2 cards in hand if he likes to. I think, oh no, just going for the retreat, sees the value in keeping an energy in hand, possibly just in case if Alessandro was able to gust up the Greninja next turn again. Does need another energy for that manual attachment and retreat, just like he's done so here. And here you can imagine a Metal Defender attack on this Luxray.
Yeah, and also has the Power Pad ready to go as well, so very smartly going to go ahead and fire that off so you can get 2 of those bosses orders back into the deck. It's going to be crucial for Julius to find those to pick off these weaker support Pokemon on the bench and actually get one-hit knockouts and playing around stuff like this Defiance Vest.
I think that's his only hope right now. It doesn't play any Lost Vacuum, so he's going to have to 2-hit this Luxray for a potential knockout. I think streaming boss's orders, I think we mentioned this actually in a previous feature match, that our Chaladon does need to stream these boss's orders to knock out these fragile low hit point EX and V Pokemon in order to hit that 2/2/2 prize mapping.
Yeah, so looks like was that just the, well, why is there only 2 damage on it?
I think what they're saying is there's only 2 damage left.
Oh, okay.
Very confusing.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest. I'm not the biggest fan of that, generally speaking. But I mean, as long as both players understand what's going on, then I think that's fine. And also, to be fair, Alessandro does have the penny, so it's probably not going to matter anyway. So this Luxray does just get picked up.
That's absolutely fine, as long as we are all aware.
Yes.
And then the Luxray just comes straight back down.
Yes. Elegant Heal also comes in, does heal 20 damage more off of that Pidgeot. Slowly but surely, that damage will get all healed off eventually. And now it's going to be another Fang Snipe, I guess. So that's I mean, it's a good thing that, again, you just played the Power Pad now, so otherwise that would definitely be hitting the discard pile, but there were still some other pretty good cards that Alessandro could hit off this.
Just opting for the counter catcher, I think.
Yes.
Comes the Greninja.
Oh, and there's another Calamitous
Wasteland.
Oh my goodness. Alessandro not missing a beat here, finding the answers to Julius's answers as he just tries his best to find his way through the deck and just kind of stall enough to get to the point where eventually he can find hopefully a Hisuian Heavy Ball, get that Mawile out of the discard pile, and then really put the lock on Julius.
And again, Julius's list isn't the conventional Archalazon that we're all used to. It isn't playing a heavy stadium count. It isn't playing the mix of the Pokestop and Jamming Tower. It's just playing those 2 Pokestops. So that Calamitous Wasteland is here to stay.
Yeah, which is absolutely brutal. Is that literally... is there a second Pokestop? Rather, with the second Pokestop, it's... Oh, of course, it's in the prize cards.
Yeah, the Pokestop is in the prize cards. So Julius will have no option but to deal with this Calamitous Wasteland now.
Brutal.
And it's all about resource management now for Julius. How many energy has he got left to be able to use? Does play a heavy count of Night Stretcher. We can see that there's a few energy in the discard pile, but it's whether he can find the pieces that he needs in order to start doing some damage to Alessandro's board.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Benji, but I'm getting a little bit of deja vu from Alessandro's game against Fabian here. It's not quite there yet, but it's getting to that point.
Just a bit, yeah, you are right. And looking at Julius's hand, it isn't fantastic. Ultra Ball, I think I see a Dialga V, which I don't think he wants to be putting down anytime soon under Professor's research. Oh no, it's a Nest Ball and another Duraludon.
Yeah, it's...
all not great. And you can see by his body language, he's kind of slunched over it just a little bit. Quite an unfortunate hand for Julius, but Alessandro, let's see if he can capitalize on this poor board state for Julius.
Yeah, Palpad going to be the first card played, so going to have a look through the discard pile, probably get back. Yeah, the Penny and the Silene seem like 2 very sensible things to get back. Although this time Alessandro hasn't prized the second Silene. We did see that in the last feature match, but both Silenes are in the deck right now.
Yeah, fortunate enough for Alessandro, you know, not prizing any of those pieces to the kind of loop, the Silene, the Palpads. He does play what is considered, I guess, a considerable count, a 2/2 of both the Silene and Palpad, able to keep streaming them, finding these supporting resources, and with Silene, if so, any sort of item cards he wishes, or tool cards, or even Pokemon.
Yeah, so now the Ino gets played here. Alessandro had a very small hand, so mainly just wanted to make sure to refill the hand with as many resources as possible. Really wants to find that Hisuian Heavy Ball. We know it's all in the prizes, so you could quick search for it at any point you wanted to, but you need to find a combination of that plus some way to clear up a space from your own board.
Yeah, and seeing that Julius's hand isn't fantastic, I think...
Oh, but there's a Night Stretcher in hand!
And the boss's orders!
Hand, but just going for fang sniping the boss's orders. And Julius putting it straight into the discard pile.
Yeah.
Alessandro's an obvious choice, it seems, for the boss's orders instead of the Night Stretcher. I think right now, Alessandro's pretty much in the driving seat. Io-knowing was a great play there. Knowing that Julius's hand wasn't fantastic, giving a fresh hand, yeah, sure, it's not to everybody's favor usually, but in this circumstance where you can access the hand with fang snipe, this is ideal.
Yeah, essentially, you make yourself, by Io-knowing and giving your opponent a bigger hand, you make it more likely that fang snipe hits a meaningful card, and that's exactly what happened. It's obviously leaving the Night Stretcher in hand means that Julius can still retreat, which isn't ideal, but you can still work around that. Oh, a little update from our other top 4 game. It looks like Kim Pobega is 1-0 up against Isaiah Bradner.
Wow. I mean, we spoke to Isaiah earlier about how confident he was into this matchup, but it's surprising to see him 1-0 down. Let's see if Isaiah can pull it back, possibly, or if Kim can make himself a finalist in this regional championships.
Yeah, I mean, we did manage to win, of course, all the way back in the Bologna Special Championships last year, so there's no reason why he can't make it to the finals again. He's a very skilled player, but now we have a game right here in front of us to focus on. So, with the Night Stretcher in the hand, Julius can get back a Metal Energy, attach it to the Greninja, and now will be able to retreat even through that Calamitous Wasteland. So now this Archaladon is going to come in, and yeah, it's going to be another Metal Defender.
It's not a fantastic turn still for Julius.
No.
I think he still would have liked to have seen that boss's orders for a potential knockout this turn, but having been forced to rescue Stretcher, retreat, and just do 220, which Alessandro can just pick up and remove the damage from, this isn't fantastic from Julius.
Yeah.
And not only that, I will say as well, using the rescue Stretcher just to attach and retreat, when Alessandro can just continuously stream gusting onto this Greninja, it's pretty scary.
It's a Night Stretcher, not Rescue Stretcher.
Oh,
remember?
sorry, Night Stretcher.
It's not just you. I heard Ross and Jesper doing it as well, so I'm calling all of you out right now.
Oh, brilliant. That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, it's easy mix-up, to be fair. Now, we're going into Alessandro's turn. Going into contemplative mode here right now, because obviously you want to pick up this Luxray V with the penny, because you don't really want it to be knocked out. Being able to fang snipe constantly is pretty good. You can quick search for it, and I think that's what Alessandro has to do here.
I mean, the ideal turn, I think, would be to have healed the damage from the Luxray via a penny, and then go for another counter catcher on this Raging Greninja. I really think that this is the right play now.
Yeah, but
because that Archaladon isn't doing a fantastic amount of damage. It's not taking any knockouts anytime soon, and without any boss's orders, you're not taking any prizes either. You know, this is pretty advantageous, I would say, for Alessandro right now.
Yeah. Oh, okay, and interesting, mixing up the approach a little bit. So Alessandro, instead of going for that, the Mawile, gonna go ahead and Ultra Ball for that Mimikyu, just try to stall for a little bit. I like it.
Well, I like it because, of course, this Duraludon at the moment is not doing any damage to this Mimikyu. The safeguard ability will stop any sort of EX or V Pokemon from doing damage to it. But if Julius wants to be able to do the damage to it, he'll have to get this Archaladon out of the active, and there's only so many cards now. I think Professor Turo's gone. Well, actually, no. I say that. The Milotic is there,
yes,
so he can't do anything.
Yeah, I like it. I think this makes a lot of sense, and I just realized, oh, but you just find the boss's orders, and it's just like, it's unbelievable. Like, Alessandro is like, oh, come on, you gotta do this to me. Oh, we'd love to see a fun time on stream, but that is a huge drop deck from Julius as he KOs now the pitcher and shuts off the bulk of Alessandro's backbone engine.
Yeah, this is a great turn from Julius in all things considered. There's 3 boss's orders used now by Julius. No more Pal Pad left. There are only so many final opportunities for Julius to take prize cards in this matchup. We have the Mimikyu down on the board, of course, with that safeguard ability. Julius still needs to find a way around this, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, the worst bit is, well, for Alessandro, unless you can put together, like, you know, a really crazy combo turn where you use Pow Plaid to get the Fortin back and then Fortin plus Rare Candy to the pitcher again, it's going to be so hard to get that pitcher back online.
Yep, and it's going to be hard to get it back online without any sort of...
Actually, sorry, need to correct myself. The other Rare Candy's in the prizes anyway.
Oh, well, there you go. Pidgeot's no longer an option for Alessandro. He's going to have to deal with this game without any sort of quick search engine. And here we see the gust up onto this Radiant Greninja, and I think this is going to be the turn where Alessandro turns things back into his favor.
Well, yeah, going to try to, but it is going to be so much harder with the Pidgeot. Like, I mean, this Fang Snipe, you're not even discarding anything that great with it. There's like the sort of scenario which you can't play anyway. You've got Counter Catcher, but like Julius is winning.
switching. I guess it's still going to discard the Turo scenario, I guess, just for the sake of it.
Yep, no more options for Julius to switch out other than manual retreat. You know, if he was able to boss up this Melodic, at least he would have been able to give himself a couple of turns if Alessandro wasn't able to Thornton of using those resources. But you know, for Julius now, it's just a case of manual attaching to this Greninja and just hoping he can find another energy to retreat next turn.
Okay, but here's a big accompanying flute, the second one. No hits though for Alessandro, just that's a whiff from the accompanying flute.
I'm not too surprised. The Relicanth we know is gone. The Iron Bundle is also gone. The Radiant Greninja is in the active. I think so many Duraludon are gone as well. I think in the prize cards there is one Duraludon there as well. So the Lumineon, the Pheasantipede are still there as well. I think they're gone as well. I think Julius is, like I said, gone through that strategy of just getting rid of all of these Pokemon he'll find are not optimal in this matchup.
You know what's a real shame for Julius? One way that could be nice to play to play around this sort of pseudo retreat lock that Alessandro has established, which Fabian Puyol did not have access to. Julius does play his own Fortin, so he could use that if it wasn't prized, which it is unfortunately, to swap out that Radiant Greninja for a Duraludon.
Yep, could do.
Yeah,
that's definitely an option for Julius. And this is a fantastic play as well.
Oh.
The double-double.
Yeah, the double-double, yeah.
The double-double turbo will mean that the Fang Stab is not doing any more damage, so he's not knocking out that Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, very heads up. Oh, very big top level Julius. Oh, it's another Archaludon, so it's just going to be a pass.
I think what's relevant about not doing any damage to this Radiant Greninja is eventually it would have been knocked out from the Fang Snap, right? And given Julius the ability to promote any sort of attacker. But now that's not going to be an option. That's Radiant Greninja is there to stay, and that Fang Snipe is also just going to run amok right now.
Okay. And it looks like the Silene did get one heads that time, so Alessandro feeling okay with that, going to be able to get at least one card back, and yeah, it's got to be that power pad, because you need to keep that chain of Silenes going if you don't want to deck out.
Yeah, crucial to Alessandro's game plan. We spoke about it earlier, the heavy, I'm going to use it again, the considerable count of Palpad and Silene. This is definitely his looping option.
Oh, but hold on, there actually is already a Palpad in hand, so maybe this is an opportunity to get back something else with the Silene. I think that's what Alessandro's considering right now, but no, just going to go for the Palpad, play it safe. You know, 2 Palpads in the deck is definitely safer than only one in the hand.
I mean, he knows that only Julius is not going to be heavy in terms of item resources, so Eri won't be that effective. I would have thought he can start getting back the Ionos to start shuffling in some cards for Fang Snipe.
Yeah, there goes the counter catcher from the Fang Snipe. Oh, but that's for Julius top decks and Night Stretcher!
This is massive, but of course, only doing 220 damage. It's not great, only because, Alessandro didn't even put the he didn't even put the damage down.
Well, of course, it wasn't 220, it would be like 170, right? Or no, 180, because Defiance reduces 40, yeah. But yeah, had the penny already ready to go, so no worries there. And Alessandro does find the Pidgeot, and wait, was that Julius conceding or was that Alessandro?
Julius skipping there.
Yeah, there's it. So Alessandro does in fact take game one. Julius knowing that there's no way to boss's orders to bring up the Pidgey again, and so Alessandro does take game one.
Yeah, there are only so many opportunities in which Julius could capitalize on Alessandro's, I would say, slow start compared to his other matchups. But I mean, Alessandro is quick enough to get the Melodic up and running, and in this way, not even having to use Tempting Trap. I think the Fang Sniper in connection with the Defiance Vest was enough. Getting rid of those boss's orders was just too much of an advantage for Alessandro, and unfortunate for Julius, he's going to have to win 2 games on the bounce now.
Yeah, 2 games on the bounce. Wow, absolutely incredible. Just going through this match that just happened here. So this was a really key moment where with the double Calamitous Wasteland, you can see the expression on Julius's face because he was so happy to top that Pokestop counter the Calamitous Wasteland, but then Alessandro had another one plus another counter catcher to bring up that Radiant Greninja again, and that is the way you kind of try to do your best to retreat stall when you don't have access to more while. And then Julius top decking the boss of the orders, and Alessandro exasperated.
And despite the top decks, it just wasn't enough for Julius to deal with Alessandro. And here we see the expressions from both players. Just having a great time here.
I can't remember the last time I saw this animated in the top 4. Basically, it makes complete sense considering these are probably two of the most expressive top players in the game right now. But yeah, after that, Julius just recognizing, no, with that Pidgey down, I can't deal with it. Nothing else to be done. Time to scoop it up, and maybe I can win the last 2 games.
It certainly helps. And, you know, playing Alessandro is always a treat. You know, he does have fun with it, despite playing control. He's a very interactive player. He's very expression as well. His expressions are fantastic. He's a sort of player, if he doesn't have a great hand, you know about it. Like, you don't even have to ask him whether he has a bad hand. He's very expressive. And the same for Julius. I've had a fantastic time playing him as well.
I was going to say that maybe like worst poker face in the world, but I mean, maybe one day, you know, Alessandro acts like that, but actually has like a really good hand. Maybe that could be his key, is a build up over all this time to like throw off. But I don't think that, to be fair, though, I don't think that's in Alessandro's nature.
Well, he usually just laughs at you if he has a good hand. Oh, but here we see the precious trolley in the prize cards for Alessandro.
Brutal.
This is going to be, well, it's not going to be fantastic for his initial setup.
Yeah, and already firing off there with the accompanying flute, putting down, oh, that's like, I'm surprised Alessandro gave Julius that. That's a good Pokemon to have out.
Yeah, well, you say that, but of course he does want to be able to sort of bench lock Julius. If he's able to get as many Duraludon out as possible, if he's able to get 4 out, Julius only plays 9 energy.
Yeah, I suppose so. That is true, yeah.
So eventually he will run out of options to attach an attack. But here we see Alessandro. What other resources he got? Oh, just to pass over to Julius now.
Yeah, not really great. It's not like I mean, the contrast to game 1 is stark, I would say, with that precious trolley and that sort of premium start, as you so accurately put it. Julius, in the meantime, has 2 Duraludon, which is already better going than his turn 1 last time. Has a Pokestop 2. Is debating whether he wants to play either that Luminion V or that Vessel first, but no, just going to go for it and looks like, oh no, no, not like this. Not like, okay, 1 out of 3 at least, but I mean, even then, it's not really a useful card against control.
A hand gestures from Alessandro, they make me weak. I swear, he's just rotating his hand. Come on, get another supporter down. I love this. But Earthen Vessel, the Metal Energy there. Interesting choice, actually. He does have the Luminion and the Pheasantipity in hand, so he was able to get rid of these Pokemon to stop Alessandro from potentially Erika's.
Whoever said that casting control couldn't be fun? Whoever it was, they are a liar. I'm having such a blast right now.
Not me. Not me. I actually said to Alessandro after the game, he apologized. I said, don't apologize. It was a great game.
Fantastic, yeah.
It was a great game.
And like, as if he's offering us a fantastic match again. And Julius, they're both putting on such a great show for us. I love these 2 guys so much.
Yeah, fantastic. And here we see 2 Metal Energy coming out of the deck. Going to thin out even more for Julius. And if he's able to find something like a Professor's Research, get up and running now, get that engine going, get the Assemble Alloys nice and active. And of course, he does want to be able to see as many energy in the discard pile to use them as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, I'm seeing an energy. I'm seeing a Pheasantipity. It looks like after that, is it just going to be a hammer in for 30? Yep, looks like it.
Yep. And that sets up the numbers quite nicely, I think. Even if the Alessandro was able to attach a Defiance Vest later on, say if Julius goes for the Pidgey, attaching that Defiance Vest, that 30 damage can come into effect quite nicely. Ooh.
Yeah. Was that Alessandro using Pokestop? Yep. Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
Luminion, Rotom, and Palpad is nice at least, but you can't use it to get back the Rotom and the Luminion just discarded. Oh, that's dreadful.
Yeah.
Wait, actually, does Alessandro play any way to get back those other than Silene? I don't think he does, right?
No other recovery options other than Silene. Opted to go for the Bravery Charm onto this Luxray V. Going for the potential Thornton.
I think this is Fortin to get Rotom V into play. There's not a sentence you say often.
No, not at all, but if needs must, I think.
Yeah.
I think there's some real dependency from this instant charge to find some resources for Alessandro to get up and running.
Yeah, couldn't have put it better myself. And Julius top decks the Professor's Research as well.
Yeah, this is an ideal start. Like I said earlier, if he was able to find a Professor's Research from the Luminion, you know, that would have been fantastic to get rid of this Pheasantipity, but just drawing it from the top, he's able to get rid of the Pheasantipity and the Luminion V.
Pretty good going, can't complain about that. It's a huge top deck from Julius. Now, won't be able to KO the Luxray V, unfortunately. That Bravery Charm does put it out of range of the Metal Defender, but that's still a pretty good research. I see a Boss's Orders, I see 2 Boss's Orders, I see an Earthen Vessel and a Greninja, so you can get that out of the way as well, and I see Archaludon. That is about as perfect a research as you could ask for.
Yeah, and the Elegant Heal actually coming in to Alessandro's favor, because without that, I think that Julius would have been in range of knocking out the Luxray.
Because it would have been 250. No, it would have still been 10 short.
It would have been still 10 short.
Yeah, because Luxray has 210, so it goes up to 260. So, but I mean, it's obviously it's still nice to have.
Yeah. And here we see Julius just using that assemble alloy, going for this metal defender attack on the Luxray. Is Alessandro able to pick up this Luxray to negate any sort of damage? But here we see the Arven.
Oh, here we go.
You can imagine a Forest Seal Stone coming down pretty fast. Is able to get this Pidgeot engine up and running now. If this is the start alchemy for the Pidgeot EX, this is a very, very common interaction that we see, especially with this type of engine.
Yeah, and now the backbone of the deck is going. Alessandro is going to be very, very happy to see that. We'd be so happy to notice, I'm sure that he probably already has, that the Precious Trolley is not available to him. That is indeed in the prize cards. Not ideal in the slightest, but can still look through and pick out the key piece that he thinks is going to most help him in this specific turn. I'm actually very curious to see where he goes for here.
Yeah, I would imagine there's something to try and help him to set up here, or even trying to find some security behind this Mimikyu.
Yeah, because the other thing, we didn't draw attention to it specifically, but it is important to know, not only is the Precious Trolley prize, the Latias EX is prize as well, so no flexibility with Alessandro in terms of free retreat on his basic Pokemon either.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's any sort of switch outs for Alessandro to go into this Mimikyu other than sort of a manual attachment and retreat, and that's exactly what we're seeing. The Mist Energy onto the Luxray. It is a 1 energy cost for the retreat, but this Mimikyu is going to have to do some work in terms of stalling Julius out of any sort of setup.
Yeah. Now, the lucky thing for Alessandro is that the Mimikyu, it is weak to metal, but it has 70 HP, so even a hammer in won't quite do the trick. But there's a boss's orders just going to, Julius going to target down the prize cards here, just bring up that Luxray, going to go ahead and Metal Defender to knock it out and take the first 2 prize cards of the game.
Yeah, this is a fantastic boss's orders. Not only taking the knockout on the Luxray to put yourself 2 prizes up, but also getting rid of that Bravery Charm. Because if Alessandro was able to penny that Luxray, that would have been a card that he would have been able to reuse on another.
Yeah, exactly. So getting it out of rotation, there's no other way other than Silene, of course, for Alessandro to get back that Bravery Charm. But I'm fairly sure if he's playing Silene, he needs to prioritize other stuff anyway.
Yeah, agreed. And here we see Alessandro just night stretching the Luxray back into play, putting it straight onto the bench.
Yeah, really.
It's all about whether he can get the Melodic out now, really, I think, for Alessandro, because Julius will be able to use these resources pretty soon to effect, right? Because he'll be able to mill through his deck, take out the awkward hands, take out some of these Pokemon that are not going to be effective to him and his game plan. And here we see the Eri taking out.
But this time opting not to go for the boss's orders, interestingly enough.
Yes. No, he wouldn't have been able to get rid of it with Eri.
Oh, Eri's only items, yeah, no, but okay, yes, Eri is indeed only items, so that's why, but that's exactly why.
It's a good point, though, you make, because he would have been able to look into his hand for this Fang Snipe, so yes, he is now able to get rid of this boss's orders.
Yeah, absolutely, so it's still very heads up regardless, so yeah, 2 more resources gone, and yeah, bring up something that can't attack in return, very smart there as well, and now with that Fang Snipe, we'll be able to get that boss's orders out of the hand, and that is about as strong a turn as you could ask for from Alessandro in this situation.
Yeah, it's kind of a dual purpose with that Eri. Yeah. Was only able to get rid of items, but having that knowledge of what is in your opponent's hand will make that Fang Snipe that more effective, because there could have been an option where Alessandro just promoted the Mimikyu, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And just hid behind the safeguard ability and just passed over.
Yeah, but now he recognized that this was the right thing to go for because of that information that was gained from the Eri. So now Alessandro is taking a look through the deck with that quick search to see what else he can grab this turn as effective as it can be, and I think that Calamitous Wasteland is a pretty good pick, you know.
Yeah, not terrible indeed. And of course, with Alessandro playing attacking options, not the stereotypical stall play with Snorlax or Tempting Trap. Well, it does play Tempting Trap, but it's more of an attacking way of playing control. The Calamitous Wasteland is a fantastic option to stall your opponent out of being able to retreat back into some attackers.
Yeah, and Julius, he's preparing it in his hand. He knows exactly what Alessandro's going to go for. And he says, Alessandro, yep, that is what I'm going for, but just let me take another look at the hand, just so I know exactly what's being Julius has access to. And yep, that boss's orders hits the discard pile, so that does mean, I believe, all 3 are now in the discard pile currently, so Julius needs to find that power pad.
I really need to thank Alessandro Alessandro later on, because he's putting all of these crucial resources in a pile for Julius's discard pile, so we know exactly how many. There's 3 boss's orders in the discard now for Julius, so no gusting options other than maybe that iron bundle. And, you know, that Luxray is going to be in the active, and it's going to tank any sort of hit that Julius has.
Yeah, so now the answer for now is going to be, I know, Julius just, I mean, doesn't really disrupt Alessandro that much because of the quick search, but Julius just needs to see more cards at this point.
Yeah, agreed. And I don't believe I saw any sort of energy cards in the discard pile for Julius either, so isn't able to evolve into another Archaladon, assemble Alloy onto the active, and do any sort of damage at the moment.
Yeah. 4 cards drawn. There's a Professor's Research. Oh, there's an Earthen Vessel. That's big. And a Nest Ball for good measure. So you can use the Earthen Vessel, discard the Relicanth to get that out of the way, and then grab 2 energy, and then you can Nest Ball for another good thing. That's actually a pretty good draw 4 off Iron, though.
I'm sure he would have loved to have seen an Ultra Ball in that hand in connection with that Earthen Vessel and the Relicanth, but unfortunately he's just going to have to wait till next turn to see any sort of option to find an Archaladon, or just naturally find it from the research, discard, draw 7.
Yeah, but at the very least, you know that you have that follow-up for next turn, whereas, you know, that Ino could have gone a lot worse, all things considered.
Correct, but you know what? There's a Fang Snipe in the active, there's a Luxray V, you know, he's just going to get, Alessandro's just maybe going to get rid of that Professor's Research and leave Julius with a no supporter hand.
Oh, that's rough. Yeah, I mean, because you're not going to discard the Nest Ball, right? Unless...
No, not at all.
So, but because of that, maybe Julius, on the off chance that Alessandro decides to go for the Nest Ball, keeping it in the hand, I'm not convinced though somehow.
Defiance Vest actually stopping Hammerin from doing any sort of damage.
Oh, and Alessandro, of course, with that feedback surviving the turn, is able to get the Milotic out as well.
Yeah, this is massive for Alessandro. His board's fully set up now. We know the strategy. We've seen it so many times before now. We featured it twice today. We know what Alessandro's up to in terms of his game plan. This Milotic is here to stay. It's going to stop Julius from using those supporters, those Professor Turo scenario, and the Scoop Up Cyclone to find any sort of switch out.
Accompanying off the Arven does find another Duraludon, so yeah, again, maybe not the optimal target, but it's filling up the bench a little bit more. It's getting you a little bit closer to that bench lock.
This is actually so ideal for Alessandro, because even if there is 4 Duraludon on the field, yes, they can all attack by turning into Archaladon, but Julius only plays 9 energy, so eventually he will be able to gust one up, and with Julius having no energy left, it won't be able to attack.
Yeah, so it is still a viable stall target in that sense.
Yeah, 100%.
Wow, okay, that's huge then.
And here we see the double attachment to...
yeah, just like in game 1, right?
Yeah, just like in game 1, the double attachment of double turbo energy, not doing any more damage with that Fang Snipe.
And
it's a bit of an obvious choice, but we can be excited about it.
Yeah. Oh, no, Julius. Julius, come on. Yeah, I'm with Alessandro here.
Look, we're all having fun here. I think the beauty of this is, like, you know that he's top decked it. I think that's the beauty of it. And the expression from Alessandro is priceless.
He's like looking at the judge like, how
is he doing this? How is he doing this? Julius now with a fresh 7 cards. Does find plenty of cards in there, plenty of toys to play with. But, you know, those toys can't quite come out at the moment. Does find an Archaladon and a Scoop Up Cyclone, but he's unable to use it.
Yep, just attaching Metal Energy and going to go ahead with that Metal Defender. To be fair, Alessandro's, maybe, you know, sort of flailing about a bit due to the top decks, but in the last game it didn't matter. He still won, even with all the top decks that Julius got.
No. I think there was a bit of confusion there as to what he could attach this turn. I think he's already attached for turn, so unfortunately he won't be able to use the Mal Defender this turn. That Luxray still in the active, plenty of hit points for Julius to hit in connection with that Defiance Vest.
Yeah, I think there was attachment onto the bench Archaladon, I believe. Yeah, the judges, we have a little turn tracker there. The judges have that there as well, so they can keep track of what's going on.
That makes sense.
In comes the Fang Snipe. I guess, yeah, Pokestop seems like the obvious choice.
I think Pokestop is a great choice, keeping that Calamitous Wasteland nice and fresh. Of course, Julius only playing 2 stadiums, not playing any of that Jamming Tower again.
Yep.
Just mistaken there, the Fang Snipe not doing any damage.
Yeah, that was on purpose. Wait, wasn't the 10 damage already on there? No, it wasn't.
That was when on the bench.
Yeah, that was there. So yeah, and then now Julius can attach 1 metal energy onto the Duraludon and do nothing.
Yeah, and this is exactly where now Alessandro is able to control the board state in terms of Julius's energy. So we see here that there is 6 energy out in the field. Even if Julius is able to attach 2 to this active Duraludon, that benched one with no energy is not going to find any energy anytime soon.
No, and then that will become the prime stall target that can do absolutely nothing, and if Alessandro can then get the more wild tempting trap on that, the game will be as good as over.
Yeah, 100%. And here we see this Silene here. What do you flip?
Oh, double tails!
Snake eyes, double tails, and he's just showing a little bit of hand gesture. How can Julius top deck and I get double tails?
Sometimes Pokemon isn't fair like that. But even with all that bad luck, Alessandro is still very much in a driving seat in this game. Also, the Power Pad ready to go in the hand as well, so you can just get back to Silene and try again.
Yeah, the loop is definitely active there, and the quick search finding potentially another Silene ready for next turn.
I wish I could hear the conversation that's going on the table right now.
I really want to ask him. I hope the winner's interview is just about what the reactions were like to this game. And here we see the quick search just coming into hand now. And I think for Alessandro, the board state's pretty much set up, right? Yeah. I think that Fang Snipe with no boss's orders for Julius is just going to stay in the active, and with as many penny as Alessandro plays, it's just going to be easy for him to find time to keep doing the Fang Snipe and wait until Julius simply decks out.
Yeah, so it's going to go in there. Manual attach does draw the Archaludon for turn. So next turn, if Julius can find 1 more energy, then Julius will, in fact, be able to attack and start doing Metal Defender again. But in the meantime, we do see the Power Pad getting, the boss's orders and the Silene back. So the insurance policy to make sure you don't deck out, and then actually get a quick search for that boss's order straight away, and will bring up that last Duraludon on the field.
Yeah, and with 7 energy on the board now, like we said.
And that's it, Julius recognizes it.
Yeah, there's no option for Julius to find any more energy to attack, and Alessandro Cremascoli books himself a place into the finals of this regional championships. What a fantastic masterclass of control there against Archaludon. He's having a great time out there.
All the top decks in the world cannot help Julius there, and Alessandro takes that game in superb fashion. Julius recognizing the game today straight away that there was not enough energy, there was too many energy on the field, so that basically he was completely stalled out at that point. So Alessandro takes the win from there. Wow, what a series that was.
Yeah, what a series indeed. And for Alessandro, the board state was just in his control the entire time. Control by name, control by nature, I think, at this point for Alessandro, with the connection of Calamitous Wasteland, with the Melodic, with the Fang Snipe. He was able to control all aspects of this game.
Yeah, and in game 1, it really, and game 2 as well, to be fair, but especially in this game 1, it just came down to finding those Calamitous Storms. It didn't even need Mawile in the end. The Calamitous Storm and stalling out, forcing those awkward retreats, those energy discards, those were enough to carry Alessandro through, with a little bit of Fang Snipe action as well, the Defiance Vest and the Bravery Charm to stop the one-hit KOs, and yeah, Julius recognizing what a tough position he was in. Someone still drawing the boss's orders, and Alessandro was like, back in fight!
So the disadvantage of Julius, Archaludon only able to do 220 damage with the Defiance Vest on already quite a beefy V Pokemon to 250 damage required. It meant that Alessandro was able to hide behind that hit point cost and just keep streaming the Fang Snipe, plays plenty of pennies, and it just was too much for Julius to handle.
Yeah, so scooping up, recognizing that there were no more outs in that game. And then in game 2, to be fair, Julius thinking, well, I guess maybe that was a writing on the wall, right? Started with that Pokestop, and you can see it on his face.
Absolutely, that hand gesture. We've all been there. As soon as you see your opponents, Pokestop, usually it's with Lost Bucks, right? Colress's Experiment, Colress's Experiment. You go on to have another one. 2 really expressive players enjoying their time here at the regional championships. And, what fun. What a fun game it was.
Yes. And then, that Fang Snipe coming in as well. It was always going to be the boss's orders, but Alessandro's like, I want to see the rest of the hand as well. Like, we both know what's going on here, but, let's play it through. And then, Julius joined the professor's research after that one getting discarded, and Alessandro was just no, there's no way. Like, look at this. Look at this.
Yeah, all of our players having fun here. Julius fortunate enough to the top decking just wasn't enough in the end. However, Alessandro was able to just find the gust onto that Duraludon with no energy. And like we said, the game plan was there already. Finding the happening for, you said it earlier, finding the Duraludon, not an ideal target per se, but of course, if there were 4 on the field, there's only so many energy a deck can play, right?
Yes.
And with that, was able to go, okay, you've got 7 energy down on the board. If I simply gust 1, I know that Metal Defender requires 3 energy. You're never going to attack with that Pokemon unless you're trying to do Hammer In, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, and I think an important addendum to that as well is that, if I stand corrected, maybe there was a world in which you could attach 2 energy manually to the Duraludon to retreat, because it does have a retreat cost of 2, but it's still such an awkward position to be in, right? And actually, I don't recall, but there might have been 1 Metal Energy prized even, which would have made that entirely impossible. I'm just trying to remember here.
With Calamitous Wasteland, it would have been 3 energy.
Oh, there we go. That was a different thing. So yeah, that did in fact steal the game, and Julius recognizing that very heads-uply, I don't think that's a word, but I just said it, now it is.
That's fine.
And Will then took the second game and took the match. We're not quite ready with our other semifinals yet. That one's still going. Like, so Kim did take game 1, but looks like game 2 is still going on. I'm very curious to see how that game plans out.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, we heard from Isaiah earlier, he was very, very in touch with the other matchups that was going on. Julius and Alessandro, he was very focused on the winner of that match. It could depend on how the finals could play out, right?
Very much so.
Really didn't want to see Alessandro, I would have thought.
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe an unfavored matchup with Julius as well, playing the Archaladon. He doesn't know what's quite in his list. We know Archaladon was built previously to beat Gardevoir. So, you know, yeah, like you said, it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out for the rest of the day.
There's almost some poetry in it, right? Stockholm last year, won by someone from North America, playing Snorlax Control. This year, potentially, being the other popular control arcs like Pidgeot Control being piloted by a European. Like kind of the contrast, right? Yeah.
Seems like Sweden's the home for control, right?
Yes, so it does seem that way. Now, if you're Kim, like we think about both players, right? So we have Gardevoir on one side, we have Dragapult on the other side. If you're Kim, if you're Alessandro, which of those two would you rather see? Probably Gardevoir, right?
I think probably Gardevoir. Yeah. I think you're more accustomed to how Gardevoir plays in order to play it effectively. I think Dragapult can be pretty awkward. I think Dragapult gains this reputation of being great into Snorlax.
Yes,
because of the options it has in terms of, you know, spreading some damage counters and obviously playing cards like Professor Tirasnari as well. But let's not forget, Alessandro's control build is very different to the average build, right?
Very much so, yes.
Plays Pidgeot EX, plays attacking options, plays a lot of different little threats for the meta, and of course he will be going into this day with a game plan for Dragapult, I would imagine.
Yeah, and I would imagine that it would be even better to hear the game plan from the man himself. So let's take it over to our Italian stallion of control, Alessandro Cremascoli.
Yes, thank you very much, Freya. I am here with Alessandro after what seems like a very long couple of days playing Control. But you and your opponent, you seem to be having a lot of fun in that last game. What was it like playing with your opponent, laughing and joking about those top decks of Boss's Orders and your Professor's Research? How much fun was that game? Because it looked fun.
I'm playing this game since a very long time, and I find myself that the best part of this game is the community. I can't really stop telling everyone this. If you create a positive environment since the beginning with your opponent, even if you don't know him, I assure you that the rest of the game and the rest of your tournament and the rest of your vacation maybe will be really, really, really better. So I know Julius is a friend, so when you play as a friend against a friend, it's always good and bitter at the same time, because even if you prevail against him, you will have someone that lost, but that's the game. If you just spend your time enjoying this game together, playing it the best as you can, even if you lose some in the end, I think you should be satisfied. Julius plays a really good game for what he could, because my Luxray was really, really lucky in this game. And this is an advice that I want to give all of you. So not just try to have fun, try to create something when you play. Because at the end of the day, if you win or you lose, it doesn't matter, you will have taken something with you.
I think that's probably the best advice we're going to hear on the stream from anyone all weekend. That is wonderful advice. I thank you very much for sharing that with us. So you brought a control deck this weekend. It's a weird kind of control deck. And when you build these decks, you really focus it towards the meta game. What decks are good? How do I beat them? How does your deck you've brought this weekend, how does it stack up against the meta game? Do you think you've cracked it this weekend?
I mean, I'm not sure I cracked the metagame. I knew that with all of the people that I work on with, the deck at the end reach a good balance between not exactly every deck of the meta. There are some very bad matchups, but the very bad matchups were something that I didn't expect.
Yeah.
And in the end, I was lucky with the pairings. I was lucky with the game. This game, it's also part of luck game, so you have to be lucky if you want to win a tournament. I enjoy playing Control, and so far so good. I just finals wait.
Indeed, and you know, you might have got lucky, but I think we can all attest, we've had you on stream twice. You've played fantastically this weekend. So last question next, I've got to ask you, you're someone who's very well known in the European community. You always play Control. And I mean, as far as I'm aware, you always play Control. So I've got to ask the question, why do you enjoy playing Control so much? I started to play 23 years ago. And I'm not young. I'm definitely not young. You can see the gray hair, the gray beard. I'm not young. I'm a dad. I don't have a lot of time anymore as much as the younger player that I can't stop in college to play. If I wanted to have fun, if I want to enjoy in full way this game, I have to challenge myself. Yes.
And I find myself around 2018 on discover the control archetype. I wasn't a control player before, so I discovered that. I really enjoy it, and every time it's something mine. It's like when I play a deck, I put something of me in the Pokemon game, the Pokemon community, and I like that. I like being part of something, and playing Control, it's at this point what I prefer the most. I'm not, I don't want to be a Control player, just that, but I really like play anti-meta. If you're playing something and that's really good, I like to play against that. Basically, that's it. I think it seems to be going very well, and you're very well known for having these unique cards that other players just aren't playing. Well, thank you very much for that insight. That was absolutely fascinating. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck in the final. Now, we're going to go back to our casters now, but I think we might even be able to take a little bit of a sneak peek at the other top 4 game. And I've got to tell you, when I was over there watching for the interview, there was a lot of Klefki stalling going on. So let's throw back to the other casters and see what's going on now.
Yeah, I think you might be right, Ross. We're not going over there straight away. I want to take a quick moment to say I really agree with what Ross said there. I mean, that advice that Alessandro gave, I was honestly getting like a little bit emotional there, because like what an exemplary model of a good attitude to have when being a part of this community and playing this game.
Yeah, I mean, Alessandro, like I said, he's such a fantastic guy. And these players, Julius, Isaiah, Kim, Alessandro, they all just have this energy about them.
They really do.
They really enjoy the game. And it makes such a difference when you come into this tournament with an open mind, and with whether I win or lose, I'm going to have fun, and it just takes the pressure off. And you can see how these players make the top standings with this impression.
Hold on, sorry, to do breaking news. We are not going to show you the game because game 3 was very, very quick, and we have a winner. So let's go to the bracket to reveal who the winner was, and it was Isaiah Bradner taking down Kim Pobega. So we're going to have Isaiah against Alessandro in the finals.
Wow, what a finals we have. You know, this is a repeat of the top 4 of the European International Champions. You know, this is a potential rival game here between these two, you know. These two both, of course, in that EUIC came up against each other in a heated matchup. Very similarly here, you know, Isaiah playing that Lost Box Giratina deck back in the day against Isaiah's control archetype. Things have changed a little bit. Isaiah now bringing that Gardevoir, and it's going to be interesting to see if things have changed for these two.
Is it too harsh to what's called this like a grudge match? I mean, maybe because both players have such a positive attitude. Don't you want to think about it that way, right? Yeah,
I was going to say both players do not have a frown on them, right? No, they both can't stop smiling.
Yeah, but I think it's more, I guess, like the Potter version. They're both going to be very, very hungry for this win. They have played against each other before on top 4 at EUIC. Again, I remember that game. Like, probably one of my favorite games I've casted. So yeah, the fact that they're here doing it again now, wow! Like in the finals of a regional of all places.
And I hate to mention it, you know, I hate to mention it. Isaiah, you know, is still looking for that regional win. You know, he's still looking to get that winner's medal on his neck. And I think who better to play at this point than Alessandro, somebody who has already played against before, somebody, and you know, it'll just mean that is so much more of a challenge to take this win.
Yeah. Now, if you're sitting here watching us and thinking, oh, these players are so great and they have so many great tips, how can I improve my skills as a trainer so I can get to the top levels of the tournament? Well, as luck would have it, we have a little something coming up for you that will explain exactly how you can do that.
gameplay and watch it afterwards to see what I'm doing in the game and become more aware. I don't really think about it in the moment, I just perform. So I record it and then watch it afterwards to actually, have the practice mindset, see where I can improve.
Bom, eu amo muito Pokémon e uma das coisas que eu mais gosto de fazer é dar bastante carinho pra eles. Por incrível que pareça, dar carinho pra eles faz com que, às vezes, ele consiga dar uma evasiva. Apesar de não funcionar isso tanto no campeonato oficial do VGC, é muito legal ver ele saindo da Pokébola com aqueles coraçõezinhos, porque ele ama muita gente.
Para melhorar, eu sempre tento observar o estado do jogo, do oponente, sempre tento pensar à frente o que ele vai fazer. Eu acho que um treinador, para melhorar, ele pode ver os resultados de outros campeonatos, né, e sempre tentar progredir.
Eu gosto de rever os meus erros, ver onde eu poderia ter melhorado durante a partida e a partir disso ver o que eu poderia ter feito melhor naquele momento.
Bueno, para poder jugar mejor Pokémon GO es importante salir siempre a capturar muchos Pokémon, aprovechar los eventos al máximo para sacar los Pokés con mejores IVs y siempre estar entrenando constantemente en las batallas del juego para poder seguir mejorando.
To share a love of the game.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024.
Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, and let the games begin.
It's going to be Giratina, up a shield, the signature Pokemon of inadequacy, but it's not enough.
It's official. Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion. Battle can do whatever they want. They're going straight forward. The stun in the middle. Who's going to go for the secure? Race so low. Who's going to get it? It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by Fennel. Our champions, Fennel!
One final count, as careful as possible in this highest of stakes moment. And this is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokemon TCG Juniors Division World Champion.
Giratina V-Star, a pivotal card here in the Regidrago deck. Lost Impact, we're going to see 2 energy go to the Lost Zone here, but that's going to take the knockout on that Gardevoir EX here, and that's the game. Evan Pavelski is your senior champion here in 2024 at our World Championships.
Is there anything in the deck that can get us? There's 1, maybe 2 energy. Is there an attacker? Is there a switch? We are thinking just going to conclude that Earthen Vessel.
And there is the hand! Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion.
The grass and bug types on the field right now are not threatened by super effective damage. Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads. It's going to be more than enough for the KO. That's the forfeit. And Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world. EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
Trying to make sure that you can outdamage your opponent, not take too much as Thunderbolt into the Vergraph, more than enough to bring Luke down to final Pokemon. And with the Sportive one, and the only move of choice being this foul play, does Luke have enough to close this out? Instead, the forfeit's locked in, and with that, Ray Yamanaka is gonna be your Pokemon World Champion here in the Seniors Division.
Drift into this Iron Valiant is going to be enough to secure the knockout here. You see the headset come off, and Yuta knows this might just be all she wrote. This Pelipper, the last bastion of hope here for Yuta to try to get through this game, but the rain has stopped. The protection is gone here for this grass-type Pelipper, and as we see the forfeit locked in, we're going to see Luca Cervelli become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
After winning the World Championships, really I haven't still kicked in how much these things mean for me.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
I'm feeling very happy that I won Worlds. I did not believe in myself after day one, but my brother pushed me through it.
世界スタート！最高です。優勝できたからです。
我感觉非常的开心、兴奋以及自豪。
下位チャンピオンになって、あまり実感はないんですが、すごいことをしたなっていう気持ちがあります。感謝したい人は、ここまで連れてきてくれた家族と練習を付き合ってくれた父です。
Right now I'm feeling very good. After this, I'm going to show up the Worlds next year since I got my auto invite and see how that goes.
Realmente bien, no sé cómo explicarlo. Se siente increíble. Welcome back for the finals of the 2025 Stockholm Regional Championships. Of course, my name is again Jesper Eriksson. I'm joined by beautiful Ross Gilbert. How are you doing today, mate?
I'm quite good. I don't think I've ever been described as beautiful before. That's quite nice. It's a good way to start our final. And it's going to be an interesting final. We have got storylines left, right, and center. We've got Isaiah Bradner, always a bridesmaid, never the bride, looking for that big win after all of those final appearances. We've got Alessandro Cremascoli, the control player who's always trying to break the format and may well have broken it. And like Ben told us a minute ago, we have got a rerun of a top 4 matchup from last year's European International Championships. Isaiah won then. Are we going to see a reversal today?
We do have a rematch coming up here from that exact top 4, although different decks, of course, different matchup. Back then, of course, Alessandro running control in that format. Isaiah running a Giratina deck back then, which was very, very strong against control. This time around, not the same. It's going to be Gardevoir versus control, and it's going to be such an amazing match to watch.
And it turns out Dragapult, that deck that we were talking about all weekend, most played in day 1 by a mile, most played in day 2 as well. Now, Kimber Vega did take it to a top 4 finish, could not take it any further. Here is a reminder of the bracket. Kim, of course, losing 2-1 to Isaiah in the semi-final, but the one we watched on stream was Alessandro's masterful performance, taking out Julius Brunfeld's Archaludon.
Indeed, it was great matches to watch. We did see Alessandro beating out Julius in that top 4. Very good top 4. Unfortunately, Julius falling just short in both games, but I'm just really excited, Ross, for this matchup because we have seen this matchup. We saw Fabienne playing versus Alessandro. Alessandro took a pretty convincing game there. What do you think is going to happen this time around?
I think when it comes to control, we see players, we see Sander Wojcik as well, same kind of player, likes playing these control decks. And there's real peaks and troughs when you're committed to this kind of deck. Sometimes you'll have a few tournaments in a row where it's not working, and then you find that build. And when you find that build, you have some very good tournament runs. I've seen Alessandro on stream twice. His deck seems very, very well positioned. He was very humble in the interview I just had with him, saying he's been lucky with his matchups, lucky with his draws. I'm gonna disagree with him a little bit. I think he is giving luck way too much credit and himself way too little. I think Alessandro might have found a control deck which is just wonderful into the top decks in the format. I think he's right. There's probably some bad matchups out there. I'm willing to bet he's probably prepped for Gardevoir.
There's an equal amount of dodging and weaving when it comes to these bigger tournaments. There's always going to be this bad matchup out there for some of the decks, but the control deck by Alessandro, we've seen it multiple times on stream already. Such a well-positioned deck in the format. The only unfortunate circumstance here is that we're going to lose that control deck come rotation.
We are, but right now we're going to gain a final at the Stockholm Regional Championships. Isaiah Bradner on the left with that Gardevoir deck. Alessandro Cremascoli on the right with that control deck. And it is going to be the classic control versus non-control matchup. Isaiah needs to start taking prizes and take them consistently before the lock or the loop is established. And Alessandro is going to be trying to grind the game down to a halt. We start off with Isaiah here, EUIC finalist, NAIC finalist, World's top 8, and then that NAIC championship in the seniors division. Lots of finals, looking to get over the hump and get that winner's medal in the masters division.
Exactly right about that, Ross. As you already said, always the bridesmaid. We want a bride story, perhaps in this case. Now going over to Alessandro Cremascoli, the godfather of control in this case, an EUIC top 4, Bristol regional champion, and of course also twice top 32 at the World Championships. Always getting close to these big finals, of course, besides the Bristol regional finals. Again with control, all these times typically with control. I do think one of those Worlds finishes was not with control. That was a Buswell deck back in the day. But again, such an amazing player to watch.
And like we heard in the interview, playing this game for 23 years at this point. Now, I was playing 23 years ago, but I was a child learning to play, and then I dropped off for a little while. I've only been playing seriously for like 18 years, which feels like a long time. But actually, you know, Alessandro, one of those players that's been around even longer than I, and we see those accomplishments. They've not just been around for a long time, they've been good for a long time.
You're exactly right. 23 years ago, I wasn't even born. So we're at that point where Alessandro's playing career outlasts even me at this point. And it's such an amazing finals to watch because we're watching basically what we would call new school versus old school.
Yeah, thanks for making me feel really old there. But you're right, we've got a player who's been around for a very long time and a player who, you know, a few years ago was in the seniors division, but really recognized as one of the top players, not just in North America, but really in the world right now. Isaiah is a very well-known player, somebody who's going to be familiar to a lot of people at home. We've seen them on streams a lot over the past few years, both the international streams and the North American streams, and occasionally is a little bit of a treat, the European stream.
Exactly. All these NA players traveling over, getting a shot at these regional championships. We've seen many times where we've had players outside of EU coming over. We've, of course, saw Ryuki Okada coming and taking the Dortmund regional championships. Of course, also taking that UIC with your beloved Cloth. That it is. And always we see a great international flavor, making these not just regional championships, but feeling almost as if we're playing international championships sometimes.
And let's not forget, if Alessandro Cremascoli is not successful in this match, we're going to have a North American, a US winner of the Stockholm Regional Championships 2 seasons in a row. Last year it was a Saul Garcia Griego take it down, ironically with Snorlax, a control deck. Well, now we've got the European control deck. Looking at the prizes, anything jump out to you there?
I do see the 4 Sealstone in Cremascoli's deck, something that is very pivotal to setting up this Pidgeot EX. The Pidgeot EX is going to be everything that Cremascoli is going for, but we're off for the finals. Alessandro going first.
And he does play 2 Forest Sealstone, so at least 1 will be available. We got a Mimikyu in the active, and then we see an Ultra Ball for that first deck search. Now, this is traditionally the part of the broadcast where we would start talking about, you know, here's a brief rundown of their deck. It's very difficult to do for a deck like Alessandro's, but basically we have Pidgeot that searches out whatever you want every turn, and then we've got various control things. Mimikyu in the active that doesn't take damage from EXs. There's a Milotic that stops your opponent putting their cards back into their hand. We've got ourselves that Luxray we saw in the previous round, which discards a trainer card from your opponent's hand, and a million other control style things. And for Alessandro, it's always about looking at the matchup and going, here's what's going to really ruin my opponent's day this time.
But there's one card that trumps them all. It is definitely the Pidgeot EX. The Pidgeot EX is the glue that holds this deck together. Without the Pidgeot EX, I am quite sure that this archetype would not have what it has right now.
No, I agree entirely. That quick search allowing you to search for any card during your deck once per turn. Even if you've got multiple, you're still only allowed to use one per turn, but it gets anything you want. And in a deck like Alessandro's, where there's lots of one-offs and lots of text for specific matchups, being able to find what you need at the right time is absolutely crucial.
Producer going over to Isaiah's turn. Again, we're always talking about this setup element, trying to set up the board. In this matchup, it's not going to be what we're typically used to. Isaiah has to make sure that whatever Pokemon he decides to get out of the deck are resilient and not being able to be trapped in the active with, for example, something like the Mawile, making sure that whatever hits the bench here is not going to be a liability.
Absolutely. We've generally got the routes. And when a deck traditionally works, you get your routes. You evolve up into Curlier. Curlier's got Refinement, which draws a bunch of cards. You evolve up into Gardevoir. Gardevoir accelerates energy. And then we've got attackers like Screamtail or Gardevoir itself. And while you're accelerating energy and placing damage on yourself with Gardevoir, you're moving that damage back to your opponent using things like Munkidori. Problem is, let's take this kind of matchup. Alessandro doesn't actually want to do damage. Alessandro doesn't want to take 6 prizes. That is not his win condition. His win condition is, ha, you got no cards in deck, now I win. It is a deck out deck. So something like Munkidori is honestly just a bit of a liability potentially, sitting there not taking damage and therefore not being able to move it over.
You're absolutely right about that, Ross. The only way Munkidori actually can get into action this game is by Psychic Embrace, getting those energy into play, therefore also putting some damage into play, but that can only be done X amount of times depending on the way that Alessandro plays this match. And we both know Alessandro with the Serena can be doing some healing on top of it if that's going to become an issue.
And of course, we've got stuff like Mawile, which can trap you in the active, leaving you unable to retreat, which is often a way you would use to get that energy off of a Pokemon back into the discard to reattach it with Psychic Embrace. Mawile is, well, Tempting Trap by name, and I think that really describes it quite well.
It's often we have players when they're using this Tempting Trap over and over and over again, as we saw in Alessandro's match against Fabian, where they just say, draw, trap, as we just saw.
And we do see, now this is actually a really nice start from Isaiah. Double, Buddy, Poffin, actually going for a Badoo. Now Badoo's actually sneaky brilliant in a matchup like this because it doesn't have no retreat cost. Can't be trapped in the active except by a Mawile, but even if you keep it in the active with a Mawile, you can use Itchy Pollen for 0 energy to turn off item cards. So even if it does get trapped, you can still get a lot of value from it with no energy.
And you might be thinking, well, Ross, the Badoo is going to be stuck in the active perhaps by the Tempting Trap, and Defiance Vest can get into action with Mawile. But then again, shutting off the Rare Candy, Alessandro's not going to be able to get Pidgeot EX into play without the Rare Candy. So Isaiah's essentially buying himself time to make sure that the Pidgeot does not hit the board before he's able to do something about it.
And you say can't get it into play. We mean that very literally. There are no Pidgeotto in Alessandro's deck. It is a 2-Pidgey, 2-Pidgeot line with Rare Candy. You cannot evolve up without the use of item cards. The Badoo goes in the active, Itchy Pollen comes down, 10 damage, and oh look, Alessandro's not allowed to use item cards.
You're exactly right, and we're always talking about Guardy being the non-aggressor in most of these matchups. This time, Gardevoir always likes to take time, but we do see the Erika's Invitation getting exactly that Munkidori, the liability in this matchup, otherwise not usually something that Isaiah always in many matchups wants to get down, but in this case, yeah, the Erika's Invitation is going to invite that Munkidori into the active spot.
You get to look at your opponent's hand, find a basic Pokemon, and not only do you get to put it on the bench, but after putting it on the bench, you actually get to move it into the active. And whereas I said Badoo's stuck in the active, that's all right, it'll be fine. It's not how I feel about Munkidori at all. And of course, we've also got things like the Flute, your accompanying Flute, which can actually bench Pokemon from the top of your deck. So there are many ways for Alessandro to force those Pokemon down. You can't just say, ha 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 ha, I'm not going to bench this. No, unfortunately, Alessandro is going to make you.
You cannot exactly, though. Here we do see the Munkidori getting retreated, and another Itchy Pollen. Again, draws the Flute, cannot use it because it's an item card. Now, it's going to take a while to knock out this Mimikyu here. Alessandro looks at this, goes play Zarvin, of course, for a item card that's not going to be able to be used, although can get something like the Force Seal Stone and the Trolley. The Precious Trolley cannot be played due to the Voodoo. Nope. Very nice setup piece that Alessandro plays in his deck. But we get to have it in hand for the time when the item lock is broken.
I feel a bit sad because I used Precious Trolley. That was one of my predictions, I think, for EUIC, and it didn't end up... Well, actually, no, it was in the winning deck. And now it might be in the winning deck again. Precious Trolley, that is an underrated ace-spec. Gets all of your basics out, as many as you want. So maybe I should just start predicting it more, frankly.
You're right. Perhaps not into post-rotation, but that's not where we are right now. We're getting ready with a Luxray, getting benched with a double turbo energy. Some Fang sniping actions, just as we saw in that top 4. Force Seal Stone getting attached to Rotom. And a whole world of options is going to open itself to Alessandro right now.
And we do see something being eyed up here. It is, oh no, it's a Calamitous Wasteland, not a regular wasteland, a Calamitous Wasteland. And what that does is it increases the retreat cost of basic non-fighting Pokemon by 1 colorless energy. So you know how I said a minute ago Badu had free retreat? Yeah, that's no longer true. So if I were to say that now, I would be a liar.
Exactly, but you're not, Ross. You're telling that with the claws of the Calamitous Wasteland. Going back over to Isaiah, Isaiah still has this little pickle he has to solve. Getting these energy out of deck, as he wants to always when playing Gardevoir, and making sure those hit the discard pile the correct way without getting a set too many Curlius into play, because those can become reliability. And we have to remember the amount of energy Isaiah plays is not playing hit into his advantage right now. One thing that is for sure, with the 9 energies, it actually can put himself into a position where he actually can run out of energy, leaving stuff stuck in the active position.
You can, but while you're not tempting trapped, you can continually just attach extra energy using Gardevoir to continually get that retreat rolling until Moral comes out. What we don't want is a non-psychic Pokemon hitting the board. Badu's okay because of the reasons we've mentioned, and the good news is the rest of the deck is all psychic, so there's not going to be something like a Manaphy or a Radiant Greninja, which is often what these control decks really love to bring into the active.
And we've seen exactly that from Alessandro, feasting on these Greninjas and Manaphy's in decks that cannot use them to attack, and thereby just leaving them stuck in the active until the opponent decks out. It's going to be a quick turn for Alessandro, drawing, using Instant Charge.
Yeah, not too bad. You draw, you move on with your life. Instant Charge, that Rotom draws 3 cards and ends your turn at the cost of doing so. But right now, Alessandro doesn't really want to do anything, so he's happy to just sit there drawing extra cards. Of course, Badu turning off those items.
We're looking into a position right now where Isaiah is trying to set up for when he is ready to pull an attack off. Alessandro is quite literally stuck in this position, and Isaiah is waiting for the perfect setup, the perfect opportunity, as we actually also saw at EYC, to make sure that he can pounce on an opportunity to play Iono and attack at the same time, perhaps.
That's always fun, where you can hurt your opponent, put them down to a lower hand size, combined with taking a key KO. We've seen so many games over the years won in that exact way. Before Iono, it was Marnie. Before Marnie, it was N. Either way, it just comes down to you got fewer cards in hand, and now I've taken out a key piece. Another Richie Pollen puts Mimikyu up to 4 damage counters, and now Alessandro benches a Pidgey. But remember, there's no Pidgeotto in the deck, and without a rare candy being available to use, we will not get a Pidgeot.
And what we will see is another Instant Charge going back over to Isaiah, further strengthening the point I had, right? Draw a lot of cards, set up perfectly until we're ready with everything to make sure that we can take down Alessandro in a couple of turns, perhaps without him being able to respond.
Yeah, if we see this like an old school gladiatorial battle, this is the part where both the contenders are very much circling each other. No one's really making a move yet. Isaiah's drawing a bunch of cards. Alessandro's drawing a bunch of cards. We've yet to get to the point where they've actually started attacking, or for Alessandro, really putting your game plan. We're not tempting trapping with Morile. We're not using your Luxray to get rid of some trainer cards. It's just Alessandro's drawing, Isaiah's drawing, and then using Itchy Pollen. And at some point in the not too distant future, one of these players is going to start actively working towards their win condition. For now, we're circling and setting up.
Exactly, as we're saying, Circling also getting to discard that Cresselia on the Ultra Ball, making sure that it cannot get pulled into the active by the use of something like the Erika's Invitation. Of course, Alessandro has so many cards to get back to supporters that he needs to use. For example, as the Erika's Invitation, we do just see another Itchy Pollen going over to Alessandro's turn.
Are we going to see a 7-hit KO on Mimikyu by Badoo? That would make me very, very happy. It's not something we see very often, but that would be quite nice. 70 HP, it's going to take 7 hits. I don't think I've seen that before.
I mean, you've probably seen that before in locals or something like that, but we have not seen this on the stream this weekend so far. We've seen a lot of really weird situations happening on stream. Of course, that tiebreaker game blowing into my mind. But one thing for sure is that this Badoo is going to be one that takes out a knockout, perhaps.
Well, we've seen Badoo take plenty of knockouts using that poison package with binding Mochi, doing 50 damage plus poison. Then Badoo can start doing some damage. But right now, it's slow and steady. We've got more refinement from Isaiah. Discard a card from your hand, draw 2. Are we going to see, yes, a Darkness Energy coming down onto Munkidori, activating that Adrenabrain ability? No damage to move over yet. But what we could see potentially is a Gardevoir being evolved into. Then you can accelerate some energy and then start moving some damage around. How much HP has that Pidgey got already? 60. Feels like a double Adrenabrain play to me.
You're surely right about that, Ross. And Isaiah already has a second Munkidori in hand, should that become the case. It is really building really cool up into Isaiah's strategy here. Maybe, perhaps getting into double Munkidori scenario next turn with a Gardevoir, putting free energies into play. That's 60 damage you can move the Munkidori, simultaneously taking out Mimikyu and Pidgey, leaving Alessandro actually stranded.
That is the goal. It's got to be the Pidgeot line. You have to stop Pidgeot. You said it yourself at the beginning of this game. That is the engine. That is what drives this deck. If you can stop them having Pidgeot. Having said that, look at the size of Alessandro's hand right now. He's been drawing 4 cards a turn for like 6 turns at this stage. He's got to have 20, 25 cards in hand at this point. How much do you really need to search with Pidgeot when you've got your entire deck in your hand?
We do have to remember, though, that one thing that Isaiah kind of has to do when it comes to the point of attacking or being aggressive into the point where Badoo is not used is to play that Iono to make sure that Alessandro gets down to 6 card in. Although 6 cards sounds like a lot, but not against the 20, 25 cards in hand that Alessandro has right now.
Yeah, and that is really the goal here, because there's no point taking out the Pidgeot and then giving your opponent use of their items with a gigantic hand of cards. It needs to be, you have your items back, but you've got a sensible hand size now. 6 is sensible, 26 is not very sensible. So, Isaiah checks the discard pile, sees what's available, eyeing up Munkidori, eyeing up damage, eyeing up the energy. Here comes Munkidori.
And we might just be able to go for the huge play that can come in here with the Gardevoir EX, piling free energies on it, putting 60 damage into play, being able to move those 60 damage over with the use of Munkidori's Adrenabrain onto the Pidgey, being able to take out this Mimikyu in the active with Itchy Pollen, keeping the item lock alive, and thereby also making it so difficult for Alessandro to even play.
So we have the Gardevoir evolved into, we have both Munkidori, we have energy on both of the Munkidori. There is an Artisan coming down, getting rid of that Calamitous Wasteland. Now we see an Iono coming down from Isaiah, because what did we just say a minute ago?
Alessandro's hand's massive, we have to limit it.
This is everything we needed here. This is exactly what Isaiah needed this turn. The KO in the Mimikyu is kind of fun. That's not actually that important. You need to KO the Pidgey, combine it with an Iono, and then you've got up by a prize or 2, but Alessandro has no Pidgeot and no card, well, very few cards in hand comparatively.
You're exactly right about that. Although, when Alessandro draws, he'll be up to 7. Being able to Festidipity up to 10 cards in hand, and then also being able to use the Force Sealstone. But the main importance here is not the amount of cards in hand. Of course, better that it's not 30, but it's the importance of not being able to retain the into Pidgeot because of the itchy pollen.
And the problem is now, Alessandro plays 2 Pidgey. If the other Pidgey comes down, I don't think I can give you any prizes for guessing what's going to happen if Alessandro benches that second Pidgey. We're going to get deja vu all over again. Isaiah is going to do this, and that Pidgey is going to go down. It's like we saw with Duskull earlier in the day. When you get to a certain degree of setup with the Gardevoir, it is going to happen. There we go. Free energy onto Gardevoir with Psychic Embrace. 6 damage counters, double Adrenabrain. It did happen. We just didn't really see it on the screen. I promise you it did. All moving over. Pidgey KO'd. Itchy Pollen KO's Mimikyu. Alessandro goes down by 2 prizes. Loses the only Pidgey. Oh, and still isn't allowed to play item cards.
You're exactly right about that, Ross. The Artisan getting to be played here by Alessandro. Does he even get Pidgey in this scenario? He does. But we both know that this pitch is going to be the primary target of whatever Isaiah is attempting to do with the rest of his strategy.
This is the point in the game where Alessandro basically benches the Pidgey and is feeling pretty confident. If I can evolve it next turn, things are going good. If I get that evolution, things change for me. So what Alessandro needs to do here is something to try and make sure that that double Monkey Dory doesn't happen. Whether that's some kind of gusting and trying to keep in the active, however this ends up happening, it needs to happen. Because right now, well, do we have free energy in the discard? Because we would need to accelerate free energy to make it happen.
Currently, I don't not think we have free energies in the discard pile, since when Isaiah went through it, I saw 4. 3 of them already being attached to the Gardevoir. It's quite cool Alessandro is getting to bench that Feebas this turn. Importantly for this matchup, if you want to be able to lock something into the active, you need Milotic to block these Professor Churro scenario.
Now we do see Eri coming down, getting rid of that secret box ace-spec and another card. It's another one of those cards that goes after your opponent's hand. Eri comes down, you get to discard 2 item cards from your opponent's hand, and that includes the ace-spec of Isaiah there. So the big question is, and this is really going to, this could determine the whole game, can Isaiah repeat the trick we just saw? Oh, and this is actually a huge hit off of the Luxray here. Gets rid of that Professor Turo, because what you really wanted to do here, Turo up the Badoo, and then retreat Gardevoir, so you can get some energy in the discard to reattach it to put the damage over with Adrenabrain, but the Turo just got rid of with the Luxray.
Rightfully so. These Turos being so important, and that's also why Cremascoli is running the Milotic line here. But just getting rid of the Turo makes it so he doesn't quite need the Milotic as much as he could have. The Fang Snipe getting in there and being really important to try and stabilize the situation for Alessandro. It's really important that the control deck gets to actually breathe in terms of the gameplay when it comes to it.
And there's another little cheeky play by Alessandro we need to point out here. That Feebas has 30 HP. That is ripe for the pick-in with an Adrenabrain moving 3 damage counters over, so benches it with the Bravery Charm. It's a very nice play, basically saying, I don't think you can get treble Monkey Dory, but if you do, I'm not letting you have the Pidgey and the Feebas. That would be terrible. So a really heads-up play, not benching the Feebas until it could be benched with the Bravery Charm.
You're right about this, Ross. Getting into this situation, Alessandro playing this so smartly, getting that Feebas down is probably not the first time that he's been playing against these Gardevoir decks in this tournament, making sure that when you're benching that Feebas, you have to make it as beefy as possible to make sure it doesn't get taken out by a lowly ability.
Yeah, like Magikarp and Combee, it's quite famous for always having very low HP for the basics in the TCG. So having that Bravery Charm, absolutely huge. So we're back over to Isaiah now, and essentially, if Isaiah can get free energy in the discard, you've already got your Gardevoir, you've got your 2 Monkey Dory, you will KO the Pidgey. The real question here is, can you get free energy in the discard? There are 6 Psychic Energy in the deck total. 3 of them are already attached to Gardevoir. None of them are in the prizes.
We do see the Churro getting picked up here, being able to discard these energies once again to be able to use a double Adrenabrain if so Isaiah wishes. He has the option to do so, but does decide to go for the Adrenabrain here. Not quite going for it this turn yet, although Still, as we're always talking about, the itchy pollen makes sure that the candy Pidgeot is not going to happen. So she is probably just going to wait a little bit longer to try and see how he can do this.
And that's the thing. It doesn't, you know, we talk about getting rid of the Pidgey, but as we said many times, as long as we lock items, you don't have to get the Pidgey this turn. We're not locking items right now. Oh, wait, it's a retreat into a Gardevoir. More energy in the discard, but we've used one Adrenabrain, so right now that Pidgey seems safe.
And smartly discarding that Voodoo. He wants to make sure that Voodoo can never be pulled into the active using Erika's invitation. That's why when you discard it, it's safe. Since Alessandro doesn't run any man time, which is the only way that these control decks can pull something from the discard pile into play, thereby also using counter catcher thereafter.
Now it does seem, so we've got 6 damage counts, so we're moving some over to Luxray. Seems like we're actually going to get a KO on the Luxray here with Gardevoir. And actually, very smartly, choosing to move 2 damage counters over rather than 3, because you only needed 2, and you want to keep the damage so you can Adrenabrain it next turn. Here's the problem. Pidgey right now, Pidgey's out. Items aren't locked. Do we think we might see a rare candy Pidgeot this turn?
There's this big opportunity to do so, but Isaiah's lined this up beautifully. One thing that Isaiah can be able to do next turn with both the Serendipity and the Rotom in play is actually to be using Scream Tail. This 40 damage on the Gardevoir is pivotal towards that. Being able to retreat some energies off, use Artisan for Scream Tail, and thereby lock in the game next turn. And this is why that Alessandro has to go for a Mawile strategy to make sure that the retreats aren't flowing freely and getting into a position where the Scream Tail cannot be in effect.
We've already seen Scream Tail win one game on stream today that we were on ourselves, and it could be that we see that again. And of course, we just saw Arturo get discarded. We saw Arturo get played. So at this stage, does Isaiah have Arturo ready if that Mawile comes in with the Tempting Trap? I'm not sure he does.
He does not. There's no recovery for the Churro like a Palpad in Isaiah's stack. So therefore, these 2 Churros being gone into the discard pile, it means that we're not going to be able to see a Churro from Isaiah, which means that if Alessandro can pull something off like Accompanying Flute into a Pokemon, get them up into the active using Counter Catcher, and then using Tempting Trap, it's really good. But we do see 3 cards drawn, and that's going to be from the Serendipity probably here. Lucky it isn't a face to charge, because otherwise we've been looking at something else. And the Ultra Ball going off now for the, looks like a Professor Churros, and no, that's Giovanni. And a Blood Moon Ursaluna.
That's a Giacomo.
Oh, that's Giacomo.
Giacomo and Blood Moon.
Right.
It's the alternate art, the special illustration rare, that gives me mad backstage at stream vibes. That really reminds me of being backstage at a stream. One of my favorite alternate arts for that exact reason. Just makes me feel like I'm back at an event. But what are we getting with the Ultra Ball? That is the question. I think it's already gone down the Mawile, hasn't it? We got a Mawile on the bench at least.
But the Pidgeot EX, we want the glue for this deck.
Yeah, we do.
There already is a rare candy in the hand, or you can get to 4 Sealstone for the rare candy at the very least. Also, the Melodic's not going to be needed this game since both Churros are used. Alessandro does know that these Gardevoir decks are running a maximum of 2 Churros. We typically see 1 or 2 Churros in Gardevoir, and the 2 Churro variants, well, we haven't seen 3. We haven't seen 2 Churros plus Palpad. It's either 1 Churro plus 1 Palpad or 2 Churros, not 3.
And when you're a player of Alessandro's caliber, you know these trends in deck building. If you're making a counter deck, an anti-meta deck, you have to know how the meta decks are constructed. Otherwise, you cannot be successful. Pidgeot is up. Serendipity has been used. Pidgeot now is going to use a quick search to search for any one card. We got the rare candy off of the Forest Seal Stone. We got up into the Pidgeot. Now we're getting a different card off of the quick search. And it looks like it's going to be that Defiance Vest, which means it's going to be much more difficult for Isaiah to take some of these prizes now, innit?
And there's a beautiful combo Alessandro could bring off. He can still pull the Monkey Dory into the active with Counter Catcher, use the Tempting Trap, and you might be thinking, well, Mind Bend confuses that Mawile. Well, Alessandro does play Festival Grounds to make sure that that confusion goes right away, because with the Festival Grounds in play, there's going to be no special conditions.
That is a beautiful point, and I love that because, of course, the confusion, that would kind of ruin things a little bit. If you've got to flip a coin for confusion to use Tempting Trap, that is going to make it a lot less viable. So, looks like we are heading towards that point of the game, and it needs to be now. Isaiah is in touching distance of that win, but this is where Alessandro can start really putting that lock on and saying, I know you're close, and that's wonderful, but actually, I'm sorry, you're not really playing the rest of the game. We can be here as long as it takes. Like I might say to my kid when they're naughty.
Rightfully so, as you should. But with the Defiance Vest as well, doing only 20 damage with the Monkey Dory. Yes, we do have the 40 damage on the Gardevoir, and that's something that Alessandro has to keep his eye on. How does Isaiah get to use these damage counters with the Adrenabrain to make sure that his Mawile does not go down? He can lose one Mawile, that's fine. But we have to get to a point where there's no damage in play for Isaiah. The Tempting Trap is in play, and whatever happens with the Mind Bend is not going to be ruining Alessandro's game.
That is what we're looking for here. So it seems like, now I don't think we've actually seen what was searched off of the Pidgeot. It seems to just be kind of sitting out there next to the Artisan. We do have a counter gain in hand, not a card we see very often at all. Oh, here we go. Oh, it was indeed that boss's orders, which is going to be dragging up one of the Monkey Dory, we assume. Yep, there we go. And I think Tempting Trap is a mighty tempting attack right now for Alessandro.
Rightfully so. If there's no Tempting Trap, the Monkey Dory can just retreat and get even more damage into play if used with the Psychic Embrace. But one thing that's really important about the counter gain is that there's no space for Defiance Vest, and you cannot have more than one tool card attached to a Pokemon, meaning that if the Mind Bend goes through, it would just mean that the Mawile needs to be picked up by something like a Penny to go back and do its thing again and again.
Well, you say that. It's got 90 HP, and Mind Bend does 60, so, you know, we could use some Adrenabrain here. Move those even 3 damage counters over. Yep. Plus your Mind Bend. Oh, look, that's exactly 90, so that could happen here. We could see Mind Bend being the thing that actually wins the game in the end. Wouldn't quite win the game, but puts that air down to 1 prize.
But then again, 1 prize is still 1 prize away from the victory. And it's really smart if Alessandro can force Isaiah to use 3 of these damage counters plus a Mind Bend to take out this Mawile. Alessandro being able to pull back the Mawile, attach an energy and Defiance Fist, and then pulling on a full lock.
That is probably what we're going to see happen, but right now, stage 1, Isaiah does need to take out this Mawile. Even though it might not work in the end, we still need to take that first step. We need to get rid of it, we need to get down to 1 prize remaining, and then we need to hope that we can pull off something in the end. Lack of energy here, though, is, as we said a couple times, a bit of a problem, because there's 2 energy we can attach. That's an extra 40 damage, sorry. But we're running out of this pool of damage to move on to Alessandro's Pokemon. Honestly, that Feebas having Bravery Charm here is huge.
You're right about that. It means that the Adrenabrain cannot be able to be taken out that Feebas. And Isaiah does not run any way to remove tool cards. So it means that this Bravery Charm is going to keep helping out Alessandro and make sure that Isaiah cannot pick up this easy prize of the 30 HP Feebas.
And that Feebas is, I mean, he's actually not doing very much at this stage, obviously because both the Turo have gone, and it really is there as kind of an anti-Turo card, but still, yeah, that is a little bit important. So, what are we looking at here? Isaiah
referencing a bit with his notepad, making sure that he has the full intel on what's going on here with the deck, with the prize cards. And of course, one thing I do have to note here, every single energy that Isaiah plays in his deck is either in the discard pile or in the field of play.
Yes.
There's no more energies being able to be attached. Of course, a Super Rock can pull these energies back, although Isaiah wants to be able to use a Psychic Embrace, but it just means there's a limit on how many energies that Isaiah can be able to use if he wants to keep using something like Adrenabrain or even charge up this Mind Bend from Monkey Dory.
Is the 3rd Darkness energy in the discard pile?
Yes.
Okay, that one, I knew the last 2 Psychic were in there. I hadn't spied the Darkness, so Yeah, that means there's none left in hand, there's none left in deck, and the Darkness Energy is going to be a bit of a pain. You'd have to get that back with a Night Stretcher in order to reuse it, or potentially a Super Rod getting it back into the deck. So, we are going to attach an energy to Monkey Dory as expected. That's going to put 2 damage on. Remember, we need to move 3 damage counters with Adrenabrain in order to bring Morile down into range. Here comes the Iono, actually choosing to put himself down to 2 cards in hand with no Curlier on the field. But of course, the biggest issue when your Isaiah is actually decking out, and you don't really want to build your board much more than you have at this stage. There's no energy left in your deck, which is really all you might need. So, yeah, maybe you want some kind of boss's orders at some point. But right now, oh, sorry, you count. No, there's nothing, because of course Boss's Orders isn't played and counter catching. You're never going to be behind on prizes again. So honestly, the 2-card hand doesn't really matter.
You're right. Isaiah's doing what we call typically in the game playing from the board. Whatever he has in his hand typically actually doesn't matter in this case. But the Iono makes sure that Alessandro has to pull out something like a penny to make sure he's not confused and get to attack again. Of course, the damage in play is really pivotal, but the Ralts getting into play here with the accompanying flute, that's huge.
Yeah, the accompanying flute lets you look at the top. So many cards of your opponent's deck. It is 5. And if you find a basic Pokemon, you can bench it. It's a card. It's a very unique kind of skill we don't see on many cards, being able to bench your opponent's own Pokemon from their deck. Usually you leave your opponent's deck alone. Not the case here. And now there's a Routes on the bench, and that's super annoying because both your Monkey Dory are potential attackers and are using Adrenabrain. Both your Gardevoir are potential attackers, but Routes? Nah, mate.
We do see a Rescue Stretcher for the Radiant Serena. With that ability, it's going to be able to heal 20 damage from each Pokemon in play every single turn. A great play Alessandro could perhaps have access to is something like Penny plus Counter Catcher to pull up this Ralts, make it even more difficult for Isaiah to keep up this mind-bending action.
That is what he might be looking for. Now, of course, you could still double Adrenabrain to take out that Moral next turn. And then what would be really nice there is if you take the KO during your turn, it forces Alessandro to put up a new Pokemon for you to attack before it goes back to Alessandro's turn, which can sometimes make life a little bit more awkward. For now, this is all a moot point. What we're looking at is just Alessandro kind of behind. But Control loves playing from behind. Just chill for a little bit. Your opponent's still got prizes to take. You are absolutely still in the game.
All of the grind Alessandro's going through is trying to stabilize, if we said multiple times here. Eyeing up the Penny. The Penny could be quite nice. Getting out that confusion, being able to use the free retreat off the Pidgeot. Now, Ross, if Isaiah takes a prize during his turn and forces up another Pokemon, the Pidgeot's always nice because the Tempting Trap effect stays in play even though the Mobile is knocked out. Yes. Meaning that you can toss up the Pidgeot. Yes, it would take 60 damage and be confused. You're not attacking with it, and you could use Radiant Arena to heal it. So grabbing the Penny here, using the free retreat off the Pidgeot thereafter, being able to still keep the Tempting Trap in play.
I like this play a lot. You said yourself, Counter Catcher plus Penny could be the play. It does look like Penny is being played. Morile gets picked up, and we put the Pidgeot active. Again, it's got free retreats. That's always a fun thing to do.
One thing that is important with this Counter Catcher play doesn't quite work because if the Ralts gets to be evolved while it's in the active position, the Tempting Trap goes out of effect. So therefore, pulling up a Ralts, even though it might seem so great, could actually open up Isaiah to a retreating route. Although we do see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Psychic Energies in play, meaning that Isaiah has to pull back the last Psychic from discard pile to get that retreat going, which is fine. But it currently has 2 retreat, meaning also we need to pull back that other Darkness Energy on top.
And it all starts getting awkward. One thing we did see Alessandro do there was play that Pow Pad, grab 2 Penny back from the discard pile. So that play we just saw, picking up one of your Pokemon, yeah, that's back on board, potentially twice more. Here is the Tempting Trap, sticking that Monkey Dory into the active, it looks like. And we're starting to get into a little bit of a loop here because Monkey Dory, well, could still take the KO. Double Adrenabrain could move 5 damage counters over, and then, or even just 3 damage counters over with 1, and then do 60 and get the KO.
You're right about that, Ross. The one thing that presents is that Isaiah loses the damage counter. He loses his leverage he has on board.
He does.
There's a very cool play Alessandro can make. It does take multiple turns to do that. Can pull up the Gardevoir EX on the bench. Isaiah would then be forced to use the Psychic Embrace to it, forced to attach to it to take a knockout, otherwise leaving that Gardevoir stranded. If Isaiah then has all of his energies in play at that stage, it depends on if Alessandro knows how many energies Isaiah is running, then you could pull up the rods thereafter and it would be stuck. That is what we're looking for. It's energy, and that's very important when you're playing this game. If you don't know how much energy your opponent's playing, that is one of your jobs during game one. One of your jobs during game one is to get a definitive count. How many energy am my opponent playing? Because if you go into the game knowing exactly how many they're playing, that makes your life a lot easier, because there comes a point where you can go, they're definitely out of energy, grab it up, we win. It's actually exactly what we saw from Azul last year in Stockholm winning. We counted out the switching options, and the second the switching options were gone, that was when Azul was able to go and win the game. For Alessandro here, it's less switching options and more energy. You're right about that, although we are in a position where it's two very slow archetypes against each other. Even though we have 75 minutes on the clock for this finals, we might only be able to see one game because of the speed of which this control deck wins. Now, with the way of this going, of course, we've talked about it before. Alessandro mentioned in the interviews multiple times as well, when you're playing these control decks, you have to know what list the other players are playing. You have to know the ways around the standard lists. You have to know the counts. You have to know exactly how these decks plays into yours. Yeah, it's very, very important. It's a deck, and like we keep saying, this is an anti-meta deck. It is a counter deck. It is a deck that says, here are the main decks in the format. I'm pretty sure I can beat them. These decks only work when you know exactly the information. Like we talked about before, knowing that a third Turo or a Palpad +2 Turo, it's just not played. That means I don't have to go and get the Milotic. I can focus on other stuff. It means that you can make these decisions, but you've got to have them right, or else you end up losing to a play you didn't see coming. We did, however, see the Monkey Dory just getting that confusion onto the Morile. It is not yet KO'd because, well, like we said, you want to keep that pool of damage because that's your leverage, I think is the way you put it. It is your option for potentially pulling off a 2-prize KO down the line. We do see the penny being picked up by the Pidgeot though, so we're going back to the loop, looping back that Mawile, putting up the Pidgeot, being able to then put down the Mawile with the counter gain or an energy if Alessandro so wishes. Does the shortcut here, of course, and then goes for Tempting Trap once more. And you might be thinking, well, he's going to run out of penny eventually, isn't he? And the answer, well, maybe not, because Silene is a supporter in the deck. Flip 2 coins, and for each heads, you get to put a card on top of your deck. So, yeah, you can kind of use Silene to recover Palpad, and then once you recover Palpad, you can recover Penny and Silene, and round we go. We could have a lot of Penny coming yet. We have not just got one more. We could have so many more. You're right about that, and that's what it could take so much time out of it as well. Grinding through these options, and it's not typical you run control out of options. It's always the opposite whenever you're playing. Of course, Alessandro trying to get into this play of way. I was about to say, if my Italian does me correct, that is a Palpad right there. So we can get to pull back these 2 pennies, and once again use Pidgeot to quick search them out. Yep. Penny goes back in, and this is why having Pidgeot out is so crucial. A lot of the time, we'd be sitting there going, if they can find a penny, if they can find a penny. But there's no issue here. There is going to be a penny every turn. Quick Search is going to get that penny every turn, and it just means that there's none of this awkwardness. There's no, if I get this, if I get that malarkey. It is going to be every turn I've got that card I need. So we get the Pidgeot into the active, and then we rebench the Moral, then we bring it back active with the counter game, and then we can go and use Tempting Trap, and then it's back over to Isaiah's turn, knowing that there's at least one more turn of Penny, and then we can always start using Silene to get Palpad back if we need to. You're right about that, although the Silene turns would mean that you're using a supporter for the Silene, which means you cannot use Penny, importantly. Yes. It also means that Isaiah gets a turn to breathe, essentially, or if Alessandro has to hit the Confusion Flip, which, again, 50-50ing if you're using Tempting Trap or not, that could be detrimental. The problem with that is you would also then get KO'd going into your opponent's turn, giving them the next action, because that 30 from Confusion would do it. If you hadn't healed with Serena, of course, which I'm willing to bet you probably would have, honestly. If you're taking a Confusion, if you sure are, that's Serena. So now we see the Monkey Dory attack in there, putting that 6 damage counters on, and then we're back over to Alessandro. We've at least got 1 penny left in the deck.
Can we keep using Penny? Do we have to take time off to use Silene, which, as you've said, is a supporter card? Are we looping this? Do we have any other options coming in? So we know it's not going to be a prize race. Alessandro will lose a prize race. It has to be just running Isaiah out of options. The other thing is, I don't know if you have, I haven't. Have you been counting Iono for Isaiah?
I have not.
There's 4 in the deck.
There's one thing I did count, though. There's both a boss and a counter catcher prized, which means that the play I was mentioning before with pulling up the Gardevoir, making sure that gets attached to, and then pulling up the rolls, it's not going to be quite a viable play, actually, with the pennies and alike. So it actually means that Alessandro, due to the cards he's actually prized, is on the back foot. We cannot keep recursing this mobile infinitely, unfortunately, because at some point they will run out, and we could also see a situation, since Silene is a flip card, where it doesn't get exactly what you need.
That's the other thing. Not only do you have to take a turn off of using Penny to use Silene, but there's always that chance that you hit double tails and you don't get your power pad back, and that means you don't get your Penny back, and then that is a bad situation. We are 14 minutes into our 75-minute final here. We have used more than half of our allotted time. We're still in game 1. Remember, obviously, it's a final. We will have a winner. But the relevance here is whoever wins game 1, if game 2 doesn't finish at the end of time plus 3 turns, game 2 never happened. So the winner of game 1 here is absolutely crucial. Let's say Isaiah's able to grab that last-minute win, because Isaiah runs out of a key resource. That means if game 2 doesn't finish, Isaiah wins the final after a very long 1-0, but will win the final 1-0.
That is a major importance here. We're playing for the win here in the final, of course, with that invite to Worlds hanging out there, and $10,000 as a prize as well. Both of these players are looking exactly like that and thinking, well, I'd like that, please.
Yeah, they've both already locked up at least $7,000 for coming second. This game is worth $3,000 plus your Worlds invite, which is obviously the biggest prize for most of the players here. Worlds is the absolute goal for the majority of the competitive player base. That is what they really want to do, get that invite to the World Championships. The winner of this game will get that direct invite. The loser, frankly, won't.
You're exactly right about that. And it's also, when we're talking championship points, it's also on top of the automatic invite, on top of the $3,000 being played for here effectively. It's also 20 championship points.
Yeah, that is a few extra championship points. That's always a nice win. We see Arvin coming down here, not Penny, but one of the cards we've gone for is Counter Catcher. There is one prized, but there's one in the deck. There's 2 total, 1 prized, 1 in the deck. The one available is now in hand for Alessandro, so this might be where we start seeing Pokemon brought up. We've also got a Lost Vacuum. We used Lost Vacuum to get rid of the Artisan here.
Yeah, we do see, actually, with this arena being healed, are we going to see a Confusion Flip?
We might see the Confusion Flip.
It looks like he's going to grab it. Counting out, Alessandro has to make sure that he's doing the exact thing. Of course, using the elegant heal off the Radiance Arena. We see a big flip coming up here.
This is a huge flip, because we could see an interesting play from Isaiah if this is a Tails. It is a Tails! That means that potentially here, that play we saw with Screamtail, maybe we can actually pull that off now if we can get enough energy in the discard, which is a big if.
And since Temperature Trap is not in play, it would mean that the Monkey Dory can retreat freely. We can get to see a promotion of Screamtail, perhaps, although the Radiance Arena has 140 HP. It's still difficult with the energy we have in play from Isaiah's board to figure out where we can get that last prize. We can use Adrenaline Brain for 20 damage onto Mobile. Then it's knocked out. That's cool. Then we have to try and see where can we find the last knockout. Of course, the feedback's there. If we can get a couple energies down, use Screamtail for 80 damage that fits correctly with the feedback. So we see the Screamtail here.
There we go.
We're going to be able to see the retreat of the Monkey Dory.
Now 2 energy from the discard pile onto the Screamtail, which is going to be 40 damage, which is going to be 80 damage. Adrenabrain onto the Morile. Damage from Screamtail onto the Feebas. 2 prizes. Isaiah wins game 1, and that was a very long game 1.
And it was a very long game 1 indeed. Almost tying up. Well, it did take over half of the allotted time we have here in the finals. Isaiah going up 1-0. And the question here comes, Ross. Are we sure that a control deck can win 2 games in half an hour? I'm not quite too sure.
I'm not sure. And here,
we see a
concession! Isaiah Bradner is your Stockholm Regional Champion!
And we see a concession of Alessandro, seeing the fact in the eyes, half an hour is not enough to win 2 games, thereby making Isaiah Bradner our 2025 Stockholm Regional Champion.
And you see how much it means to him throwing off the headset, that shout of triumph. Isaiah so many times has made the final and been unsuccessful. We see a hug between our competitors there. This means so much to Isaiah there. And we almost see we got the old player there in Alessandro, who's been around forever, like myself, almost kind of passing the torch to that new player, saying you've made it, you've got your regional win. And I love seeing that camaraderie between the players. It is wonderful.
You're exactly right here. Isaiah almost with tears in his eyes. This means so much for him. Always being the bridesmaid. You know what, Isaiah? This is your wedding night. Congratulations.
Wonderful. We've been waiting a long time to see Isaiah finally win that regional championship, and here we have it. In a minute, we're going to have that ceremony. We're going to see him wearing that medal proudly, and of course, invite to the World Championships in Anaheim, secured, direct invite, and that means that race for top 125 in North America, that race is over for Isaiah.
You're exactly right, and if Isaiah has as big as pockets as Freya does, he has a bit of pocket money to spend on top of that.
He does. Let's have a look at the replay here. This game took a long time. Our replay starts 15 minutes into the game with Badu taking out that Mimikyu with that 7-hit KO. And then we saw Alessandro start to put the clamps down. Those 2 Turo going away being absolutely crucial, taking off a lot of options. We saw the Monkey Dory over and over again, getting that confusion. And we saw Penny over and over again, just healing it up, getting rid of that damage. And we can see the effect it has on Isaiah, having to do that again and again. But here was the key confusion flip. The confusion flip came up tails, and this meant that Isaiah was able to actually attack with something else.
You're right about that. The mind bend being so crucial to draw out all of the resources that Alessandro had available. Palpad, Penny, Palpad, Penny, Palpad, Penny. Not enough. Keep going on with the mind bend, and we do see the Scream Tail there after the Adrenaline Brain off the Monkey Dory, taking down the game, well, game 1 that is, but also Alessandro thereafter conceding the rest of the finals due to not having enough time to win 2 games.
And look at that reaction from Isaiah there. And then we get the hug from the competitors. That was a wonderful moment at the end there, seeing how much it meant to Isaiah and seeing Alessandro, that player who's been at the heart of the European community for so long. We've seen him, I mean, I've been seeing him at tournaments for years and years and years. Being the first person to congratulate Isaiah was such a wonderful moment there. And I think you're right. It just came down to Alessandro looked at that and went, because here's the thing, maybe in half an hour, Isaiah can win game 2. But what happens if we go to game 3 and then time runs out?
So in game 3, if they're both on 1-1 and Alessandro would win game 2 in this scenario, it would be the player with the least amount of prizes would win. Does Alessandro take any prizes?
No. So
not typically, no, which would mean that Isaiah would always be in the prize lead and therefore relatively guaranteeing that game 3 victory anyway.
Yeah, and that was the problem there. Alessandro, we couldn't go to a game 3 and have time called because there's basically no way. Alessandro's deck isn't made to win a game 3 where time runs out. Alessandro's deck is made to win game 1, and then either game 2 doesn't finish, you win, or you win game 2, you win. But losing game 1 is not how these control decks work, and that is why we saw the concession before game 2. Alessandro's been around a while. They are a fantastic player. They know how this works. They looked at it like we did and said, there's no way I'm winning this match now.
No.
If I don't win game 1, I don't win this match. You have the regional championship. Let's go home.
And it's the everlasting struggle that these control decks have. We've seen it time and time again. Even since when I started playing, these control decks have had an issue in top 8 of not being able to win after perhaps losing a game 1. And, you know, the time you need to win with a control deck is fine in Swiss. You can win 1-0 in Swiss, but in top cut, it's just simply not enough if your opponent finds a way out to win one of these games, and therefore almost guaranteeing that it's too bad for you when you're playing control. At the very least, we did see a very intriguing game 1 here in the finals, making sure that we got such a great game to show. And now we do have our champion.
And, you know, message to all the North American players out there, especially the American players out there, right? Maybe you should come to Stockholm next year, because apparently only players from the US can win in Stockholm. Let's have a look at the final standings there then. Isaiah Bradner wins, Alessandro Cremascoli, exactly as we remember him. Big broad smile coming second, with Julius and Kim rounding out the top 4, and then Drew, Tom, Nicholas and Oscar rounding out your top 8.
Exactly, what a tournament we've had, and all these different decks we've had. I'm counting, well, 7 different decks in the top 8. Such a great showdown we've had this tournament. And we were talking about, is this Dragapult winning the tournament again, just like we had in Vancouver? But no, people came prepared with their answers, and people came with very different answers to that problem.
And it was like we've been talking about all weekend. Is it going to be Dragapult, or is it going to be one of the like 20 other decks that are apparently viable? It turned out it was one of the other 20 decks that was viable. Could have been Control. In the end, it ended up being Gardevoir, which, to be fair, has been the number 2 deck in the format for a little while now. Second played deck in day 1, I believe. Second most played deck, and I believe in day 2 as well, if memory serves. So, yeah, Gardevoir's not some little upstart deck that came out of nowhere. It became legal for the first time at EUIC back in 23, and ever since then it has been just one of the best decks in the format. It fell off for a little bit. It's kind of been back now.
You're right about it, and the Gardevoir deck really goes on to these tournaments where if it's a dark horse, you see it often win, especially into a meta like this. It was the question of, can we beat Dragapult reliably? It's a very close matchup when you're playing that, but as we saw with the play that Oscar had versus Isaiah being able to trample over essentially because Isaiah was allowed to set up. And if you set up a Gardevoir deck, there's almost nothing that beats it.
Well, we've been talking about the metagame, so why don't we have a quick reminder of how that metagame looked back in day 1. We said Dragapult number 1, and we said Gardevoir number 2. That's what we see. My boy Miraidon coming in there just at the edge there, but still, totally, where is it there? Totally counts. It did sound there somewhere, all right? Yep. Plus the Archaludon, the Goldengo, and the Lugia. Goldengo seems to have not made much noise this weekend.
Not really, although we've been seeing it on our screen the entirety of the weekend, but we have not seen it really in action. A lot of players, just like I say, have been piling in Disco Denko at EUIC, ended up not really taking it to this event and saying, hey, Gardevoir's actually a really cool solution to this.
Gardevoir seems to be, you know, the in vogue play. Of course, we know Henry Chow over in North America has won 2 regionals this season with Gardevoir. Just as we have to take a quick look at the day 2 meta breakdown here. Yeah, and it was Dragapult 1, Gardevoir 2. You notice Goldengo dropped right down to the edge of the graphic there. Cloth jumped up, number 1 seed, but fell in top 8. Miraidon came with numbers, but unfortunately made little noise apart from that. And same thing with Lugia. 18 Lugia in day 2, but it never really seemed like it was ever going to win the event.
I think it was the plague of the Lugia hands getting to these Lugia players. We talked about it when we had Chris on stream yesterday with us two, Ross.
Yep.
We were constantly reminded of the fragileness of the Lugia has in its nature. Of course, we do have also a little quick peek at how the day 2 conversion rate was.
And this is converting from day 1 plays into day 2. Gardevoir, Lugia, Miraidon. Well, they're all converting at 26%. Glove Terapagos at 25%. Goldengo and Dragapult much less good, about half the rate in terms of their conversion. So turns out Gardevoir, Lugia, Miraidon, Cloth, they were the decks to play if you wanted to get from day 1 into day 2. But of course, getting from day 2 into top 8 and beyond, well, he's a little bit different there.
I know, getting a bit mathy here, but it's also much difficult to have such a big conversion rate in tournaments when the deck is played as much as Dragapult is, really. A lot of players playing Dragapult, it just means that these Dragapult are going to end up matching up against each other. In these mirror matches, of course, it has to go one way or the other typically. And I'm pretty sure in the win-in scenarios we did have in the field yesterday, there must have been some Dragapult on Dragapult action.
Oh, there must have been some that were actually coming around. And there had to be, right? Also, I tried to work this out earlier, but the game ended too quickly. I think game 1 took 57% of the allotted time. I think it took about 43 minutes of our 75 minutes, and yeah, that's why we realized there was just no time for a game 2 and a game 3. I don't know how many people out there were wondering about the percentage, but if you were, you're welcome.
You're basically saying that if you have any math questions on the streamer, you just have to ask our lovely Mr. Gilbert.
I have been a maths teacher at times in my life. That is genuinely true. So, in the end, what have you learned this weekend, Jesper? What's our big takeaway? Give me one lesson.
You never have to count Guardy out. Gardevoir is so strong. Of course, with the rotation happening, we lose Kirlia, but you can never count Guardy out of an event. You can. We were going into this weekend with the story of, can we beat Dragon Ball? Does Dragon Ball just win again? And we got our answer quite well here. Gardevoir is super well positioned when people are not giving the credit it deserves.
And then we saw EUIC. Dragapult was apparently the best deck, and it made the final, but actually it was Yuki Okada and that Clorf Terrapagos deck that went and took the win. The lesson I take from here is there's always more decks than we think there are. There's always more viable decks than we give it credit for. And we love looking at those day 1 and day 2 metagame breakdowns. It's very important. But if you come with a deck that you're very skilled with and you hit the right matchups, and Alessandro said this very nicely earlier, there's always luck. No one has ever had a good run in a Pokemon TCG event without a little bit of luck. Your Worlds win in 2016, admit it, you had some luck, you had some good matchups.
I have to tell you, it had so much luck in there, beating what seemed like all the losses in between. But of course, we need some little bit of luck in their life sometimes, right?
You do. I'm not going to, because it's not about me, but I can tell you every good result I've ever had right now, and I can explain all the times I got lucky in the middle of those runs. But you also need to have a good deck and be very skilled and play it superbly. And we see these unexpected decks, sometimes decks that aren't even on that breakdown, coming through. You know, Alessandro's deck was not on that day 1 or day 2 metagame breakdown, and yet it wasn't even on the best of the rest. It was way down there. But you know what? Still went and got second place, didn't it?
You're right about it. Speaking about breakdowns, speaking about champions here in Stockholm, you know what, Ross? There's only one thing we have to throw it over to, and that is our winner ceremony. Take it away.
Thank you, Jesper. Yes, after 2 days of fierce competition here in Stockholm, we have a little bit of a deja vu result from the last Stockholm Regionals as North America conquers all again. But let's take now the moment to celebrate both of our finalists here at Stockholm. So first up, the Italian Stallion of Control. In second place, your Stockholm finalist. Please give it up for Alessandro Cremascoli. Huge congratulations, Alessandro. We've talked a few times on the stream already, Lisa, maybe what you wouldn't have heard, but you are such an incredible role model for so many players in the game. We heard your interview earlier about how important it was for you to, you know, give this message of having fun whilst playing. Is there anything else, like, let's say along those lines, or maybe talk about what this finalist position means to you?
No, I think during the interview I already said enough. Of course I'm sad that I lost, but I know that I lost to an amazing player, so chapeau to him and congratulations. I'm just mad that he beat me twice on stream, so.
I'm sure you'll get your chance to get your revenge one day, but one more time, huge congratulations to our finalist, Alessandro! And now, you just know he's been clamoring for this win for so long. So I want to hear the roof raised for your Stockholm Regional Champion, Asaya Bradner! Goodness gracious me. It's the obvious question, but you know I'm going to ask it. After coming in second place so many times, finally getting this win, how does that feel?
It feels amazing. I mean, it feels so good. I've been playing this game for a long time. I've been doing really well for a long time, right? And it gets frustrating at times. You know, you put in a lot of effort and you don't do well. You put in a lot of effort and you don't win. And like I was talking about, I had kind of a rough season, and so it was frustrating at times. But yeah, it just feels so good to see all the hard work and all the time that I've put in pay off. I can't describe how happy I am.
Yeah. And what a role model to work from as well. So with this in mind, your invite is now locked up to the World Championships. We also have Gardevoir rotating. So with this big win, but perhaps a big change coming in the future, how do you see yourself going forward for the rest of the season and going into Worlds?
Well, I mean, I've never been like a huge Gardevoir guy. I'm no Henry Chow. I'm just doing my best impersonation for this. For sure, I mean, without Kirlia, Gardevoir, who knows what it'll be like, but I mean, going forward is trying to win Atlanta, and then we'll see what happens from there.
Yeah, fingers crossed for you. So then, one last question. Is there anyone you want to say thanks or give shout out to? This is your moment, so go ahead.
Yeah, 100%. First off, I want to shout out the Lord. I mean, I full faith in him. Yeah, I can't say much more, but shout out the Lord. Shout out my dad, shout out my mom. They've been with me since day one. I know that they're celebrating back home. Love my family.
It's your moment now. Take it in.
I want to thank all my friends. I especially want to thank Henry and Aban for last night. We spent like 2 hours going over how I should play the Snorlax and Control matchups. It was up till like 1, talking over those. And we had a game plan, right? It's not my favorite matchup, but I had a game plan going in, and I knew how to adapt. So shout out to them. I mean, and that might have been the difference between me winning this event, them being there. So shout out to them. Shout out to all the guys that are always there by my side. And shout out my girlfriend, June. There's just so many people. But yeah, love you guys. Thank you.
Well, it's about time that you took your center stage, your moment of glory. Please raise the roof for your Stockholm Regional Champion, Isaiah Bradner! Go, and I'm sure your friends are going to want to celebrate with you. Go right ahead. Stockholm Regionals is over, but our stream isn't over. Why don't you come join us on the desk for a wrap-up of today's events?
Just yesterday, the Stockholm Regionals started. Now we do already have a conclusion to the events. Welcome to the couch, and of course, Freya, is that we're gonna go over to the desk, but we'll do this one better. Now, I'm joined here by Ross Gilbert, Benjamin Rabioti, and Freya Pierce. Of course, my name is Jesper Eriksson, and we're here to wrap up the event for you back home. Now, Ross, tell me, what was your favorite moment of that finals match?
I just love the reaction of Alessandro. All weekend when I was chatting to him and he gave that advice about making sure that you've got something and having fun, that was amazing. And just that moment when Isaiah won, and the first thing, Alessandro's first reaction was, go and give a big congratulatory hug. I thought that was just a lovely moment between two players. But then, of course, we saw the game with Julius, where they were clearly having a lot of fun, the game with Fabian. Just everything about Alessandro's demeanor this weekend, just that is how, it's just the best way to play Pokemon.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's so satisfying seeing a player like Isaiah Bradner finally coming home with a win. I think after our winners interview, I said, I'm rooting for you. You know, you've been hammering for this for so long now, and it's so satisfying to see. You saw how emotional he was. These are dedicated players that travel day in, day out. They test with their friends. You know, Pokemon is their lifeblood, you know, and it's, like I said, it's just so satisfying to see them come away with the championship.
I think for me, I mean, you guys are taking my other two choices, so I'm going to go for that game between Julius and Alessandro. The most, like, maybe the most like fun-filled, like laugh-filled top 4 game I've ever seen. That was just a really, really nice thing to behold. Like the best spirit of competition, I think.
Yeah, we had a lot of players come to our feature games, and they're so full of energy, aren't they? They're so full of positive energy. They're having a laugh, and they're enjoying their Pokemon, and it's just great to see.
And you're exactly right at that, Benjamin. Of course, Isaiah does now join a star-studded club. Of course, twice in a row, we've had a US winner of the Stockholm Regional Champion joining the screen here. Of course, we do have our champion again, Isaiah Bradner, beating Alessandro Cremasgoli in the finals. And it was a wonderful game to watch. And now we get to see the EU event champions of this season. Of course, again, Europe is not good at defending home turf.
I think seeing half and half is literally 3 European winners and 3 non-European winners on our EU event champions. I mean, I think that just goes to show just how many great players there are all over the world and how many more players want to travel in from outside because of obviously how much is on the line at these events.
I remember talking to Gdansk about how do we count James Cox, because then that's the difference between if we have 3 non and 3 EU winners totally. But what do you guys make of this? Of course, the regional champions, I did mentioned quite a bit that these regional championships do feel like international championships sometimes. What do you guys feel about it?
Yeah, 100%. You know, we'd speak about the dedication once more. You know, a lot of players that we see come from so far, even Australia, America, come over the pond and try their hands at becoming a European international champion. I use quotations, obviously. You know, with Ryuki Okada, even as another example, coming all the way from Japan. We've joked about it backstage a couple of times. The best European player by championship is a Japanese player stealing 2 European World Championship invites, which is pretty ironic, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I told that on stream earlier, you know, but the best player in Europe right now lives in Tokyo. And is Ryuki going to come over for any more events? We don't know. They don't really need to right now.
No, of course not.
What more have they got to prove? But then again, if you come over to Europe and you win every event you play and the events pay that much prize money, and maybe it's worth kind of popping over for 1 or 2 more. I'd certainly be tempted.
Although to be fair, we don't have any more like prize money giving out events coming up, of course, rest being special championships.
No,
yeah,
of course not.
But speaking of prize events and prize money, we do get to see a little sneak peek of our schedule. Of course, Stockholm turned to that gray since we are almost over with the action here. But we do have some special championships coming up here in Seville, Utrecht, and Bologna before wrapping up with the last CP earning event, which is in New Orleans for the NAIC before we get to crown our world champions this summer in Anaheim.
Yeah.
I was having a look at the schedule. I've actually been to all of those cities except for Anaheim, so I'm definitely going to have to go Worlds this year because otherwise I've not completed the set, and that just seems rude.
No, bags are packed.
I've been to all of them except for Utrecht, I just realised. I've been to Sevilla on holiday a long time ago, and of course the last time I was at a World Championships was in 2017. That's in Anaheim, so it'd be nice to go again this year. I mean, you know, come full circle in a way.
I think looking at that schedule, though, you know, we're just over halfway now for the season. You know, pressure's certainly on for a lot of these players to earn their last-minute championship points for the World's invite.
Yeah. And speaking of schedule, we do have our Twitch schedule coming up between March 25th and 27th. Of course, all these events are in Pacific time. We do have Pokemon The Series X and Y Kalos Quest happening here on Tuesday, and then we do have a rerun of the 2024 Pokemon Los Angeles Regional Championships in the VG. And then happening on Thursday between 2 and 5 p.m., we do have Pokemon The Series X and Y Kalos Quest. What are you guys looking forward to watch?
Well, I'm looking forward to Freya, who said she was going to learn how to sing the theme tune before today.
I am so sorry. I completely forgot.
I was awaiting the karaoke.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I've let myself down and let all of you down. I can only apologize.
Oh, well, there's always next time.
Yeah.
I might check out some of that Kalos, though. And, you know, Gen 6, that was a good generation. Kalos, X and Y. And I've heard a rumor there might be some more Kalos fun coming at some point in the near future.
Who knows?
That's what people are telling me.
And speaking of near future, we do have another NA regional happening quite soon in the post-rotation format. Of course, it's going to be happening in Atlanta, Georgia, in the United States, happening between April 11th to April 13th. Please do go ahead and check out our actions. We're going to be live streaming that event for its entirety, finding out our new regional champion. And of course, with the first event in post-rotation.
Yeah, really significant.
Yeah, and also what a cool city as well. That's a city I've been to many times before. Really cool to see a regionals happening there, so definitely going to be looking forward to that one.
Yeah, it's going to have a high watch count for sure. Significance, again, placed on the post-rotation, like you said.
And journey together, maybe?
Oh, maybe.
Maybe that new set might be fun to see.
Maybe we'll journey together.
Or we would journey together into post-rotation, all of us, of course, having such an amazing time there, because the post-rotation formats, of course, we're in the ending of our current standard format. We do have our new rotation coming up. It's going to make a huge impression. Of course, we are going to be able to discuss that on our future podcast coming up. And I mean, I'm excited for Atlanta, although not going myself there perhaps, but I'm pretty sure that our NA team is going to make such a great job there.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely.
But with our next European event coming up, it's not going to be quite a regional championship. It's going to be a special championship happening in Spain, in Andalusia, in Sevilla, happening between April 26th to April 27th. Of course, we are going to be streaming that one for sure here over with the NA team. And I'm pretty excited for that because that's also going to be post-rotation.
Going to be our first one post-rotation over here in Europe, and Seville is a wonderful city. So, yeah, highly recommend if you get a chance, pop on down to Seville. It's going to be a fun time. And if you can't, watch the broadcast. That's also going to be a fun time.
I've got to say, Ross, a school teacher, top marks for Jesper for Ana Lucia Sevilla. Zero puntos for you for Seville, I'm sorry. Letting the side down.
I'm cool with that.
I mean, one thing for sure is that if you want to be catching all the action we have, regardless if it's our reruns we do have or the events being broadcasted live, do remember to go over to Pokemon.com/broadcasts and make sure you can catch both Pokemon Go, Pokemon VG, and of course Pokemon TCG.
Every time I go and search for that website, my computer tells me, you visit this site often. Yes, yes, I do.
Exactly, just as Ross does on his computer. Make sure to bookmark that site to make sure you do not watch any, or you miss any of the action, so you can go ahead and watch that while the fun is happening live there. And of course, do not forget to follow us on our socials, both on X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Of course, you can always use the hashtag PlayPokemon or tag PlayPokemon in your post to make sure we get to see him, or maybe even feature him on our streams.
Yeah, 100%. Get your post in. I want to see your pets. That's the most important thing.
But one thing, guys, before we get to sign off and close the chapter on Stockholm Regionals, I have to give this to you, Ross. One favorite moment from this regional.
Favorite moment from this regional? I'm afraid I'm just going to repeat what I said earlier. Alessandro giving Isaiah the hug soon as he won, like the first reaction, just seeing that camaraderie between players, it always makes me happy. That or Cloth being top seed, one of those two.
And we have a lot of heartwarming moments happening, especially with that hug in the finals. We are here where we have to say thank you so much for watching the regional championships this weekend. I'm Jesper Eriksson, with me Freya Pierce, Benjamin Rabioti, and Ross Gilbert. We sign off now. Have a good time, and thank you so much for watching.
the screen tell here. There we go. We're going to be able to see the retreat of the Monkey Dory.